Driving the Essential Skills 2023 accept picture illustrations audio message from the Chief Driving Examiner. Each year thousands of men, women and children are killed or seriously injured on roads in Great Britain. The majority of the crashes that result in these deaths and injuries are caused by human error. This makes it vital that every driver understands the responsibility that driving a car brings with it and the importance of making safety their overriding priority. Safe driving is all about developing the right attitude and approach, and combining this with a sound knowledge of defensive driving techniques. It means not only driving with courtesy and consideration for everyone else, but also being prepared to make allowances for the mistakes of others. The increasing volume of traffic on our roads today means you will often find yourself driving in crowded conditions on all types of road. By adopting the correct attitude and taking pride in your driving, you will ensure that this convenient means of transport remains both safe and enjoyable. The predecessor to this book, the Official Driving Manual, has long been recognized as an essential reference book for every motorist, regardless of experience, and for instructors too. This latest edition has been updated to take account of changes in legislation, roads, vehicles and driving techniques and procedures. Read this book carefully and put into practice the advice it gives. Above all, make sure your aim is safe driving for life. Attitude, no matter how good, how fast, how expensive or how efficient your vehicle is, it you, the driver, who determines whether it is a safe means of transport. Driver skill and driver attitude are two key areas that determine your approach behind the wheel. There is, after all, a lot of enjoyment and satisfaction to be gained from showing not only your skill and ability but also courtesy and consideration to those around you. Apart from the reward of a nod or smile in appreciation, you will have the added satisfaction of knowing you making our roads that much safer. The right attitude and behavior are the key factors to becoming a good driver. A good driver is and a perfect driver. It very doubtful whether such a driver exists. Nevertheless, apart from skill and experience, which only come with time, a good driver needs responsibility, concentration, anticipation, patience, confidence. Together, these qualities go to make up what generally known as the driver attitude. An attitude which, in turn, influences driver behavior. Remember, it a fact that nearly all road traffic incidents are caused, to some degree, by the driver. Reducing them is the responsibility of every driver. Developing the right attitude and behavior will come more easily to some drivers than others, but these attributes are so important to safe driving that it's vital for every driver to make the effort to keep working on them. Take pride in your driving and remember that, even if you've been driving for years, there's always something to learn. Responsibility as a responsible driver, you must always be concerned for the safety of yourself, your passengers, all other road users. Your passengers, be aware of any particular needs of your passengers. For example, if they have mobility problems or are suffering from an illness that might require additional attention. Be aware also of your responsibilities regarding the use of seatbelts by your passengers. Other road users, be tolerant. Remember that everyone is entitled to use the road. This may mean making allowances for other road users from time to time, particularly the most vulnerable, such as children and older people, people with disabilities, cyclists and motorcyclists, people in charge of animals. Look around you and plan your actions well ahead to avoid causing danger or inconvenience. In this way you can avoid the temptation to act hastily, perhaps with dire consequences. Be responsible by recognizing your own limitations and those of others. Remember, the responsibility for safe driving rests with you. Concentration to be able to drive safely in today's traffic conditions, You must have 100% concentration. If you let your mind wander, even for a moment, the risk of making a mistake is increased enormously, and mistakes frequently lead to incidents. Avoid driving if you are feeling tired or unwell, thinking about something else, upset or annoyed, suffering stress of any kind. If you have to drive under any of these conditions, try to give yourself more time to react. Concentration is the key to anticipation and is helped by having good vision, good hearing, good health, self-discipline. If you have any in-vehicle systems such as satellite navigation, congestion warning, or a vehicle management system, don't let these divert your attention from driving or reduce your concentration. Restrict any visual or manual interaction with the system to an absolute minimum. In the interests of safety, you should find an appropriate, safe and legal place to stop before making any adjustments. While on the move, don't make or answer phone calls or texts, use iPods or generic M-Pages. 3 players look at road maps or route guidance and navigation systems. Get distracted when tuning the radio or changing CD. Let conversation distract you. An argument with your passengers can be particularly distracting. Listen to loud music or use headphones of any kind, as these can mask other sounds. Be distracted by eating, drinking, even non-alcoholic drinks or smoking. In addition, don't stick non-essential stickers on the windows of your vehicle. They can restrict your viewing objects in your vehicle. Example: dolls, dice, where they might distract you and restrict your view. Passengers can be a major source of distraction, particularly if they've been drinking or taking drugs. However, it can also be distracting even if they're just talking to you, using a mobile phone or moving around unnecessarily. Mobile phones: you must not use a handheld mobile phone or other similar device when driving, except to call 999 or 112, which is a genuine emergency when it's unsafe or impractical to stop. Using any phone or microphone, even if it's hands-free, can also divert your attention from the road. It's far safer not to use any phone while driving. Find a safe place to stop before making a call. Use voicemail to receive calls and make regular stops to retrieve messages. Driving requires all of your attention, all of the time. These rules apply even if you are not driving but are supervising a learner driver. Anticipation in driving means planning well ahead and acting promptly to deal with the changes going on around you. It should, with experience, become almost an automatic reaction. It's the hallmark of a good driver. You need to continually question the actions of other road users. If you plan ahead and try to anticipate the actions of others, you can avoid being taken by surprise, prevent some hazards developing, save fuel by anticipating situations early so that you can plan your approach and therefore keep moving when it's safe to do so. Take early evasive action with regard to those hazards that do develop. Anticipation and good planning are essential to developing defensive driving techniques. Patience. It said that patience is a virtue, and this is certainly true when you are driving. Sadly, incompetence, bad manners and aggression seem to be commonplace on our roads, but they're no excuse for this type of behavior when driving. You shouldn't let bad driving behavior by other road users lead to conflict. If you do, you are well on the way to an incident. Be prepared to make allowances for someone else's mistakes. In everyone's interest, try to ignore their behavior. Don't drive in a spirit of retaliation or competition. Use aggressive language or gestures. Try to teach another road user a lesson, even if they cost you inconvenience. To keep calm, show restraint, use sound judgment. There's no better lesson than a good example. Learner drivers: be patient if the vehicle ahead of you is being driven by a learner. They may not be as skillful at anticipating and responding to events as a more experienced driver. Remember, not every vehicle showing L plates, T plates in Wales is fitted with dual controls, and the person accompanying the driver might not be a professional.
木萧哥
Don't
哥，
drive up close behind, rev the engine, become impatient if the other vehicle is slow to move off, anticipate that they might stall, overtake only to cut in again sharply. Expect a learner to make mistakes and allow for them. Don't harass them. Learners may not take the action you expect. Remember that it takes them longer to do things. Don't forget we were all learners once. Drivers who have recently passed their test may be displaying a green P plate or other warning sign. Older drivers, although they have the experience, the reactions of older drivers may be slower than those of younger drivers. Make allowances for this.
师傅，
Confidence. This is
我已
all
经知
part
道
of a driver attitude and
我的
is
杀父仇
closely
人不是
related
木
to
萧。
skill, judgment, experience. New drivers will naturally be unsure of
是你。
themselves, but confidence will grow with
我父亲
experience.
修炼你的神秘
A
魔
good
功而死。
driver will avoid being overconfident, as this only leads to carelessness. Good habits and thoughtful behavior can help ensure that both you and your passengers arrive safely.
李雪感恩师傅的
If you
重
be
生之恩，
upset by the
师
bad
傅的养育
behavior
者。
of another driver,
如今
try not
我
to
已经帮
react.
师傅养好了病情
If
符，
necessary, slow down
请
to
师傅从
calm
我体内
down,
拨出吧。
even if you
这
feel
样，
like making a more
我跟师
aggressive
傅的恩宠
response. Consider stopping to
两清。
take a break. While you upset, you vulnerable. Your powers of concentration, anticipation, and observation are likely to be much reduced, making a road traffic incident much more likely. Be prepared to make allowances for someone else's mistakes. Remember, your actions can affect the actions of other drivers. Lack of consideration can have dangerous consequences. Obey the rules set out in the highway code. Relax, give yourself plenty of time. Make yourself comfortable. Keep your mind on your driving. The better you feel, the easier your journey will be. Consideration. It helps other drivers if you don't try to dominate the road. So don't cut across the path of other vehicles, rush through traffic, change your mind at the last minute, use aggressive language or gestures. Calm down. Irritation and anger, for whatever reason, are dangerous. They can cause mistakes, and mistakes
你
lead
们
to
说，莫
incidents.
萧哥哥把自己关在那个
If
结
you
界
get
里，
angry,
在干什么
take
呢？
time to compose
少主，
yourself
现
before
在
a
少长们干
journey.
什么都不重要，
Don't
最
jump
重要的
into your
是
vehicle when
他
you
为什么
be
要把自己
angry.
关起来啊？
Wait until you
少长们
calm
好像
down.
很伤心的样
The
子，
chance of an incident is too great
也
to
不知道
risk
发生了什
driving
么。
under such
他为什么
pressure.
伤心啊？少
Plan
长们
your
若一直
journey,
这
give
样，
yourself plenty of
若是被长
time
们
for
发
your
现了，
journey.
你还真不愧是铁律
Hurrying
门出来
leads
的
to。mistakes,
谢
and
少主，
mistakes
我
lead
跟
to
子木说着玩
incidents.
呢。
If it's a long journey, plan enough time for breaks and refreshment. If you have a satellite navigation system, program it before you start your journey. Don't rely on it exclusively, as it may have out-of-date or incomplete information at any given time. Use road and street maps before you set out, or check your route from the internet. Planning your journey to take the best route can also help you save fuel. Getting lost can also lead to frustration and loss of concentration. Avoid rush hours around major cities if you can. Before you set out, plan your journey by visiting www.gov.uk or check the Highways Agency smartphone apps for live traffic
蜀山
updates.
认定天行教为
You
魔
could
教，
also
结
listen
识
to
因为父亲与
local
崇
and
光合
national
作，
radio for news
又
of
修炼了神
roadworks
秘
and
魔功。
traffic
而现
congestion.
在，此
The
功法
weather,
不知道教众还有
is
没
an
有修行的，
important factor
我们
when
这
you
次回
eat
去一
driving.
定要查清楚。
If it really
让天
bad,
行教重
it
归正道。
might be best to
上号新主，
postpone your
尊
trip
主请
or
你
use
过去。
public transport. Always
走吧。
try to avoid driving in thick fog or icy conditions.
放心吧，
It's a much greater strain, and the risk of a road traffic incident is far higher. Many
请师傅
drivers
成
run
全。
into difficulties in
当然
very
不是，
bad weather.
我现在
Follow
只
the
是想做
weather
回真正的凤梨
forecasts
雪。
and general advice to
不，我现在是
drivers
崇
through
光的弟
local
子，
and
少
national
号宫新
media.
主，而我要做
Animals
的
keep
是
animals
天行
under
教少主
control.
凤梨雪。
Don't allow animals loose in the vehicle. Don't leave animals in a vehicle for any length of time, especially in hot weather. Never allow animals loose on the public road, they can cause incidents. Driving close to home. Many incidents happen close to home on regular daily or routine journeys. If you drive to work every day, don't leave yourself the bare minimum of time to get there. More haste, less speed. Don't let familiarity with your home area and surroundings lead you to start taking risks simply because you feel you know every detail. Remember that strangers won't have the benefit of local knowledge, so they might drive more cautiously than you feel they should. Healthy onset. All drivers must be able to read, in good daylight, post 2001 number plate from 20 meters, with glasses or corrective lenses if necessary. If glasses or corrective lenses are required to read the number plate, they must be used while driving or riding. For more information on driver's eyesight requirements, please see www.gov.uk. Fitness to drive. You must be medically fit to drive. Understand that some medicines shouldn't be taken if you intend to drive. Notify the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency DVLA in Swansea, Driver and Vehicle Agency in Northern Ireland if your health is likely to affect your ability to drive either now or, because of a worsening condition, in the future. Don't drive if you are feeling tired or unwell. Even a cold can make it unsafe for you to drive. If you find you are losing concentration or not feeling well, keep your speed down and give yourself
师
more
傅他
time
同意
to
让我回
react.
天信教了。
Physical fitness and mobility are also important. Make sure that you have full control of your vehicle at all times. Remember that a twisted ankle can reduce pedal including brake control. A stiff neck can make it difficult to look behind when reversing or checking blind spots. Alcohol will seriously reduce your judgment and ability to drive safely. You must be aware that to drive with alcohol in your blood is extremely dangerous, and carries severe penalties if you drive or attempt to drive while over the legal limit. If you drink in the evening, you might still be over the legal limit and unfit to drive the following morning.
此生还能
Alcohol
剩下
may
什么？
remain in the body for around 24 to 48 hours. Your ability to react quickly may be reduced and the effects may still be evident the next morning.
把你
Your
留在
body
心里，
tissues actually need up to
是我此
48
生唯一
hours
的
to
慰藉。
recover. The only safe
我怎
limit
能将你
ever
过去？
is a zero limit. You must not drive if your breath alcohol level is higher than 35 micrograms or 100 milliliters, equivalent to a blood alcohol level of 80 micrograms or 100 milliliters. Remember, be safe.
不能忘，
If you drink, don't drive.
不能忘，
If you drive, don't drink. Illegal drugs. Driving when you eat under the influence of illegal drugs is an offense. You and USTN take any of the drugs that are generally accepted as N substances while driving or before you intend to drive. Unlike alcohol, the effects of which last for about 24 to 48 hours, the effects of drugs can be unpredictable and you may not be aware of them. The direct effects of some drugs can last up to 72 hours. The effects can be even more serious than alcohol, and may result in a fatal or serious road traffic incident. Medicines. Check any medicine you be taking to see if it affects your ability to drive. Even medicines for coughs and hay fever can make you drowsy. Read the label and follow any recommendations given. Consult your doctor or pharmacist if you are not sure. If still in doubt, don't drive. After a shock or bereavement can badly upset your concentration. In this situation, avoid driving altogether. Are you comfortable? Make sure you are feeling comfortable. Wear sensible clothing for driving, especially on a long journey. Shoes are particularly important. High heels and slippery soles can be dangerous on the pedals. Shoes that are too wide, or that easily fall off, can be just as dangerous. It's a good idea to keep a suitable pair of shoes in your vehicle, just for driving. Fatigue driving while you eat tired increases your risk of being
这样你就不
involved
能
in a
让病情
collision.
复合体，
Don't begin a journey if you
你若
feel
让病
tired.
情
Make
复
sure
合
you
体，
get a good night's sleep
你自己
before
就会种
starting
下
a
忘
long
情谷。
journey. Try
到
to
时候
avoid driving between
我们就会
midnight
忘了
and
彼
7
此。
a.m. because this is when the body clock is in a daily trough. If you
就当
begin
你
to
从未
feel
认识过
sleepy,
我父亲，
stop in a safe place before
就
you
当你
get to
从
the
未从
stage
茅
of
山上
fighting
救下
sleep.
过
Sleep can come upon you more quickly than you would
我们的
imagine.
缘。
You must not stop on the hard shoulder of a motorway to rest. If it not possible to stop immediately, open a window for fresh air. Stop as soon as it's safe and legal to do so.
我无法
The
恨
most effective ways to counter sleepiness are caffeine and a short nap. The combination of a caffeinated drink, for example, 2 cups of caffeinated coffee, followed by a short nap of up to 15 minutes, is particularly effective. This is because caffeine takes 20 to 30 minutes to be absorbed and act on the brain, hence the opportunity for a nap. On a motorway, pull in at the nearest service area or leave the motorway. Do not pull up on the hard shoulder just to rest. Don't drive for too long without taking a break. Your concentration will be much better if you plan regular stops for rest and refreshments. It recommended that you take a break of at least 15 minutes after every 2 hours of driving. This is especially important at night. Learner driver's attitude is critical to a new driver approach, both to their own driving and to the actions and mistakes of other road users. If you are a novice, you need to use your sense of responsibility, patience and courtesy to develop the skills necessary to become a good driver. A great deal of what you will learn will depend on your instructor. Planned tuition. A planned approach to learning is essential, particularly in the early stages. Each lesson should be matched to your needs and abilities. There are no shortcuts to becoming a good defensive driver. Who should teach you? The best way to learn is by having regular planned lessons with a good professional instructor. As much practice as
师兄
possible.
来，
Once
把药
you
服
understand the basics,
慢
it's a
点。
good idea to combine professional instruction with as much practice
好的，
as you can
那我
with
告诉你，
relatives and friends.
你可千万别告诉爹
If
和
you
长
pay
辈是我啊。
someone for tuition, they must be an approved
其实
driving instructor, a
其
DI
实
car or a
莫萧
trainee
哥哥
license
是路
holder.
上苏玉山就李雪
Approved
去了，
driving instructor
没
car
有
and
和他
a
忘我
DI
情
must
谊，
pass a
是我
rigorous
和凌云
3-part
一起请了
examination
师
to
不救，
qualify of
给
their
陆
name
师兄
entered
演
on
了
the
场
register
戏。
held by
哥，你可千
DSA.
万别说出去
Display
啊！
a green
这次
ADI
莫萧哥哥
identification
太可怜了，
certificate on the
没有
one
救回
screen
李
of
雪，
the
他
tuition
半年聚
vehicle
会的
reach
消
and
沉了3日
maintain
才
the
重振精
standards
神的。
required by DSA. Some trainee instructors who haven't yet completed the qualifying examination are granted a trainee license to enable them to gain instructional experience. This is a pig identification certificate which must be displayed on the windscreen of the tuition vehicle. How to choose an ADI? Ask friends and relatives. Choose an instructor who has a good reputation, who reliable and punctual, whose vehicle suits you. Visit www.gov.uk for more information on ADI grading. Take advice from your ADI on all aspects of driving, what books to read or what DVD, downloads, CD-ROMs, ebooks and apps are available when you will be ready for the driving test. How to practice. The official syllabus. If you learn with an ADI, make sure that they cover the official syllabus fully. See the book, The Official DSA Guide to Learning to Drive. The syllabus is also shown in the driver record. The driver record, which also helps you to monitor your progress, is available from your ADI or downloadable from www.gov.uk since October 2010. All practical driving tests have included a period of independent driving. This assesses your ability to drive on your own while making decisions for yourself without instruction. The examiner will be looking for evidence that you have the required skills, knowledge and attitude to be a safe driver. This or profoundly, because driving a vehicle is precisely what you will be able to do as soon as you pass your driving test. This section will last for around 10 minutes, during which you will be asked to drive following traffic signs to a destination or drive following a series of verbal directions or a combination of both. Accompanying a learner. If you accompanying a learner, you should try to encourage confidence. It's also important not to put them in a situation that requires more skill than they can be expected to show. Don't let them try to run before they can walk. Overestimating a learner's skill could lead to disturbing incidents for both the learner and other road users. This can set back the learner progress and also be dangerous. Beware that anyone supervising a learner must be at least 21 years of age, have held for at least 3 years, and still hold a full EC or EEA license for the category of vehicle being driven. The book, The Official DSA Guide to Learning to Drive, includes a section which will assist you in understanding what a learner driver needs to practice and will alert you to the hazards you may encounter when accompanying a learner driver. Learning by example. The inexperienced often learn by example. They should, therefore, be shown how to drive with quiet confidence. Have examples of bad driving explained and not excused. Be discouraged from developing bad habits and using excuses such as, "Very old Alex does it, so why shouldn't I?" Learn from the good example that you demonstrate. Taking on too much. The enthusiastic learner should be very careful not to take on too much. Overconfidence can lead to carelessness, risk-taking and, sometimes, tragic incidents. The training vehicle. A vehicle being driven by a learner must display L plates or D plates in Wales, which should be removed or covered at all other times. If you own a car or intend to buy one, it might be best to find a driving school that uses a similar model. At a later stage, it might also be possible to have lessons in your own car. Avoid using a different vehicle for practice in the early stages. The controls and feel of the car will be so different that it might hinder rather than assist progress. Avoid fixing L plates, D plates to the windscreen or back window. They restrict your view. New drivers, young and inexperienced drivers, are more vulnerable on the roads. They can often be involved in incidents early in their driving careers, sometimes tragically so. Such incidents can usually be attributed to the natural exuberance of youth, immaturity, and inability to cope with the serious nature of driving, showing off to friends, egging on by passengers looking for excitement, competitive behavior, racing, and so on. Lack of experience and judgment, especially when driving high-performance cars, being overconfident of their own ability. If you are a new driver, avoid driving too fast. Speed can kill reckless driving. Drive with consideration and care, showing off. If you want to impress your friends, show them how safe a driver you are. Being wound up, keep calm. Learn to ignore the stupidity of others and aggressive attitude and behavior. Again, stay calm and save loud music. This could interfere with your concentration or with your hearing at a critical moment. Driving beyond your capabilities. Always leave yourself a safety margin. Being distracted by passengers. Above all, be responsible and always show courtesy and consideration to other road users. Your life and the lives of others could depend on it. False perceptions. Many younger drivers wrongly believe that fast reactions and the ability to handle their vehicle will make them a good and safe driver. They fail to recognize that driving skill alone won't prevent road traffic incidents. Having the right attitude and a sound knowledge of defensive driving techniques is essential. Past plus new drivers can take further training after they pass their test. Remember, be safe, don't take risks. The Pass Plus scheme was created by DSA for new drivers who would like to improve their basic skills and safely widen their driving experience. If you take the Pass Plus course, you may also receive reduced insurance premiums. Ask your ADI for details of the scheme or visit www.gov.uk for more information. Advanced driving courses. Other
尊主10年前就
organizations
想
offer
不过是
courses
想
in
让字母
advanced
拼清符合
driving
体
techniques.
也正是因为如此
Older
才要
drivers,
引你大
although
婚
experienced,
届
older
时
drivers
尊
can
主就会
also
获
be
得无上神
vulnerable,
力
but for
功
different
法大增
reasons. The natural and gradual deterioration in physical fitness and ability that comes with age can seriously affect judgment and concentration. If you an older driver, be responsible and have your eyesight checked regularly, including your night vision. Don't drive if you feel unwell. Take care when judging the speed of oncoming traffic at junctions. If in doubt, wait. Don't make hasty maneuvers. Look, assess and decide before you act. Keep
居然
concentrating
新主
on
不
your
好生待
driving
在幺零
always.
宫，
Find a
来这儿
safe
了？
place to stop and
我
rest
是来
if you
探望
feel
急行主的。
tired. Keep up to date
看
with the
我？
changes to rules and regulations. For example, new
我
road
和虚元
markings
新
and
主共闯
signs.
酒店密室，
Study the current
崇
edition
光
of
却
the
只
highway
将我
code
关
and
进了
put the
魔域。
advice it gives into practice.
虚元
Take
新
extra
主
care
心
and
中
your
不安，
reactions might not be
特
as
来
quick
安
as they
抚
used
吗？
to be.
急行主心中不必
Remember,
愤懑，
recognize your own
崇光为众
limitations
凡入，
and don't take
完全
risks.
是念在先尊主的情
Disabled
分上。
drivers' advances in modern
急行主的所作
technology
所为，
offer many more
皆为天魔
disabled
族的
people
未
the
来。
chance to drive, and
当年，
all standard
你追
vehicles
随
can
夜
be
月，
modified
为
for a
我们天魔族
disabled
立下过汗马
driver.
功劳。
Many
就算是为
cars
了
are
夜月，
available with automatic
我对急行
transmission
主
and power
也
assisted
是一直
steering
感
to
怀在
help the
心的。
disabled driver. Modifications. These can include hand controls for braking and acceleration
在
steering
星
and
落信中，
secondary control aids, left foot
一直是
accelerator
新主为
conversions,
尊后
clutch
相待。
conversions, parking brake devices,
星
additional
落只
car
希望
mirror
尊
seat
后
belt modifications,
能
harnesses,
重拾当
special
年辅佐
seating,
先尊主的
wheelchair
心情，
stowage equipment. For the
重振
more
天魔
severely
教，
disabled driver, joystick and foot steering.
绝不能让尊主
A
只为一直
four-way
让崇光霸
joystick
占
can
着。
now be used to steer,
先尊主曾有
accelerate
一
and
命，
brake in
魔
for
尊
red
之位，
remote control
有崇光
systems
带
which
着。
enable a driver to enter a
只要我
vehicle
找回我
and
和叶
drive
渊的
from a
孩子，
wheelchair with complete
他崇光
independence.
必然该交
Assessment
还天魔
driving
教。
assessment centers for disabled
虚元新
persons
主
are
是有什么消
available
息了
to
吗？
test driving ability, give advice
急
on
行
the
主，
sort of controls and
只
adaptations
管放
needed
宽
to
心，
drive
在为机
safely
械
and
实
in
施。
comfort.
但时机成
Although
熟
this
时，
is and exhaustive,
我一定会亲
visit
自接你出去。
mobilitycenters.org.uk/find a center for a complete list. You could also visit mobility.co.uk for information about financing modifications and
师兄，
adaptations.
时辰
The
到了，
major motoring organizations and some motor
我得给你施针了。
manufacturers offer
师
special
兄，
services for
目前
disabled
你身子里
drivers.
面的毒气并没有根除，
Advances in
所以
modern
你才会体弱无
technology
力。
offer
你
many
要知
more
道，
disabled
我必须得
people
以
the
掌门
chance
师
to
兄为主。
drive, and
至于
all
少长们那
standard
边，还有神医
vehicles
看
can be
护，暂
modified
时是
for
用
a
不上我这个炼
disabled
丹老道
driver.
的。
Many cars are available with automatic transmission and
少长们醒了吗？
power-assisted steering to
没有。
help the disabled
子苏，
driver.
少长们不会还有别的伤你
Modifications
没看
these
出
can
来吧？
include hand controls for
不应
braking
该
and
啊。
acceleration
我去看
steering
看。
and secondary control aids, left foot accelerator conversions, clutch conversions, parking brake devices, additional car mirror seat belt modifications, harnesses, special
少长们。
seating, wheelchair stowage equipment. For the more severely disabled driver, joystick and foot steering. A four-way
不知道啊，
joystick can
少
now
长们
be
一直在
used
屋
to
里都没声
steer,
响，是吧，
accelerate
子墨？
and brake infrared remote
少长
control
们
systems
不
which
会又去
enable
苏
a
玉山了吧？
driver to enter a vehicle
自从
and
凤梨
drive
雪
from
出
a
现，
wheelchair
他冲动
with
的时候还
complete
少吗？
independence. Assessment driving assessment centers for disabled persons are available to test driving ability, give advice on the sort of controls and adaptations needed to drive safely and in comfort. Visit mobility-centers.org.uk/find a center for a complete list. You could also visit mobility.co.uk for
做得不错，
information
那我
about
也
financing
想领你一个这个吧，
modifications and adaptations.
兔子吃的。
The major motoring organizations and some motor manufacturers offer special services for disabled drivers. Parking concessions. Severely disabled persons might qualify for parking concessions. Contact your local authority to apply for the Blue Badge Scheme or visit www.gov.uk for more information. Section 2. The River and the Law. This section covers your driving license, insurance, vehicle registration certificate, V5C, vehicle excise duty, vehicle test certificate, roadworthiness, the highway code, seat belts, loading your vehicle, your driving license. Driving any vehicle carries with it legal requirements, and you must satisfy some of these before you begin to drive on the public road. Others apply after you start to drive. For the category of vehicle you intend to drive, you must have one of the following: a valid provisional driving license, a valid full driving license, or, in certain circumstances, a signed, valid international driving permit IDPA full driving license issued outside the UK. Your age: you must be at least 17 years of age to drive a car. As an exception, if you receiving higher rate disability living allowance, you can start driving at 16. Provisional license. Driving licenses are issued by the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency DVLA or DVA in Northern Ireland. The application form D1 can be obtained from any license issuing post office. Alternatively, you can apply for a provisional license online at gov.uk. These forms need to be sent to the appropriate office as detailed on the form. You must enclose the required passport type photographs, as all provisional licenses now issued are photo card licenses. When you receive your provisional license, check that all details are correct. L plates, D plates. In Wales you must display L plates, D plates which conform to legal specifications, and which are clearly visible from both in front of the vehicle and from behind the vehicle. If the vehicle is not being driven by a learner driver, the L plates, D plates should be removed or covered. Your accompanying driver: you must be accompanied by a driver who at least 21 years old and who holds a full EC/EA license for that type of car, manual or automatic, and has held one for at least the last 3 years. Motorways. Holders of provisional car and motorcycle licenses aren't allowed to drive on a motorway. Full license. To obtain your full license, you must pass a theory test, followed by a practical test for the category of vehicle you wish to drive. You will then be able to drive unaccompanied and on a motorway. Your car license also allows you to drive a light van of up to 3.5 tons maximum laden weight, but different speed limits apply to vans over 2 tons maximum laden weight. Photo card licenses. Since 1998, photo card licenses have been issued to anyone applying for a new or replacement license. This is made up of 2 parts, the license and the counterpart. If you've been issued with a photo card license, you must always be able to produce the counterpart if requested by a police officer. Changes to your driving license. If you change your name and/or address, you must complete the details on your license and send it to DVLA, Swansea, SA991B and DVA-HNI, or you can do this online at gov.uk. Visitors and new residents. Visitors. If you a visitor to the UK, you is allowed to drive on your current license or permit for up to a year after your latest entry into the country. New residents. If you come to live in Britain, you may drive for up to 1 year on your foreign license. If you come from certain designated countries, you may exchange your license for a British one within 5 years of becoming a resident. However, if your full EC/EEA license remains valid, you need not exchange it but may drive until you reach the age at which British renewal becomes necessary. If you come from a country outside the EC/EEA or from a non-designated country, you can obtain a full British license by applying for a British provisional license and passing a British driving test. Further information can be found in leaflet D100 available from main post offices or fact sheet arriving in Great Britain as a visitor or new resident available from DVLA on 087024000009.
我选择的路
Insurance
又何时
you
好
would be
走过？
very irresponsible to
蜀山认
drive
定天
without
行教为魔巧，
insurance.
皆是因为父亲与
Illegal
崇光
and
合作，
should you cause
又修
injury
炼了
to
神秘武
anyone or
功。
damage to
而现
property,
在，
it
此
could be
功法不知道教
expensive
主
and
还有没有
result
修
in
行。
criminal
我们这次
prosecution.
回去一定要查清
Uninsured
楚，
drivers
让
can
天
now
行
be
教重归正
detected
道。
by the police and
上号新主，
roadside
尊主
automatic
请你过
number
去。
plate recognition ANPR cameras as they link to the motor insurance database.
放
The
心吧，
penalties for uninsured drivers included a fine of up to £5,000, 6 to 8 penalty
请
points
师傅
on your
成全。
license, possible
当然不是，
disqualification. Your
我现
vehicle
在
can be seized
只是
by
想
the
做回真正的
police,
凤梨雪。
taken away and
不，
crushed.
我现在是崇光
Before
的
you
弟子，
take a vehicle
少号
on
公新
public
主，
roads,
而我要
buy
做的
insurance
是
cover.
天行教少主
You
凤梨
can
雪。
arrange this with an insurance company, a broker or via a comparison website. If your vehicle is off the road or unused, it must still be covered by insurance or have a statutory off-road notification SOR and displayed. Types of insurance: third-party cover. This is the legal minimum and the cheapest insurance cover. The third party is anyone you might injure or whose property you might damage. UE not covered for damage to your vehicle or injury to yourself. Third party, fire and theft. This is the same as third party, except that it also covers you against your vehicle being stolen or damaged by fire. This is the best type of insurance, but the most expensive. Apart from covering other persons and property for injury and damage, it also covers damage to your vehicle. The cost of insurance varies, depending on your age. The younger you are, the more it will cost, especially if you are under 25. Whether you is completed the Pass Plus scheme, how long you've been driving the make and power of your vehicle, where you live and keep your car overnight, how you intend to use your vehicle, any court convictions and fixed penalty offenses, any no claims discount you earn. It can also vary from one insurer to another, so it pays to shop around. You must answer all questions on the insurance application honestly, as, in the event of a claim, your policy could be worthless if the insurance company discovers that you haven't told the truth. They then have the right to void the policy, which would leave you open to prosecution for being uninsured. For example, a young person is committing fraud if they state that an older, more experienced driver is the main user of their vehicle to reduce the cost of their cover.
去吧。
This is known as rotting, and insurance companies look out for it. What insure? This also varies from company to company. Read your insurance policy carefully and ask your insurer or broker if you are in any doubt. Otherwise you might have difficulties when you claim. If you do make a claim, you will often have to pay around the first 50 of the cost yourself. This is called the XCESS and can double for young and inexperienced drivers. Buy the best policy you can afford. It could be the cheapest in the long run. Remember, when you drive someone else's vehicle, check your insurance cover. You probably only covered for third-party risks. You might not be covered at all. The certificate of insurance, this short and simple document, shows to insure to drive the vehicle cover, the period of cover, what the vehicle can and can be used for, whether they're covered to drive other vehicles. Sometimes a broker will give you a temporary certificate or cover note while you'll be waiting for the certificate. A cover note normally lasts for 1 month. Showing your certificate, keep the certificate safe and produce it if the police ask you to when you renew your vehicle excise license at a post office if you be involved in an incident. The policy document, this contains the full details of the contract between you and the insurance company and how to claim. Insurance companies also supply a summary of cover showing the main cover, terms and conditions. If there's anything you don't understand, Ask your broker or the insurance company to explain. New legislation is to be introduced, which means that it will be an offense to keep an uninsured vehicle, rather than just to drive when uninsured. Continuous insurance enforcement CIP will complement and run alongside existing roadside enforcement. Drivers will be notified in writing that their vehicle appears to be uninsured. If they fail to insure the vehicle, they will be fined. If the vehicle still remains uninsured, it could be seized and destroyed. Vehicles with a valid SORN won't be required to be insured. Vehicle Registration Certificate V5C. A Vehicle Registration Certificate V5C, also known as a logbook, contains information about the vehicle. It shows the name and address of the vehicle, registered keeper, information about the vehicle, including the make, model and engine size, the date the vehicle was first registered. The registered keeper is the person who is responsible for taxing the vehicle, although they may not be the legal owner. If you are the registered keeper of a vehicle, it's your responsibility to keep the details of your V5C up to
这样你
date.
就不能让冰
You
清复
must
合
tell
体。
DVLA when you change address, you change name, you change any of the details of your vehicle. Example, color, you no longer have the vehicle. You can update your V5C by filling in the relevant section and sending the whole form to DVLA, who will issue a new V5C informing DVLA ensures your V11 tax reminder is sent to the correct address, enabling you to tax your vehicle. When a vehicle is sold, both the seller and the buyer must complete and sign the V5C, and the seller must send the relevant part of the V5C to DVLA. The seller is still responsible for the vehicle until they received a disposal acknowledgement letter from DVLA. You can get more information about the V5C on the form itself, or from gov.uk. If you lose or mislay your V5C, you can request a replacement from DVLA, although a fee may be charged. Remember, the registered keeper is responsible for informing DVLA in the event of any changes to their name, address, or details of the vehicle. The registered keeper must notify DVLA when they no longer have a vehicle. The V5CISN proof of ownership. Vehicle excise duty. This is often called car tax or vehicle licensing. You can buy a tax disc vehicle license for 6 or 12 months. The tax disc must be displayed on the vehicle. Any vehicle exempt from duty must display a no tax disc. A tax disc must be transferred to another vehicle. The registered keeper of a vehicle, the person named on DVLA record, remains responsible for taxing a vehicle or making a SORN until that liability is formally transferred to a new keeper. The keeper needs to inform DVLA when the vehicle is off the road, or has been sold, transferred, scrapped or exported, otherwise they remain liable for taxing it. Once DVLA has been notified about a sale or transfer, or that the vehicle is off-road, it will issue an acknowledgement letter, which should be kept as proof that the vehicle record has been changed.
师兄，
If you don't relicense your vehicle, keepers who fail to relicense their vehicle or declare SORN will incur an
好吧
automatic，
那我告
penalty.
诉你，你可千万
DVLA
别告诉
will
爹和
carry
长
out
辈
a
是不？
computer check each month to identify those
其实
vehicles without a valid tax
其实
disc.
莫萧哥
Although
哥
it no
是路
longer
上送一山
necessary
就
for
淋
the
雪去了。
vehicle to be seen on a
没有
public
和他
road
毫无
before a
求疑
penalty is
是我和凌
issued,
云
on
一
road
起请了师
enforcement
不
will
救，
still
给
continue.
陆师兄演了
To
场
apply
戏。
for your tax
哥，你可
disc
千万
to
别说出
ensure
去啊！
your tax disc
这
is
次
up to date,
莫萧
fill
哥
in
哥
the
太可怜
relevant
了，
section of
没
the
有救回
renewal
李雪，
reminder
他半
form
年聚会的消沉了
V11,
3日
or
才重振
apply
精
for
神
a
呢。
new tax disc by filling in form V10. You will also need to produce your vehicle registration certificate or the tear-off slip V5C/2 within 2 months of date of purchase. In both cases, take the completed form to a license issuing post office to obtain your tax disc. You will also need to produce a valid certificate of insurance and MOT certificate if the vehicle is over 3 years old. Some vehicles may be covered by other requirements. Alternatively, you can apply online at gov.uk, telephone 0300123432 and Minicom 030079062001. Statutory off-road notification SORN. If you don't intend to use or keep the vehicle on a public road, you can declare SORN and then you don't have to pay road tax. Your SORN declaration is valid for 12 months provided the vehicle is kept off-road. Failure to renew it or relicense will incur a penalty. You can declare SORN by applying online at gov.uk, contacting DVLA on 0300123432 or Minicom 030079062001, filling in a SORN declaration form B890 and sending it to DVLA. These forms are available from all DVLA local offices, license issuing post office branches, or by downloading from gov.uk, filling in the relevant section whenever you arrive, taking it to a license issuing post office branch, making a declaration of application for refund forms P14 and P3. Also applying for a refund in the vehicle is to remain in your possession. Contacting the main DVLA switchboard on 030079066801 if you the vehicle registered keeper. Remember, if your vehicle is unused or off the road, it must have either a SORN declaration or some valid insurance. If you have neither, and ignore any subsequent reminders sent to you as the registered keeper, then you risk a fixed penalty fine of £100, court prosecution, and a fine of up to £1,000, having the vehicle clamped, seized and destroyed. Vehicle test certificate. The MOT test applies to all motor vehicles 3 years old and over. The purpose of the MOT test is to ensure that your vehicle key safety and environmental systems and components meet the required minimum legal standards. The test must be carried out every year by a vehicle testing station appointed by the Vehicle Operator Services Agency (VOSA), an executive agency of the Department for Transport. For details of VOSA belonging to MOT Text Reminder Service, see gov.uk. Vehicles that must be tested. If your vehicle is more than 3 years old, you must have a current MOT test certificate. You won't be able to renew your vehicle excise license without it. Note: certain vehicles, including the following, MU Street be tested 1 year after registration and annually thereafter. Large goods vehicles LGV over 3.5 tons gross weight, passenger carrying vehicles PCV with more than 8 seats, ambulances, taxis. Remember, you can have your vehicle tested as much as 1 month before the current certificate runs out. The expiry date of the new certificate will be 1 year after the expiry date of the old one. Failure: if your vehicle fails its MOT and you want to continue to use it, you must make arrangements to have the necessary repairs carried out without delay. The vehicle must pass a retest before used on the road, except when driving it away from the testing station after failing the test. Driving to have the repairs carried out. Driving to an MO test appointment booked in advance. Even in these circumstances, you can still be prosecuted if your car is unroadworthy under the various regulations governing its construction and use. In addition, check that your insurance cover remains valid. You can go online at gov.uk to check your vehicle MOT status and history. Appeals: if you consider the vehicle has been incorrectly failed, you have the right to appeal. Information on how to appeal may be obtained at vehicle testing stations. Your certificate and MOT test certificate and a guarantee that the vehicle will remain roadworthy and comply with the minimum standards of the certificate. Neither does it
你既然
imply
已经
that
跟
the
莫萧
engine
走
and
了，
transmission
为什么又
systems
回
are
来？
in good
这
condition.
跟你有
These
关系吗？
items aren't critical
你
to
还真以为自
safety
己
and
是
are
尊后
uncovered by
啊？
the
你可
MOT
知尊主为
test.
何要娶你？
Please ask any vehicle
这
testing
跟你有什么
station
关系？
about the current test
你
and
不要以为尊
retest
主真的
fees.
喜欢你，
From
他费尽
November
心力娶你，
2012,
不过是因为
motor
你体内有
vehicles
一颗鳕鱼冰清
manufactured
符。
before 1960 will be exempted from the requirement to have an
原来你还不知
MOT,
道啊！
although they can
你的
still
父
be
亲奉行天，
submitted
当年
for
为
a
了救
test
你，献出了
voluntarily.
一只鳕鱼冰清
Owners
符，
are still
获得
legally
了尊主的
required
信
to
任。
ensure that these
可他
vehicles
竟然
are
狡
safe
猾地
and
隐瞒
in
了
a
冰清
proper
符本是子
condition
母
to
一
be
双的
on
事
the
实，
road.
只将母冰清
Exhaust
符给了
emission
尊主，
limits, remember,
而子
the
冰清
test
符
includes
却在
a
你的
strict
体。
exhaust emission test. This means your engine must be correctly tuned and adjusted. There are prescribed emission limits for vehicles with petrol engines registered after 1975, and the MOT test will check that these limits
爹，
aren't
陪
exceeded.
我玩吧。
Roadworthiness,
这
you
是什么呀？
must ensure that the vehicle
最
you
好吃
intend
的
to
糖果
drive
呀！
is legally roadworthy, has a current vehicle test
那
certificate
给我吃吧。
MOT if over the prescribed age, is properly licensed and has the correct tax disc displayed. The braking system, your brakes must be in good and efficient working order and correctly adjusted, including the parking brake, also known as the handbrake. Tires, all tires on the vehicle must meet current requirements. Lights/indicators, all lights, including lenses and reflectors, must be in working order, even during daylight hours. Exhaust, a silencer must be fitted which reduces noise to an acceptable level.
尊主10年前
For
救下你，
cars and light
不过
goods
是想让子母
vehicles,
冰清符合
exhaust
体。
emissions
也正是因为如
must
此，
exceed
才
the
要与你大
prescribed
婚。
limits.
届
Any
时，
MOT
尊主就会
testing
获得无
station
上
will
神
be
力，
able to tell
功
you
法
the
大增。
limits for your vehicle. For best fuel economy, have the engine tuned according to the manufacturer recommendations. Instruments and equipment, appropriate mirrors must be fitted. All instruments and equipment must be in good working order, including speedometer, horn windscreen wipers and washers. Vehicle modifications, some vehicle modifications, such as heavily tinted windows, may restrict vision. Others may potentially endanger
居然
pedestrians,
新主不
as
好
in the
生待在
case
药
of
灵
bull
宫，
bars.
怎么来这儿啊？
Disability modifications, if your
我是来探
vehicle
望
has
基金
been
主的。
adapted for your
看我？
disability, make sure that the modifications don't affect the safe
我
control
和
of the
虚元新
vehicle.
主共创组
The
点密
highway
室，
code, the highway code
崇光却
contains
只将
essential
我关
advice
进了
for
魔
all
域。
road users.
虚
A
元
set
新
of
主心
rules,
中
its
不安，
purpose is to prevent
特
road
兰安
traffic
抚吗？
incidents by ensuring
基金
that
主
we
心中
all
不必
adopt
愤
the
懑。
same rules when we
崇
use
光为
the
重罚
road.
于我，
Road
完全是
traffic
念在
law
先尊
has
主的情
developed
分上。
over the years into a
基
comprehensive
金主的
set
所
of
作所为，
rules, many
皆
with
为天魔族的
underpinning
未来。
legislation.
当
Use
年
of must or
你
must
追随
not
叶
and
渊，
read within a
为我
rule
们天魔
indicates
族立下
that
过汗马
direct
功劳。
legislation
就算是为
applies,
了叶
and
渊，
a reference to that
我对基
legislation
金主
also appears
也
beneath
是一
the
直感
rule.
怀在心的。
If you disobey these rules, you e committing a criminal offense. The Highway Code explains these
在星
rules
落
as
心中，
simply as possible and helps to make sure
一
they
直
be
视
fully
新主为尊
understood.
后相待。
Road traffic law changes from
星
time
落
to
只希
time,
望尊
and
后
so do the penalties for
能重拾
breaking it.
当年辅佐先尊
Make
主
sure
的
you
信
keep
心。
up to date. The
重
Highway
振天
Code
魔
is
教，
updated fairly frequently, and you should
绝
study
不能
and
让尊
apply
主
the
之位一直让
contents
崇
of
光
the
霸占
current
着。
edition.
先
Road
尊主才有
signs
义
and
务，
signals, you
魔
must
尊之
know
位
and comply
由
with
崇
all
光带着。
traffic signs and road markings
只要我找回
signals
我和叶
given
渊的
by
孩子，
police officers,
他崇
traffic
光
wardens, school
必然该交
crossing
还天魔
wardens,
教。
highways agency traffic
虚元新主是有什么
officers,
消息了吗？
vehicle and operator services
基金主
agency officials, and any other
是
authorized
官方关
person
系，
example
在为
road
机械事实，
workers operating top
但实际
slash
成熟时，
billboards, traffic signals at
我一定
junctions
会
and
亲自接你
crossroads,
出去的。
roadworks, narrow bridges, pedestrian crossings, fire and ambulance stations, level crossings, tramway, light rail transit crossings. Usually red flashing lights. Road
师兄，
safety in everyday
时辰到
driving.
了，
You need to follow the rules set down in
我
the
得给你
highway
施针
code
了。
for your own
师
safety
兄，
and that of all
目
road
前你
users.
身子里面的毒气
Even
并没有
if you
根除，
be an
所以你
experienced
才会体弱
driver,
无力。
you need to
你要
know
知
the
道，
highway
我必
code
须得以长
thoroughly
为师
and
兄为
apply
重。
it in your
至于
everyday
少长的那
driving.
边，他有神医看护
You，must
暂
not
时是用不
drive
上我这个炼丹
dangerously
老道的。
without due care and attention, without reasonable consideration for other road
少
users.
长们醒了吗？
Although
没有。
not all the
自
rules in
诉
the highway
少
code
长
are
您不会
legal
还有别的事儿你没看
requirements,
出来吧？
they can be used in court
不应该啊。
proceedings to establish
我去看看。
liability and support prosecutions under the traffic acts. Look on the highway code as an aid to safe driving. Don't look on it as a restriction. The
少长，
highway code is available as a book, an e-book, an iPhone app and an interactive CD-ROM as well as in British Sign Language.
不知道啊。少长们一直在屋里
Seatbelts
都没
save
声响，
lives and
是吧，
reduce
子
the
墨？
risk of injury.
少长们
Unless you
不会又去
exempt,
宿玉
you
山了吧？
must wear a seatbelt
自从
if
凤
one
梨雪
is
出现，
available.
他冲动的时候还
The
少吗？
following table summarizes the legal requirements for the wearing of seatbelts. It is important that seatbelts are always correctly adjusted and are comfortable, with both the lap belt and the diagonal belt where available, protecting the body. The driver is responsible for ensuring that all children under 14 years of age wear seatbelts or use an approved
做得
child
不错，
restraint.
那我也想赢你
Driver's
一个这
front
个吧。
seatbelt must be worn if
兔子吃
fitted.
的。
Children under 3 years old front seat with correct child restraint must be used. Correct child restraint must be used in the rear seat. The correct child restraint must be used. Children from 3rd birthday up to 1.35 meters in heights or 12th birthday, whichever they reach first in the front seat, the correct child restraint must be used. In the rear seat, the correct child restraint must be used where seat belts fitted. Children over 1.35 meters, approximately 4 feet 5 inches in heights, or 12 or 13 years in the front seat. Adult seat belt must be worn if available. In the rear seat, adult seat belt must be worn if available. Adult passengers aged 14 years and over in the front seat. Adult seat belt must be worn if available. In the rear, seat belts must be worn if available. If the correct child restraint is not available in a taxi, the child may travel unrestrained. If the correct child restraint is not available in a licensed taxi or private hire vehicle, or for reasons of unexpected necessity over a short distance, or where two occupied child restraints prevent fitment of a third, then an adult seat belt must be worn. You may temporarily release your seat belt while carrying out any maneuver involving reversing. However, you must refasten it once the maneuver has been completed. If an inertia reel seat belt has temporarily locked because the vehicle is parked on a gradient, you may move the vehicle. As soon as the mechanism has released itself, then you should stop and apply the belt. Carrying children, a child restraint appropriate to the child weight and size must be used when carrying children under 1.35 meters tall. Types of restraint include baby seat, child seat, booster seat, booster cushion. Child seat restraints must be correctly fitted in accordance with the manufacturer
我的杀父仇人
instructions.
不是莫小了。
If in doubt, seek specialist advice. Adults must not put one seat belt around both themselves and an
我父
infant
亲
on
修
their
炼你
lap.
的神秘魔功而
This
死，
DOES and comply with the law and could result in severe internal and or fatal crush injuries to the child in the event of a crash. When carrying children, you
李
should
雪感恩
also
师傅的
ensure
重生
that
之
they
恩。
kept
师傅的
under
养育之
control.
恩。
Child safety
如
door
今
locks are
我已
used
经帮师
where
傅养
fitted
好
they
了
don't
冰清
sit
服，
behind the rear seats in an
请师
estate
傅从我
car
体
or
内拨除。
hatchback, unless
这样，
a special child
我跟
seat
师
has
傅的
been
恩宠
fitted. Airbags. Rear-facing child seats must not be used in a seat protected by an airbag. In a collision, the airbag would hit the child seat with such a force that the child would almost certainly receive serious or fatal injuries. Loading your vehicle is your responsibility as a driver to ensure that your vehicle isn't overloaded. Never exceed the weight limits for your vehicle, as this can be dangerous. It will also mean that your vehicle uses more fuel as the engine has to work harder. You must also ensure that any load is fastened securely. DOES and obscure your view. DOES and stick out dangerously. Make sure that any objects or animals you carry are secured safely. Dogs should be strapped in with a special car harness or travel behind the grill. Other animals should be carried in cages or special carry boxes which should be secured with a seat belt. Make sure packages are securely stored, preferably in the boot of the vehicle where they should be strapped down or wedged in to
你们说
stop them
莫
moving
萧哥哥把自
around.
己关在那个结界
If you
里，
do
在干
need
什
to
么呢？
carry packages
少主，
inside the car,
现在
make
少长们
sure
干
that
什么
they
都不
won't
重要，
move if you
最
have
重
to
要的
brake
是
or turn
他为什么要
suddenly.
把自己关起来啊？
In particular, strap
少长
down
们好
any
像很
large
伤心
or
的样
heavy
子，
object with a seat belt. Don't put
也不知
anything
道发
on the
生了什
parcel
么。
shelf
他
or
为什么伤
anywhere
心啊？
that it would
少长们若
obstruct
一
your
直这
vision.
样，
It probably
说是被
safer
掌门
to
发现
carry
了，
small
你还真不
items
愧
on
是
the
铁律门
floor,
出来的。
but make sure they
谢
don't
少
get
主，
into the
我跟子们
footwell
说着
and
玩呢。
impede your use of the pedals. Carrying a heavy load may have an effect on the handling of your car, so you need to allow a greater stopping distance when carrying a heavy load. You may need to adjust your headlights and inflate your tires more to take account of the load. You should ensure that you distribute the weight evenly, as any change to the center of gravity will affect the braking and steering. Consider fitting a specially designed roof box to carry bulky items. This is streamlined to save fuel and will also secure the load more safely. Special cycle racks on top of or behind the car to carry cycles more securely. If they are fitted behind the car, make sure that the number plates and lights aren't obscured. Driving position. You must adopt a suitable driving position before you can
蜀
use
山认
the
定天行教
controls
为
on
魔
the
巧，
car
皆
safely.
是因为父亲与重
You
光合
must
作，
be able to reach and
又修
use
炼了
each
神力魔
control
功。
easily and
而现在，
comfortably.
此功法不
For
知道教主
example,
还有没有
you
修
should
行
be able to
我们这
operate
次
the
回去
clutch pedal
一定要查
without
清楚，
stretching your
让
left
天行
leg.
教重
Control
回
the
正道。
vehicle by
少
keeping
号
a
星座，
suitable
尊
grip
主，
on
请
the
你过去。
steering wheel. Your arms should be
走
relaxed
吧。
and not restricted at the elbows. See the road ahead clearly.
放心吧。
Driving seat adjustment. You must make sure that the seat is adjusted to suit you. Most
请
driving
师傅成全。
seats can be adjusted for
当然
the
不是，
angle of the seat
我
back
现在
position. The
只是
seat
想做
will
回真
move
正的凤梨学。
forwards or backwards.
不，我现在是重光的弟
Sometimes,
子，少号
especially
宫
on
新主，
larger
而我要
vehicles,
做
the
的
driving
是
seat
天行
will
教少
also
主凤梨
adjust
学。
for height. Driver and front passenger should avoid sitting too close to the steering wheel or dashboard. If someone else has been driving the vehicle, ensure you make any adjustments before you start to drive. Never adjust your seat while the vehicle is moving. Remember, after adjusting your seat, make sure it firmly locked in position. Listen for, or feel for, the locking mechanism engaging. An insecure driving seat is dangerous. As soon as you ease seated, check that the vehicle is secure by ensuring the parking brake is applied. Steering column adjustment. On some vehicles, you can adjust the angle of tilt of the steering column to suit you. When making this adjustment, take care not to allow the steering wheel to interfere with your view of these from the panel. Also, make sure you secure the locking mechanism after any adjustment. Never attempt to adjust your steering column angle while the vehicle is moving. Head restraint adjustment. Head restraints are provided to protect against neck and spine injuries, commonly referred to as whiplash. For maximum protection, correct head restraint adjustment is vital but all too easy to overlook. The head restraints should be adjusted so that the rigid part of the head restraint is at least as high as the eyes or top of the ears, as close to the back of the head as is comfortable. An incorrectly adjusted head restraint offers little or no protection against whiplash injuries. Don't remove the head restraints. They are fitted for your safety and can save you from more serious injuries in the event of an incident. Remember, it a head restraint, not a headrest. Seat belt adjustment.
师傅他
Adjust the
同意
seat
让我们回
belt
天行教。
properly. Place the lap belt as low as
去吧。
possible over the hips. Ensure the shoulder belt lies on the chest and over the shoulder. Many cars are now fitted with height adjusters for the diagonal strap. The diagonal strap should be adjusted to lie centrally over the shoulder and away from the neck. Adjust the strap so that it lies in contact with your shoulder and slopes up and back to the anchorage point. The hand controls the positions of some of the controls, such as indicators, Light switches and windscreen wipers vary from model to
如果
model.
我真的把你忘了，
Before you drive an unfamiliar vehicle, you should get to know the positions of all the controls. You should never have to fumble or look down for them when you eat driving. Keep your eyes on the road. The steering wheel should normally be controlled with
是
both
我此生唯
hands.
一的慰藉。
Function the steering wheel controls the direction in which you want the vehicle to travel. It controls the steering mechanism, which turns the front wheels in most vehicles. All four wheels in vehicles with four-wheel steering limited to a small number of models. How to use the steering wheel for best control: keep both hands on the wheel, unless you eat changing gear or working another control with one hand. Return the hand to the wheel immediately after you finish the task. Avoid resting your arm on the door, which can restrict your movement. Grip the wheel firmly, but not too tightly. When the vehicle is moving, you need very little effort to turn the wheel. Remember, never take both hands off the wheel when the vehicle is moving. Steering lock: this is the angle through which the front wheels turn when you turn the steering wheel. This can be either right lock or left lock. Turning the steering wheel as far as it will go is called full lock. The amount of lock varies from vehicle to vehicle. Small cars will generally turn in a smaller circle than larger vehicles. Taxi cabs are an obvious exception as they have a very small turning circle. Not to be confused with the steering column locking mechanism, which engages when the ignition key is removed on most modern vehicles as an anti-theft device. Steering: you should place your hands on the steering wheel in a position that comfortable and which gives you full control. Keep your movement steady and smooth. Turn the steering wheel to maneuver around a corner at the correct time. Oversteer and understeer: vehicles vary in how they behave when turning at various road speeds. Some respond more than you would expect in relation to the amount of turn you give the wheel. Oversteer. Some respond less. Understeer. You must get to know the characteristics of your vehicle before you drive in traffic, and drive extra carefully until you are familiar with its behavior. Power-assisted steering: most vehicles now have power-assisted steering (PAS). This makes steering easier, particularly for drivers with weakness in their limbs. PAS reduces driver steering effort and gives a lighter feel to the steering. On some vehicles, the amount of power assistance reduces with increased speed. PAS is most useful at low speeds, such as maneuvering in a tight corner or parking. With PAS, the steering feels light and you can easily turn the wheel too much, especially if you are used to driving a vehicle not fitted with it. Dry steering: when you are maneuvering, try to avoid turning the steering wheel when the vehicle is stationary. This is known as dry steering and may cause damage to the tires, excess wear in the steering mechanism. This applies whether you have power or not. Power-assisted steering helps to maneuver the car more easily, especially when turning a tight corner or parking. The gear lever is normally to the left of the driving seat, either on the floor or on a raised console. A few cars have the gear lever protruding from the instrument panel, and a few have a gear lever on the steering column. Function: the gear lever enables you to change from one gear to another. The gearbox contains the gears, which control the relationship between engine speed and road speed. First gear provides the greatest force at the driving wheels and is normally the one you use to get the vehicle moving. As you speed up, you change up to the higher gears, each one giving you less gear force but more road speed. Top gear provides the least force, but usually has the widest range of speeds. Using as high a gear as possible for speed and road traffic conditions saves fuel. Most modern cars have 5 or 6 forward gears, while heavier vehicles often have many more. As well as the 5 or 6 forward gears, there are also a reverse gear. In neutral, no gear is engaged. The clutch links the engine to the road wheels through the gearbox and allows the gradual connection of the engine to the wheels. Four-wheel drive vehicles may have a double gearbox with high and low ratio ranges, which effectively double the number of available gears to 8 or 10. The lower range is normally used off-road. Gear positions: most cars have 5-speed or 6-speed gearboxes. The first 4 gears normally form an H, while reverse and fifth form an additional I. Many cars are designed so that you can move straight from fifth to reverse gear, and the gear lever automatically springs back into neutral when no gear is engaged. This tendency of the gear stick to line up with particular gears is known as bias. Third and fourth gears are often lined up. Some older cars have 4-speed gearboxes. These have the gears in an H, with reverse extended on the left or right. Avoid looking down at the gear lever. You should have a mental picture of the gear layout. This will enable you to change gear without looking at the diagram on top of the gear lever. Your eyes should be on the road. With practice, changing gear becomes second nature. For automatic transmission systems, the parking brake, sometimes the parking brake is referred to as the handbrake. Position: the parking brake lever is normally floor-mounted just behind the gear lever. In some vehicles, it's just under the instrument panel, while on some other models the parking brake is applied by operating an additional pedal. Function: the parking brake holds the vehicle still when it has stopped. In most cars the parking brake operates on the rear wheels only. If it applied while the vehicle is moving, there is danger of locking the brake wheels and skidding. The parking brake shouldn't be used to stop a moving vehicle, except in an emergency such as foot brake failure, very unlikely with dual circuit braking systems. Remember, when you leave your vehicle parked on a gradient, even in your own drive, always make sure that the parking brake is fully on. Many serious accidents have been caused by failure to do this. While gently, you should press the button on top of the parking brake lever and pull the lever fully upwards. Then release the button. The parking brake will engage in the on-position. However, some recommend that you don't press the button while pulling the lever up. Refer to your vehicle handbook to check the correct procedure for your vehicle. Releasing: pull the lever up slightly and press the button in to release the ratchet. Then, keeping the button in, move the lever to the off position. On some vehicles, instead of pressing a button, the parking brake is released by twisting the hand grip. Electronic parking brake: some modern vehicles are fitted with an electronic parking brake which is operated with a switch or button and releases automatically when you drive over. The foot controls the accelerator or gas pedal. This is operated by the right foot and is positioned on the extreme right of the group of 3 pedals. Function: the accelerator controls the rate at which the mixture of fuel and air is supplied to the engine. The name as pedal is derived from gasoline, the American word for petrol. Petrol engines: a carburetor mixes the fuel with air, which is then drawn into the engine. Many modern cars have an electronic fuel injection system instead of a carburetor. Diesel engines: a high-pressure fuel injector delivers the fuel into the cylinders. This is known as a compression ignition engine. In both engine types, the more you press the accelerator, the more fuel goes to the engine, the more power is generated and the higher the engine speed. Getting to know the right amount of pressure to put on the accelerator takes practice. Accelerating fiercely also wastes fuel and creates noise. When moving off, you need just the right amount. Too little, and the engine stalls. Too much, and the vehicle can surge forward. Progressive braking: in normal circumstances, always press lightly on the brake pedal to begin with and gradually press harder as the brakes begin to act. This is
后
known
你
as
跟我说实话，
progressive
我
braking
父亲有没有
and
修炼
will
什么
give
神秘武功？
maximum control as well as smoother stopping.
成功
Dual
传授的
circuit
神秘武功
braking
给我父
modern
亲，
cars are equipped
你
with
可知道
dual circuit
我父亲有没有
braking
传授给别人？
systems. These systems ensure that, in the rare event of a braking system failure, there
水神当
remains
年潜
some
向天心
braking
桥，
available when the
难
brake
道是担
pedal
心
is
的魔宫在
pressed?
天心桥中散播？
Under these conditions, it may
见
be
过少昊星
necessary
主，
to push the brake
尊
pedal
主命我
harder
将他
than
亲自
normal.
监制的华服送来。
Anti-lock
敬少昊
braking
星主
system.
示
Many
意，
cars either have an
我们
anti-lock
从敬少
braking
昊星主
system
现在示
ABS
意，
fitted or have it
会议
available
已
as
经
an
被你们打成
option.
什么样了？他要
If
休息。
ABS is
他
fitted,
现在
it
这样，
activates
不是被你连累的
automatically.
吗？
It
尊
prevents
主
the
念他
wheels
忠
from
心，已
locking
经留
so
了他
that
一
you
命，
can continue to
为
steer
防
the
他随你私
vehicle
逃下
while
山，
braking.
才迫不得
You
已
should
绑在这
refer
少
to
昊
the
公主。
vehicle handbook for
先主不思
details
自
of the
省，难道还
manufacturer
要怪罪尊主
recommended
不成？
method of use. ABS is only a driver aid. It DOEs and help the vehicle to stop more quickly. Nor does it remove the need
你
for
既
good
然已经跟
driving
莫萧走
practices
了，
such as
为什么又回来？
anticipating events and
这跟你有
assessing
关系
road
吗？
conditions.
你还真以为自己
You
是尊
still
后
need to
了？
plan well
你可知
ahead
尊主为
and
何要
brake
娶你？
smoothly and progressively.
这
The
跟你有什
clutch,
么
the
关系？
clutch pedal is
你不要以
operated
为
by
尊
the
主真的
left
喜
foot
欢
and
你，
is on the left
他
of the
费尽心
group
力
of
娶
three
你，不
pedals.
过是因为你体内有一颗
Function,
血
the
鱼冰
clutch
清
is
符
the。connection between the engine and the gearbox. It a
原来你还
connection
不知
over
道
which
啊！
the driver
你
has
的父亲
control,
奉行天
but
当
which
年为了救
requires
你，
practice
献
in
出了
its
一支血鱼
use.
冰清符，
How it
获
works
得了
in
尊
its
主的信
simplest
任。
form, the clutch is
可他竟
made
然
up
狡
of
猾地
two
隐瞒了冰
plates.
清符本是子母
One
一
is
双的事
connected
实，
to the engine
只
and
将母冰
rotates
清
all
符
the
给了
time
尊
the
主，
engine is
而
running.
子冰清符
The
是
other
在
is
你的
linked
体
to
内。
the gearbox and rotates only when it held against the first plate by springs. When you press the clutch pedal, you force the plates apart, breaking the drive connection. In neutral, even though both plates are touching, the
Yeah,
wheels
陪我
don't
玩
turn
吧。
because no gear is
这是什么呀？
engaged. The idling
最好
point, the
吃的
point of
糖果呀！
engagement, when the two plates begin to make contact and
那
the load
给
on
我
the
吃吧。
engine increases,
嗯。
is known as the biting point. You will learn with practice to judge the biting point exactly. You will feel it and hear it because the engine speed will drop slightly. The feel of the clutch will vary with different vehicles. Also, as the clutch plates begin to wear, the biting point may change. Clutch control. Being able to sense the biting point is a crucial part of clutch control. The other important part is allowing the clutch plates to engage fully and smoothly. If the plates come together too
尊
suddenly,
主10年前
the
救下你，
engine can
不
stall
过
or
是
the
想让子
vehicle
母
may
冰清符
jerk
合
out
体。
of control.
也正是因为如
Good
此，
clutch
才要与
control
你打
only
混。
comes with practice
届时，
and is
尊
essential
主就
when
会获得
moving
无
up
上
or
神力，
changing
功
gear.
法大增。
Switches, side lights and headlights position on many vehicles. The lighting controls are on a stalk at the side of the steering column. The stalk normally has 3 positions: 1 off, 2 side lights or dim dip, rear and number plate lights, 3 headlights, main or dipped beam, and the dip control. On some vehicles the dip control is a separate switch. Some vehicles have dim dip headlights, which come on as the side lights are switched on. It is impossible to drive these vehicles with only the side lights switched on. The side lights normally works without the ignition being switched on.
怎么？
Normally a warning light,
我
usually
和
blue,
虚元
shows
星
when
主
the
共创
headlights
做
are
电
on
密
main
室，
beam.
崇光
Fog
却只
lights,
将
fog
我关
lights
进了
should
魔
work
域。
only when the side lights
虚
or
元星主
headlights
心
are
中不
on.
安，
Modern
特来
vehicles
安
must be
抚
fitted
吗？
with at least
基
one
星
rear
主心中不
fog
必
light.
分门，
Front fog
崇光为
lights
重
are
法而
often
有，
fitted as an
完全是
option.
念在先尊主的情
Position
分上。
since they only used in
基
bad
星主的
weather,
所作所
the
为，
fog light switches
皆为
are
天魔族的
usually
未
on
来。
the instrument panel rather
当
than on
年
the steering
你
column.
追随夜愿，
Use you
为我们
must
天魔
only
族立
use
下过汗
fog
马功
lights
劳。
when visibility
就算
is
是为了夜愿，
seriously reduced. For
我对基
example,
星主
100 meters,
也是一直感怀
328
在心
feet
的。
or less. You must and use fog lights in any other circumstances, because they can
在星
dazzle
落
and
心中，
distract other drivers. A
一直是
warning
星
light
主
will
为尊
show
后
when the
相
rear
待。
fog lights are on.
星落
Direction
只希望
indicator
尊后
position. The direction
能
indicator
重拾当年
switches
辅佐先
usually
尊
on
主
a
的信
stalk
心，
which may be on either side of the
重振天
steering
魔将。
column. Function the direction indicators
却
enable
不能
you
让
to
尊
show
主
other
只为一
road
直让
users
崇光
which
霸占着。
direction you intend to take.
先尊主曾有遗命，
Correct use of the
莫尊之
direction
位
indicators
有
is
崇光带
vital
着。
to safe driving.
只要我找回我和爷爷
Self-canceling
的孩子，
indicator switches might
他
not
崇光
cancel after a slight
必然该
change
交
of
还天魔
direction.
教了。
Always check that the
轩辕
signal
星
has
主是有
been
什么消息了
canceled.
吗？
You can do this by checking the repeater warning light audible warning,
是官方关
usually a
系，
ticking
在为
noise
机
when
械
the
时日，
indicators are
待时
flashing.
机成熟时，
Use you should be able to
我一定
operate
会
the
亲自
direction
接你出
indicators
去。
without taking your hand off the steering wheel. Hazard warning lights position. The position of the switch varies. Some vehicles have it on the steering column, others on the instrument
师
panel.
兄，
It's
时辰到
usually
了，
within easy reach of the driver, hands
我得给你
clearly
施针了。
marked to prevent accidental use.
目前你
Use
身子里
hazard
面的毒
warning
气并
lights
没有
should
根
be
除，
used to warn
所以你
other
才会
road
体弱无
users
力。
when you eat
你要知道，
temporarily
我必须得以
obstructing
掌门师
traffic.
兄为重。
For
至于少长
example,
们那边
when
他
you
有神医
eat
看护，
broken down, you
暂时是
have
用
to
不上我
slow
这个炼丹
down
老道
quickly
的。
on a motorway or unrestricted dual carriageway because of a hazard
少长们
ahead.
醒了吗？
Only
没有。
use them long
子
enough
苏
to ensure that
少
your
长们不
warning
会还有
has
别的
been
伤，你没看
seen.
出来吧？
Don't use them to
不应该啊。
excuse stopping in a
我
restricted
去看看。
area, such as on double yellow lines, regardless of how brief your stop. A warning light will flash when the hazard warning lights are in use. Don't forget to switch them off before moving away. Because the lights flash at the same rate as normal indicators, if another
不知道
driver
啊，
is
少
unable
长们
to
一直在
see
屋里都
both
没声
sides
响，
of your
是
vehicle,
吧，子墨？
the hazard warning lights could
少
be
长们
mistaken for a
不会又去
turning
素
or
云山了吧？
moving out signal.
自从凤梨雪出现，
Windscreen
它
washers
冲动
and
的时候还
wipers
少吗？
position. The windscreen washer and wiper controls are usually on stalks mounted on the steering column. You should be able to find the controls without taking your eyes off the road. On most vehicles, the same stalk controls both the washers and wipers. Both are essential in bad weather. Where they provided, rear washers and wipers have separate
做得不错
controls.
那我也
Some
想领
vehicles
你
may
一个这
be
个吧。
fitted with miniature washers and
兔子吃的。
wipers to keep the headlights clear. Functional windscreen washers and wipers are to keep the windscreen clear of rain, spray, snow or fog. Use washers before wipers. Use your washers first to wet the surface before you switch on your windscreen wipers. Wiping a dry windscreen can cause scratches to the screen as well as shortening the life of the wiper blades. Avoiding excessive dirt buildup can also help to stop scratches on your windscreen. Tiny bits of grit can scratch the surface and make driving at night very difficult. Wash your windscreen regularly with a sponge and plenty of water. Wash the wiper blades as well. Regular checks. Check the fluid containers regularly and keep them topped up. You can use additives to prevent smearing, assist cleaning and, especially in the winter, to prevent icing up. Wiper blades are vital to your safety. Replace them when they become worn or ineffective. Horn position. On most vehicles, the horn switch is either on the steering wheel on the outer end of the stalk, which controls the direction indicators. Function the horn is to warn other road users of your presence. Use it to tell other road users you are there, if this is necessary. Aggressive sounding of the horn is dangerous. It can distract and alarm other road users. UMUSTN sound your horn unless there is danger from another vehicle, when your vehicle is stationary or when driving in a built-up area between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. Heated windscreen and rear window. Most cars have heated rear windows, and some have heated front windscreens as well. Function the front and rear windscreen heaters are to keep the windscreen and rear window clear of internal condensation, frost and ice on the outside. They should be used as necessary to keep your windscreen and rear window clear, especially in wet and cold conditions. Demister. Once the engine has warmed up, you can set the controls to direct warm air to the windscreen and, on some vehicles, the front side windows. The fan control can be set to boost the warm airflow. Ignition switch and starter position usually positioned on the steering column. Before operating the starter, make sure that the parking brake is on the gear lever is in neutral. On most vehicles, the ignition and starter are incorporated in the same switch and operated by the ignition key. Some vehicles have a separate starter button. On most vehicles, an anti-theft device is incorporated into the ignition switch and operated by the ignition key. The mechanism locks the steering column, so slight movement may need to be applied to the steering wheel while turning the ignition key to release it. The first position, this operates some of the electrical equipment, such as the radio. The second position, this switches on the ignition, instrument panel and gauges. A red ignition warning light will usually show when the key reaches this position. The third position, this operates the starter. The direction indicators, and on some vehicles the headlights, will only operate when the ignition is switched on. Use the starter is usually operated by turning the ignition key to its maximum. As soon as the engine starts, release the key. Don't operate the starter when the engine is running. This can damage the starter motor and the engagement mechanism. Being towed when the vehicle is being towed, the anti-theft device locking the steering column must be released by inserting the ignition key and ensuring that the steering wheel is free to move unless a suspended tow is being used. Remember, without the ignition being switched on, the steering will be heavy and the brakes won't work as well as normal. Other controls instrument panel for detailed information and guidance on this. See your vehicle handbook. The main visual aids on the instrument panel are speedometer, to tell you how quickly the vehicle is traveling in miles and kilometers per hour. It's usually a dial, with a needle showing the speed, but it may be a digital display direction indicator, repeater lights, fuel gauge, high beam indicator light, usually blue rev counter on some vehicles, to tell you the engine speed in revolutions per minute, RPM, warming up coil indicator light on diesel engines, temperature gauge may be a warning light. Note official tolerances for speedometers must only be accurate to within plus or minus 5%. Under the law there may be a slight variance between displayed speed and actual speed. Cruise control, this is a device, usually electronic, which enables the driver to select and maintain a safe speed on the open road. Use cruise control on your vehicle if it fitted. The sophisticated electronics in the engine management system precisely measure the amount of fuel the engine needs to work most efficiently for a given speed. If you use this where you can, it may cut down on your fuel consumption. It relieves the driver of the physical effort involved in keeping an even pressure on the accelerator pedal for long periods. It only suitable where continual changes of speed are unlikely to be required. Normal control can be resumed immediately should the need arise. In most cases this happens as soon as the driver uses the accelerator, clutch or the foot brake. The visual aids are grouped on the instrument panel directly in front of the driving seat. Warning lights function. These lights help you to drive safely, monitor the performance of the engine, protect your engine and other equipment against damage. See the function selected. Types of light. There are many different types of light that may be fitted, including oil pressure off and amber. This shows if the oil is dangerously low or IS and circulating as it should be. This should light up as you turn the ignition on, but go out as the engine starts. Ignition warning light usually red. If this comes on when the engine is running, it shows you a problem with the electrical charging system. AB south. This should light up as you turn the ignition on. Remain and go out until the car is traveling at 5 to 10 mph. Brake condition warning light. Water temperature. If the engine is overheating, it can be a gauge, doors open or lid unlocked. Parking brake applied light. Four-way hazard warning lights. Rear fog light warning light. Rear window heater indicator light. Seat belt warning lights. Fog head side lights indicator light. Choke. All vehicles with petrol engines have some form of choke. This reduces the amount of air in the air/fuel mixture, and helps to start the engine from cold. Most cars have an automatic choke, but some older cars may have a manual choke. The further you pull the control out, the richer the mixture. You must push in the control as soon as the engine warms up. A preheating device is incorporated in some vehicles with diesel engines.
师傅他同意让我们回
The
天星桥。
starter should only be operated when the indicator light goes out where fitted. Oil pressure warning light, brake condition warning light, doors open warning light, seat belt warning light. Section 4, Mirrors. This section covers mirrors, adjusting mirrors, using mirrors, blind spots, the mirrors and hazards. MSM routine. Mirrors. Using the mirrors has to be part of a basic mirror signal maneuver MSM routine. You must always know how your driving is likely to affect traffic behind you. The MSM routine includes interpreting what you see in the mirrors and acting appropriately. Regular and sensible use of the mirrors is an essential element of safe driving. You should make the MSM routine an integral part of your driving. Modern cars are required to have an off-side driver's side mirror fitted, as well as an interior mirror. However, most vehicles have 3 driving mirrors and interior mirror, 2 exterior mirrors, one on the near side left-hand door and one on the off-side right-hand door. Vans and other vehicles with a restricted view to the rear must have an exterior mirror on each side. Function. Your mirrors give you a view of the road behind and to the sides, enable you to keep up to date with what's happening behind and to the sides of your vehicle, help you to make safe and sensible decisions, based on the position and speed of other traffic. Defensive driving. A driving mirror is often referred to as the driver third eye. Mirrors are one of the keys to defensive driving. Always use them to keep up to date with what's behind and to the sides of your vehicle. Remember, don't just look into your mirrors, act safely and sensibly on what you see. The view covered by your interior and exterior mirrors. Flat mirrors. Most interior and some exterior door mirrors have flat glass. Flat mirrors don't distort the picture of the road behind. This makes it easier to judge the speed and distance of traffic behind you. Convex mirrors. Many exterior mirrors have convex glass, which is slightly curved, gives a wider field of vision. This makes accurate judgment of speed and position of vehicles behind you more difficult. A vehicle behind seems smaller in a convex mirror, so it could be closer than you think. Some cars may have split mirrors which give wider vision. Extended arm mirrors. If you towing a caravan or a wide trailer, fit side mirrors with extended arms to enable you to see past the caravan or trailer. Your interior mirror can be used when you towing a caravan, because your view of the road behind is usually blocked. Adjusting mirrors before moving off. Make sure all mirrors are clean and adjusted to give you the best possible view of the road behind. While in your normal driving position, adjust your mirrors so that you require the minimum of head movement to get a good view of traffic behind. When adjusting mirrors, grip them at the edge to avoid getting finger marks on the surface. Finger marks can distort and blur the view in the mirror. Interior mirror. Adjust your interior mirror so that you get the best possible view through the rear window, especially to the off side, without moving your head. Exterior mirrors. Adjust your exterior mirrors to give the best view behind so that the side of the vehicle is only just visible. Don't adjust the mirrors while you driving. Do it before you move off, or at any time your vehicle is stationary. Check when you get into your vehicle that they not been knocked out of position. Remember to check that your exterior mirrors are still positioned correctly after you been through a car wash. Keep your exterior mirrors clean, and before you move off, ensure they clear of frost and condensation. Electric mirrors. Many vehicles have door mirrors which can be adjusted electrically using switches inside the vehicle. Some of them have a heating element to keep them clear of frost and condensation. Anti-dazzle mirrors. The interior mirror usually has an anti-dazzle position. When driving at night, you can use this to prevent dazzle or distraction by the lights of traffic behind you. You will still be able to see the lights, but the dazzle will be greatly reduced. Remember to reset the mirror for normal use. Using mirrors. Using your driving mirrors regularly and sensibly is vital to good driving. Learning to judge the speed and distance of vehicles behind you takes time. Try the following exercise when your vehicle is stationary. Compare the different impressions you get when you view vehicles through the interior mirror and the exterior mirror. The vehicles may seem smaller in the exterior mirror. Then look over your shoulder to get the real view. Also, while you are stationary, look for blind spots. These are the areas that your mirrors don't always show you. Which mirror to use? Your use of the mirror should be linked to the maneuver you intend to make and the type of vehicle you are driving. Normally you should always use the interior mirror first, followed by the exterior ones. Your use of the exterior mirrors will depend on the maneuver and the situation. For example, before turning left in slow-moving traffic, your near-side exterior mirror will help you to look for cyclists filtering on your left. When to use your mirrors? You should always use your mirrors in good time, that is, well before you approach a hazard. Slow down, change lane or begin any maneuver. Act sensibly on what you say. Begin the LSM routine early. Always use your mirrors before moving off, signaling, changing direction or lane, turning left, right or overtaking, slowing down or stopping, opening your car door. This is one of the few driving rules that is and subject to any exception or qualification, other than in an emergency. What behind you? Ask yourself, how close is traffic behind you? How fast is it moving? What it doing? Is the maneuver safe? It's also important to use the mirrors early enough to allow other road users time to react to any signal you need to give. Use your mirrors to check their reaction. Blind spots. A blind spot is the area that can be seen either when using normal forward vision or when using the mirrors. The main blind spots are the area between what you see as you look forward and what you see in your exterior mirror, the area obscured by the bodywork of the vehicle when you look in your mirrors. Vehicles of different shapes have different blind spots. You should be aware that some 4x4s have very large blind spots. They can obscure a group of pedestrians, a motorcyclist or a small car. Exterior mirrors help reduce blind spots, but remember that mirrors won't show you everything behind you. You can buy auxiliary mirrors to mount on the surface of your exterior mirrors. These give an even wider angle of vision and go some way to reducing blind spots, but won't entirely eliminate them. Even though you can use your mirrors, always look down over your right shoulder to check the blind spot before you move on. Check your mirrors. Check your blind spot. Checking blind spots on the move. On occasions it will be necessary to check blind spots while you are on the move. These blind spots will be to either side and shouldn't require you to look round, but rather to give a quick sideways glance. Looking right round to check blind spots on the move is unnecessary and dangerous, especially when driving at high speeds. In the time it takes, you will lose touch with what's happening in front. Regular and sensible use of the mirrors will keep you up to date with what's happening behind. You will, however, still need to know when a glance into the blind spots is needed. Take a quick sideways glance before changing lanes, before joining a motorway or dual carriageway from a slip road, before maneuvering in situations where traffic is merging from the left or right. defensive driving recognize where other drivers' blind areas will be and avoid remaining in them longer than necessary. This is particularly important when overtaking large vehicles. The mirrors and hazards. A hazard is any situation that involves you being in some risk or danger. Hazards may cause you to slow down or change course. When approaching a hazard, you should use your mirrors and be prepared to change speed or direction. Hazards include bends in the road, junctions, pedestrian crossings, roadworks, livestock on the road. Always check your mirrors in good time and before you change direction to decide whether a signal is necessary, whether it's safe to change speed or direction. Keep up to date with the position and speed of traffic behind you. Good drivers should always know as much about the conditions behind as they know about the situation ahead. Traffic positions change rapidly on some roads. Frequent glances in mirrors keep you up to date with what's behind. How frequently you do this depends on road and traffic conditions. Driving on high-speed roads. When driving on motorways or dual carriageways, check your mirrors earlier than you would on ordinary roads. The higher speeds are more difficult to judge and situations develop more quickly. MSM routine regardless of your driving experience. You must make the mirror signal maneuver MSM routine an integral part of your driving. Remember this routine. Mirrors check the speed and position of traffic behind you. Signal consider whether a signal is necessary. If it is, signal your intention to change course or slow down clearly and in good time. Maneuver. A maneuver is any change of speed or position. Maneuver, this is broken down into P position, S speed, L look. Position. Your vehicle must always be in the correct position for the maneuver. When a change of direction is required, move into position in good time. Speed. Ensure that the vehicle is traveling at the appropriate speed and in a suitable gear to complete the maneuver safely. Looking phase consists of 4 elements. LADA looking, what can you see? Assessing, what are your options? Deciding depending on what you see. Acting using MSM, either continue or wait. Always use the MSM routine before moving off, signaling, changing direction, turning left or right, overtaking or changing lanes, slowing down or stopping. Never signal without checking mirrors first. Rely solely on mirrors when you reversing. Keep looking around to watch for other road users. Assume that, because you signaled, you can carry out the intended maneuver safely. Check to be sure, because other road users might not have seen your signal. Understand your intention. Section 5, Starting to drive. This section covers getting started, vehicle checks, starting the engine, moving off, braking, stopping in an emergency, skidding, the parking brake, steering, changing gear, signaling, moving off at an angle, moving off on hills, getting started. Before you drive on busy roads and in traffic, you should master the basic techniques of starting, moving off and stopping. You must have full control of your vehicle at all times. This involves a good working knowledge of the various controls, being able to coordinate hand and foot controls together. In addition, you need to have an understanding of the rules of the road, respect for the needs of other road users, a basic knowledge of your vehicle, to enable you to check it to make sure that everything is working correctly and that it's safe before setting out. Driving isn't just a matter of starting the engine and moving off. Vehicle checks. You should first of all check your vehicle to make sure it's safe and ready for the road. Everyday checks. Make a habit of checking daily that the windscreen, windows and mirrors are clean. All lights including brake lights and indicators are working. Replace any dead bulbs immediately. It's a good idea to carry spare fuses and bulbs. The brakes are working. Don't drive with faulty brakes. Periodic checks. These checks are both for safety and good vehicle maintenance. 重光却只将我关进了末月。石原星主心中不安，特来安抚我。
七星主心中不必愤懑，
重光为众白羽，完全是念在仙尊主的情分上。七星主的所作所为，皆为天魔族的未来。当年你追随夜渊，为我们天魔族立下过汗马功劳，就算是为了夜渊，我对七星主也是一直感怀在心的。 在星落信中，一直是星主为尊后向导。星落只希望尊后能重拾当年辅佐仙尊主的心血，重振天魔教，绝不能让尊主之位一直让重光霸占着。仙尊主曾有一命，魔尊之位由重光代掌。只要我找回我和夜渊的孩子，他重光必然该交还天魔教。石原星主是有什么消息了吗？七星主，只管放宽心，在伪机械师的时机成熟时，我一定会亲自接你出去。
You and your passengers have seatbelts on. The gear lever is in neutral if you driving in automatic. That the gear lever is in P or N and check the parking brake again. You have enough fuel before starting your
时辰到了
journey. Driving a vehicle unfamiliar to you before you start your journey. Make sure you know and understand the vehicle controls,
所以你才会体弱无力。
where they are and
你要
how
知
they
道，
work
我必须
size,
得以掌门师兄为主。
height
至于
and
少
weight
长的那
handling.
边，他有神医看护，
Front,
暂时是
rear
用不
or
上我这个炼丹
four-wheel
老道
drive
的。
brakes. Whether ABS brakes are fitted.
少长们
Starting
醒了
the
吗？
engine after you made the
自说，
preliminary checks
少
and
长
you
们不会还有别的伤你没看出
comfortably
来
in
吧
the？ driving seat. Begin the
不应该。
drill for starting the
我去看
engine.
看。
Check the parking brake is on by trying to pull it on slightly further. Check that the gear lever is in neutral or P or N if driving in automatic.
少长
Pull
们，
the choke out if your vehicle has one. Most vehicles have an automatic choke. Switch on the ignition by turning the key.
不知道啊。少
The
长们一直在
ignition
屋里
and
都没
oil
声响，
pressure light,
是吧，
if
子墨？
fitted, will come on.
少长们，
Other warning
不会又
lights
去苏玉
should
山了
also
吧？
come on.
自从凤
With
梨
the
雪出
diesel
现，
engine, you
它冲动
might
的时
have
候
to
还少
wait
吗？
for a glow plug light to go out. Operate the starter by turning the key further, or use the separate starter switch, if one is fitted. Release the starter key or switch as soon as the engine begins running, otherwise the starter could be damaged. Don't operate the starter if the engine is already running. You might find it necessary to use the
做得不错，
accelerator a
那
little
我
as
也
you operate
想
the
领你一个
starter.
这个吧。
The amount will depend on the make and model of your vehicle. If the engine fails to start first time, release the key or switch, wait a moment, try again. When the engine starts, you may need to press the accelerator slightly to help the engine keep running. The engine should now be idling. Looking over the ignition and oil pressure warning lights should go out when the engine is running. If either light stays on, switch off the engine and have the fault checked. Never drive a vehicle with the oil pressure warning light showing. It could damage the engine. If your vehicle has a manual choke, push it in as the engine warms up. Don't drive with the choke out any longer than necessary. This wastes fuel, causes wear to the engine. It can be dangerous, especially with automatic transmission. Move off as soon as possible after starting the engine. Allowing the engine to warm up while you be stationary wastes fuel and causes pollution. Moving off with your left foot, press the clutch pedal fully down and hold it there. Move the gear lever into first gear. If it won't engage, move the gear lever to neutral, then let out the clutch and repeat the first two steps. You should prepare to move off only if you will be able to do so safely. With your right foot, press the accelerator slightly and hold it steady. Slowly and smoothly, let up the clutch pedal until you hear the engine noise change slightly.
This change means the clutch is at the biting point. With experience, you will be able to feel the biting point. Hold the clutch steady in this position. Now make your final safety checks. Use your mirrors and look over your right shoulder to check the blind spot. Decide if a signal is necessary. The timing of any signal is crucial. Avoid waiting unduly with the clutch at biting
我
point.
已经知道
If it's safe to move
我的
off,
杀父仇
be
人不
ready
是
to
莫小。
release the parking brake. Look round again if necessary and keep an
是。
eye on your mirrors. When you are sure
我
it's
父亲
safe
修
and
炼你的神
convenient
秘
to
魔
move
功而
off,
死，
release the parking brake and at the same time, let the clutch pedal come up a little more. The vehicle will begin to move. Tight clutch control is needed,
李雪
so
感恩
keep
师
the
傅的重
clutch
生
pedal
之
just above
师
the
傅的养育
biting
之
point.
如今
Gradually depress
我
the
已经帮师傅养好
accelerator
了
for
林
more
清福，
speed and let the clutch come
请
up
师傅从我体
smoothly.
内播出
Then
吧。
take your left
这样
foot off the clutch
我
pedal.
跟师傅的恩宠
Accelerating fiercely wastes
两清
fuel.
了。
Biting point. The biting point is when the clutch plates start to engage. You must be able to find this point confidently when you bring up the clutch pedal.
做我
Although
自
you
己。
can press the pedal down quickly, you must and let it come up too fast. Practice finding the biting point until you become familiar with it. Although this process is the same for all vehicles with manual gearboxes, there can be slight variations in how different vehicles feel and sound when at the biting point. If you have to use a different vehicle on occasions while learning, take a few minutes to practice finding its biting point first, before driving on the roads. This advice also applies after you passed your test, whenever you have to drive an unfamiliar vehicle. Practice makes perfect. Getting these steps in the right order is difficult at first. Choose a quiet, level road to practice starting, moving off, and stopping. Don't signal and move out regardless. Sit
你
with
们
the
说，
signal
莫萧
showing
哥哥
when
把
you
自己
can
关在那
move
个结界
out
里，在
safely.
干什么呢？
Defensive
少主，
driving.
现在
Check
少长们
all
干什么都
round
不重
before
要，
moving
最
off.
重要的是他
Signal
为什么
if
要把自己关起
necessary.
来啊？
Don't move
少
out
长
into
们
the
好像
path
很
of
伤心的
oncoming
样子，
traffic. Don't rush.
也不知道发生了什么。
Braking safe
他为
and
什么伤
controlled
心啊？
braking is
少长
vital
们若
in
一直
good
这
driving.
样，若是被
Try
掌门
to
发现
slow
了，
down
你还真不
gradually
愧是
and
铁律门
smoothly.
出来的。哎，谢少
Anticipation.
主，
If you
我该怎么说着
anticipate
玩呢？
properly, you will seldom need to brake fiercely. Good anticipation will give you time to brake progressively over a longer distance. Late, harsh braking is a sign of poor anticipation and of reduced safety margins. Braking and steering. Braking shifts the balance of weight of the vehicle forward and makes steering more difficult. If you have to brake hard, try to do so when you are traveling in a straight line. Remember, the greater your speed when you brake, the more difficult it is to control the vehicle, the greater the distance you need to stop the vehicle. You should consider the safety and peace of mind of everyone concerned, including your passengers' wear and tear on brakes,
我选
tires
择的
and
路
suspension
又何
vehicles
时好走
behind you
过？
whose brakes might
蜀
not
山
be
认定
as
天行教为
powerful
魔
as
强，
yours.
皆是因为父亲与
Avoid
崇光合
braking
作，
on bends.
又修炼了
Braking
神
on a
秘魔
bend
功。
can have
而
serious
现在，
consequences.
此功法不知道教主
The
还有没有
weight
修
of the
行？
vehicle is
我们这
thrown
次回去
outwards as
一定
well
要
as
查清楚，
forwards.
让天行
The
教重归
front
正
tire
道。
on the
上号
outside of
星
the
主，
curve will
尊主
be
请你过
overloaded
去。
and the vehicle could be thrown into a
走吧。
severe skid. Road surface conditions can have a big effect
心吧。
in these situations. Watch for uneven, loose or slippery surfaces. Think ahead,
请
think
师傅
well
成全。
ahead to avoid the need
当
for
然不是，
harsh,
我
uncontrolled
现在
braking.
只是想做回
You
真正的
should
凤梨
never
须。
drive too fast
不
or，too
我现在是
close
崇
to
光
the
的弟子，
vehicle in front.
少昊公星主，
Other
而我要
drivers
做的
might be
是
affected
天
by
行
your
教少主凤梨
actions.
须。
Always use your mirrors before braking and give yourself plenty of space. Consider your own speed of reaction, the mechanical condition of your vehicle, brakes, steering and suspension, the type, condition and pressure of your tires, the size and weight of your vehicle and its load, the gradient of the road, whether the road has a camber or bend, the weather and visibility, the road surface. Is it rough, smooth, loose, wet, muddy, or covered with wet leaves, ice or snow? 5 rules for good braking. Anticipate. think and look well ahead. Know your own limitations and those of your vehicle. Take note of the state of the road and its surface. Give yourself plenty of time and distance to brake progressively. Avoid the risk of skidding, rather than trying to control it. Defensive driving if the vehicle behind is too close, slow down gradually to increase your distance from the vehicle ahead so that you can avoid having to brake suddenly. Stopping the drill for stopping is always the same, except in an emergency. You must learn it thoroughly from the beginning. The amount of pressure you need to apply to the foot brake depends on your speed, how quickly you need to stop. To stop, you should use the mirrors. Decide whether you need to signal your intention to stop. Signal if necessary. Check your mirrors before braking. Take your foot off the accelerator. The engine will slow down. Push down the brake pedal lightly with your right foot and then more firmly press the clutch pedal right down with the left foot just before the vehicle stops. This disengages the engine from the driving wheels and prevents stalling. Don't do it too soon. The engine helps with braking. Ease the pressure off the foot brake just as the vehicle stops. Apply the parking brake. Put the gear lever into neutral. Take both feet off the pedals. Changing down before you stop. When stopping normally, you can stop in the gear that you are in. You don't necessarily have to change down. However, your vehicle should always be in the right gear for the road speed and conditions. Brake after you check your mirrors. Progressive braking. This is a safe driving technique, which allows other drivers time to react, prevents locked wheels, prevents skidding, saves wear and tear on brakes, tires and suspension, saves fuel, is more comfortable for your passengers. To brake progressively, put light pressure on the brake at first. Gradually increase the pressure as required to stop the vehicle. When the vehicle has almost stopped, ease off the pressure so that the vehicle stops smoothly. There should be little or no pressure as the vehicle actually stops. Practice. Choose a particular point at which you would like to stop. See how near to it you can get. It's better to stop short of the mark rather than overshooting. You can always ease off the brakes and run forward a bit more. Stopping at the curb needs practice too. Aim to stop reasonably close to the curb without hitting it. Both hands should be on the steering wheel. Stopping in an emergency. In normal conditions, a good driver shouldn't need to brake really hard. However, emergencies can happen. For instance, when a child runs into the road in front of you, so you must know how to stop quickly under control. Stopping in an emergency increases the risk of skidding. Remember, even when stopping quickly, follow the rule of progressive braking, pushing the brake pedal harder as the vehicle slows down. A quick reaction is crucial in an emergency. The sooner you start braking, the sooner you will stop. Practice the following routine. Keep both hands on the steering wheel. You need as much control as possible. Avoid braking so hard that you lock any of the wheels. A skid sideways or a wheel sliding may cause serious loss of control. Don't touch the clutch pedal until just before you stop. This helps with your braking and stability. Don't touch the parking brake. Most parking brakes work on the back wheels only. Extra braking here can cause skidding. Note this routine is unnecessarily correct if you have ABS brakes. Refer to your vehicle handbook. Unless you be moving off again straight away, put the parking brake on and the gear lever into neutral. Practice braking to judge the correct pressure and remember to take into account road and weather conditions. If the road is dry, you should apply firm pressure, but on a wet road or loose surface you should avoid using too much. This means you will need to reduce speed and increase your separation distance from the vehicle in front. When braking in an emergency, don't signal. You need both hands to control the steering. Don't make a special point of looking in the mirror. You should know what behind anyway. Stop as
就
quickly
等
and
你从
safely
未
as
从狼身
possible,
上救下
keeping
过
your vehicle under full control. Look all round before moving off again. Defensive driving. Try to avoid the emergency arising. Look well ahead. Watch for children playing. Remember school times. Look out for pedestrians. Look for clues, such as reflections.
我无法恨
Always drive at such a speed that you can stop safely in the distance you can see to be clear.
我们
If
是
it not clear, slow down.
缘尽于此。
Prepare for the unexpected. Anti-lock braking systems. If your vehicle is fitted with ABS brakes, the system activates automatically under conditions of harsh braking. ABS employs wheel speed sensors to anticipate when a wheel is about to lock under extreme braking. Just before the wheels begin to lock, the system releases the brakes momentarily before automatically reapplying them. This cycle is repeated several times a second to maximize braking performance, sending a pulsing sensation through the brake pedal. You may find this a little disconcerting the first time it occurs, and you may be tempted to respond by relaxing the pressure on the brake pedal. However, it's important that maximum pressure is maintained. ABS DOES and necessarily reduce your stopping distance, but because the wheels are prevented from locking, you can continue to steer. Something you would not be able to do if the wheels were locked. Reducing the pressure or pumping the brake pedal reduces the effectiveness of the system. The pressure on the brake pedal must be maintained until the hazard is safely avoided. Knowing ABS will help you stop safely should encourage you to drive less carefully. ABS can overcome the laws of physics. It's still possible for one or more of the tires to skid because of poor road contact surface, water, loose road
把钥匙
surface.
了。
ABS will enhance your skills, not replace them. Check the vehicle
好吧，那我
handbook
告
for
诉
the
你，
correct use of
你可千万别
ABS
告诉
on
爹
your
和掌门
particular
师傅啊。
vehicle. Skidding. 3 important
其实-
factors cause a
其
skid.
实，
In
莫
order
萧
of
哥哥
importance,
是又上
they
苏云
either
山救林
driver the
雪去了，
vehicle, the road
没有回
conditions.
桃花坞求医，
Skids
是
don't
我和
just
凌云
happen.
一起请了师
They
傅
e
救，
caused by a
给林师
driver
叔演了
asking
场
too
戏。
much of the vehicle
哥，
for
你
the
可千万
amount
别
of
说出去
grip
啊！
the tires have
这
on the
次
road at
莫
that
萧哥哥
time.
太可怜了，
A
没有
skid
救回林
happens
雪，
when you
他
change
半年聚
speed
会
or
的消沉了3
direction
日才
so
重振精
suddenly
神的。
that your tires can keep their grip on the road. They're an increased risk of skidding as you slow down, speed up, turn the corner around a bend, drive uphill or downhill. The risk increases on a slippery road surface. Skids caused by braking. Harsh and uncontrolled braking is one of the chief causes of skidding. Brakes have their greatest stopping power when they are nearly, but not quite, locked. The weight of the car is thrown forward, and the heavier the braking, the more weight goes to the front and the less there is on the rear wheels. The less the weight on the rear wheels, the more likely they are to lock. Skidding on dry roads. Skids can happen on dry roads, even with good tires, if you brake harshly. All the weight is thrown forward and it's impossible to keep the vehicle straight. It begins to swing and only has to touch something to be in danger of turning over. Anti-lock brakes. Anti-lock systems help you to continue steering while braking, but on wet or slippery roads this will be less effective. The brakes are only as good as the tire grip on the road. Don't assume that a car with anti-lock brakes will stop in a shorter distance. Skids caused by steering. These are caused by steering too sharply for the speed at which you keep traveling. Skids caused by braking. Harsh and uncontrolled braking is one of the chief causes of skidding. Brakes have their greatest stopping power when they are nearly, but not quite, locked. The weight of the car is thrown forward, and the heavier the braking, the more weight goes to the front and the less there is on the rear wheels. The less the weight on the rear wheels, the more likely they are to lock. Skidding on dry roads. Skids can happen on dry roads, even with good tires, if you brake harshly. All the weight is thrown forward and it's impossible to keep the vehicle straight. It begins to swing and only has to touch something to be in danger of turning over. Anti-lock brakes. Anti-lock systems help you to continue steering while braking, but on wet or slippery roads this will be less effective. The brakes are only as good as the tire grip on the road. Don't assume that a car with anti-lock brakes will stop in a shorter distance. Skids caused by steering. These are caused by steering too sharply for the speed at which you be traveling. If you suspect the road is slippery, keep your speed down. Your brakes won't get you out of trouble when your tire grip is poor. Brakes are far more likely to get you into trouble. Use engine braking. Change down in good time, but be very careful with the accelerator and clutch, particularly in very slippery conditions. They can cause skids too. Keep your vehicle in good condition. Brakes that snatch or pull unevenly are dangerous on slippery roads. Anti-skid technology. Electronic Stability Control (ESC), sometimes known as Electronic Stability Program (ESP), allows the vehicle to turn exactly where the driver expects and remain under control, providing the speed of the vehicle is in excessive for the situation. ESC can overcome the laws of physics. If the driver is traveling too fast, there's still a risk of losing control. Drivers still have a responsibility to be able to pull up and stop in the distance they can see to be clear and safe. The system comprises the functions of ABS and traction control system, and aims to prevent a vehicle from skidding sideways. Its key benefits are continued alertness, becoming active when vehicle skidding is imminent, detecting the risk of a skid at an early stage, even before braking, comparing the driver's steering intention with actual travel direction 25 times per second, selective braking intervention so that the vehicle reacts as the driver intends, thus reducing engine power to restore vehicle stability. ESC is becoming more widely available in new cars in the UK, but it's still the case that very few smaller new cars have the system fitted. Dealing with skids. If your car is skidding, there are a number of things you should do. Release the brake pedal fully. Drivers often instinctively do the opposite, keeping their right foot hard down on the brake pedal throughout the skid. This makes matters worse, so keep off the brakes. If you have ABS brakes, you should follow the manufacturer instructions. Turn the steering wheel in the same direction as the skid and ease off the accelerator at the same time, particularly if the skid is little more than a slight slide. This should bring the wheels into line again. If the skid is more than a slight slide, ease right off the accelerator and turn more definitely into the skid. That is, if the rear of the vehicle is going left, you should steer left to bring the front wheels into line with the back. If the rear of the vehicle is going right, steer to the right. Be careful not to overcorrect with too much steering. Too much movement of the front wheels will lead to another skid in the opposite direction. If the front wheels are sliding instead of, or as well as, the back wheels, release the accelerator and don't try to steer until the wheels regain some of their grip. Too much power on a front-wheel drive vehicle can produce the same problem. Again, ease off the accelerator. Remember, prevention is far better than cure. Adopt safe driving techniques that avoid the build-up to a skid. Adjust to the conditions and give yourself time to react safely. The parking brake. You should normally apply the parking brake whenever the vehicle is stationary. Apply the parking brake and put the gear lever into neutral when you stopped at traffic lights or queuing behind other vehicles, unless the wait is likely to be very short. Your foot could easily slip off the foot brake if, for example, your shoes are wet or if you bumped from behind. You could then be pushed into another vehicle or pedestrian. Always leave a safe gap between your vehicle and the vehicle in front while queuing, especially on a hill. This will give you room
尊主
to
10年前
maneuver
救
should
下
the
你，
vehicle in
不
front
过是
roll
想让子
back.
母兵亲符合体。
Always keep an
也正
eye
是
on
因
the
为如
mirrors.
此，才要与你大
In
婚。
vehicles fitted with
届
automatic
时，
transmission,
尊主就会
the
获得
use
无
of
上
the
神力，
parking brake
功
is
法
even
大
more
增。
important. The parking brake will help avoid the possibility of the vehicle surging forward if the accelerator is pressed accidentally while in drive. Steering. When you east learning to drive, practice steering your vehicle at low speed at first while keeping about 1 meter 3 feet from the curb. Look well ahead, not just at the front of your vehicle. Keep your movement steady and smooth. Never make a sudden or jerky action while steering.
续人
Steering
新
with
主不
one
好
hand
生
when
待
you
在
can
药
steer
帘
a
宫，
straight course with both
怎么来
hands
这儿
on a
啊？
steering wheel.
我是来
Try
探望急
steering
行
with
主的。
only one hand.
探望。
The reason for practicing steering with one hand is
我和
and
续
so that
人
you
新
can
主共
always
闯
drive
酒店
like
面
that.
试，
It because
崇
there are
光却只
times when
将
you
我
will
关
only
进了
have
魔
one
域。
hand free for steering.
续
For
人新
example,
主心
when
中
you
不
be
安，
changing gear or
特
operating
来
a
安抚
control.
吗？
Stiffen
急行
your
主心中
arm
不必
slightly
愤
to
怒，
help you steer a straight
崇光
course
为众法
without
而有
pulling the wheel down
完
or
全是念在
swerving.
先尊主的情分上。
Practice with each hand.
急行主的所
Changing
作所
gear to
为，
drive
皆
safely.
为天
You
魔族的
must
未来。
combine the skill of knowing how to change gear
别
with
追随
knowing
业
when
缘，
to change
为
gear
我们
as
天
well
魔
as
族立
which
下过
gear
汗
to
马功劳
select.。
就算是为
These
了
are
业缘，
skills which take time
我对
and
急行主
practice to acquire.
也是一直感
The
怀在
gear
心。
positions. You need to know the various positions of the gear lever without having to look down. You can
在
practice
星
and
落
get to
心
know
中
the gear position with the clutch
一
disengaged
直视
and the
星主
engine
为尊
switched
后
off.
相待。
A light but firm touch should be
星落
all
只
you
希望
need to
尊
move
后
from one gear to another.
能重拾当年
Never
辅佐
force
先
the
尊主
gear
的信
lever.
心。
On some gearboxes,
Trọng
you
trần
might
thiên魔教。
require slight pressure to overcome the sprung bias
却
on
不
the
能让
lever
尊
when
主
you
之
be
位一直让
changing
崇光
gear.
霸占着。
First to second, you
先尊主
might
曾有
need to
遗
put a
言，
little pressure
魔
to
尊
the
之位
left on the gear
有
lever
崇
when
光
you
带着。
change up from first to second
只要我
gear.
找回我和叶渊的孩
This
子，
is to prevent the lever
他崇光
slipping into fourth while
必然
passing
该
through
交还天魔
neutral.
教了。
Down to first,
学
you
员
may
新主
need
是
to
有什么
put
消息了
slight
吗？
pressure to the left when you change
急行
down
主
from third or second gear to
只
first.
管放宽心，
Up
在
to
北机械
fifth,
试
you
试，
will need to put pressure
但是
to
继
the
承
right
属
when
实，
you change up to fifth
我一
gear.
定会亲自接
Don't
你出
force
去
the
的。
gear lever if you feel resistance. Don't force the gear lever into any position. Don't rush gear changes. Take your eyes off the road when you change gear. Coast with the clutch pedal pressed
师
in,
兄，
or the gear
时辰到
lever
了，
in neutral. Hold the gear lever longer than
我得给你
necessary.
施针了。来，
Changing
师
up
兄，
when to change
目
up, you
前
need
你
to
身子里
change
面的
gear
毒
in
气
order
并没
to
有根
match
除
the，engine
所以你才
speed
会体
and
弱无
load to
力。
the speed
你
of
要
the
知道，
vehicle.
我必须得以掌门
This
师
will
兄为
vary
主。
with the
至
vehicle
于
you
少掌门
e
那边，他有
driving
神医
and
看
whether
护，
you e
暂时是
moving
用不
on the
上我这个
level,
炼丹老道
uphill
的。
or downhill. As a general rule, change up as the road
少掌门
speed
醒了吗？
increases.
没有，
Listening to
子
the
苏，
engine helps
少
to
掌门不会还
determine
有别
when
的
to
伤，你没看
change
出来
up.
吧？
You will become
不
more
应该啊。
familiar with this as you
我去看
practice,
看。
and will soon learn to recognize the appropriate level of sound at which to change gear. To change up, you should place your left hand on the gear lever, press the clutch pedal right down at the same time as you ease off the accelerator pedal. Don't take your foot off the accelerator, move the gear lever to the
不
next
知道，
highest
少掌
position
门一直在屋
required,
里都没
let the
声响，
clutch pedal
是
come
吧，
up
子墨？
smoothly and, at the same
少掌
time,
门
press the
不会又去素云
accelerator
山了吧？
gradually. Put your left
自从
hand
凤梨雪
back
出
on the
现，
steering
他冲动
wheel.
的时候还少吗？
Matching engine and road speed. Releasing the accelerator when changing up lets the engine speed drop to match the higher gear to give you a smooth gear change. Being able to judge when a time to change up comes with experience. Changing down. When to change down, you will need to change down to a lower gear if you slow down and the gear you in DOES and
做得不
provide
错，
enough
那我
power
也
for driving
想
at
赢
the
你一个这
lower
个吧。
speed if you going uphill
兔子吃
into higher gear and your engine labors or struggles to give enough power to increase the effect of the engine braking, for example, when on a long downhill gradient. Driving in a high gear at low speed makes engine performance sluggish, and is bad driving practice. Unless you intend to stop, you will need to change to a lower gear once you slow down. As a general rule, use the brakes to reduce speed before changing down to the most suitable gear for the lower speed. In the early stages of learning to drive, it may help you become familiar with the gearbox if you down through each of the gears in turn. Be guided by your instructor. When changing down, you might need to raise the engine speed to get a smooth change, or keep a light pressure on the foot brake to stop the vehicle gathering speed on a downhill slope. To change down, place your left hand on the gear lever, press the clutch pedal right down and, at the same time, either keep a little pressure on the accelerator pedal or the foot brake, whichever is appropriate to the road and traffic conditions. Move the gear lever to the most suitable lower gear for the speed. Let the clutch pedal come up smoothly.
莫小哥哥
Return to the accelerator or continue braking as necessary. Put your left hand back on the steering wheel. Remember, never rush gear changes. Smooth, even movements are best. How much pressure is needed on the accelerator or foot brake when changing down will depend on the road and traffic conditions. How much pressure is needed on the accelerator or foot brake when changing down will depend on the road and traffic conditions. The speed of your vehicle at the time the clutch pedal is released. The sound of the engine will help you judge this. Finding the right gear to change gear, you need to anticipate and assess the situation well in advance. Ask yourself if the gear you in is correct for that particular
我已经知
situation.
道，
Overtaking,
我的
you
杀
should
父仇人
consider
不是莫
changing
小。
to a lower gear to overtake. A lower gear can give you the extra
是。
acceleration to pass safely. Try
我父
to
亲修炼
avoid
你的神
changing
秘魔
gear
功而
while
死。
you actually overtaking. It's preferable to keep both hands on the wheel during the maneuver. A lower gear will give you extra engine flexibility and therefore more
林
vehicle
雪感恩师傅
control.
的重生者，
Going
师傅的
downhill
养育
when
者。
descending a steep hill,
如
a
今
lower gear
我已
gives
经
more
帮师傅
engine
养好了
braking
兵
and
器妇，
control, particularly on a
请师傅
bend.
从我体内拨出。
General rule, you
这样，
should change down to
我跟师傅的
accelerate
恩宠
more quickly if your speed drops.
两清了。
Smooth gear changing. Smooth, easy gear changes are essential to good driving. Take your time and think ahead.
我只想
Assess the situation and act
从我自
accordingly.
己。
Selective block gear changing, missing out gears. The flexibility of modern engines and the efficiency of braking systems and gearboxes often makes it unnecessary to change into every gear when changing up and down the gearbox. Missing out gears at the appropriate time will give you more time to concentrate on the road ahead and allow you to keep both hands on the steering wheel for longer. Changing down as a general rule, it's preferable and safer to brake to the desired speed and then change down into the appropriate gear. It might be necessary to maintain a light pressure on the foot brake while changing down. Changing up, there are many occasions when missing out gears while changing up is desirable. However, don't accelerate too fiercely or for too long in the lower gears. This uses much more fuel, could damage your engine,
你
could
们说
cause
莫
wheel
小哥
spin
哥把
and
自己
loss
关在
of
那个结界里
control.
在干什么
How
呢？
many gears to
少
miss
主，
out? It
现在
depends
少长们
on
干
the
什么都不重
individual
要，
vehicle
最
and the
重要的
road
是
and traffic
他为什么要把
conditions.
自己关起来啊？
The most common examples
少长们
when
好像很
changing
伤心
down
的
are
样子。
fifth to third, fourth to second, third to
也不知道
first.
发生了什么。
The most
他为什么
common
伤心啊？
examples when
少长们
changing
若
up
一直
are
这样，
first to third,
若
second
是
to
被长官
fourth,
发现
third
了
to，fifth.
你还真不愧是铁律门出来
Coasting
的。
means that
谢少
although
主
the，
我跟
vehicle
子
is
木说着
moving,
玩呢。
it not being driven by the engine. This occurs either when the clutch pedal is held down or the gear lever is in the neutral position. Any form of coasting is wrong because it reduces the driver control of the vehicle. You might have difficulty engaging a gear. If something unexpected happened, it would almost certainly lead to the vehicle gathering speed when traveling downhill. It would mean harder braking and it removes the assistance of engine braking in a low gear. Each time you change gear, you coast a little. This is unavoidable, but it should be kept to a minimum. Overrun if there only light pressure on the accelerator pedal when the vehicle is traveling at speed. The engine may not
我
appear
选 择
to
的
be
路
driving the
又
vehicle.
何时好走过呢？
This is known as
蜀山认定
traveling
天行
on
较
the
为魔巧，
overrun and
皆是
shouldn't
因
be
为父亲与
confused
崇
with
光合作。
coasting.
又修
There
炼
no
了神秘武
loss
功
of，control
而现在
because the
此功
vehicle
法
is
不知道
still
教主
in
还有
gear.
没有修
Neither
行的。
engine
我
braking
们这
or
次回去一
acceleration
定要
are
查清楚，
available immediately.
让天行教重归正道。
Slipping the clutch
上号
is
信主，
holding the
尊主
clutch
请你过
pedal
去。
partially down so that the clutch is
走吧。
fully engaged. This allows the engine to spin
放心
faster
吧。
than if it was fully engaged and is often necessary when maneuvering at slow speeds. Slipping the
请师
clutch
傅
to
成全。
compensate for being in too
当然不
high a
是，
gear at a
我
low
现
speed
在
is bad
只是想
driving
做回真正的
practice
凤
and
梨士。
should be avoided.
不，我
Not
现在是
only
崇光
is
的弟
this a
子，
bad
少
driving
号宫信
technique,
主，而我要
it
做
can
的
also result
是
in
天行教少
excessive
主
wear
凤
of
梨
the
士。
clutch. Judgment As you become more proficient, you will be able to judge exactly the gear you need for the speed you intend in the maneuver you planning. Signaling signals are normally given by direction indicators and or brake lights. There are occasions when an arm signal can be helpful. It is important that you use the correct signal. Use signals to let others know what you intend to do to help all other road users, including pedestrians in good time and for long enough to allow other road users to see the signal and act upon it. Signal in good time, particularly before turning right or left, overtaking another moving vehicle, moving from one lane to another. Signaling too soon can confuse rather than help. For example, when there are several side roads very close together. Signaling too late can cause vehicles behind you to brake hard or swerve. Watch out for situations that call for special timing and signaling. For example, when you signal to pull up on the left, make sure the light is in a junction just before the place you intend to stop. If you signal left too soon, a driver waiting at that junction might think you intend to turn left. Delay signaling until you are in a position where your signal can be misunderstood. Unnecessary signals. A signal might not be necessary where there is no one to benefit from it, or where the signal could confuse other road users. Consider whether a signal is necessary before moving off, pulling up passing stationary vehicles, when you can position early and maintain a steady course. Don't signal carelessly. Wave pedestrians across the road. Failed to check that the signal is cancelled after your movement is completed. Mislead other road users.
师傅
Always
他
use
同意
the
让我们回
correct
天行教
signal.
了。
Remember, mirror signal maneuver. Arm signals. Nowadays, arm signals are seldom used. However, there are occasions when you might need to use one. Approaching zebra crossings when yours is the leading vehicle, using an arm signal when slowing down or stopping can be helpful. This not only tells traffic behind you that you intend to stop, but also approaching traffic and waiting pedestrians, who can see your brake lights. Turning right. Use an arm signal when necessary to emphasize a difficult right turn on a road carrying fast-moving traffic. To turn right just after moving out to pass a stationary vehicle. Stopping. Use the lowing down arm signal where any confusion to other road users might be caused by a F-turn indicator signal. Signaling with brake lights. Brake in good time. If necessary, lightly press the brake pedal early or more than once, to show your brake lights to traffic behind you. Using the horn. If you are driving safely and anticipating correctly, you will seldom need to use the horn. Only use it if you think other road users haven't seen you or can see you. On a blind bend or narrow winding road, the horn might help pedestrians and other road users who can see you coming. Warning others of your presence. DOES and relieve you of the responsibility to drive safely. Always drive with caution. Don't sound your horn to reprimand other drivers aggressively in a built-up area between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. or while you be stationary at any time, unless a moving vehicle creates a danger. Flashing your headlights. Flashing the headlights can be used in much the same way as the horn to warn other road users that you be there. If you think a warning is necessary, flashing headlights can be particularly useful in situations where the horn might not be heard or at a time when the horn shouldn't be used. Avoid flashing your headlights to instruct other drivers, reprimand another road user, intimidate a driver ahead. Other drivers flashing their headlights. Some drivers flash their headlights for a variety of reasons, including inviting you to pass before them, thanking you for your courtesy, warning you of some fault with your vehicle, telling you your headlights are dazzling them. When other drivers flash their headlights, don't rely on what you think they mean. Use your own judgment. The signal might not mean what you think, might not be intended for you. Make sure you know their intention before you act on the signal. Remember, flashing of headlights might not be an invitation. The other driver might have flashed someone else or have flashed accidentally. Moving off at an angle. Use the same drill as for moving off straight ahead, covered under. Moving off when making the routine safety checks, and at the biting point ask yourself these questions: at what angle should I move out? How far will this take me into the road? Your decision will depend on how close you are to the vehicle or object in front, how wide the vehicle ahead is oncoming traffic. Your window pillar can obstruct your view ahead. Make sure there's nothing in the area hidden by this obstruction. Watch out for other vehicles behind and signal, if necessary. Then look over your right shoulder again. Release the parking brake as you ease the clutch pedal up a little more. The vehicle will begin to move. Tight clutch control is needed, so keep the clutch pedal at or just above the biting point. Give yourself time to complete the amount of steering you need to clear the vehicle in front. Release the clutch pedal smoothly when your vehicle is clear of the obstruction. Allow room for someone to open the door. If you ease steering around a vehicle, check your mirrors, move out slowly, straighten up, and be ready to brake. A pedestrian might step out from the other side of the parked vehicle. Moving off on hills. Moving off uphill, your vehicle will want to roll back. To avoid this, you must use the accelerator, clutch and parking brake together. Much of the drill for moving off uphill is the same as for moving off on the level. With your left foot, press the clutch pedal down and hold it down. Move the gear lever into first. With your right foot, press the accelerator further than you would when starting on the level and hold it perfectly steady. The amount will depend on how steep the hill is. Bring the clutch pedal up to the biting point, which will be slightly higher than when you moving off on the level. Make your safety checks. Use your mirrors and look round over your right shoulder to check the blind spot. Decide whether you need to signal your intention to move off. Signal if necessary. Look round again if necessary. Lift the parking brake and release the button while you press the accelerator a little more. How much acceleration you need depends on the steepness of the hill. Let the clutch up a little more until you feel and hear the engine trying to move the vehicle. Release the parking brake smoothly. Gradually press the accelerator as the vehicle begins to move, and bring up the clutch pedal smoothly. Controlling the parking brake and clutch, this requires good timing. If you release the parking brake too soon, the vehicle will roll back. The vehicle will stall. If you hold the parking brake too long, you bring up the clutch too quickly or too far, you don't use enough acceleration. Practice the steps until you master the technique. Then practice moving off uphill without rolling backwards. From behind the parked vehicle and at an angle. The more you practice this maneuver, the more competent you will be at getting it right. Remember, allow a safe gap in any traffic because your vehicle will be slower pulling away and building up speed. Don't cut across or block traffic coming uphill. Use the MSM routine. Avoid hasty action. Moving off downhill, the routine is simpler than moving off uphill because the weight of the vehicle helps you to move away. The aim is to prevent the vehicle from rolling forward down the hill while moving away. The most effective, and possibly simplest, method is as follows. Press the clutch pedal down fully. Engage the appropriate gear for the severity of the slope. This could be second gear. Apply the foot brake. Release the parking brake, keeping the foot brake applied. Check mirrors. Look round just before you move off to cover the blind spots. Signal if necessary. Only move away when you be sure it's safe to do so. Look round again if necessary. Release the foot brake and release the clutch pedal smoothly as the vehicle starts to move. However, there may be other methods that can be employed. If they ensure that the maneuver is carried out under control, they can be equally acceptable. Remember, be careful to use the right gear for the steepness of the slope to give you more control. Don't forget that drivers coming down the road will need more time to slow down or stop. Again, leave a large enough gap before following section 6 traffic signs. This section covers the purpose of traffic signs, signs giving warning, signs giving orders, signs giving directions, and other information waiting restrictions, road markings, traffic lights, traffic calming, level crossings. The purpose of traffic signs. Signs are an essential part of any traffic system. They tell you about the rules you must obey and warn you about the hazards you may meet on the road ahead. Signs can be in the form of words or symbols on panels, road markings, beacons, bollards, or traffic lights. This section deals with the various types of traffic signs and their meaning. To do its job, a sign must give its message clearly and early enough for you to see it, understand it, and then act safely on it. Symbols are used as much as possible because they are more easily recognized and understood, mainly standardized, particularly throughout Europe. What are the basic rules when it comes to recognizing signs? You will recognize traffic signs more easily if you understand some basic rules. The shape and color of the main groups are circular signs. These give orders. Blue circles tell you what you must do, while signs with red rings tell you what you must not do. Triangular signs, these warn you of something, such as a junction. Rectangular signs, these inform and give directions. Road markings, these inform, give directions, and give orders. Other shapes, there are a few exceptions to these rules to give greater prominence to some signs. Signs giving warning, usually a red triangle pointing upwards, with a symbol or words on a white background. These warn you of a hazard you might not otherwise be able to recognize in time. For example, a bend, hill, or hump bridge. The sign will make clear what the hazard is. You must decide what to do about it. Narrowing roads, these tell you from which side the road is narrowing, sometimes both sides, and should warn you against overtaking until you had a chance to assess the hazard. Children in schools, the warning here is, watch out for children running out into the road, especially during school arrival and leaving times. Look out for school crossing patrols. Low bridge sign, even if your vehicle is low, watch out. An oncoming vehicle might have to use the center of the road to make use of any extra headroom there. Junctions, these tell you what type of junction is ahead. T-junction, crossroads, roundabout, staggered junction, and so on. The priority through the junction is indicated by the broader line. Sharp change of direction chevrons or roadside posts with reflectors may be used where the road changes direction sharply enough to create a hazard or to reinforce a bend warning sign where stronger emphasis is needed. Other hazards, if there's no special sign for a particular hazard, a general hazard warning sign is used, a red triangle with an exclamation mark on a white background. It will have a plate underneath telling you what the hazard is. Example, hidden dip. Signs giving orders, signs that give orders can be mandatory signs. These tell you what you must do. Prohibitive signs.
原来你还不知道啊！
These tell you what
你
you
的父
must
亲奉
not
行天
do.
当年为了救你，
Mandatory
出了一支血
signs,
鱼冰心
mostly
符，
circular signs
获得了
with
尊主
white
的信任。
symbols and borders on a blue
可他竟然狡
background.
猾地隐瞒了冰清
For
符本是
example,
子母
many
一双指
roundabout
示，
keep left
只将
turn
母冰
left.
清符给了尊主，
In addition,
而子
top
冰清
children
符
sign
是在你的
lollipops
体。
carried by a school crossing patrol. This is circular with black lettering on a yellow background top and white on a red background, often manually controlled at roadworks. Top and highway signs appear at junctions and are very important for
Yeah,
everyone
陪我玩吧。
guidance and safety.
这是什么呀
Top？signs, these are
最好
octagonal,
吃的
with
糖果呀！
white lettering on a red background, usually found at a
那，
junction
给我
with
吃
a
吧。
limited zone of vision. They always accompanied by a stop line marked on the road. The line tells you how far forward you should go before stopping at the position from which you look, assess and decide if it's safe to proceed. What you must do at top signs: stop even if you can see the road is clear. Wait until you can enter the major road without causing other drivers to change speed or direction. Highway signs, these consist of a red triangle pointing downwards, black lettering on a white background. They always accompanied
尊主
by
10年前
road
救下你，
markings.
不过是想让子
However,
母冰清符
some
合体，
junctions only
也
have
正
the
是因为如
highway
此，
lines.
才要与你大婚。
This is usually where
届
the
时
relatively
尊主
little
就会获
traffic
得无上
highway
神力，
signs and or
功
road
法大
markings
增。
show you the traffic on the road you want to enter has priority. The double broken lines across the road show you where to stop, if necessary, to take your final look. What you must do at highway signs: give way to traffic already on the major road. Delay entering the major road until you can do so without causing any traffic already on the road to change speed or direction. Remember, look, assess, decide and act. As with the top sign
居然
on
新
the
主不好
previous
生待在
page,
药灵
this is
宫，
the only sign that
怎么
a
来这儿啊？
downwards pointing triangle.
我是来探望基星
This
主的。
is to ensure that
看
it can
我。
be recognized and obeyed,
怎么？
even if it obscured.
我和虚元星主
Prohibited
共闯
signs,
左殿
these
密
tell you
室，
what you must
崇光却只
not
将
do.
我关进了魔
They
域。
easy to recognize
虚
by their
元星主
circular
心
shape
中不
and
安，
red border.
特来
The
安
message
抚
is
吗？
given by symbols,
基星主心中不
words
必
or
愤懑，
figures or a
崇
combination
光为
of
众而于
these.
我，
The
完全是念在
exceptions
先
are
尊
all
主的
entry
情分上，
signs circular with white border
基星
and
主的
red
所作所
background
为，
as lane
皆为
sign.
天魔族的未来。
Speed limit signs, a red
当年
circle with a number
你
on
追
a
随夜
white
月，
background
为
shows
我
the
们天魔
speed
族立
limit.
下过汗马功
A
劳，
white disc
就算
with
是
a
为了
black
夜月，
diagonal line cancels
我
the
对基星主
previous speed limit,
也
but
是一直感怀在
you
心
must
的。
exceed the national speed limit for the type of road you on or the vehicle you driving. If you
在
is
星落心
driving a
中，
light van of over 2 tons maximum
一直视
laden
星
weight,
主为
the
尊后
national
相待。
speed limit for goods vehicles of up to
星落只希望尊
7.5
后
tons maximum laden
能
weight
重拾当年
applies.
辅佐先尊
A
主的心
table
性。
showing the national speed limits for all
重振
roads
天
and
魔教，
vehicles can be found on page 40 in the latest
绝不
edition
能
of
让
the
尊主只为
Highway
一直让
Code.
崇光霸占着。
Repeater signs are a smaller
先尊主曾
form
有
of the
言
original speed
魔尊
limit
之位
sign and are fitted to
有崇光带着。
lampposts to remind you of the speed
只
limit.
要我找回我和叶渊
In
的孩
areas
子，
where there are regularly
他崇光
spaced street lights,
必
you
然该
should
交还
assume
天魔
that the
教。
30 mph,
虚元星主是有
48
什么消息了吗？
mph speed limit normally applies,
基星主，
unless there are repeater signs showing a
事关
different
放宽
speed
心
limit.
在委屈些时日，
Signs giving
在时
directions
机
and
成
other
熟时，
information, these help you find
我
and
一定
follow
会
the
亲
road
自
you
接你
want.
出去的。
They can also direct you to the nearest railway station, car park, or other facility or attraction. The colors of these signs vary with the type of road. For example,
师兄，
motorways blue
时辰
with
到了。
white letters and border primary routes,
我得给你
except
施针了。
motorways green with
师兄，
white letters and
目
border
前你
route
身子里面
numbers
的毒气
shown
并
in
没有
yellow
根除，
other routes
所以
white
你
with
才会体
black
弱无力
letters and。black
你要
or
知道，
blue
我
border.
必须得以掌门师
All
兄为
these
主。
roads may
至
also
于少掌门那
display
边，他有
tourist
神医看护，
signs,
暂
which
时
are
是用不
brown
上我
with
这个
white
炼丹有
letters
道的。
and border. Signs giving directions on primary routes,
少掌门
advanced
醒了吗？
direction signs,
没有。
you'll see these
子苏
before you reach the
少掌门不
junction.
会还有别的烧你没看
They
出来吧？
enable you to decide which
不应该
direction
啊。
to take and to prepare
我去看看。
yourself. Direction signs at the junction, these show you the way to take as you reach the junction. Route confirmatory signs positioned after the junction, these
少掌门。
confirm which road you on. These signs also tell you distances and places on your route. If the route number is in
不知
brackets,
道啊，
it means
少长
that
们
the
一直在
road
屋里都
leads
没
to
声
that
响，
route.
是吧，子墨？
Information signs these tell you where to find
不会又去
parking
苏玉山了
places,
吧？
telephones,
自从凤梨雪
camping
出现，
sites,
他冲动的时候
etc.,
还少
or
吗？
give information about such things as no through roads. Signs for traffic diversions in an emergency, when it necessary to close a section of motorway or other main road to traffic, a temporary sign may advise drivers to follow a diversion route. This route guides traffic around the closed section, bringing it back onto the same road further along
做得
its
不错
length.
那我也
To help
想赢你一个
drivers
这个吧。
navigate the route, black
兔子吃
symbols on yellow patches may be permanently displayed on existing direction signs, including motorway signs. A trigger sign will initially alert road users to the closure, then the symbol is shown alongside the route that drivers should follow. A number of different symbols may be used, as in some places there may be more than one diversion operating. The range of symbols used is shown below. Drivers and riders should follow signs bearing the appropriate symbol. These may be displayed on separate signs, or included on direction signs, giving the number of the road to follow. Waiting restrictions. These are indicated by signs and road markings. Yellow lines along the road parallel to the curb indicate that restrictions are in force. Small yellow plates may be mounted on posts or lampposts nearby. These give more precise details of the restriction that applies. If there are double yellow lines painted on the road but no plates nearby, there are no waiting at any time. Controlled parking zones. In controlled parking zones, the times of operation of the zone will be shown on the entry signs.
木萧哥哥，
Yellow lines show where waiting is prohibited or restricted, but yellow plates are normally provided in these zones. White bay markings and upright signs indicate where parking is allowed. Clearways. Some areas and main roads are designated as no stopping zones or clearways. This means no stopping on the main carriageway at any time, not even to pick up or set down passengers. On urban clearways there are no stopping during the hours of operation except for as long as necessary to set down or pick up passengers. Loading and unloading. Loading is defined as when a vehicle stops briefly to load or unload goods which are so heavy or bulky that it is uneasy to carry them any distance and may involve more
我
than
的杀
one
父
trip.
仇人不是莫萧，
Picking up items that can be carried, such as shopping, DOES, and constitute loading. You may be allowed to
父亲修
load
炼你
and
的神
unload
秘
in
魔功而
places
死。
where waiting is restricted. Yellow markings on the curb show that loading and unloading is prohibited. The times when this is prohibited are shown on the nearby upright
李雪
signs.
感恩师傅的重生
There
之
may
恩，
also be
师傅的
special
养育之
bays
恩。
marked by broken
如今，
white lines and the
我已经
words
帮师傅
owing
养好了
only
明心
marked
福
on the road and upright
请师
signs.
傅从我体内拨出吧。
Red routes on many
这样，
roads in London.
我跟
Red
师傅的
route
恩宠
signs and red road markings have been
两清。
introduced to replace the yellow line restrictions. For more information on red routes, visit tonfl.gov.uk/redroutes. Road markings. Markings on the road give information, orders or warnings. They can be used either with signs on posts or on their own. Their advantages are they can often be seen when other signs are hidden by traffic. They can give a continuing message as you drive along the road. As a general rule, the more paint, the more important the message. Lines across the road. Highway lines. Double broken white lines across your half of the road show that traffic on the road you want to enter has priority. The lines show where you should stop, if necessary, to take your final look. These may also be found on a roundabout where traffic on the roundabout is required to give way to those joining. A single broken line is normally found at the entrance to a roundabout. This tells you the traffic coming from your immediate right has
你
priority
们
and
说，莫萧哥
UMUST
哥把自
give
己关
way.
在那个结界里，在
Single
干什么
top
呢？
lines, a single
少主，
continuous
现在
line
少长们干
across
什么
your
都不重
half
要，
of the road
最重要
shows
的
where
是，他
UMUST
为什么要把自
stop
己
at
关起来？
junctions with top signs at
少长们好
junctions
像很伤
controlled
心的
by
样子，
police or traffic lights at level
也不
crossings
知道
at
发生了
swing
什么。
bridges or
他为什么
ferries.
伤心啊？少
Lines
长们
along
若
the
一直
road,
这样，
double white lines.
若是
The
被长们
most
发现了，
important of
你还
these are
真不愧
double
是铁律
white
门出来
lines,
的。
and they have rules
谢
for
少主，我
overtaking
跟怎么说着
parking.
玩呢？
Overtaking when the line nearest you is continuous. You must not cross or straddle it except when the road is clear and you want to enter or leave a side road or entrance on the opposite side of the road. Pass a stationary vehicle, pass a road maintenance vehicle, pedal cycle or horse moving at 10 mph, 16 kmh or less. If there is and room to leave adequate space when passing, you should wait for a safe opportunity. Don't try to squeeze past. If there a broken white line on your side and a continuous white line on the other, you may cross both lines to overtake. Make sure you can complete the maneuver before reaching a solid line
我
on
选
your
择的
side.
路又何
Arrows
时
on
好
the
走
road
过？
often warn that there
蜀
a
山认
double
定天
white
行教练
line
魔巧，
coming up.
皆是因为父亲与
Don't
崇光
begin
合
to
作，
overtake when you
又
see
修炼
them.
了神秘魔功。
Parking on
而
a
现
road
在，
marked with
此
double
功法不
white
知道教主还
lines,
有
you
没有修
must
行。
not stop
我
or
们这次
park,
回去
even
一定
if
要
one
查
of
清
the
楚，
lines is
让天
broken.
行教重归正道。
You may,
上号信
however,
主，尊主
stop
请
for
你
a
过
moment
去。
to pick up or drop off passengers
走吧。
or to load or unload goods. Hatch markings. There
放心
are
吧。
dangerous areas where it's necessary to separate the streams of traffic completely, such as a sharp bend
请
or
师傅
hump,
成全。
or where traffic turning
当然
right
不是，
needs protection.
我现在只
These
是想做回
areas
真
are
正的凤梨
painted
雪。
with white chevrons
不，
or
我现在
diagonal
是崇光的弟
stripes, and
子，
the tarmac
少号宫
areas
清楚。
between them
而
may
我要
also
做
be
的
a different
是
color,
天行教少主凤
example
梨雪。
red. In addition, remember where the boundary line is solid. Don't enter except in an emergency where the boundary line is broken. You shouldn't drive on the markings unless you can see that it's safe to do so. Single broken lines. Watch out for places where the single broken line down the center of the road gets longer. This shows a hazard ahead. Lane dividers. Short broken white lines are used on wide carriageways to divide them into lanes. You should keep between them unless you are overtaking or turning right. Lanes for specific types of vehicle. Bus and cycle lanes are shown by signs and road markings. In some streets, these vehicles are permitted to travel against the normal flow of traffic. These are known as control lanes. Bus lanes. Only vehicles shown on the sign may use the lane during the times of operation, which are also shown on the sign. Outside those periods, all vehicles can use the bus lane. Where there are no times shown, the bus lane is in operation for 24 hours a day. Don't park or drive in bus lanes when they are in operation. Cycle lanes. Don't drive or park in a cycle lane marked by a solid white line during the times of operation shown on the signs. If the cycle lane is marked by a broken line, don't drive or park in it unless it's unavoidable. If you park in a cycle lane at any time, you make it very dangerous for any cyclist who using that lane. High occupancy vehicle lanes. You must not drive in these lanes during their period of operation unless your vehicle contains the minimum number of people indicated on the sign. Reflective studs. These are red on the left-hand side of the road, white on the lane or
师傅他
center
同
of
意让我
road
们回天
lines,
行教。
amber on the right-hand edge of the carriageway on dual carriageways and motorways, green between the carriageway and labies, side roads and slip roads. At roadworks, fluorescent green/yellow studs may be used to help identify the lanes in operation. Box junction markings. Yellow crisscross lines mark a box junction. Their purpose is to keep the junction clear by preventing traffic from stopping in the path of crossing traffic. You must not enter a box junction unless your exit road is clear.
我想，
But you can enter the box when you want to turn right, and you are only prevented from doing so by
此生
oncoming
还能剩
traffic.
下什么？
If there a vehicle already on the junction waiting to turn right, you are free to enter behind it and wait to turn right, providing that you won't block any oncoming traffic wanting to turn right. If there are several vehicles waiting to turn, it unlikely you will be able to proceed before the traffic signals change. Words on the road surface usually have a clear meaning, such as stop, slow or keep going. When they show a part of the road is reserved for certain types of vehicle, for example, buses, taxis or ambulances, don't park there. Schools' yellow zigzags are often marked on the road outside schools, along with the words to keep clear, don't stop, even to set down or pick up children or park there. The markings are to make sure that drivers who are passing the area and children who are crossing the road have a clear, unrestricted view of the crossing area. Destination markings near a busy junction. Lanes sometimes have destination markings or road numbers on the road surface. These enable drivers to get into the correct lane early, even if advanced direction road signs are obscured by large vehicles. Lane arrows, these tell you which lane to take for the direction you are. Where the road is wide enough, you may find one arrow pointing in each direction: left in the left-hand lane, straight ahead in the center lane, right in the right-hand lane. Some arrows might be combined, depending on how busy the junction is. If the road is only wide enough for 2 lanes, arrows might have 2 directions combined: straight ahead and left in the left-hand lane, straight ahead and right in the right-hand lane. Left and right turn arrows are placed well before a junction to help you get into the correct lane in good time. They don't indicate the exact point at which you should turn. It is especially important to remember this at right turns. Speed reduction lines, raised yellow lines, may be painted across the carriageway at the approach to roundabouts. Reduced speed limits when entering a village. Particular hazards. The purpose of these lines is to make drivers aware of their speed after a period of driving at higher speeds. Reduce your speed into time. Traffic lights have 3 lights that change in a set cycle: red, and amber, green, amber, red. What the colors mean: red, stop and wait at the stop line. Red and amber, stop and wait. Don't go until green shows. Green, go if the way is clear. Amber, stop, unless you already crossed the line. You so close to it that pulling up might cause an incident. Approaching green traffic lights. Approach traffic lights as you would any other junction. Keep your speed down. Don't speed up. Keep the lights. Be ready to stop, especially if the lights have been green for some time. Green filter arrow. A green arrow in a traffic light means you can filter in the direction the arrow is pointing, even if the main light is showing green. Don't enter this lane unless you want to go in the direction shown by the arrow. When turning left or right at traffic lights, take special care and give way to pedestrians already crossing. MSM routine. Use the MSM and PSL routines as you approach the lights. Pay attention to lane markings and get into the correct lane in good time. Be prepared to stop. Advanced stop lines. At some traffic lights there are advanced stop lines to allow cyclists to position themselves ahead of other traffic. When the lights are amber or red, you should stop at the first white line and avoid encroaching on the marked area, which is reserved for cyclists only. However, if you cross the first white line at the time that the signal changes to red, you must stop at the second white line even if you in the marked area. Allow the cyclists time and space to move off when the lights change to green. In some areas there are bus advance areas. These should be treated in the same way as those provided for cyclists. Special traffic lights. These are often used to control traffic where low-flying aircraft pass over the road, or at swing or lifting bridges, or other special sites such as fire stations. They may either be normal traffic lights red, amber and green follow the normal rules. Red flashing lights
好
stop
吧，
when the
那
red
我告诉
lights
你，
are flashing.
你可千万别告诉
If
爹和
traffic
掌门师
lights
傅啊。
fail, if the traffic lights fail, proceed
实
with caution.
其实
Treat the
莫萧
situation
哥
as you
哥
would an
是又上
unmarked
苏黎山
junction.
救李雪去了，
If traffic lights
没有和
fail,
桃
if
花
the
坞求
traffic
医，
lights fail,
是我和林
proceed
云一
with
起请律
caution.
师不救，
Treat the
给陆叔兄
situation
演了
as you
场
would an
戏。
unmarked
哥，你可
junction.
千万别说出去啊！
School
这
crossing
次
warning at
莫
some
萧哥哥
busy
太可怜了，
locations.
没有
Two
救回
amber
李雪，
lights
他半年
flashing
聚会的消沉了
alternately
3
warn
日才重振
traffic
精
of
神
the
呢。
school crossing point ahead. Keep your speed down and proceed with great care. Traffic calming measures are used to encourage people to drive at a lower speed than they might otherwise do. They are used in particularly sensitive areas where it's considered that a reduction in speed would benefit the immediate community. Various features can be provided to slow down the speed of traffic, such as road humps, road narrowing, central islands, and chicanes. Many roundabouts. 20 mph zones. Some traffic calmed areas are indicated only by a 20 mph 32 km/h speed limit sign. This speed limit sign, in addition to advising the maximum speed limit, also indicates that there may be traffic calming features within a sign zone. These may not be individually signed. You should drive at a steady speed within the speed limit, and avoid frequent acceleration and deceleration within these areas. Road humps. These may be round or flat-top humps laid across the carriageway. They may be used on roads when there is a speed limit of 30 mph 48 km/h or less. In some areas the humps are in the form of cushions which only cover part of the lane and are designed so that larger vehicles, especially buses, can straddle them. If road humps or cushions are provided outside 20 mph 32 km/h zones, there will normally be warning signs at the beginning of the section of road where the hump or series of humps are installed, followed with edgeline markings at each hump. Road narrowings. Roads may be narrowed by the use of lowdowns on one or both sides of the road. If these are provided outside 20 mph 32 km/h zones, there will normally be warning signs indicating on which side of the road the narrowing occurs. Highway road markings on one side of the road, accompanied by signs advising priority for oncoming vehicles. If these are on your side of the road, you must always give way to drivers approaching from the other direction. If priority is given in either direction, then all drivers should ensure that they can pass through the narrowing without endangering vehicles approaching from the other direction. You shouldn't accelerate as you approach the narrowing, but be prepared to slow down or give way to approaching traffic. Hold back and allow cyclists and motorcyclists room to pass through. Don't try to squeeze through at the same time. Many roundabouts are often used as part of traffic calming schemes to break up a long road into shorter sections and allow traffic to join for minor roads. Level crossings. At a level crossing, the road crosses railway lines. Approach and cross with care. Never drive onto the crossing unless the road is clear on the other side, or drive over it. Owes to tail stop on or just after the crossing. Park close to the crossing. Most crossings have full or half barriers, although some have no gates or barriers. If you stop at a level crossing and your wait is likely to be more than a few minutes, consider switching off your engine as this can save fuel and cut down on pollution. Railway telephones. If there are a telephone, you must use it to contact the signal operator to obtain permission to cross. If you are driving a large or slow-moving vehicle, or one with limited ground clearance hurting animals, remember to telephone the signal operator again once you are clear of the crossing. Automatic barriers. Crossings with lights. A steady amber light followed by twin flashing red lights warn of an approaching train. An audible alarm to warn pedestrians will also sound once the lights show. You must obey the
成功
light
传授了神秘
signals.
魔功给我父亲。
Don't move on to the
你可知道
crossing after
我
the
父亲有没有
lights
传授给
show
别人？
zigzag round half barriers. Stop on the crossing if the amber light or audible alarm starts to
蜀山
operate.
丹
Keep
年前向
going
天
if
行
you
桥，
are already on the
难道是
crossing.
担心那魔功在天
If
行
the
桥上散
train
播？
goes by and the red lights
见过少昊
continue
星
to
子，
flash, or the
尊主命
audible
我将他
alarm
亲自
changes
监制的华
tone,
服送
you
来。
must wait
敬少昊
because
星主示
another
意。
train is approaching.
我们走。
敬少
Crossings
昊星主
without
现在
lights at
示意。
crossings with no lights
破云已经被你们
stop
打成
when
什
the
么样了？
gates or
他要休息。
barriers begin to
他现在
close.
这样，不是被你
Open
连累的吗？
crossings. The sign in the
尊
shape
主
of
念
the
在中
cross
心，
shown
已
in
经
the
留了他一人。
illustration below is
为
used
防他
at
随你
all
私逃下
level
山，
crossings
才
without
迫不
either
得已
gates
绑
or
在这少昊
barriers.
宫中。
Crossings
星主
with
不思
lights
自省，
automatic
难
open
道还要怪
level
罪尊主不
crossings
成？
have flashing road traffic signals and audible warnings similar to those on crossings with barriers. Crossings without lights at an open crossing with no gates,
你
barriers,
既然已经跟莫萧
attendant
走
or
了，
traffic
为什么又
signals,
回来？
there will be a
这跟你有
highway
关系
sign.
你还
Look
真以为
both
自己是
ways,
尊后了？
listen and
你
make
可知
sure
尊
there
主
are
为
no
何要娶
train
你？
coming before you cross.
这又跟你有什么关系？
User-operated crossings.
你
These
不要以为尊
crossings
主
are
真的喜
normally
欢你，
private and
他
should be
费尽心力
used
娶
by
你，
authorized
不过是
users
因为
and
你体内有一
invited
颗血
guests
玉冰清
only.
符。
Crossings with signals. Some crossings with gates or
原来你还不
barriers
知
have
道啊
top signs and
你
small
的父亲
red
奉行
and
天
green
当年为了
lights.
救你，献
Don't
出了一支
cross
血玉
when
冰
the
清
red
符，
light is on
获
because
得了
this
尊主的
means
信
that
任。
a train is approaching.
可他竟然狡猾地隐瞒了冰清
Cross
符
only
本
when
是
the
子
green
母一
light
双
is
的
on.
事实，只
If
将
you
母冰
eat
清符给了
crossing
尊
with a
主，
vehicle,
而
open
子
the
冰
gates
清
or
符
barriers
是在你的
on
体
both sides of the crossing. Check the green light is still on and cross. Promptly close the gates or barriers when you eat clear of the crossing. Crossings without signals. Some crossings have gates but no signals. At these crossings, stop,
爹，
look both
陪我玩
ways,
吧。
listen and make
这
sure
是什
that
么呀？
no train is approaching.
最好吃的
If
糖果
their
呀！
railway telephone, you must contact the signal operator to
给我
make
吃吧。
sure it's safe to cross. Open the gates on both sides of the crossing and check again that no train is coming before crossing promptly. Once you is cleared the crossing, close both gates and, if there a telephone, inform the signal operator. Always give way to trains, they can stop easily. Incidents or breakdowns. If your vehicle breaks down, or you be involved in an incident on the crossing, get everyone out of the vehicle and clear of the crossing. If their railway telephone, use it immediately to inform the signal operator. Follow any
尊主10年
instructions
前
you
救下
be
你，
given if their
不
time
过是想让
before a
子母
train
冰清符合
arrives.
体。
Move the
也正是
vehicle
因为如
clear
此
of the，
才要与
crossing.
你大婚。
You may be able to
届
do
时
this by
尊
putting
主
it
就
in
会获得
first
无
gear
上
and
神
then
力，
using the
功
starter
法大
motor.
增。
Beware of the engine starting suddenly if the alarm sounds, or the amber light comes on. Get clear of the crossing at once. The train won't be able to stop. Crossings for trams. Look for traffic signs that show where trams cross the road. Treat them in the same way as normal railway crossings. Remember, modern trams are silent. Take extra care and look both ways before crossing. Section 7 on the road. This section covers awareness and
既然新主
anticipation,
不好
road
生待在药
positioning,
莲
bends,
宫，
stopping, distance,
怎么来这儿了？
separation, distance, overtaking,
我是来探望季
obstructions,
星主的。
pedestrian crossings,
探望？
driving on hills, tunnels, trams,
怎么？
or LTR systems,
我
awareness
和
and
虚元新主
anticipation
共
in
闯
any
阻点
traffic
密室，
situation. There are some
崇
things
光却
that
只
are
将我
obviously
关进了
going to
魔狱。
happen, as well as some
虚元
things that
新主
might
心中
happen.
不安，
To
特
anticipate
来
is to
安
take
抚我。
action when you expect
季星主
something
心中
will
不
or
必愤
might
怒。
happen. You
崇光
can
为众法于
anticipate
我，
what might
完
happen
全是
by
念在
making
先尊主
early
的
use
敬
of
分
the
上。
available information on the
季星主
road.
的所作所为，
Ask yourself,
皆为
what
天
am I
魔族的
likely
未
to
来。
find? What are
当年
other road
你
users
追随
trying
夜
to
月，
do?
为我们天
Should
魔
I
族立下
speed
过汗
up
马
or
功
slow
劳。
down?
就算是为了夜
Do I
月，
need to stop?
我对季星主
Changing conditions,
也是
traffic
一直感
conditions
怀在
change
心。
constantly and you need to check and recheck what's going on around you. Be alert all the time to changes in conditions
在
and
星
think
落心
ahead.
中，
The degree to which you need to
一直是
anticipate
先主为
varies
尊后
according
想
to
到。
those conditions. Difficult
星落只
conditions
希
you
望
will
尊后
find it more difficult to
能
decide
重拾
what
当年
might
辅佐
happen
先
when
尊
the
主的
light
信
or
息，
the weather is poor, the traffic is
重
heavy,
振
the
天
route
魔
is
教，
unfamiliar. Types of road
绝
similarly,
不能让
types
尊
of
主只
road
为一
will
直让
affect
崇
how
光霸
much you
占着。
can anticipate.
先尊主
It's
曾有
easier
言
in
过，
light traffic
莫
to
尊之位，
anticipate what
有
other
崇光带
drivers
着。
might do. it
只要
more
我找回
difficult
我和
on
叶
a
渊的
busy
孩子，
single carriageway,
他冲
dual
过
carriageway or
必然该
motorway,
教我
where their
天魔教
options are greater.
学员信
Driving
主是有什
ahead
么消
reads
息
the
了吗？
road ahead to anticipate what
记
might
清楚，
happen. You need to be alert
持
and
管放宽
observant
心
at，all
在北季节
times.
时日，
Assess
在实
the
际成
movement
熟
of
时，
all other road users,
我一定会
including
亲自接你
pedestrians,
出去。
along the whole stretch of road on which you eat traveling. Take in as much as possible of the road ahead behind to each side. You should keep your eyes moving and be able to observe the
师兄，
middle distance
时
and
辰到
far
了，
distance, as well as the area immediately
我得给
in
你施
front.
针。
Glance frequently in
师
the
兄，
mirror to see
目
what's
前
happening
你
in
身
the
子里面的
area
毒
you
气
eat
并没有
just
根除，
past. Scan
所
the
以你才
area
会
in
听
your
者无力。
view.
你要知道，我
Observation:
必须
If
得
you
以掌
be
门
a
师
new
兄为主。
driver, you
至于
will
少
tend
掌
to
门那
give
边，他有
most
神
of
医
your
看护，
attention to
暂时是用不
controlling
上
the
我这个炼丹
vehicle.
老道的。
Practice reading the road. You don't have to be driving to do
少掌门
this.
醒了吗？
You can
没有。
also do it as a
子苏，
passenger in a car
少
or
掌门不会
bus.
还有别的伤，你没看出
Look
来吧
out？ for other vehicles and
应该
pedestrian
啊。
signals given by
我
other
去看看。
drivers, road signs and markings, the type and condition of the road surface, large vehicles which sometimes need extra space to maneuver, example at roundabouts and other
少
junctions.
掌门，
Movements of vehicles well ahead of you, as well as those immediately in front, side roads or hills ahead. The building
不知
line
道
may
啊，
show these
少掌门一直
buses
在屋里都没
signaling
声
to
响，
move out
是
from
吧，
bus
子墨？
stops.
嗯，
Clues
少掌
look
门
out for
不
clues
会又
to
去
help
素
you
玉山
to
了吧？
act safely and
自从
sensibly
凤
on
梨雪
what
出
you
现，
see.
他冲动的时候还少
Watch
吗？
smaller details in built-up areas where traffic conditions change rapidly. Observe the actions and reactions of other road users. Reflections in shop windows can often give important information where vision is restricted or when reversing into a parking space. School buses will also be picking up and setting down passengers where there may not be
做得不
normal
错，
bus
那我
stops.
也奖励你一个这个吧。
Emergency vehicles look and listen
兔子
for
吃的
emergency
辣。
vehicles, as well as the normal emergency services, police, fire and ambulance. Certain others, such as Coast Guard, bomb disposal, mountain rescue and the blood transfusion service, may use blue flashing lights. The police may also use red flashing lights. Doctors on call may use green flashing lights. You should try to keep out of the way of any emergency vehicle. Check where they are coming from behind the mirrors, ahead or, more importantly, across your path. Don't panic. Watch for the path of the emergency vehicle and take any reasonable and legal action possible to try to help it get through. They won't expect you to break the law, only to make a reasonable and safe attempt to help clear the way for them so that they can do the rest. Look well ahead and choose a sensible place to pull into the side of the road, but don't endanger yourself or other road users or risk damage to your car. Try to avoid stopping before the brow of a hill, a bend or a narrow section of road where the emergency vehicle may have difficulty getting through, but don't put yourself in a position where you would be breaking the law. For example, by crossing a red traffic light or using a bus lane during its hours of operation. Break the speed limit to get out of the way. Risk damaging your tires, wheels or steering by bumping up curbs. Emergency vehicles are normally traveling quickly and it's important to clear their path to allow them to do so. However, ambulances may need to travel slowly, even if they have blue lights flashing, when a patient is being treated inside. In this case, it's important for them to have a smooth ride, so don't drive in a manner that would cause the ambulance to brake or swerve sharply. Driving in busy areas. When driving in busy areas, you should be especially alert to all the possible hazards already mentioned.
我的
You
杀父
should
仇人不
also
是
be
莫笑。
particularly aware of your speed and always drive at a speed appropriate to the conditions. The speed limit is the absolute maximum in
修炼你的神秘魔
DOES
功
and
而
mean
死。
that it always safe for you to drive at that speed. For example, in a narrow residential street with cars parked on either side, you may need to reduce your speed
林雪感
considerably.
恩师傅的重生之
Road
恩。
positioning,
师
you
傅的养
should
育者。
normally keep to the left
如
when
今
driving in
我已
Great
经帮
Britain.
师傅养好了病情。
However, keep clear of parked
请师傅从我体
vehicles,
内播出吧。
leaving room for doors opening, vehicles
我跟
moving
师傅的
off,
恩宠。
children running out. Don't
两区。
drive too close to the curb, particularly in streets crowded with pedestrians weave in and out between parked vehicles. It's unnecessary and confusing to other
做
drivers.
我自己。
When necessary, ease over to the left to help the flow of traffic let a faster vehicle overtake. The correct position: you should always be in the correct position for the route you are going to take. Keep to the left if you are going straight ahead or turning left. Keep as close to the center of the road as is safe when you are turning right. Your position is important not only for safety, but also to allow the free flow of traffic. A badly positioned vehicle can hold up traffic in either direction. Keep to the center of the road if you are turning right. One-way streets: position your vehicle according to whether you intend to go ahead, turn left, or turn right. To turn left, keep to the left-hand lane. To turn right, keep to the right-hand lane, provided there are no obstructions or parked vehicles on the
你们
right-hand
说
side of
莫
the
小哥哥
road
把自己
you
关在
are
那
in.
个结界里，
To
在干什
go
么呢？
ahead, be
少
guided
主
by the，road
现在少长们干
markings.
什么都不重要，
If there's
最
no
重要的是
specific lane
他为什
for
么要把
ahead,
自己关
select
起
the
来？
most appropriate lane,
少长们好
normally
像
the
很伤
left,
心的样
in
子。
good time. Follow the
也不
road
知道发生了
markings
什
and
么，
get into the
他为什么
correct
伤
lane
心
as
啊？
soon as
少长们若
possible
一直
and
这
stay
样，
in this lane.
若是被掌门发现了，
Watch for
你还真不
drivers
愧
who
是
may
铁律门
change
出来的。
lanes suddenly.
谢少主，我
Traffic
跟子
in
木说着
one-way
玩呢。
streets often flows freely. Watch out for vehicles coming past on either side of you. Lane discipline: you should always follow lane markings, which are there for two reasons. They make the best possible use of road space. They guide the traffic. Keeping to the lane markings is vital. Position yourself in good time if you find you are in the wrong lane. Don't try to change by cutting across other drivers at the last moment. Carry on in your lane and find another way back to your route. Changing lanes: position your vehicle according to your route. Always check your mirrors and, if necessary, take a quick sideways glance to be sure
我
that
选
you
择的
won't
路
force another road
又何时
user
好
to
走过？
change course or speed.
蜀山认定天行较
When
为魔
it's
巧，
safe to do so,
皆是因为父亲与
signal
重
in
光合
good
作，
time and when clear,
又修炼了
move
神妙魔
out.
功。而现
Never
在
weave from lane
此
to
功法不知
lane.
道教众还有没有修行
Never
的。
straddle
我
two
们这次回
lanes.
去一定要查
Never
清楚，
change lanes
让
at the
天行教
last
重归
minute.
正道。
Always
星
stay
主，
in the
尊
middle
主
of
请你
your
过
lane
去。
until you need to change.
走吧，
In heavy and slow-moving traffic, don't change lanes suddenly.
放心
Keep
吧。
changing lanes, straddle lanes or lane markings, weave in and out, obstruct the up clear markings. Check for
请
these
师
in
傅成全。
congested, slow-moving
当然不是，
traffic, example
我
at
现在
exits
只是想
or
做回真正的凤
emergency
梨须。
vehicles.
不，我
Allow
现在
for
是崇光的弟
pedestrians
子，
crossing,
少昊宫
cyclists
新主，
moving up the
而我
near
要做
side,
的
large
是天
vehicles
行教
needing
少
to
主凤梨须。
straddle lanes before turning, motorcyclists filtering, doors opening. Driving ahead, keep to the left-hand lane wherever possible. Don't use the right-hand lane just because you are traveling at speed. On a carriageway with 4 or more lanes, don't use the lanes on the right unless signs or markings allow you to do so. Peak time idle flow systems might permit or forbid use of these lanes, depending on the time of day. Bus and cycle lanes: these are separate lanes shown by signs and road markings. Don't enter these lanes unless permitted by the signs. Approaching a road junction, look well ahead for signs and markings. If you have 2 lanes in your direction and you intend to turn left, stay in the left-hand lane. You intend to go straight ahead, stay in the left-hand lane unless otherwise indicated. You intend to turn right, move to the right-hand lane in good time. Don't try to gain an advantage by using an incorrect lane. Trying to change back to the proper lane at or near the junction is a risky business. If you have 3 lanes in your direction and you intend to turn left, stay in the left-hand lane, go straight ahead, take the left-hand lane unless there are left filter signs or the middle lane, or be guided by road markings. Turn right, take the right-hand lane. Slip road: some junctions also have a slip road. Get into the left-hand lane in good time before entering the slip road. You will be able to slow down to turn left without holding up other traffic. Bends. Dealing effectively and safely with bends demands that you look well ahead and try to assess accurately how severe the bend is and at what speed you need to be traveling to negotiate it under control. You should exercise sound judgment in a defensive approach. Where vision is restricted, be prepared to meet oncoming vehicles, obstructions such as broken down or slow-moving vehicles, pedestrians walking on your side of the road. You should use the foot brake to control your speed on approach. Choose the right gear for the road speed. Use the accelerator carefully. Steer to hold the correct line through the bend. Remember, a bend can feel like a sharp corner to a driver who approaches it too fast with disastrous results. Positioning on bends. Left-hand bend. Keep to the center of your lane as you approach. Don't move to the center of the road to improve your view round the bend. This could put you too close to oncoming traffic, and a vehicle coming the other way might be taking the bend wide. Right-hand bend. Keep to the left to improve your view of the road, but don't let a clear view tempt you to enter the bend at too great a speed. Speed. Judging the correct road speed as you approach bends and corners takes practice and experience. The correct speed is the one that takes your vehicle around the bend under full control with the greatest safety for you, your passengers and other road users. Its speed will depend on the type and condition of the road, sharpness of the bend, camber of the road, visibility, weather conditions. Camber. The camber of a road is the angle at which the road normally slopes away from the center to help drainage. Adverse camber. Here the road slopes downwards towards the outside of the corner, and the forces acting on your vehicle could cause it to leave the road more easily than on a normal corner. Banking. On a few bends, such as some motorways, slip roads, the outward force may be partly counteracted by banking. This is where the road slopes upwards towards the outside of the bend. Adjusting your speed on going to a bend too fast. If necessary, reduce speed before you enter the bend. You can reduce your speed by taking your foot off the accelerator and allowing the road speed to fall, or by using the foot brake progressively and, if necessary, changing to a lower gear. Your speed should be at its lowest before you begin to turn. Braking on a bend. Avoid braking on a bend. This can make your vehicle unstable. The sharper the bend, the more drastic the effects of braking and the more likely the vehicle is to skid. If any braking is necessary, brake before the bend. Don't confuse the accelerator with accelerating, which means going faster. When dealing with bends, the accelerator means using it just enough to drive the vehicle around the bend. The correct speed at a corner or bend will depend on a number of things, including how sharp it is, whether there are other traffic about. There are no hard and fast rules, and you will have to judge the correct position, the proper speed for the corner or bend, the gear most suitable for that speed. The secret of dealing with bends is to make sure that your speed is at its lowest before you start the turn. You use the accelerator so that the engine is doing just enough work to drive the vehicle round the bend without going faster. Too much acceleration can cause the wheels to lose their grip and skid, resulting in the vehicle swinging off course. This is particularly true on rear-wheel drive vehicles. Only increase your speed after you straighten as you leave the bend. Gears. Make sure you select the correct gear before you enter the bend. You need both hands on the steering wheel as you turning. Steering. Every vehicle handles differently. It's very important that you get to know how the vehicle you driving behaves when you steering round a bend. Some vehicles understeer. They respond less than you would expect in relation to the amount of steering you use. Others oversteer. They respond more than you would expect in relation to the amount of steering you use. To be able to negotiate a bend, corner or junction safely, you must be able to judge how much steering to use. Load. Any change in the center of gravity or weight the vehicle is carrying will affect its handling on bends, compared with when it lightly loaded. This change may be caused by extra passengers' heavy objects in the boot, objects on the roof rack. Tire pressures. Incorrect tire pressures can also affect steering. Low pressure produces a heavier feel and can cause the tires to overheat. Low pressure and excess pressure can affect road holding and tire wear. Excess pressure can affect road holding on bends and increases the risk of skidding. Negotiating the bend. Look ahead. Look well ahead for any indications, such as road signs, warnings and road markings, which will tell you the type of bend, the direction the road takes, how sharp the bend is, whether the bend is one of a series. Assess the situation. Ask yourself, how dangerous does it seem? Remember, the word low is usually painted on the road for a good reason. Are there likely to be obstructions on the bend?
来，
For
我要扶。
example, slow-moving vehicles or parked cars. Are there likely to be pedestrians on your side
好
of
吧
the road?
那我告诉你，
Is there a
你可
footpath?
千万别告诉爹和掌
What the
门师傅
camber
啊。
like? Remember that on a right-hand
其实-
bend, an adverse camber could
其
make
实
your vehicle
莫
veer
萧
to the
哥哥
left.
是又上苏
Look
黎山
well
救李雪
ahead.
去了
It's。too late to find
没
out
有
in
和
the
他
middle
来
of the
注
bend
意，
when your brakes
是
can
我和
help
凌
you.
云一起请了师
Always
傅救，
drive so you
给
can
陆
stop
师兄演了
safely
场
within
戏。
the limit of your
哥，你可
vision.
千万别说出去啊！
Take extra
这
care
次
where your
莫
view
萧
is
哥哥太可
restricted.
怜了，没有救回李
Approach
雪，
with care as you
他万念俱
approach.
灰的消沉了
Follow
3
the
日才重振
MSM
精
or
神的。
PSL routine. Before you reach the bend, take up the best approach position for the type of bend. Adjust your speed, if necessary, and select the most suitable gear. Entering the bend. As you enter the bend, press the accelerator just enough to keep the wheels gripping the vehicle under full control. After you begin to turn, avoid braking, except in an emergency. As you round the bend, keep watching for hazards as the road unfolds and your view improves. Stopping on a bend. Avoid stopping on a bend, except in an emergency. If you have to stop, do so where following traffic can see you. This is especially important on left-hand bends, where vision can be more limited. If you can, stop clear of a continuous center line and give clear warning of any obstruction to other traffic. Use hazard warning lights and, if you have one, an advance warning triangle or any other permitted warning device. A series of bends, double and multiple bends, are almost always signed. Take note of road signs, double white lines, arrows warning you to move to the left. For example, if the second bend followed closely after the first and you haven't taken notice of the road sign or markings, you could find yourself speeding up when you should be slowing down. This can result in hasty replanning and loss of control. On a winding road, use your gear sensibly and select the appropriate gear for the speed. This will enable you to drive at a safe speed while keeping the right amount of motion and entering the right amount of grip on the road. Bends and series often swing in alternate directions. As soon as you negotiated one, you have to prepare for the next. Look well ahead for changes in the camber of the road, which could affect your control. At night on unfamiliar roads, the lights of oncoming traffic may help you to plan ahead. However, negotiating bends at night has its own hazards. Drive with extra care. Be prepared for hazards around the bend. Be prepared to be affected by the lights of oncoming traffic, especially on right-hand bends. Don't be taken by surprise. Dip your headlights in advance for oncoming traffic approaching the bend, especially on left-hand bends. Drive defensively. Always be on the lookout for other vehicles creating dangerous situations. Stay well clear of trouble, such as a vehicle overtaking too close to a bend, a vehicle approaching a bend too fast, oncoming vehicles straddling the center lines, oncoming vehicles skidding in bad weather, a vehicle waiting to turn into a concealed entrance. Stopping distance. This is the distance your vehicle travels from the moment you realize you must brake to the moment the vehicle stops. You need to leave enough space between you and the vehicle in front so that you can pull up safely if it slows down or stops suddenly. To do this, you must be able to objects. Stopping distance depends on how fast you going, whether you traveling on the level, uphill or downhill, the weather and the state of the road, the type and age of your vehicle. Normally older vehicles need a longer stopping distance, the condition of your brakes and tires, the size and weight of your vehicle, your ability as a driver, especially your reaction times when applying the brakes. Stopping distance divides into thinking distance, braking distance. What are the usual stopping distances? 20 mph thinking distance 6 meters approximately, braking distance 6 meters approximately 12 meters 3 car lengths. Average car length is 4 meters, 30 meters ph thinking distance 9 meters approximately, braking distance 14 meters approximately 23 meters or 6 car lengths. Average car length is 4 meters, 40 meters ph thinking distance 12 meters approximately, braking distance 24 meters approximately 36 meters or 9 car lengths. Average car length is 4 meters, 50 meters ph thinking distance 15 meters approximately, braking distance 38 meters approximately 53 meters or 13 car lengths. Average car length is 4 meters, 60 meters ph thinking distance 18 meters approximately, braking distance 55 meters approximately 37 meters or 18 car lengths. Average car length is 4 meters, 70 meters ph thinking distance 21 meters approximately, braking distance 75 meters approximately 96 meters or 24 car lengths. Average car length is 4 meters. Distances are measured in meters and are approximate only.
你的父亲奉刑天，当年为了救你，献出了一支血玉冰清符，
It takes well over half a second for most people to
可他竟然
react.
狡猾地隐瞒了冰
If
清
you
符本
eat
是子母遗
tired
孀
or
的事实，
unwell, it
只
will
将母
take
冰清符
longer.
给了尊主。
If you
而
eat
子冰
driving
清
at
符
20
是在你的体
mph 32 kmh, you will travel about 6 meters 20 feet before your brakes even begin to act. At 30 mph 48 kmh, you will travel 9 meters 30 feet. At 40 mph 64 kmh, you will travel 12 meters 40
最好
feet.
吃的糖果
The
呀！
diagram opposite shows thinking distances and braking
给我吃吧。
distances for speeds up to 70 mph. Braking distance, this depends greatly on your speed and the size and weight of your vehicle. It has even more effect on the overall stopping distance. At 20 mph 32 kmh, good brakes will stop your vehicle in about 6 meters 20 feet on a dry road. At 40 mph 64 kmh, twice the speed, they'll take 24 meters 80 feet to stop, that 4 times the distance. You need to allow much more time and room to brake in bad weather.
尊主10年前救下
On
你，
wet roads, allow
过是想让
double
子
the
母冰
normal
清符合体。
stopping distance and
也
10
正是因为
times
如
where
此，
the roads
才要
are
与你
icy.
大婚。
Separation
届
distance
时
also, your
尊主
tires
就会
won't
获得
grip
无
the
上
road
神，
surface so
功
well
法大
on
增。
loose road surfaces if there any diesel spilt on the road. In these conditions, allow much more time and room to brake. Far too many road traffic incidents are caused by drivers getting too close to the vehicle in front. It is essential that every driver is able to judge a safe separation distance in all road, traffic and weather conditions. The safety of you and your passengers depends on it. How far should you keep from the vehicle in front? Ideally, you should be no closer than the overall stopping distance that corresponds to your
我是来
speed.
探望吉星主的。
In heavy, slow-moving urban traffic that might not be practicable without
我
wasting
和虚元
valuable
星主
road
共尝
space.
酒店密室，
However, even then
晨
the
光却
gap
只
should
将我
never be
关进
less
了
than
魔
your
域。
thinking distance, and
虚元
much
星
more
主
if the
心中
road
不
is wet
安，
and slippery.
特来
A
安抚
reasonable
吗
rule？ to apply in
吉星主
good,
心中不
dry
必愤怒，
conditions is a gap of
晨
1
光为
meter
重罚
for
于我，
each mph
完
of
全
your
是念在
speed.
先尊主的情
For
分上。
example, at 55
吉星主的所作所
mph
为，
88
皆为天魔
kmh
族
a
的未来。
gap of 55 meters would
当
be
年
appropriate.
你追随夜
In
月，
bad
为
conditions
我们
leave
天
at
魔族立
least
下过
double
汗
the
马功劳。
distance.
就算是
A
为了夜
useful
月，
technique for judging
我
1
对吉
meter
星主
per mph is to
也是
use
一
the
直感怀在
2-second
心的。
rule. Remember, Your overall stopping distance is the only really safe gap, and anything less is
在星
taking
落
a
心
risk.
中，
The 2-second rule in
一
good
直
dry
是新主为
conditions, an
尊后
alert
相待。
driver, who is driving a vehicle with
星落只
first-class
希望尊
tires
后
and brakes, needs to be
能
at
重
least
拾
2
当年辅
seconds
佐先
behind
尊
the
主的信
vehicle
心，
in front. In bad
重振天
conditions,
魔将，
double the safety gap to 4 seconds or even
绝
more.
不能让尊主之
How
位
to
一直让
measure
崇光
choose
霸
an
占着。
obvious stationary reference
先尊主
point
曾应
ahead,
你，
such as a
魔尊之
bridge,
位
a tree or
有
a
崇
road
光带着。
sign. When the
只
vehicle
要我
ahead
找回我和叶
passes
渊的
the
孩子，
object, say to yourself,
他崇光
and now why a fool
必
breaks
然
the
该教我天
2-second
魔教
rule.
了。
If you reach the
轩星主
object
是有什么
before
消
you
息了
finish
吗？
saying it, you too
季
close.
星主，
Multiple collisions
是
often
官方
happen
关系，
because the
在北极界
drivers
时，
involved were
但
driving
时机
too
成熟
close
时，
and were unable to brake in
我一
time.
定会亲自接
You
你
can
出
avoid
去。
such incidents by looking well ahead and keeping your distance. Give yourself time to react. Defensive driving: when a vehicle behind is driving too close to you, ease off
师兄，
very gradually
时
and
辰到了，
increase the gap between you and the vehicle in
我得给
front.
你施针了。
This will give
师
you
兄，
more time to
目
react
前
if the
你身子
driver
里面的
ahead
毒气
should
并没有
slow
根
down
除，
or stop
所以你才会
suddenly.
体弱无力。你要知
Overtaking
道，
because
我必须得以掌
overtaking
门
can
师兄为
put you
主。
on a
至于
collision
少掌
course
门那
with
边，他有神
traffic
医
from
看
the
护，
opposite
暂时是用
direction,
不上我这个
in
炼
one
丹
of the
老道的。
major causes of road traffic incidents. Overtaking at the wrong
少掌门
time
醒了
or in
吗？
the wrong
没有。
place is extremely
子苏，
dangerous.
少掌门不会
It's
还有别
vital
的
to
伤你没看
choose
出
your
来吧？
time and place carefully.
不应该啊。
Before
我去
overtaking,
看
you
看。
must be certain you can return to your side of the road safely without getting in the way of vehicles coming towards you. Vehicles you overtaking. Overtaking a moving
少掌
vehicle,
门，
don't overtake unless it's necessary. For example, don't rush to get past someone only to turn off that road shortly
不
afterwards.
知道啊。少掌门一
Ask
直在屋里
yourself
都没
if
声
it
响，
really
是吧，
necessary.
子墨？
If you decide
少
it
掌门
is, you
不
need
会
to
又去素
find
玉
a
山了吧？
suitable place.
自从凤梨
You
雪出
must
现，
not
他
overtake
冲动的时
where
候
to
还
do
少
so
吗？
would cause you to break the law. Details are shown in the highway code. In addition, some places are never suitable. For example, don't overtake if your view ahead is blocked, if other drivers might not be able to see you, if there's too little room, if the road narrows, if you east approaching a junction, if there's dead ground, a dip in the road which might hide an
做得不
oncoming
错，
vehicle.
那我也奖励
Judging
你一个这个
speed
吧。
and distance, the speed of the
兔子吃的。
vehicle you overtaking is very important. When you closing up behind a moving vehicle, it will cover quite a distance before you can actually pass it, and probably much more than you think. It could take you quite a long time to overtake. For example, if you doing 30 mph 48 kmh, it could take a quarter of a mile 400 meters just to catch up with a vehicle 200 yards 180 meters ahead, which is traveling at as little as 15 mph 24 kmh. On the other hand, if you traveling at 55 mph 88.5 kmh and an oncoming vehicle is doing the same, both vehicles are actually approaching each other at 110 mph 177 kmh or 50 meters per second. Overtaking takes time. The smaller the difference between your speed and the speed of the vehicle you be overtaking, the longer the stretch of clear road you will need. Defensive driving: never accelerate when someone is overtaking you. Be prepared to ease off, if necessary, to help them pass you. Remember, if in doubt, don't
小哥哥。
overtake. Overtaking often takes longer than you think, especially if you overtaking a large vehicle. Overtaking large vehicles: if you considering overtaking, you need to keep well back to ensure that you get the best view of the road ahead. Allow the driver of the large vehicle to see you in the mirrors. Remember, if you can see the mirrors, they can see you. Be especially aware that left-hand drive lorries have different blind spots to right-hand drive vehicles. Leave a good space while waiting to overtake. If another car fills the gap, drop back again. If you thinking of overtaking, note whether the vehicle you intend to overtake is loaded or unloaded.
我已经
The
知道，
speed of large vehicles
我的
varies
杀父仇
greatly
人不是
when
莫
they
小。
going up and down hills. A loaded vehicle might crawl slowly uphill and then pick up speed surprisingly quickly on the
你父亲
downhill
修炼你
run.
的神秘魔功而
Always
死。
remember these possible changes in speed when you thinking of overtaking. Avoid driving alongside a large vehicle. You may be in its blind spot and the
你学
driver
感
may
恩师
not
傅的
be
重
able
生
to
之
see
恩，
you.
师傅的养育者。
Overtaking slow-moving vehicles. There
我
are
已经帮
several
师傅
types
养
of
好了病情符，
slow-moving vehicle that you may
请师
encounter
傅从
on
我
the
体内播
roads.
出吧。
These include farm
我跟师
machinery,
傅的恩宠，
tractors, roadworks
两
vehicles,
清。
refuse collection vehicles, etc. Most will have flashing amber beacons. Tractors and farm machinery
我
will
只想
often pull into the left when it's safe,
做我
or
自
if
己。
there's space to do so, to let a queue of traffic pass. However, they are not always able to do so. It can be frustrating to be traveling behind a slow-moving vehicle, but be patient. Wait until the road ahead is completely clear of oncoming traffic and you ensure it both safe and legal to overtake. Remember also that there may be workers in the road, for example, around roadworks vehicles or refuse collection trucks. Don't overtake on the approach to bends, before the brow of a hill or where there are dips in the road ahead which could hide an oncoming vehicle. In rural areas, there may also be hidden entrances to farm properties from which vehicles may suddenly emerge. Only overtake if your view of the road ahead is completely clear and unobstructed, and you ensure there are no oncoming
你们
traffic.
说莫萧哥哥把自己
Also
关在
check
那个结界
behind
里，
to
在干
make
什
sure
么呢？
no other vehicle is
少主，
trying to
现在少
overtake
长们
at
干
the
什么都不
same
重要，
time.
最重要的
Leave
是
plenty of
他
room
为什
when
么要把自己关起
overtaking
来
and allow plenty of time
少
for your
长们好像
maneuver.
很伤心的样子。
Some vehicles, especially those
也不知
towing
道发生
farm
了什么，
machinery,
他为
may
什么
be
伤心
wider
啊？
or longer
少长
than
们若一直
expected.
这样，若是被
Overtaking
掌
on
门
a
发
hill
现了，
uphill give
你还真不
yourself
愧是铁
time
律
and
门出
room
来
to
的。
return to your side
谢
of
少
the
主，
road
我
well
跟子木
before
说着
the
玩呢。
brow of the hill. Your zone of vision will get shorter as you approach the brow of the hill. Don't forget that oncoming vehicles will be traveling faster and could be on top of you very quickly. Downhill it's more difficult to slow down when going downhill. If you overtake going downhill, you may find yourself traveling faster than you intended. Be careful not to lose control of your vehicle. Overtaking on long hills. On some long hills, double white lines divide the road so that there are 2 lanes for traffic going uphill, but only one downhill. If the line is broken on the downhill side, this means you can overtake going downhill if it's safe to do
我
so.
选择的路
Overtaking
又何
on
时好走过？
3-lane roads. Some roads
蜀
are
山认定天
divided
行较
into
为魔
3
巧，
lanes,
皆是因
where
为
the
父亲
middle
与崇
lane
光
can
合
be
作，
used for
又
overtaking
修
in
炼了
either
神秘魔功。
direction.
而现在，
These roads
此
can be
功法不知道教主
particularly
还有没有修行
dangerous.
的。我们这次
Before
回去一
overtaking,
定要查
you
清楚，
must make sure
让
the
天行
road
教
is
重归正
clear
道。
far enough
少昊
ahead.
星主，尊主
If
请
in
你过
doubt,
去。
wait. Some 3-lane
走吧。
roads have double white lines marked on the road to allow vehicles
吧。
traveling uphill to overtake. Before overtaking, many danger spots are marked with double white
请师傅
lines
成全。
along the road.
当然
Look
不
out
是，
for arrows
我现
warning you
在
to move
只
over
是
to
想
the
做回
left
真正的
as you
凤梨学。
approaching these
不，
areas.
我现在是崇光的弟
Junction
子，
signs
少
and
昊宫
hex
清主，
markings in the
而我要
middle
做
of
的
the road are
是天
warnings
行教
not to
少主凤梨
overtake.
学。
Be ready to hold back in case traffic is waiting to turn right or slowing to turn left. Watch the vehicle in front before overtaking. Decide what the driver in front is likely to do by watching both them and the road ahead for a while. They might decide to overtake, continue to drive at the speed of the vehicle ahead of them, intend to turn off soon, have seen something ahead which you haven't. Vehicles turning right. Research has shown that most overtaking incidents are caused by the overtaking driver hitting a vehicle which is turning right. To avoid this type of collision, you should consciously check the indicators of the vehicle you are about to overtake, assuming that a vehicle that's slowing down is about to turn. Following through. Never automatically follow an overtaking vehicle without being able to see for yourself that the way is clear. The vehicle in front obscures your view and hides you from the view of oncoming traffic. Always make your own decisions about overtaking based not only on what you see but also on what you know. Be patient. hold back. There might not be enough time for both of you to overtake at once. Defensive driving: keep well back from any vehicle that too close to the vehicle in front and swinging in and out. Be patient, in case they do something hasty. Steps to overtaking: to overtake, you might have to use some or all of these steps several times before the right moment arrives. For example, if someone overtakes you just as you are about to overtake, you will need to start all over again. Use the MSM/PSL routine. Mirror check your mirrors to assess the situation behind and look well ahead. Signal: give a signal if it will help drivers behind the driver you are overtaking, drivers coming towards you. Maneuver: use the PSL routine. P position: be near enough to the vehicle ahead to overtake smoothly when you are ready, but not so close that you can get a good view of the road ahead. Speed: be fast enough to keep up with the vehicle in front and with enough reserve power to pass it briskly. You might need to change down to get extra acceleration when you are ready to start overtaking. Look: assess the whole situation, the state of the road, what the driver ahead is doing or might be about to do, any hazards, the speed and position of oncoming vehicles, the speed difference between you and oncoming vehicles. Make a final check in front and behind. Check especially for motorcyclists, as they may be approaching quickly and could have been hidden from view previously. Be aware of and check any blind spots by taking a quick sideways glance if necessary before deciding to pull out to overtake. If it's safe, pull out on a smooth, easy line, then overtake as quickly as you can. Move back to the left again on a smooth, easy line, but avoid cutting in. Never begin to overtake if another vehicle is overtaking you or is about to do so. Overtake only when you are sure it's safe to do so. Allow plenty of room when overtaking cyclists, motorcyclists or horse riders. Give them plenty of room. Move out as far as you would if you were overtaking a car. Never attempt to overtake them just before you turn left or if you would have to stop or slow down soon after. If they look over their shoulder, it could mean that they intend to pull out, turn right or change direction, so give them time and space to do this. Overtaking on the left: you should never overtake on the left unless the vehicle in front is signaling to turn right, and you can safely overtake on the left. Take care of their road to the left. Oncoming traffic turning right into it may be hidden by the vehicle you are overtaking. Traffic is moving slowly in queues, and vehicles in the lane on your right are moving more slowly than you are. Passing on the left: in addition, you can go past on the inside of slower traffic when you are in a one-way street but not a dual carriageway where vehicles are allowed to pass on either side. You are in the correct lane to turn left at a junction. Overtaking on dual carriageways: overtake only if you are sure you can do so safely. You should normally stay in the left-hand lane and only use the right-hand lane for overtaking or turning right. If you use the right-hand lane for overtaking, you should move back to the left-hand lane as soon as it's safe to do so. Plan well ahead and use the appropriate parts of the MSM/PSL routine. For example, mirrors: use your mirrors to assess the speed and position of following traffic. On a high-speed dual carriageway, start the checks in plenty of time. Signal: give a signal if it will help the driver you are overtaking and other drivers further ahead. Be aware that on a dual carriageway, a vehicle in the right-hand lane signaling right may be slowing to turn right through the central reservation. Your position: keep well back from the vehicle you are going to overtake to give you a good view of the road ahead. Speed: make sure you have enough speed in reserve to overtake briskly without breaking any speed limits. Look ahead and assess the condition of the road, what the vehicle ahead is doing, any hazards. Check behind again to reassess the situation. Check especially for motorcyclists as they can approach very quickly. Don't begin to overtake if another vehicle is about to overtake you. If it's safe, change lanes on a smooth, easy line and overtake briskly. Make sure you well clear of the vehicle you overtaken before moving back to the left. Don't cut in. Overtaking on the left must and overtake on the left unless traffic is moving slowly in queues, and the queue on your right is moving more slowly than you. Never move to a lane on your left to overtake. Defensive driving, be considerate. Don't block vehicles traveling faster than you which might want to overtake, even if they breaking the speed limit. Obstructions. The secret of dealing with any obstruction lies in looking and planning well ahead, combined with early and sensible use of the MSM/PSL routine. The decision to wait or go on will depend on the type and width of road, whether the obstruction is on your side of the road, the other side of the road, both sides of the road, whether they're approaching traffic, the room available. As a general rule, if the obstruction is on your side of the road, approaching traffic will have priority. Don't assume that you have priority if the obstruction is on the other side of the road. Always be prepared to give way. Procedure. Look well ahead to identify the obstruction in good time before using the routine. Check your mirrors to assess the speed and position of following traffic. Signal if necessary.
好吧，
Decide
那我告
on
诉
your
你，
position.
你可千万别告诉
Avoid
爹和掌
keeping
门师
too
傅啊！
far into the left so that you have to steer
其
past
实
the obstruction at the last
其实
minute.
莫萧
A
哥哥
gradual
是
change
路
of
上
course
苏
is
黎山救李
required.
雪去了。
If you have to
没有和
stop
他
and
往后
wait,
求医，
keep well back
是我和
from the
刘云
obstruction
一起
in a
请了师傅
position that
救，
not only
给陆
keeps
师
your
兄
zone
演
of
了场
vision
戏。
open but also
哥，你可千万别说出
DOES
去
and
啊！
impede the
这
approaching
次
traffic.
莫萧哥哥太可怜了，
Adjust
没有
your
救回李
speed
雪，
as
他万年
necessary.
聚会的消沉了3日
This
才
will
重振
depend
精神
on
呢
the。situation, but aim to regulate your speed to take a smooth and steady course without stopping. Finally, look and assess the situation before you decide whether it's necessary to wait safe to proceed. Obstructions on hills, these need special care. Give yourself an extra safety margin and brake earlier than normal, when necessary. If you traveling downhill and the obstruction is on the other side of the road, don't take your priority for granted. If it's safe, be prepared to let other traffic coming uphill, especially heavy vehicles, have a clear run. Your consideration will be appreciated. Roadworks. These areas obviously make the usable width of road much narrower, and can either be controlled by temporary traffic lights or workers with stop/go boards. Obey all lights and signs and slow down, especially where there are workers who may be walking around on the road nearby. More information on negotiating roadworks areas and control flow systems can be found in section Defensive Driving. Don't follow through behind the vehicle in front without being able to see for yourself that the way is clear ahead. Keep a safe distance from the obstruction and the approaching traffic. Where space is limited, reduce speed and take extra care. The smaller the gap, the lower your speed needs to be. Pedestrian crossings. People on foot have certain rights of way at pedestrian crossings, but are safe only if drivers follow the rules and do the right thing. The driver and crossings. Some rules and advice apply to all types of crossings. You must not park on a crossing. This blocks the way for pedestrians within the area marked by zigzag lines. This obstructs both the pedestrian view of approaching vehicles and an approaching driver view of the crossing. You must not overtake the moving vehicle nearest to the crossing, the leading vehicle that has stopped to give way to a pedestrian. Even if there are no zigzag lines, never overtake just before a crossing. Give yourself more time to stop if the road is wet or icy. Keep crossings clear when queuing in traffic, stopping before the crossing if you can see that you won't be able to clear it. You should take extra care when the view of either side of the crossing is blocked by queuing traffic. Pedestrians may be crossing between these vehicles, incorrectly thinking they stop to allow pedestrians to cross. Always allow pedestrians plenty of time to cross, especially if they are older or disabled, and don't harass them by revving your engine or edging forward. Watch out for pedestrians who try to rush across at the last minute. Also on all signal-controlled crossings you should give way to anyone still on the crossing even if the signal for vehicles has changed to green. Proceed with extreme caution if the signals aren't working. In addition, there are extra rules for different types of crossing. Zebra crossings are identified by flashing yellow beacons on both sides of the road and black and white stripes on the crossing. They also have white zigzag markings on both sides of the crossing and a highway line about a meter from the crossing, which marks the place for drivers to stop when necessary. Where pedestrians are waiting on the pavement at a zebra crossing and obviously want to cross, slow down and stop to let them cross. You should stop if you can do so safely, especially if anyone is waiting on the pavement with a pram or pushchair if children or the elderly are hesitating to cross because of heavy traffic. Be aware also of pedestrians approaching the crossing who may suddenly start to move on to the crossing, and be ready to stop for them. You must give way to anyone who is already crossing has stepped onto the crossing. Don't wave people across. There could be another vehicle coming in the other direction and you can be sure what other drivers might do. Remember, some zebra crossings are divided by a central island. Each half is a separate crossing. Pelican crossings, these are light-controlled crossings where the pedestrian uses push-button controls to control the traffic. They have no red and amber phase before the green. Instead, they have a flashing amber light, which means you must give way to pedestrians on the crossing, but if it's clear you can go on. The crossing area is shown by studs and a top line marks the place for drivers to stop when it's necessary. Pelican crossings may be straight. A pelican crossing that goes straight across the road is one crossing, even if they're a central refuge. You must wait for people coming from the other side of the refuge staggered if the crossings on each side of the central refuge aren't in line. The crossings are separate. Puffin crossings, these are user-friendly, intelligent crossings where electronic devices automatically detect when pedestrians are on the crossing and delay the green light until the pedestrians have reached a position of safety. Unnecessary delays in traffic flow are reduced because electronic devices automatically detect when pedestrians are on the crossing. If the pedestrians cross quickly, the pedestrian phase is shortened. If the pedestrians have crossed the road before the phase starts, it will automatically be cancelled. Toucan crossings, these are shared by pedestrians and cyclists. Cyclists are permitted to cycle across. The light sequence at these crossings is the same as at traffic lights. Equestrian crossings, these are for horse riders and may be alongside those for pedestrians and cyclists. They have wider crossing areas, pavement barriers and either one or two sets of controls, one being set at a higher position. School crossing patrols, watch out for these patrols and obey their signals. At particularly dangerous locations, two amber lights flashing alternately give advance warning of the crossing point. Don't overtake when you are approaching a school crossing. Always keep your speed down so you are ready to slow down or stop if necessary. Defensive driving, always look well ahead to identify pedestrian crossings early. Look for the flashing yellow beacons, traffic lights, zigzag markings, etc. Use the MSM routine and keep your speed down. Brake lights can be seen by the pedestrians at the crossings or oncoming traffic, so if you are the leading vehicle you should consider using an arm signal when you are slowing or stopping. Driving on hills, you need to understand how driving uphill and downhill can affect your control of the vehicle. Going uphill, your engine has to use more power to pull the vehicle up the hill. Going downhill, Your engine is
怎么来
helped
这儿
by
啊？
the weight of the vehicle.
我是来探望急行
In
主的。
each case, the
探我
effect on the controls is different
怎么？
from driving on the level.
我和虚元
Going
星主
uphill
共
when
闯酒
going
店密
uphill
室，
you'll find it more
崇光
difficult
却
to
只将我
maintain or
关进了魔
increase
狱。
speed. The
虚
engine
元
has
星
to
主
work
心中不
harder to
安，
make the vehicle go
特来
faster.
安
Your
抚
brakes
呢。
will slow the
急
vehicle
行主心
down
中不必
quicker.
愤
You
懑，
might need to change to a
崇光为
lower
重罚
gear
于
to
我，
maintain your
完全是
speed.
念在先尊主的
If
情
you
分上。
release the accelerator or the clutch,
急行主的
push
所
the
作所
clutch
为，
pedal down,
皆为
your
天魔族的
speed
未
will
来。
drop more quickly than it would on
当
the
年
level.
你追随夜月，
Changing to a lower
为我们
gear
天
should
魔
be
族立
done
下过
without
汗马功劳。
hesitation,
就
so
算是
you
为了夜
don't
月，
lose too much speed.
我对
Remember
急
to
行主
apply the parking
也是
brake
一直
before
感
you
怀在
release the
心的。
foot brake when stopping, otherwise you might roll back. Look for signs. You'll see warning
在
signs
星落
telling
心
you
中，
how steep the upward slope is.
一直视
The
星主为
figures
尊后
measure the
相待。
gradient in percentage terms.
星落
25%.
只希
1
望尊
colon
后
4 means for every 4
能
feet
重拾
along
当年辅佐
horizontal
先
the
尊主的
road
信心，
rises 1 foot vertical.
重振
The
天
higher
魔
the
将，
percentage or the lower the second figure, the
绝不
steeper
能
the
让
hill.
尊主之位一直让
You
崇
may
光
see
霸占着
another。rectangular sign
先
telling
尊
you
主
the
曾有
length
遗
of
念，
the hill and
魔
further
尊之位
information.
有崇光盖
Watch
着，
out for slow moving,
只要
heavy
我找回我和
vehicles.
叶渊的孩子，
Going uphill when going uphill you'll find
必
it
然该
more
交还
difficult
天
to
魔将。
maintain or increase speed.
虚元星主是有什
The
么消息了
engine
吗？
has to work harder to make the vehicle
急行
go
主
faster. Your brakes will slow the
只管
vehicle
放宽心，
down quicker.
在
You
伪机
might
械时
need to
日，
change to a lower
但时
gear
机
to
成熟时，
maintain your speed.
我一
If
定会
you
亲
release
自
the
接你出去。
accelerator or the clutch, push the clutch pedal down, your speed will drop more quickly than it would on the level. Changing to a lower gear should be done without hesitation, so you don't lose too much
师
speed.
兄，时辰到
Remember
了，
to apply the parking brake before you
我得
release
给
the
你施
foot
针。
brake when stopping.
师兄，
Otherwise,
目
you
前
might
你
roll
身子里
back.
面的毒气并没有
Look
根
for
除，
signs.
所以你才会体
you'll see
弱无
warning
力。
signs
你要知
telling
道
you how，
我必须
steep
给
the
一掌门
upward
师兄
slope
为主。
is.
至于少
The
掌门那边，
figures
他有神
measure
医
the
看护，
gradient in
暂时是用不
percentage
上我这个
terms.
炼丹老道的。
25%. 1 colon 4 means for every 4 feet along horizontal the
少掌
road
门醒了吗？
rises 1 foot
没有。
vertical.
子
The
苏，
higher the
少掌门
percentage
不会
or
还有
the
别的伤
lower
你
the
没看出来
second
吧？
figure, the steeper the
不应
hill.
该啊。
You may see
我去看
another
看。
rectangular sign telling you the length of the hill and further information. Watch out for slow moving, heavy vehicles. Assess the hill. If the hill is very steep, think ahead and consider changing to a lower gear. If you do need to change gear, make sure you do so in good time.
不知道啊，
Don't
少掌门
stay
一直
in
在屋
high
里都
gear
没
to
声
try
响，
to keep your
是吧，子
speed
墨？
up. Your vehicle
少
will
掌门
climb better
不
in
会
a
又去
low
宿玉山了
gear.
吧？
Remember,
自从凤梨雪出
turning
现，
and climbing
他
at
冲动
the
的时候
same
还少
time
吗？
is hard work for the engine. If the road bends sharply, you'll find it safer and easier on the engine to change down before the bend. Separation distance. Keep well back from the vehicle ahead. If you don't hold back and the vehicle ahead suddenly slows or stops, you may have to brake harshly. Holding back may enable you to keep going gently
做得不错。
while the
那我
vehicle
也
ahead
奖励
regains
你一个
speed.
这个吧。
This ISN only is
兔子吃
safer,
的。
but it can also help to avoid congestion. Overtaking. It's sometimes more difficult to overtake uphill. You'll find oncoming traffic is traveling at a greater speed and is less able to slow down or stop quickly if necessary. On a dual carriageway, overtaking is easier because there's no danger from oncoming traffic. Here you should keep a lookout for others following behind you who can overtake with ease. Don't block their progress. Going downhill. When going downhill you'll find it more difficult to slow down and the brakes have less effect. It's harder for the engine to hold the vehicle back. In higher gears it won't do so at all. The vehicle runs faster if you clutch coasting. Avoid braking on a bend. Get into a lower gear in good time, particularly if there are bend ahead. Use the correct combination of lower gear and careful use of the foot brake to keep control of your speed. Note: avoid the danger of increasing speed caused by coasting, either out of gear or with the clutch pedal depressed. Look for signs. The steep hill downwards warning sign will give you the gradient of the downward slope. You might also see a
我小哥哥。
rectangular sign advising use of a low gear. Always obey these signs. The steeper the hill, the lower the gear. Assess the hill, use the sign to help you think ahead. If the route is unfamiliar, or a bend limits your view of the road, change down before you begin to descend. Change smoothly and without hesitation. Separation distance. Always keep the correct separation distance from the vehicle ahead. If you don't hold back and the vehicle ahead suddenly slows down or stops, you'll have to brake very hard. The driver behind will get very little warning. If you hold back, you'll have time to reduce your speed more gently.
师傅，
Adjust your speed on
我已
steep
经知道
hills. You'll normally need
我
to
的杀父
reduce
仇人
speed.
不是莫萧了。
Change down to a lower gear to give yourself more braking power and control. By selecting a lower gear,
我
you
父亲
should be
修炼
able
你
to
的神秘
avoid
魔
using
功而
your
死。
brakes too much. Excessive braking on hills can result in brake fade and loss of control. Brake fade is a loss of braking power caused by the heat generated by
医学感恩师
continuous
傅的
use
重
of the
生之
brakes.
师傅的养育
Look
者，
for escape lanes
如
which are
今
designed to
我已经
stop
帮师傅
runaway
养好了人情
vehicles.
符。
Overtaking
请
is
师傅
only
从我体内
safe to
拨出吧。
overtake downhill where there are no bends
我
or
跟师傅的恩
junctions.
仇，
Your view of the road ahead is
良心。
clear. You should be absolutely certain that you can overtake without causing oncoming traffic to slow down or change course.
我只想
Remember that the vehicle you be
照顾自己。
overtaking may build up speed, and you will find it more difficult to slow down for oncoming traffic. They'll find it more difficult to get out of your way. Look out for road markings, especially continuous white lines along the center of the road. Hills in towns. Take particular care in towns where older people and the very young are crossing at junctions on hills. Traffic speeds are generally lower and vehicles closer together. As a result, your zone of vision will often be that much poorer. Pay attention to the type of vehicle ahead of you and your distance from that vehicle. You will find traffic lights, school crossing patrols and pedestrian crossings are sometimes situated on a hill. Where this is the case, it adds to the importance of using your mirrors, recognizing the sort of vehicle ahead, leaving a suitable gap when you stop
你们说
using your
莫萧哥
parking
哥把
brake
自己关在那个结界
effectively.
里，在干什么呢？
Making sure you eat in
少
the
主
right gear，
现
for
在
the
少长们干什么都
situation.
不重要，
You will
最
be
重要的
doing
是
these things in
他为什么要
towns
把自己
already,
关起来啊？
but on hills they have
少
additional
长们好像很
importance.
伤心的样子。
Tunnels. When approaching a tunnel,
也
switch
不知道
on
发
your
生了
dip
什么，
headlights
他
down,
为什么
wear
伤心啊？
sunglasses,
少长们
observe
若
the
一直
road
这样，
signs and signals,
若是被
keep
掌
an
门发现了，
appropriate
你还
distance
真不
from the
愧是铁律
vehicle
门
in
出来
front,
的。
switch on your radio
谢少
and
主，
tune in to
我
the
跟怎么说着
indicated
玩呢？
frequency. Many tunnels, particularly the longer ones in Europe, are equipped with radio transmitters so that drivers can be warned of any incidents, congestion or roadworks. When driving through a tunnel, your visibility will be suddenly reduced. Be prepared for this change in conditions and make sure that you drive so that you can stop within the distance you can see to be clear, increasing the distance between you and the car in front if necessary. If the tunnel is congested, switch on your warning lights. Keep your distance, even if you are moving slowly. If you have to stop, leave at least a 5-meter gap between you and the vehicle in front if possible.
我选择的路
Listen out for messages
又何
on
时
the
好走
radio.
过？
Follow any
蜀山
instructions
认定
given
天行
by
教为魔
tunnel
教，
officials
皆
or
是因为父亲
variable
与崇光
message
合作，
signs.
又修炼了
Trams
神
or
秘魔功。
LRT
而
systems
现
like
在，
rapid
此功法
transit
不知道教主
LRT
还有没有修行
systems
的。
or
我们
metros
这
are
次回
being
去，
introduced
一定
in
要查
many
清楚，
large towns
让
and
天行教
cities
重
to
归正道。
provide a more
少号
efficient
信
and
主，尊主
environmentally
请你过
friendly
去。
form of public transport.
走吧。
Tram systems are common throughout Europe and there are plans to
放
introduce
心吧。
them to more cities in the UK. Trams may operate completely separately from other traffic or they may run on roads
请
open
师傅
to
成
other
全。
traffic.
当
As
然不
they
是，
run on
我
rails,
现在
they
只是
effect
想
in
做
the
回
route
真正
they
的凤梨
follow
士。
and can maneuver
不
around，other
我现
road
在是崇光的
users.
弟子，
The
少号攻
vehicles
心
may
主，
run
而
singly
我
or
要
as
做的
multiple
是
units
天行教
and
少
may
主
be
凤
up
梨
to
士。
60 meters, about 200 feet long. Remember that trams are silent, move quickly and can steer to avoid you. The area occupied by a tram is marked by paving or markings on the road surface. This wet path must always be kept clear. Anticipate well ahead and never stop on or across the tracks or markings. Take extra care when you first encounter trams until you get accustomed to dealing with a different traffic system. Crossing points deal with these in exactly the same way as normal railway crossings. Also bear in mind the speed and silent approach of trams. Reserved areas drivers and USTN enter reserved areas for the trams, which are marked with white line markings, a different type of surface, or road. The reserved areas are usually one-way, but may sometimes be two-way. As it is, the steel rails can be slippery whether in wet or dry. Try to avoid driving on the rails and take extra care when braking or turning on them, to avoid the risk of skidding. Take care also where the tracks run close to the curb to pick up or set down passengers. The lines move from one side of the road to the other. Tram stops where a tram stops at a platform, either in the middle or at the side of the road. Follow the route shown by road signs and markings. If there are no passing lane sign, wait behind the tram until it moves off. It stops without platforms. Don't drive between a tram and the left-hand curb when a tram has stopped to pick up or set down passengers. Warning signs and signals. Obey all warning signs or signals controlling traffic. Where there are no signals, always give way to trams.
师傅他同意让我们回天信桥。
Diamond-shaped signs or white light signals give instructions to tram drivers only. Do watch out for additional pedestrian crossings where passengers will be getting on and off the trams. You must stop for them. Make allowance for other road users who may not be familiar with tram systems. Be especially aware of the problems of cyclists, motorcyclists and moped riders. Their narrow tires can put them at risk when they come into contact with the rails. Don't try to race a tram where there is enough road space for both vehicles side by side. Remember, the end of the vehicle swings out on bends. Overtake at tram stops. Drive between platforms at tramway stations. Follow the direction signs. Park so that your vehicle obstructs the trams or would force other drivers to do so. Remember that a tram can stay around in obstruction section 8 junctions. This section covers approaching a junction, the junction routine, turning and merging lane at junctions, types of junctions on hills, junctions on dual carriageways, roundabouts. Approaching a junction. A junction is a point where two or more roads meet. Junctions are hazards where there are greater risk of an incident occurring. Treat them with great care, no matter how easy they look. Advanced information. Look for information about the junction ahead, and the level of difficulty, such as the type of junction, the amount of traffic. Warning signs, road markings, direction signs, add way and top signs, traffic lights. A break in the line of buildings, changes in road surface. Options at junctions. How you approach a junction depends on what you intend to do. You might want to cross a major road. Going ahead, join a major road by turning right or left. Leave a major road by turning right or left into a minor road. Stay on a major road and pass the junction. A major road is one with priority over another at a junction. Priority. Usually, road signs and markings indicate priority. Where no priority is shown at a junction, take extra care. At every junction, use the MSM/PSL routine. Check in your mirrors to assess the speed and position of vehicles behind. Signal clearly and in good time. Maneuver. Use PSLP. Position your vehicle correctly and in good time. Early positioning lets other road users know what you are going to do. Adjust your speed as necessary. Look for other traffic when you reach a point from which you can see. Assess the situation. Decide to go or wait. Act accordingly. If the road has lane markings, use the correct lane for the direction you intend to take, and move into it as soon as you can. defensive driving, take extra care if your path crosses or joins the path of other road users.
这样你就不能让并
Check your
情复合
mirrors,
体。
particularly for cyclists
你若
and
让并情复合
motorcyclists.
体，
When turning at
你自己
junctions,
就会种下忘
they
情
can
果。
approach very quickly
到
from
时候
behind and are less easy to
我们
see
就会
than a
忘了
larger
彼此。
vehicle. Turning left, use the
错过
MSM/PSL
就当你
routine
从
on
未认识
approach.
过我父亲，
Road position, your road
就当你
position
从未
should be
从我
well
身
to the
上救
left,
下过我。
with the near side of your vehicle about 1 meters 3 feet from
我
the
们的
curb.
远
Speed on approach left turns into minor roads are often sharper than right turns. Make sure you slow down sufficiently, select the correct gear or you could swing wide of the corner and finish up on the wrong
我无
side
法
of the
爱
road.
你。
Other vehicles, watch out for vehicles
Go
stopping to
fine.
park, or parked just before a
我们试
left-hand
图
junction, parked just around the
远
corner
近于
approaching
此。
in the side road. Pedestrians and cyclists, you should give way to pedestrians already crossing when you turn, they have priority. Keep a special lookout for cyclists coming up on your left. Take special care when crossing a cycle track, bus or cycle lane. Hold back and allow a cyclist to clear the junction before you turn. Don't overtake and then cut in on them. Avoid steering too early or too sharply. A rear wheel might mount the curb. After the turn, if it's safe to do so, speed up as you leave the junction. Check in your mirrors so you know what following you on the new road. Make sure your signal has cancel. Turning right, use the MSM/PSL routine on approach. Road position, move into position early when turning right. It helps other drivers. Position yourself as close to the center of the road as is safe, so that vehicles can pass on your left if there's room. Take into account any parked vehicles or obstructions on the right-hand side of the road. In a one-way street, move to the right-hand side of the road when appropriate. Speed of approach, adjust your speed as necessary. Approach at a safe speed. Oncoming traffic, watch out for oncoming traffic, especially motorcycles and bicycles, which are less easily seen. Watch particularly for vehicles overtaking oncoming traffic. Stop before you turn if you have any doubt about being able to cross safely.
好吧，那我告诉
Emerging
你，
vehicles, watch for
你可千万别告
vehicles
诉爹
waiting
和
to
掌门
emerge
师傅
from the
啊。
minor road. Pedestrians
其实
give way to pedestrians already
其实
crossing the
莫
minor
萧哥
road.
哥是又上
They
苏
have
黎山救李
priority.
雪去了。
Obstructions.
没有回桃花
Look
坞处
carefully
理，
for anything that
是我
could
和凌云
prevent you
一起
entering the
请巫师
minor
不
road
救，
safely and
给
leave
巫
you
师兄演了场
exposed on
戏
the。wrong side of
哥，
the
你可千万别
road,
说出去
risking
啊！
a serious
这次
incident.
莫萧哥哥
You
太可
must
怜了
not，cross
没有
to
救
the
回
other
李雪，
side of the
他半
center
年聚会
line
的消
until
沉了
you
3
be
日才
sure
重振
you
精
can
神
enter
的。
the minor road safely. Turning, check your mirrors for overtaking traffic one final time before you turn. Don't cut the corner, accelerate fiercely. Your engine should be just pulling as you turn. Misturn if you miss a turning. Don't cause a problem by stopping suddenly. Go past the junction and turn round at the next opportunity. Merging is when a vehicle leaves a minor road to join, cross or turn into a major road. You will have to judge the speed and distance of any traffic on the road you intend to join or cross, and only emerge when it's safe to do so. This needs care and sometimes patience as well. Assess the junction. Check road signs and markings. Use the MSM/PSL routine. Highway sign or lines. A highway sign and lines across the road means that you must give way to traffic which is already on the road you intend to enter. If you can emerge without causing drivers or riders on that road to alter speed or course, you can do so without stopping. Otherwise, you must stop. Top sign, you must always stop at the top sign, no matter what traffic is like on the road you intend to enter. Move off only when you have a clear view, be sure it's safe. Junctions without signs or road markings, treat these with great care. Don't assume you have priority at an unmarked junction. MSM/PSL routine and look in your mirrors to assess what behind. And signal left or right as appropriate in good time. and maneuver use PSL when turning left. Keep well to the left, about 1 meter 3 feet from the curb. When turning right, position yourself in good time as close to the center of the road as is safe. In a one-way street, move to the right-hand side of the road. Reduce speed. Be prepared to stop. You must give way to traffic on a major road. L. Look in all directions at the earliest point from which you can see clearly. Keep looking as you slow down or stop, if necessary, until you be sure it's safe to enter the major road. Other traffic bends and hills could make it more difficult to see traffic coming towards you. If the vehicle approaching from your right is signaling to turn left into your road, wait until you be sure the vehicle is turning and not just pulling up on the left beyond your road. Motorcyclists are especially vulnerable at junctions. Look out for them coming from behind as you approach the junction, traveling along the road you be joining, as they can be very difficult to see. When to go, you have to decide when to wait and when it's safe to go. That decision depends largely on your zone of vision. Your zone of vision is what you can see from your vehicle. It's determined by buildings and hedges, bends in the road, or contours in the land, moving and parked vehicles, available light, and the weather. As you approach a junction, your zone of vision onto the other road usually improves. The last few feet are critical. You can only decide whether to wait or go on when you put yourself in a position where you can see clearly. Watch out for cyclists, motorcyclists, powered wheelchairs or mobility scooters, and pedestrians, as they are not always easy to see. Sometimes parked vehicles interfere with your zone of vision so that you have to inch carefully forward to see more. If another vehicle or pedestrian is in your zone of vision, you are not usually in theirs. Looking means that you need to assess the situation, decide whether it's safe, and act accordingly. An approaching vehicle, particularly a bus or a lorry, can easily mask another moving vehicle which may be overtaking. Watch out particularly for motorcyclists when emerging. They can be especially difficult to see, being smaller than other vehicles but approaching just as fast. They can very easily be masked by another vehicle, especially if they are overtaking. After emerging, speed up to a safe speed for the road and conditions as soon as possible. Use your mirrors to check the speed and position of traffic behind. Make sure your indicator is cancelled. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front. Don't attempt to overtake until you had time to assess the new road. When turning right, even though there might be little traffic approaching from the right, don't be tempted to move out and drive down the center of the road hoping to fit into a gap in the traffic. If the road narrows, or if there are junctions or bollards, you will have nowhere to go. Defensive driving when turning left or right into a major road. It takes time to complete the steering maneuver safely. You need to accurately assess the speed of approaching traffic. If in doubt, wait. Lanes at junctions. When you approach a junction, do so in the correct lane for the direction you intend to take. Don't switch lanes to gain advantage. Look well ahead and watch for traffic and direction signs. Look out for signals from vehicles about to change lanes. Look out for vehicles suddenly changing lanes without signaling. Articulated or long vehicles stay clear of large vehicles at junctions. They need much more room than smaller vehicles and may take up a position that seems incorrect to you. They often swing out to the right before turning left, and to the left before turning right. Be ready for them to stop if their way is blocked. Passing minor roads. Look out for road signs indicating minor roads, even if you are not turning off. Watch out for emerging vehicles. Their view is often obscured at junctions. A vehicle might pull out in front of you. If this happens, and you are not sure that the driver has seen you, slow down. Be prepared to stop. Be tolerant and don't harass the other driver by sounding your horn aggressively or driving too close. Overtaking. Don't overtake at, or when approaching, a junction. A left-hand signal from the vehicle in front is an indication for you to pull out and pass. The road surface, always watch out for slippery surfaces or loose chippings. Avoid braking while you turning. Plan ahead and brake before the junction. Defensive driving. Adjust your overall speed when passing a series of minor roads so you can stop within the distance you can see to be cleared. Types of junction. There are 5 main types of junction: T junctions, Y junctions, staggered junctions, crossroads, roundabouts. Each type of junction can have many variations. What you intend to do at the junction determines how you approach each type. T junctions. This is where a minor road joins a major road. Normally the road going straight ahead along the top of the has priority. The minor road will either have a top sign and road markings, a I-way sign and road markings, I-way lines only, no road sign or markings. Driving on the major road. If you want to go straight ahead, take note of any road signs and markings. Watch out for vehicles emerging to turn left or right. Avoid overtaking any vehicle on the approach to a junction. Defensive driving. Adjust your overall speed when passing a series of side roads on the left. Watch out for vehicles emerging onto the major road. Hatch markings on busier roads. The major road is often split before and after the junction, with a turn right filter lane protected by white diagonal hatch markings or chevrons surrounded by a broken or unbroken white line. Join and leave the major road at these junctions exactly as you would a dual carriageway. Areas of hatch markings painted on the road. Separate streams of traffic protect traffic waiting to turn right. Where the boundary line is solid, don't enter except in an emergency. Where the boundary line is broken, you shouldn't drive on these markings unless you can see it's safe to do so. Junctions on bends. Look well ahead for traffic signs and road markings which indicate priority. These junctions need extra care, especially when turning right from a major road that bends to the left, because your field of vision might be limited. Traffic might be approaching at speed from your left. You will need time to maneuver safely. Your position before you turn must endanger either oncoming traffic or yourself. Wait until there are gaps in the traffic and act positively. Unmarked junctions never assume priority over another road if there are no road signs or markings. What obvious to you might not be obvious to drivers on the other road. Watch carefully for vehicles approaching the junction on the other road, waiting at the junction, emerging from the junction to join or cross your path. Any vehicle crossing might assume priority and expect you to give way. Might not assume priority, but might have misjudged your speed or not seen you. Such a vehicle creates a hazard. You should respond in a safe and sensible manner. Anticipate and adjust your speed accordingly to avoid a collision. Y junctions can be deceptive because they often call for little change in direction. Normally the road going straight ahead has priority and joining roads have either I-way or top signs. However, there are many exceptions. Watch out for oncoming vehicles positioned incorrectly. The drivers might have misjudged the junction. Going straight ahead on the major road. Look well ahead for road signs and markings. Watch out for vehicles emerging to turn left or right. You must overtake when approaching any junction. Emerging from a minor road if the angle of approach to the major road is very sharp and from the right, the view to your left might be restricted. If you position your vehicle towards the major road at a right angle as you approach the top or I-way lines, you will improve your view. This is especially important if your vehicle has no rear side windows. A van, for example. Staggered junctions. These are junctions where roads join from both the right and the left so that the path from one side road to the other will be staggered. Driving on the major road, look well ahead for road signs and markings. Use the MSM or PSL routine. Adjust your speed as necessary and prepare to stop, especially if your view is limited or if another driver view of you might be limited. Watch for vehicles emerging from either minor road to turn left or right on the major road, turning into a minor road on the left or right, driving across the main road from one minor road into the other. Emerging from a minor road to cross the major road and enter the other minor road. Watch out for traffic approaching from both directions. Turning left then right when it's safe to emerge. Drive to the center of the major road opposite the minor road you intend to enter and check the traffic again before entering the minor road. If you traveling only a short distance from one minor road to another one almost opposite, take extra care and make sure the gap in traffic is wide enough in both directions. Look, assess, then decide. Either go with it safe, or wait. Crossroads. Crossroads are often road traffic incident black spots, so take extra care, especially on roads carrying fast-moving traffic. Incidents often involve vehicles turning right. The procedure when turning at crossroads is much the same as at any other junction. You will need to assess the crossroads on approach, so look well ahead and check for road signs and markings which might indicate priority. Driving on the major road, watch for road signs and markings. Watch for emerging traffic. Be especially careful of vehicles trying to cut across, using gaps in the traffic. They may misjudge your speed. Adjust your speed approaching crossroads. Turning right, getting your position and speed correct is vital. Look out for traffic on the road you joining, as well as on the road you leaving. Check your mirrors before starting to turn, especially if you had to wait. Turning right when an oncoming vehicle is also turning right when two vehicles approaching from opposite directions both want to turn right. There are two methods that can be used. Either method is acceptable, but it will usually be determined by the layout of the crossroads what course the other driver decides to take. Road markings. Turning offside to offside. The advantage of this method is that both can see oncoming traffic. In congested traffic conditions, leave a space for approaching traffic to turn right. Turning near side to near side. This method is less safe because the view of oncoming vehicles is unclear. Watch out for oncoming traffic hidden by larger vehicles. Motorcyclists and cyclists are particularly vulnerable as they would be hidden by any type of vehicle. Be ready to stop for oncoming vehicles. Police control or road markings sometimes make this method compulsory. Defensive driving. Try to get eye contact with the driver of the approaching vehicle to determine which course is best. Your speed should allow you to stop if the other driver cuts across your path. Approaching on a minor road. If you approach the crossroads on one of the minor roads and want to turn onto the major road, as long as the minor road opposite is clear, you should treat it as if you be emerging from AT junction. If you want to turn onto the major road, and another vehicle is approaching the crossroads from the minor road opposite, then if you turning left or going straight on, you should proceed with extra caution and make sure no vehicle from the opposite direction is going to cross your path. If you turning right and the other vehicle is going ahead or turning left, you should normally wait for the other vehicle to clear the junction before you make your turn, because you would otherwise be cutting across their path if you turning right and the other vehicle is turning right. You should try to make eye contact with the other driver to establish who should proceed, as neither of you have priority. Unmarked crossroads treat unmarked crossroads with extreme caution
我
since
选择的
neither
路
road has priority.
又何时好走过？
Never assume you have
蜀山认定
priority
天
if
行
there
较
are
为
no
魔巧，
signs or
皆是因为父
markings.
亲与崇光合作。
Drivers
又
approaching
修炼
on
了
other
神秘武
roads
功，
might also
而现在
assume they have
此功法
priority
不知道教
and
主还
an
有没有修
incident
行
could result.
我们这次回去
Proceed
一定要
only
查
when
清
you
楚，
be sure
让
it's
天
safe
行
to
教
do
重归
so.
正道。上号
Remember
星主，尊
LAD
主请你
you
过
must
去。
look, assess and decide
走吧。
before you act. Take extra care when your view is
放
restricted
心吧。
by vehicles, walls, hedges, etc. Junctions on hills you may need to take extra
请
care
师傅
when
成全。
negotiating junctions on
当然不
hills.
是，我现
Downhill
在
junctions
只是想
getting
做回
into
真
the
正的凤梨
correct
学。
position at a safe
不，
speed
我
is
现在是
essential
崇光的
when you
弟子，
approaching a
少号宫
downhill
星主，
junction.
而我要做的
Make early
是
use
天
of
行教少
mirrors,
主凤梨学。
signals, brakes, gears and steering to get into position. Use the junction routine MSM/PSL. Choose a point with a good all-round view before you look, assess, and decide to go or wait if necessary. Oncoming traffic will be climbing more slowly. If you need to cross its path, don't move from your position until your way is clear. Don't block oncoming traffic and cause a hold-up. Uphill junctions judge your position and speed accurately when climbing towards a junction. Your position is particularly important to drivers following you. If you intend to turn right, keep as close to the center as is safe. If you stop in the wrong position, you could force drivers behind to stop unnecessarily. Joining another junction is relatively easy to judge the speed of vehicles coming uphill. Turning left at AT junction into a road where you will be driving uphill is reasonably easy. You don't have to cross traffic and it's easier to judge the flow of traffic coming uphill. Turning right at AT junction into a road where you will be driving uphill is more difficult. You have to cross fast, moving traffic coming downhill. At the same time, you have to fit into the flow of traffic coming up from the left without blocking them. Junctions on dual carriageways. On a dual carriageway, lanes in one direction are separated from lanes in the other direction by a central reservation. There may be a safety barrier along the central reservation. Some dual carriageways are very similar to motorways, with slip roads to join and leave. However, motorway regulations don't apply and you may come across slow-moving traffic such as cyclists or farm tractors. Emerging from a side road to turn left. If there's no slip road, emerge as you would to turn left into a major road. If there's a slip road, emerge as you would to join the motorway. Adjust your speed to that of traffic on the main carriageway. Look for a gap in traffic and move into the left-hand lane. A quick sideways glance might be necessary to check the position of other vehicles. Stay in the left-hand lane until you get used to the speed of the traffic in the other lanes.
我想，
Don't emerge unless you be sure you
如果我
won't
真的把
cause
你忘了，
traffic to alter speed or course. To
此
turn
生还
right,
能
you
剩下
need
什
to
么？
cross the first carriageway before you can join the carriageway you want.
我的家就
Assess
在
whether the central reservation is deep enough to protect the full length of your vehicle.
把你留在
If the
心里。
central reservation is deep
是我
enough,
此生唯一
cross
的
the
慰
first
藉。
carriageway when it's safe and then wait
我
for
怎
a
能叫
gap
你
in the
过去？
traffic on the second carriageway. If the central reservation can contain the length of your vehicle, you must and begin to cross until the dual carriageway is clear in both directions. Don't emerge unless you be sure you won't cause traffic on the major road to alter speed or course.
不能忘。
This is particularly important if you be driving a longer vehicle or towing a caravan or trailer. Defensive driving. Watch out particularly for motorcyclists at these junctions. They can be difficult to see due to their narrow profile and they may be traveling fast on the dual carriageway. They may also be hidden behind slower moving traffic which they are overtaking. After you join the carriageway, check your mirrors. Cancel any indicator signal. Drive in the left-hand lane. Accelerate as soon as you can to a suitable and safe speed for the new road. Don't overtake until you get used to the conditions on the new road. Always look for signs that might indicate a higher speed limit on the dual carriageway. Allow for this when you assess the speed of oncoming traffic. Turning left from a dual carriageway if there's no slip road, use the same procedure you would for turning left into a side road. Use the MSM/PSL routine and get into the left-hand lane in plenty of time. Signal left much earlier than you would on ordinary roads because of the higher speeds involved. Reduce speed in good time. If there's a slip road on the left, use the same procedure as you would for leaving a motorway. Turning right from a dual carriageway, the central reservation sometimes has gaps for turning right. Watch out for special approach lanes. Use the MSM/PSL routine. Signal right and move into the right-hand lane much earlier than you would on normal roads because of the higher speeds often involved. Observe any lane markings. Reduce speed in good time. Take particular care when turning. You might have to cross the path of fast oncoming traffic in 2 or more lanes. If in doubt, wait. Roundabouts allow traffic from different roads to merge or cross without necessarily stopping. Priority before you enter a roundabout, you normally give way to any traffic approaching from your immediate right. However, you should keep moving if the way is clear. In a few cases, traffic on the roundabout has to give way to traffic entering. Look out for I-of-way signs and road markings on the roundabout. Some roundabouts have traffic lights, sometimes part-time, which determine priority. Always use the MSM/PSL routine on approach. Approaching a roundabout, always look well ahead for the advance warning sign. Especially at large or complex roundabouts, this will give you a clear picture of the layout of the roundabout, together with route directions. The sign will enable you to select the most suitable lane on which to approach the roundabout. Watch out also for advance warnings of appropriate traffic lanes at the roundabout. These are often backed up by road markings, which usually include route numbers. Get into the correct lane in good time. Don't straddle lanes. Never change lanes at the last moment. Where possible, it's a good idea to look across the roundabout and identify the exit you're aiming to take. This will help you to plan the safest course on the roundabout itself. Procedure: adopt the following procedures unless road signs or markings indicate otherwise. Going left, indicate left as you approach. Approaching the left-hand lane. Keep to that lane on the roundabout. Maintain a left turn signal through the roundabout. Going ahead, no signal is necessary on approach. Approaching the left-hand lane. If you can use the left-hand lane because, for example, it blocked, use the next lane to it. Keep to the selected lane on the roundabout. Check your mirrors, especially the near side exterior mirror, if one is fitted. Indicate left after you pass the exit just before the one you intend to take. Going right or full circle, indicate right as you approach. Approaching the right-hand lane. Keep to that lane and maintain the signal on the roundabout. Check your mirrors, especially the near side exterior mirror, if one is fitted. Indicate left after you pass the exit just before the one you intend to take. Going right or full circle, indicate right as you approach. Approaching the right-hand lane. Keep to that lane and maintain the signal on the roundabout. Check your mirrors, especially the near side exterior mirror, if one is fitted. Indicate left after you pass the exit just before the one you intend to take. More than 3 lanes. Where there are more than 3 lanes at the approach to the roundabout, use the most appropriate lane on approach and through the roundabout. unless road signs or markings tell you otherwise. Remember, when using the right-hand lane to go ahead or turn right, be aware of traffic in the lane to your left. Defensive driving: always keep an eye on the vehicle in front as you about to enter the roundabout. Don't assume that the driver will keep going, as they may stop while you still looking to the right. Many rear-end collisions happen this way. Make sure the vehicle has actually moved away. Always check the vehicle in front before moving on. Hazardous roundabouts can be particularly hazardous areas. While negotiating the roundabout, you should be especially aware of pedestrians. In many areas, zebra crossings are located near the entrances and exits to roundabouts. Even if there are no formal crossings, pedestrians may attempt to cross the road at these junctions. Always be aware of pedestrians who may be trying to cross the road. Cyclists and horse riders, they often keep to the outside of the roundabout even when continuing to turn right. Take extra care and allow the flight of motorcyclists and cyclists. It often difficult to see them on the roundabout along vehicles because of their length. They might take a different course or straddle lanes as they approach the roundabout and as they go round it. Watch out for their signals and allow for the rear of their vehicle cutting in all vehicles. Be prepared for vehicles to cross your path to leave at the next exit. Always be on the lookout for their signals. The road surface, this can become polished and slippery when wet. Avoid braking and severe acceleration when on the roundabout. Many roundabouts approach these in the same way as a roundabout. Slow down and be prepared to give way to traffic from the right. Remember, however, there are less space to maneuver and less time to signal. For example, there are often insufficient time to signal left when leaving. Also, vehicles coming towards you might want to turn right. Give way to them. Be sure any vehicle on the roundabout is going to leave it before you join it. Beware of drivers who are using the roundabout for a U-turn. You must pass around the central markings unless you be driving a large vehicle or towing a trailer, which is physically incapable of doing so. Try to avoid using a mini roundabout to make a U-turn, but be aware that other drivers may do this. Double mini roundabouts. Treat each roundabout separately and give way to traffic from your right. Take careful all-round observation before you enter. Multiple roundabouts at some complex junctions. A large roundabout can incorporate a series of mini roundabouts at the intersections. You need to take extra care because traffic can be traveling in both directions around the large roundabout. Look and assess. Keep a good look out and assess the situation at each mini roundabout. Look for direction signs well in advance. Section 9 Maneuvering. The section covers before maneuvering, reversing, turning around, parking before maneuvering. You need to make choices based on legality, safety and convenience before maneuvering. Your knowledge of the highway code, road signs, road markings and common sense will help you decide. Ask yourself, is this a safe place? Is the maneuver within the law here? Is it a convenient place? You must also ask yourself, will I be able to control my vehicle here? You alone can answer the question. For example, an experienced driver might have no difficulty reversing downhill, but if you have not attempted it before, you might feel unsure of yourself. Only when you can say yes to all four questions can you be sure the place is suitable. Other road users avoid inconveniencing other road users. Another driver or road user shouldn't have to slow down or change course. Decide if it's safe or whether it would be better to wait. Watch for other road users approaching, but avoid being too hesitant. When other vehicles stop for you, other drivers or riders may stop out of courtesy. However, you must satisfy yourself that they are actually stopping for you and not for some other reason. Check it clear in all directions before you act upon any signal. Use of the accelerator whichever maneuver you carry out. Use the accelerator smoothly as this saves fuel and cuts down on
你的
noise.
父亲奉行天当年为了救
Reversing
你，
is
献出了一
difficult
支
to
鳕鱼冰
master.
清符，
It just needs
获得了尊主的
practices
信
until
任。
you become confident.
可他竟然狡猾地隐瞒了
Start
冰
by
清符本是
reversing
子
in
母
a
一
straight
双之
line.
事，
Then
只
go
将
on
母
to
冰清符给
reversing
了尊
round
主，
corners and
而
more
子冰清
complicated
符只在你
maneuvers.
的体内。
Your vehicle will respond differently in reverse gear. You can feel the car turning with the steering as you would in forward gears, and you have to wait for the steering to take effect. The secret is to ensure the vehicle moves slowly enough.
陪我玩吧，
This way the steering
这是什么
movements
呀？
will have the greatest
最
effect.
好吃的糖果呀！
Avoid turning the steering wheel while the vehicle is stationary
给我
dry
吃吧。
steering. It could cause damage to the tires and increased wear in steering linkages. Remember which way the wheels are facing. Turn the steering wheel the way you want the rear of the vehicle to turn. How to sit: turn slightly in your seat. If you reversing straight back or to the left, hold the steering wheel near the top at 12-0 lock with your right hand, and low on the wheel with your left hand. If this position is too difficult because of your build, hold the wheel at 12-0 lock with your right hand. Your left arm can rest on the back
尊主
of
10
your
年前
seat
救
or
下
the
你，
back of the
不
front
过是想让
passenger
子母冰
seat.
清符合体。
Seat belts:
也正是
you
因为
may
如此，
remove your seat
才要与
belt
你大
while
婚。
carrying out a maneuver that
届时，
involves
尊主就
reversing.
会获得无上神
Don't
力，
forget to
功法大
refasten
增
it。before driving off. How to steer: when to begin steering. In reverse, it often helpful to begin turning or straightening up sooner than seems necessary. Remember, reverse slowly and you will have time for unhurried control of the vehicle. Checks to the front, side and rear. What to check: all-round observation is just as important when you reversing as it is when you going forward. Check for other road users before you reverse.
世元新
Motorcycles,
主不好生待在
cyclists
药
and
灵宫，
pedestrians are more
怎么
difficult
来
to
这儿
see.
了？
Check to
我
the
是来
rear,
探望吉星主的。
particularly for children
看
playing
我？
behind the vehicle.
怎么？
Check all round forwards,
我和世元
behind,
新主共
over
床
both
宿殿密
shoulders
室，
and in all mirrors.
崇光却只
Do
将
this
我
before
关
you
进了魔
reverse.
域。
If in doubt,
虚元
get
新
out
主
and
心中
check.
不安，
Keep checking
特来
all the
安
time
抚
you
吗？
moving
吉星主
backwards,
心中不必愤懑，
particularly behind you and to the
崇光为众
sides,
法语
and especially
完
at the
全是念
point
在
of
先尊
turn.
主的情分上。
Always be ready to stop.
吉星主的所作所
Turning
为，
around: there are
皆为
three
天魔族
methods
的
of
未来。
turning around.
当你
Using a side
你
road,
追随夜渊，
turning in the
为我们
road,
天魔族立下过汗马
making
功
a
劳。
U-turn.
就算是为了夜
It's
渊，
usually safest to use
我
a
对吉星
side
主
road.
也是一直感怀
Alternatively,
在
you could
心的。
drive round a block of side streets. On narrow or busy roads, it normally safer to find a side
星落
road
心
on the
中
left or right, and use a turning
一
off
直
that
是
road
星主
into
为
which you
尊
can
后相
reverse
待。
go into the side road and use forward
星
and
落只希
reverse
望最
gears
后
to turn round.
能重拾
Remember
当年
also
辅佐
never
先
to
尊主的
reverse
信
into a
心。
main road from a side road, not to
重振天
reverse
魔教，
without making sure it's safe, even if that means
绝不
getting
能让
help
尊主
not
之
to
位一直
reverse
让
for
崇
a
光霸
long
占着。
distance. It can
先尊主
often
曾
to
以
reverse further than
某尊之
necessary
位
for the
有
safety
崇
of
光带
yourself
着。
and others to always be ready
只
to
要我
give
找
way
回我
and
和夜渊的
stop.
孩子，
Driveways:
他崇光
another place you may need to
必然该
reverse
交
is
还
when
天
you
魔
be
教。
using your driveway.
虚元新
You
主是
should
有什么消
reverse
息了
into
吗？
your driveway, so you can
吉星主
drive out forwards onto the road.
只管放
If
宽
you
心
need to，turn
在为机械
around,
时日，
don't use other
但时
people's
机成熟时，
driveways. You should
我
drive
一定
on
会
until
亲
you
自接
find
你
a
出去。
suitable side street. Reversing into a side road on the left after selecting a safe side road, use the MSM routine as you approach the corner. If a signal is necessary,
师兄，
don't
时
indicate
辰到
too
了，
early that you intend pulling up on the left
我得给
after
你
the
施针了。
corner.
来，师
You
兄，
could mislead the
目
traffic
前你
behind
身
or
子里面的
anyone
毒气
waiting
并
to
没有根
emerge.
除，所以你才会
Your
拒绝
brake
无礼。
lights will tell
你
the
要知道，
traffic
我
behind
必
that
须
you
得以掌门师
slowing
兄为
down.
主。至于少
Stop
掌门
your
那边，他有
vehicle
11堂
reasonably
火，
close
暂
to
时
the
是用
curb
不上
and
我这个猎刀
parallel
老
to
道
it.
的。
The sharper the corner, the further out you need to be.
少掌门醒了吗？
Apply the parking
没有。
brake and select
子苏
neutral.
少掌门不会
Taking
还有别的伤你没
observation
看出
and
来吧？
starting the maneuver, turn slightly in your seat.
我去
You
看
will
看。
find control easier. Assess the position of your vehicle in relation to the curb through the rear window. This is the relative position in which you need to end up when you finish reversing. Select reverse gear. Set the engine revs to a steady hum. Bring the clutch pedal to the
不知道
biting
啊
point and
沙长
check
们一直在
all
屋里都没
round.
声响，
When
是
you
吧，子
e
墨？
sure it's safe,
沙
start
长们
reversing.
不会又去
As
苏
a
玉山了。
general rule, keep the
自
clutch
从凤梨
pedal
雪
at
出现，
or near
他冲动的
the
时候还少
biting
吗？
point. Keep the vehicle moving slowly enough by making proper use of the accelerator, clutch and brakes. The combination of the controls will depend on the slope of the road. You should relate the position of the rear near side wheel, just behind the back seat in most cars, to the edge of the curb. Try to keep that wheel parallel to the curb.
做得
Start
不
to
错，
turn left
那我
as the
也
rear wheels
想
reach
你
the
的这个吧。
beginning of the corner.
兔子吃
As a general guide, you should be able to follow the curb as it disappears from view in the back window and reappears in the side window. The amount of steering needed depends on how sharp the corner is. Remember to keep the vehicle moving slowly. Continuous observation, keep a good lookout throughout, but particularly before you start to turn. The front of your vehicle will swing out and present the greatest hazard to any passing traffic. Remember to check all blind spots before you start to turn. If any other road users are likely to be affected by your actions, pause until it's safe to continue. Completing the maneuver when you begin to see into the side road, be ready to straighten up the steering. Where there a curve in the new road, you can use the curve to help you determine when to take off the left lock. Remember, keep on the lookout for other road users, particularly pedestrians about to cross behind you, vehicles approaching from any direction. Try and keep the vehicle about the same distance from the curb as when you started, and parallel to it. Reversing into a side road on the right, a useful maneuver where there is and a side road on the left, you can see through the rear window. Your view to the sides is restricted, for example, in a van or a loaded estate car. It actually involves two maneuvers. Moving to the other side of the road after passing the junction. For this part of the maneuver you will need to make full use of your mirrors, a proper judgment of position and speed, a proper assessment of the side road as you pass it. Reversing into the side road itself. When doing this you will need to stop your vehicle reasonably close to and parallel with the curb. The sharper the turn, the further out you will need to be sit so that you can have a good view over your right shoulder and still be able to see forward and to the left. All-round observation is even more important on a right-hand reverse because you E on the wrong side of the road in the path of oncoming traffic. When you E sure it's safe, start reversing. Don't rush, but keep the vehicle moving by using the controls as for a left-hand reverse. It's easier to judge your distance from the curb because you can look directly at it. Throughout the maneuver keep a good look out for other road users, particularly pedestrians about to cross behind you, vehicles approaching from any direction. Making a U-turn means turning the car right round without any reversing. You might find you can do a U-turn in a wide, quiet road or at a large roundabout. It's a potentially dangerous maneuver when carried out at places other than large roundabouts, because you may have to cross lines of opposing traffic. Never make a U-turn on a motorway in a one-way street wherever a road sign forbids it. Before making a U-turn always ask yourself, is it safe? Is it legal? Is it convenient? Is the road wide enough? If in doubt, don't attempt it. Observation. Good all-round observation is particularly important before a U-turn. Be aware that other drivers won't be expecting you to make a U-turn. Avoid mounting the curb. Turning in the road. You will find this maneuver useful for turning when you can find a side road or an opening. The secret of this maneuver is to keep the vehicle moving slowly while steering briskly. Close control of the clutch is essential. Before you turn, choose a place where you have plenty of room. There's no obstruction in the road or on the pavement. Stop on the left. Avoid lampposts or trees near the curb. Select first gear and prepare to move. Check all
少长
round,
们好像很伤
especially
心的
your
样子。
blind spots. Give way
也
to
不知道发
passing
生了什么，
vehicles.
他为什么伤心
Turning
啊？
across the
少长们
road
若一直这
slowly
样
move，forward in
若是
first
被长辈
gear,
发现了，
turning your
你还真
steering
不愧
wheel
是铁律
briskly
门
to
出来
full
的。
right lock.
谢少主，
Your
我
aim
跟
is
祖
to
母
get
说
the
着玩呢。
vehicle at a right angle across the road. Just before you reach the opposite curb, still moving slowly, begin to steer briskly to the left. Your wheels will then be ready to reverse left. As you near the curb, to clutch and use the foot brake to stop. It may be necessary to use the parking brake to hold the vehicle if there are a camber or slope in the road. To reverse, select reverse gear. Check the way is clear all round. Look through the rear window over your left shoulder to start with. Reverse slowly across the road, turning the steering wheel as far to the left as possible, full left lock. Look round over your right shoulder as the vehicle nears
我
the
选择
rear
的路
curb.
又何
At
时
the
好
same
走过？
time, turn your
蜀山
steering
认定
wheel
天行较
briskly
为
to
魔
the
强，
right.
皆是因为父
Press
亲
the
与崇光
clutch
合作，
pedal and use the
又修
foot
炼了
brake
神
to
秘武功。
stop.
而现
Your
在，
wheels should be
此功法
pointing
不
to
知道
the
教主
right,
还有没有修
ready
行
to
的。
drive
我们
forward
这次回
again.
去一定要
To
查清
drive
楚。
forward again,
让天
apply
行
the
教重归
parking
正道。
brake if
少号
necessary,
星主，
and
尊主
select
请你
first
过去。
gear. Check that the road is
走吧。
clear and drive forward when it's safe to do so. You might have
放
to
心吧。
reverse again if the road is narrow or your vehicle is difficult to steer. Straighten up on the left-hand side
请
of the
师傅成全。
carriageway. If
当
your
然不是，
vehicle overhangs
我
the
现
curb
在
at any
只是
point,
想做回真
make
正的
sure
凤梨
there
士。
are no
不，
pedestrians nearby
我
or
现在是
any
崇光的
street
弟子，
furniture,
少昊宫星
lampposts,
主，而
bins,
我要做的
signs, or
是
trees
天
that
行
you
教少
might
主
hit.
凤梨学。
Remember, all-round observation is essential throughout the maneuver. Parking whenever possible, park off the road or in a car park. If you have to park on the road, choose a safe place. Ask yourself, is it safe? Is it convenient? Is it legal? Road signs and markings, these will help you decide places where you should avoid parking your car, such as the approach to pedestrian crossings, school entrances near junctions, other restricted places. Road signs and markings will also tell you if there are restrictions at certain times of the day on particular days of the week. In general, the highway code lists places where you should not or must not park. Make sure you know these. Use common sense. Never use your hazard warning lights as an excuse for stopping where you shouldn't. Never copy another driver. Bad example. It will excuse you from any penalties. Parking on the road, always use the MSM routine and signal, if necessary, before you park. Try not to touch the curb when you park. Scraping your tires can weaken them with possibly serious results. Don't park so near to other vehicles that it will be difficult for you and them to get out. This is especially important if the other vehicle is displaying a blue badge. Allow room for a wheelchair to be maneuvered or loaded in these cases. As a general rule, park parallel with, and close to, the curb. Always switch off the engine and headlights and fog lights when you park. Make sure that the parking brake is applied firmly before you leave the vehicle. Remember that unless your vehicle is parked in an authorized
师傅他同
parking
意让我们
place,
回天行
it
教
could。cause an obstruction. Never leave your vehicle where it could prevent emergency vehicles passing, particularly in narrow residential roads where vehicles often park on both sides of the road. You will acquire better parking skills with practice. When parking, you should take care to plan your parking. Always maneuver your vehicle slowly. Never park in a space reserved for blue badge holder unless either you, or the passenger you carrying, are the holder of a blue badge. You should also make sure that you won't hit another road user or cause another driver or rider to swerve when you open your car door. Look out particularly for bicycles and motorcycles. Make sure any passengers do the same and also that they don't hit pedestrians on the pavement when opening their door. Parking on hills. If you park your vehicle on a slope, remember the
是我
following.
此生唯一的慰藉。
Parking facing uphill, stop your vehicle as close as you can to the near side curb, if there is one. leave your steering wheel turned to the right. If the vehicle rolls backwards, the front wheel will be stopped by the curb. If there's no curb, leave your steering wheel turned to the left. If the vehicle rolls back at one roll across the road, leave the vehicle in first gear with the parking brake firmly applied. Parking facing downhill, leave your steering wheel turned to the left. The curb should stop any forward movement. Leave your vehicle in reverse gear with the parking brake firmly applied. Leaving a gap parking on a slope is more difficult than on the flat and can take more room. You should leave a bigger gap to allow extra space for maneuvering. A larger gap will help both you and others. Vehicles with automatic transmission, when you park facing either uphill or downhill in a vehicle with automatic transmission, make sure your vehicle is stationary and the parking brake is firmly applied before using the selector setting park. If your vehicle has no setting, turn your front wheels to the curb. Make sure your parking brake is firmly applied. Reverse parking. This makes use of the vehicle maneuverability in reverse gear to park in a restricted space. Remember, while you carrying out this maneuver, you could be a hazard to other road users. Position and observation. Good all-round observation is essential throughout this maneuver. Don't start the maneuver if you are likely to endanger other road users. Other drivers might not be aware of your intentions, so before you pull up at the place you is chosen to park, remember to carry out the MSM routine. Positioning your vehicle. Stop your vehicle reasonably close to, and parallel with, the parked vehicle ahead of the gap. Your vehicle should be about level with, or slightly ahead of, the parked vehicle. This will depend on the size of the gap and the length of your vehicle. You can start practicing using only one parked car. When you mastered the technique, you should be able to park between two vehicles. The gap should be at least 1.5 times the length of your own vehicle. Maneuvering into the gap, apply the parking brake, if necessary. Show your brake lights by pressing the foot brake. Select reverse gear to show the reversing lights. This warns other road users of your intentions. Check all round. Bring the clutch up to biting point and, if it's still safe, release the parking brake if you applied it. Ease the clutch pedal up just enough to start to move. Hold the clutch pedal steady at, or just above, the biting point. Reverse slowly using left lock, but watch the corner of the parked vehicle. Remember, keep a good look out for other road users throughout this maneuver, particularly pedestrians, oncoming vehicles, passing traffic. Don't forget to look round as you begin to reverse into the space. The front of your vehicle could swing out into the path of passing traffic. Try lining up the rear offside right-hand side of your vehicle with the near side headlight of the vehicle behind the space you are entering. Straightening up in the gap. Straighten up by taking off the left lock. Keep a careful eye on the position of your vehicle. There is danger of clipping the vehicle in front at this point. When you are sure the front of your vehicle is clear of the parked vehicle, use sufficient right lock to gradually bring your vehicle parallel with, and reasonably close to, the near side curb. Straighten up by taking the right lock off and adjust the position of your vehicle as necessary. Defensive driving. Other road users may not understand your intention. Showing your reversing lights should help. If another vehicle pulls up close behind, move on and park somewhere else. Car parks. Arrow markings and signs show you which lanes to take inside the car park. Follow these. Don't drive against the traffic flow. Indoor car parks use dipped headlights and multi-story, underground or other indoor car parks. This helps other drivers and pedestrians to see you. Parking. Unless there's space at the end of the road, you will have to fit in between two other vehicles. Check that there are enough space for you to center your vehicle, enough room to open the doors safely. Whether you be reversing in or going forward, move slowly so the steering has the maximum effect and gives you time to make corrections. Reverse parking unless other cars are badly parked. You'll nearly always find it best to reverse into a parking space. You'll have a better view when you drive away, especially with backseat passengers or at night. You can line up driving forward past the space and then turn as you reverse into the parking space, or turning as you approach the space, so that you be in a position from which you can reverse into the space. Choose whichever method suits the configuration of the car park or a combination of both. Park squarely in the marked spaces. Always try to park squarely in the marked spaces, otherwise the car next to you might have to squeeze in, or there might not be enough room for its doors to be opened. Parking forward. Some car parks are designed for you to park forwards to make it easier to load shopping. In these cases, take extra care as you reverse out of the parking space because pedestrians and vehicles may be passing behind. You might also find it more difficult to drive out because your wheels may be at the wrong angle when you reverse to leave. If you haven't enough room to go forward all the way into a tight space, you might need to nose and then back out and straighten up to move into the space. Remember the following when parking. Before entering the car park, use your mirrors and signal. Look at the layout, markers and signs to guide you. Choose a space. Use your mirrors and signal again if necessary. Check your position and keep your speed down. Look out for pedestrians. Make sure your vehicle is squarely parked between the white lines in one space. Take great care when reversing out of a parking space. Check for pedestrians and vehicles behind you. Sections in defensive driving. This section covers defensive driving, observation, signaling, hazard driving, and weather conditions. Other road users. Defensive driving. The roads today are busier than they ever been, and they getting busier all the time. As well as heavy traffic, the driver often has to cope with unpredictable, irrational, offensive and sometimes dangerous driving behavior. Some even try to cause collisions for insurance scams. Such behavior makes today road conditions hostile in a very real sense, with the higher risk of incident. In such conditions, drivers need to learn and practice a suitable strategy. The strategy is called defensive driving, sometimes known as land driving. Defensive driving is based on effective observation, good anticipation and control. It about always questioning the actions of other road users and being prepared for the unexpected, so as not to be taken by surprise. Defensive driving involves awareness, planning, anticipating, staying in control and driving with responsibility, care, consideration, and courtesy. Safety. You should put safety above all else. This means having real concern not only for your own safety, but also for that of other road users, including the most vulnerable, those walking or riding. Expect other people to make mistakes, and be ready to slow down or stop even if you think you have priority. Never assume that other road users will do the correct thing. Your safety lies mainly in your own hands. The better your control of your vehicle and road space, the safer you will be. A good example. Your driving should always set a good example to other road users. Your good example could make a deep impression on another driver, especially a learner or inexperienced road user, and perhaps save lives in the future. Reducing hostility with defensive driving, you will show more patience and anticipation. This will help to reduce the number of incidents which result in open hostility, abusive language, threats, physical violence. Avoid the kind of driving that gives offense to other road users, provokes reaction, creates dangerous situations. Never drive in a spirit of competition.
见过少昊星主，
Competitive driving is
尊主命我将他亲自监制
the
的华府
opposite
送
of
来，
defensive
请少昊
driving.
星主示意。
It increases the risks to
我们请
everyone.
少昊星主现在示
Defensive
意。
driving make allowances
会议已
if
经被你们
someone
打成
cuts
什么样
in
了？
front of you.
他要休息。
Hold back and
他现在
increase
这
the
样，
distance
不是被你
between
连累
you
的
and them.
尊
That
主念
way,
他忠
if
心
they
已
break
经留了他一
suddenly,
命，
you given
为防
yourself
他
a
随你私
greater
逃下山，
safety margin.
才迫不得
When
已
you
绑架
check
这
in
少
the
昊公主。
mirrors, just looking
星主
eyes
不
and
思自
enough.
省，难道还要
You
怪罪
must
尊主不
act
成？
sensibly on what you see. Make allowances even if someone else is driving recklessly. Keep calm and don't be tempted to retaliate.
你既
Observation.
然已经跟
Look
莫
at
萧走
other
了，
road users and
为什么要
assess
回来？
their speed,
这跟你有关系吗？
behavior, possible
你还真以为自己
intentions.
是尊后了？
If you
你
are
可
not
知尊主为
observing
何要娶你？
effectively, you can assess a traffic
这跟你有什么
situation
关系？
correctly.
你不要
At
以为尊主
junctions,
真的喜
there
欢
are
你，
no point in
他
just
费尽心力
looking if
娶
your
你，
view is
不过是因为你
obstructed
体内有一
by,
颗血
for
域冰清
example,
符。
parked vehicles. You must also move
原来你
carefully
还不知
into
道
a
啊！
position where you can
您的
see
父亲奉
without
行天
moving
当年
out
为了
into
救
the
你，
path of
献出了
oncoming
一支血域
traffic.
冰清符，
Remember
获得了尊主的信
LADA.
任。
Look, assess, and
可他竟
decide
然狡
before
猾地
you
隐瞒
act.
了冰清符本是子
That
母
what
一双的事
effective
实，
observation
只
is
将母
all
冰清符
about.
给了尊主，
Observing
而子
what
冰清
ahead
符
a
只在你
skillful
的体。
driver constantly watches and interprets what's happening ahead. Always drive at such a speed that you can stop safely within the distance you can see to be clear. A good driver will constantly scan the road ahead and to the side and,
爹，
by
陪
frequent
我玩
use
吧。
of the mirrors, be
这是
aware
什
of
么
the
呀？
situation behind.
最好吃的糖果
Approaching
呀
a！bend, ask yourself, can I see the full picture?
那给我吃
How
吧。
sharp is the bend?
嗯。
Am I in the right position? Is my speed right? What might I meet? Could I stop if I had to? Approaching a junction, ask yourself, have I seen the whole junction? Can other drivers see me? Am I sure they seen me? Have I got an escape route if they haven't? Left-hand drive vehicles. If you driving a left-hand drive vehicle, take special care and make full use of your mirrors. Zone of vision at a junction. Your zone of vision is what you can see as you look forward and
尊
to
主
the
10年前
side
救
from
下
your
你，
vehicle.
不过是想让
As
子
you
母冰清
approach
符
a
合体。
junction,
也
your
正是
zone
因
of
为如
vision
此，
onto the
才要
other
与
road
你大
usually
婚。
improves.
届时
You may need to
尊主
get
就会获
very
得无
close
上神
before
力
you，can look
功
far
法
enough
大增。
into another road to see if it's safe to proceed. The last few feet are often crucial. Sometimes parked vehicles restrict your view so much that you need to stop and inch forward for a proper view before you emerge. Look in every direction before you emerge. Keep looking as you join the other road. Be ready to stop. Use all the information available to you. Look through the windows of parked vehicles. Use the reflections in shop windows to
续元
observe
星主不
oncoming
好生待
traffic.
在耀灵宫，
Screen pillar
怎么来这儿
obstruction.
啊？
Wind screen pillars can
我是来
cause
探望祭星主的。
obstructions to your view of the
看
road.
我。
You should be aware of
怎么？
this effect, particularly
我
when
和续
approaching
元星主
junctions
共
and
闯
bends
酒店密
emerging
室，
from junctions.
崇光却
Road
只将
users
我关
such
进
as
了魔域。
motorcyclists, cyclists
续元
and
星主心
pedestrians
中不
may be
安，
completely obscured
特来
by the
安
pillar.
抚吗？
You should be
祭星
aware
主
that
心中
some
不必愤怒。
4x4s have very
崇光
large
为中华而
blind
有
spots. They can
完全是
obscure
念在
groups
先
of
尊主的情分
pedestrians,
上。
a motorcyclist or a
祭星
small
主的所
car.
作所为，
If you
皆为
can
天
see
魔
the
族的未来。
driver face, they won't be
但你
able to see you.
你追随夜月，
Other road users,
为
it
我们
can
天
be
魔族立下过
difficult
汗
to
马功
see
劳。
some other road
就算是为了
users,
夜月，
especially when you
我对
emerging
祭
from a
星主
junction.
也是一直
Those
感
who are
怀在心的。
particularly at risk are pedestrians. They frequently cross at a junction and often find it difficult to
在
judge
星
the
落心
speed
中，
and course of approaching traffic
一直
cyclists.
视星主为尊
They
后
can
相
be
待。
difficult to see because they can
星落
easily
只
be
希望尊
obscured
后
by trees and other objects,
能重拾当年
especially
辅
if
佐
they
先
be
尊主的
riding
信
close
心，
to the side of the road.
重振
They
天
might
魔
be
教，
approaching at a higher speed than you expect
绝不能让
motorcyclists.
尊主之位一直
Like
让崇光
cyclists,
霸
they
占着
are。often less easy to see
先尊
than
主
other
曾有
traffic, but they
魔
are
尊之
likely
位
to be moving
有崇
much
光带着。
faster than cyclists.
只要我找回
Think
我和叶
once,
渊的
think
孩子，
twice, think bike.
他崇光
Always make sure
必
it's
然该
safe
交
to
还天
proceed.
魔教了。
Never rely solely
续
on
元
a
星
quick
主是有什么
glance.
消
Give
息了吗？
yourself time to take in the whole scene.
祭星主，
If another vehicle or
使馆放宽
pedestrian
心，
is
在
in
伪
your
季节
zone
时
of
日，
vision, you are
但
not
时机成
usually
熟
in
时，
theirs. Making eye contact with other road users helps you to know whether they seen you. Observing traffic behind you. You should always know as much as you can about the traffic behind you. Before you move off, change direction or change speed, you need to know how your action will affect other road users. You must also be aware of traffic likely to overtake. Using your mirrors regularly and sensibly enables you to keep up to date with what's happening behind, without losing touch with what's going on in front. They must be clean and properly adjusted to give a clear view. When should you use your mirrors? Before you signal or make any maneuver. For example, before moving off, changing direction, turning right or left, overtaking, changing lanes, slowing or stopping, opening a car door. Looking around. You should look around to check your blind spot before moving off. A quick sideways glance. This is sometimes helpful. For example, to check your blind spot before you change lanes, especially on a motorway or dual carriageway where traffic is merging from the left or right. However, looking around on the move can be dangerous, particularly when driving at high speeds. In the time you take to look around, you lose touch with what's happening in front. Remember that a vehicle traveling at 70 mph 112 km/h covers around 30 meters, about 100 feet per second. Even if it only takes half a second to look round, you'll still have traveled 15 meters, about 50 feet. Just looking isn't enough. You must act sensibly on what you see. Take note of the speed, behavior and possible intentions of traffic behind you. Another driver blind spot. Avoid driving in another driver blind spot for any longer than necessary. Approaching green traffic lights. Ask yourself, how long have they been on green? Are there many vehicles already waiting at either side of the junction? If there are a queue, the lights are probably about to change. Do I have time to stop? Can the vehicle behind me stop? If it's a large goods vehicle, it might need a greater distance in which to pull up. Don't try to beat the traffic signals by accelerating. Leave it until the last moment to brake. Harsh braking causes skids and could cause loss of control. Another driver might anticipate a change of signals by accelerating away while the lights are still showing red and amber. A combination of these actions by drivers often results in a collision that could be avoided. Traffic signals not working. Where traffic signals aren't working, treat the situation as you would an unmarked junction and proceed with great care. Signaling signal to warn others of your intention and to help other road users, which could be anyone using the road in a variety of ways. Road users include drivers of other motor vehicles, drivers of large or slow-moving vehicles, motorcyclists, users of powered mobility vehicles, cyclists, pedestrians, horse riders, crossing supervisors, road workers, persons directing traffic. Signal clearly and in good time. Give only the signals illustrated in the highway code. Direction indicator signals help other road users to understand your intention by signaling in good time so that they have time to see and react to your signal, positioning yourself correctly and in good time for the maneuver you intend to make. Conflicting signals. A signal with the left indicator means I'm going to turn left or I'm going to stop on the left. Avoid using your left indicator before a left-hand junction if you intend to stop on the left just after the junction. A driver waiting at that junction might think you turning left and drive out into your path. Wait until you past the junction, then indicate that you intend to stop. Reduce speed by braking gently, so that your brake lights warn drivers behind you. If you waiting to emerge and a vehicle seems to be indicating its intention to turn left, wait until you can see that it's actually going to turn before you pull out. Otherwise you might drive into its path. Remember, roundabouts often have several lanes of traffic with vehicles changing speed and direction. It is important that you give any signals correctly and at the right time. Warning signals the horn. There are few situations when you will need to use the horn. Using the horn DOES and give you priority relieve you of your responsibility to drive safely. Sound it only if you think someone may not have seen you. You want to warn other road users of your presence. For example, at blind bends or junctions. Avoid using a long blast on the horn as this can alarm pedestrians. If a pedestrian DOES and react to a short signal on the horn, it could mean they are deaf. Take care around horses as they could be startled by the sound of a horn. Never use your horn as a rebuke. Don't use it to attract the attention of someone at the side of the road or to signal your arrival to someone to whom you be giving a lift.
少主，
Unless
现
a
在少长
moving
们干什么都
vehicle
不重要，
poses a danger,
最重要的
it's
是
illegal to
他为
use
什么要
your
把自己
horn
关
when
起来啊？
stationary when driving at
少长们
night
好像很伤
11:30
心的
p.m.
样
to
子，
7 a.m. in a built-up area.
也不知道发生了什
Flashing
么。
your
他为什
headlights
么
do
伤心
this
啊？
as an
少长们
alternative
若
to
一
the
直这
horn
样，
to remind others
若是被
that
掌
you
门发
be
现
there.
了，你还真不愧是
Don't
铁律门
flash
出
your
来的。
headlights at anyone
谢
to
少主，
indicate
我
that
跟子
they
木说
should
着
go
玩呢。
ahead or turn. If someone flashes their headlights at you before you act on the signal, make sure you understand what they mean. The signal is meant for you. Never assume a signal to proceed. Ask yourself what the other driver trying to tell me, top or earn thank you if I move, will it be safe? Is the signal intended for me or for another road user? Am I causing a hold-up by staying where I am? Is the other driver really signaling, or were those headlights flashed accidentally? The consequences rest with you. On motorways and dual carriageways, if you think a warning is necessary, flashing your headlights is usually better than using your horn.
我选择的路，
Be alert for such
何时好走
warnings
过？
from other drivers.
蜀山认定天行较
If
为
a
魔强，
driver
皆
behind
是因为父
starts
亲与崇光
flashing
合
their
作，
headlights and
又
driving
修炼了神秘
dangerously
武功。
close, stay
而现
calm,
在，
don't be
此功法不知道
intimidated.
教众还有没有修行
Move
的？
back to the
我们
left
这次
as
回去
soon as
一
there
定
is
要
a
查
safe
清楚，
gap and you
让
check
天行
you
教
can
重
do
归正
so
道。
without cutting
少号
in on
行主，
vehicles
尊
that
主
you
请你
be
过去。
overtaken. Changing course
走吧。
is your responsibility. Act sensibly.
放心吧，
Remember, the only official meaning for the flashing of headlights is to let other road users know you either the
请
same
师傅
as
成全。
using the horn.
当然不是，
Hazard's a hazard is
我
any
现在
situation
只是
that
想做
could
回真正的
involve
凤梨学。
adjusting speed or
不，
changing
我现在是
course.
崇光的弟子，
Hazards
少号
can
宫
be
心主，
either static
而我
or
要做的
moving.
是天
To
行教少主
identify
凤
a
梨学。
static hazard, you must look well ahead for clues such as road signs, changes in road conditions, parked vehicles, junctions. Moving hazards include all road users, such as other vehicles, motorcyclists, cyclists, users of powered mobility vehicles, pedestrians, horse riders, road workers, persons directing traffic, animals, particularly dogs off the lead. Remember, as soon as you recognize a hazard, you must use the mirrors to assess how other road users will affect your planning, how your actions will affect traffic behind. Allowing time and space, always leave yourself enough time and space to cope with what ahead. Keep your eyes moving. Look well ahead, in the far and near distance, especially in town where things change quickly. Check regularly for what behind you. Watch for clues about what's going to happen next. For example, a parked car could spell danger if the driver is sitting in it, or you see vapor from the exhaust in cold weather. This could indicate that a door might open suddenly, the car might pull out without warning. If you can see underneath a parked vehicle, and there are feet at the other side, a pedestrian might appear suddenly. Effective observation and anticipation are your main defense. Always keep a good separation distance between you and the vehicle in front. Leave a gap of at least 1 meter or yard for each mph of your speed, or use the 2-second rule. In bad conditions, leave at least double the distance or a 4-second time gap. Tailgating when a vehicle behind is too close to you. Ease off the accelerator very gradually and increase the gap between you and the vehicle in front.
师傅他同意
Large
让我们回天星
vehicles
桥。
take extra care when following large vehicles,
去吧。
especially at roundabouts, junctions, entrances, etc. The driver might have to take a course that seems incorrect to you. For example, moving out to the right before turning left. Keep well back from any large vehicles that are in the process of maneuvering to the left or right. Don't get caught out by trying to pass on the left. Large vehicles can also block your view. Your ability to see and plan ahead will be improved if you keep
不
back.
笑，
Remember, if you
如果
keep
我真的把
following
你
a
忘了，
large vehicle too closely, the driver
其
might
实还
not
能
be
剩
able
下
to
什
see
么？
you in the mirrors. If you can see the
在哪儿？
mirrors, the driver can
我
see
的
you.
家就在那。
Recognizing hazards events can happen at the same time, or in quick
把你
succession.
留在心里，
In the illustration
是
below,
我此
the
生唯一的
driver
慰
of the
藉。
blue car must pull out to pass the
我怎么家里
stationary
不去？
coach. But is the green car really going to turn left? The driver might have forgotten to cancel the indicator from a previous turn if the green car just turned. Will the pedestrian with the briefcase decide to cross? When will the driver of the blue car notice the red car, which may want to turn left? If you traveling too fast, you not likely to be able to cope with all the events at once. This is how other road users, who might not be doing anything wrong, can turn a straightforward piece of driving into a hazardous situation. Remember, the defensive driver is always in the correct position, traveling at the correct speed for the road, traffic and weather conditions in the right gear, anticipating and prepared for the next change in the traffic situation. The action you need to take will vary from one hazard to another. Any action that involves a change of speed or course is called a maneuver. A maneuver can vary from slowing slightly to turning on a very busy road. Approaching any hazard, follow the MSN and PSL routine every time you recognize a hazard. Mirrors check the position of traffic following you. Signal if necessary, signal your intention to change course or slow down. Signal clearly and in good time. Maneuver, carry out the maneuver if it's still safe to do so. Maneuver has 3 phases: position, speed, look. Position, get into the correct position in good time to negotiate the hazard. This helps other road users to anticipate what you intend to do. Positioning yourself too late can be dangerous. Ask yourself, can I see and be seen? Are other vehicles restricting my course of action? Have I enough room to get out of any difficulties? Avoid cutting in front of other drivers or riders. If lanes are closed or narrow because of roadworks, move into the
你
correct
若让
lane
冰
in
清
good
复合
time.
体，
Don't
你
wait
自己就
until
会
the
种
last
下忘
minute.
情果。
Don't overtake
到时候，
and squeeze in later
我
on.
们就
You'll
会忘了
only
彼此。
increase the frustration of drivers already waiting.
冲过，
Speed, ask yourself,
就
could
当
I
你从未
stop
认
in
识过
time
我
if
父
the
亲，
vehicle in front braked
就
suddenly?
当你从未从狼
Am I
山上
going
救
too
下过我。
fast for the road conditions? Am I in the right gear needed to keep control? Be prepared to slow down as you approach a hazard. Always be ready to stop. Keep looking ahead to assess all possible dangers. This is particularly
我无法
important at a
恨你，
junction. Look in all directions,
更无法
even if
爱
you
你。
not turning. If you is
我们
joining
试
a
图
road, keep looking as you turn from
越
one
近越
road to
近。
the other. Watch out for traffic turning across your path. Motorcyclists, as they are more difficult to see and can easily be hidden by other vehicles, pedestrians. Country roads, these roads present their own hazards. Take extra care and reduce your speed as you approach bends and junctions. Bends and junctions. Bends can often be sharper than you think they are going to be. They may also obscure other more vulnerable road users, such as pedestrians, horse riders and cyclists, or larger slow-moving farm vehicles which may take up the whole width of the road. Junctions, especially minor junctions or entrances to farm premises, are not always signed and may be partially hidden. Other road users. Many roads in country areas have no pavements or footpaths. Where this is the case, pedestrians are advised to walk on the right-hand side of the road so they can see oncoming traffic. However, you should always be prepared to find people walking or jogging on your side of the road. Horse riders and cyclists are also often found on country roads. Give them plenty of space, always be patient and wait until it's safe before overtaking, especially on narrow or winding roads. Narrow roads with passing places. On single-track roads, look well ahead and be prepared to stop.
师兄，
If you see an oncoming
Ayaf.
vehicle pull into the passing place, if it on the left, be prepared to reverse into a passing place if
好吧，
necessary.
那我告
Wait
诉你，
opposite if the
那个千
passing
万别告诉
place
爹
is
和
on the
掌门
right.
师伯啊。
Avoid driving onto the
其
verge.
实，
It may be
其
soft,
实
with
莫
hidden
萧哥
gullies,
哥
which could
是路上
damage your
富裕山就
vehicle's
淋雪去了，
suspension.
没
If
有
your
和他
view
万无
ahead
一
is
失。
restricted by
是我和
hedges
凌
or
云
bends,
一起请了
reduce
师不
speed
救，
and take
给
extra
陆师兄
care.
演了场戏。
If another
哥，你可千
driver
万别
wishes
说出
to
去啊！
overtake,
这
pull
次
into or
莫萧
stop
哥哥太可
opposite
怜
a
了，
passing
没有
place
救
to
回也许
allow them to do
他万年
so.
聚会的消沉了3日
Riding
才
in
重振
weather
精神呢。
conditions. Driving at night or in certain weather conditions can present its own hazards. At night you can see so far ahead at night, but try to get help from illuminated signs. Reflective signs. Reflectors between white lines. The glow of vehicle headlights on trees and buildings, indicating a corner or junction. Be aware of the hazards of driving at night. In particular, it can be difficult to judge distance and speed from the headlights of approaching vehicles. Bright lights on some vehicles make it difficult to see less bright lights, such as those of cyclists or low-powered motorcycles. Keep a good lookout for pedestrian crossings, traffic lights, and other road users, and don't let shop and advertising signs distract you. Weather conditions. Many different weather conditions can make driving more difficult. Rain and wet roads can create hazards at any time of year. Rain makes headlights less effective at night. On dark and poorly lit roads, slow down and watch for unlit objects such as roadworks, builders' skips, or parked cars. Drive more slowly and carefully in rain. Match your speed to the conditions. Wet roads. Stay alert to the road surface ahead because you might have to brake. Ask yourself, is the road wet or slippery? Is it a good surface on which to brake? If the surface is wet, allow more time in which to stop. A wet road means less efficient braking. A longer distance needed to stop and greater risk of skidding. Drive more slowly on wet roads and take extra care. Wet roads can increase distracting reflective light, make unlit objects even less visible. Other road users. You, as a driver, are the only person using the road. Most other road user types are more vulnerable than you are because they are less well protected in the event of a collision. Cyclists make allowances for cyclists. They have every right to be on the road. The younger the cyclist, the more you must watch them. Allow cyclists plenty of room. They might glance round, showing they might be about to move out or turn. Make sudden sideways movements into your path. Be carrying light but bulky objects which may affect their control and balance. Weave about, slow down, or stop and get off on a swerve around potholes or inspection covers, or to avoid being hit by a car door being open. Have problems in bad weather, particularly strong crosswinds. Have difficulty on poor road surfaces or where tram lines are set in the road. Look out for them, particularly when you are in slow-moving traffic emerging from a junction negotiating a roundabout. Don't assume that cyclists will stay within cycle lanes. It's sometimes safer for them to use the road. Don't drive aggressively or try to intimidate them. When traveling at low speeds, such as at junctions, cyclists are likely to be more unstable and therefore more vulnerable. Give them plenty of room. Motorcyclists make allowances for motorcyclists. Much of what has been said about cyclists also applies to motorcyclists. other vehicles, with a narrow profile that makes them difficult to see.
破云，
However, they also travel much faster than cyclists,
破云，
so situations develop much more quickly than those involving cyclists. Many road traffic incidents happen because drivers fail to notice motorcyclists, so look out for them when emerging
只有
from
我自己查才
junctions.
行。
The motorcyclist may be traveling along the
会，你
major
跟我说
road
实话，
and may be
我父
hidden
亲有没有修
behind
炼什么
other
神秘魔功？
traffic. They may also be hidden by signs,
晨光传授的
trees,
神秘魔功给
street
我父亲，
furniture, etc.
你可知
turning
道
into a
我
road
父亲有
on
没有
your
传授给
right.
别人？
The motorcyclist may be following, overtaking or meeting you. Oncoming
蜀山当年前
motorcyclists
3
may
天
be
行脚，
particularly
难
difficult
道
to
是担心
see
那
if
魔
they
功在天
are
行
being
脚上散
followed
播？
by a larger vehicle,
见过少昊星主，
changing lanes or
尊主
moving
命我
out
将
to
他亲自
overtake
监制的华
slower
服送
moving
来，
or parked
请少昊星主
vehicles.
示意。
Remember, motorcyclists
请少昊
and
星主现
cyclists
在
are
示意。
harder to see than other
会
vehicles
一
and
直
are
被你们打成什么
exposed
样
to bad
他要
weather,
休息。
slippery
他
roads
现在
and
这样
uneven，
不是被你
surfaces.
连累的吗？
Look out for them,
尊主念他忠
especially
心，
at
已经留了他一
junctions.
命，
Think
为防他
once,
随你私
think
逃下山，
twice, think
才
bike.
迫不得已绑在这
Pay
少昊宫
special
中。
attention to
星主不
motorcycles
思
and
自省，
scooters
难道还要
displaying
怪
L
罪尊主不
plates.
成？
The riders of these machines may be riding on the road with very little experience, so they are particularly vulnerable. Powered vehicles used by disabled people,
你既
these
然已经
small
跟莫萧走
vehicles can
了，
be used on
为
the
什么要回来？
pavement and on the road.
这跟你有关系吗？
They are extremely
真以为自己是
vulnerable when
尊
they
后
east
了？
on the road
你可知
because of
尊主
their
为何要
small
求你？
size, especially their low height
这
or
跟你
low
有什么
speed.
关
They
系？
have a maximum
你
speed
不要
of
以为
8
尊主真的喜
mph,
欢你，
12
他费尽心力娶
kmh.
你，不过是因为
They
你
are
体内有一
often
颗
not
血液冰
easy
清
to
符。
see. On a dual carriageway where the speed limit
原来你
exceeds
还不知
50
道啊！
mph,
您的
80
父亲奉贤天当
kmh,
年为
they
了
should
救
be
你，
displaying
献
an
出了一支
amber
血液冰
flashing
清符，
light, but on
获得
other
了尊主
roads
的
you
信
may
任。
not have that advance
可
warning.
他竟然狡猾地隐瞒了冰
Buses
清
and
符本是
coaches
子
look
母一
well
双之
ahead
事，
when you see
只
buses
将母
and
冰清符给
coaches
了
at a
尊
bus
主，
stop.
而紫冰清
Be
符
aware of
是在
people
你的
getting
体内。
off the bus or coach and not looking properly before they cross the road. Even if they look, their view is often restricted. Buses and coaches pulling away from the bus stop. If they are signaling to move out, always give way to them if you can do so safely.
这是什么呀？
Remember, always think of the other road user, not just of yourself. Pedestrians always drive carefully and slowly in areas where there are likely to be pedestrians, such as residential areas and crowded shopping streets. Be particularly careful in home zones and quiet lanes where people could be using the whole road for a range of activities. Always look out for pedestrians when turning from one road into another. Give way to any who are crossing the road into a turning approaching pedestrian crossings. Never overtake on the approach to a crossing driving past a bus or tram stop, as pedestrians may emerge suddenly into the road. Keep your
尊主10年
speed
前救
down
下你，
when driving in
不
an
过是想
area
让
where
子母
there are
冰清符合体。
pedestrians,
也正是
especially
因为如
children.
此，才要与你
If a
大婚。
pedestrian isn't collision
届
with
时
the car,
尊
the
主就会获得
survival
无
rate
上
of
神
the
力，
pedestrian
功法
reduces
大增。
drastically the faster the car is traveling. Older people. Several factors make older people more vulnerable. Poor eyesight or hearing might mean they are unaware of approaching traffic. They might not be able to judge the speed of approaching traffic when crossing the road. Even when they do realize the danger, they may be unable to move quickly, or they may become flustered. They may also take longer to cross the road. Be patient and don't hurry
是
them
原
by
星主
revving
不好
your
生待
engine
在药
or
灵
edging
宫，
forwards.
怎么来这儿
People
啊？
with disabilities take
我是来
special
探望
care
紫星主
around
的。
people with
探
disabilities.
我？
Visually impaired
怎么？
people may not be able to see
我
you
和虚元
approaching.
星主共闯
They
紫殿
may
密
carry a
室，
white cane or use a
崇光
guide
却只
dog.
将我关进了
The
魔狱。
guide dog has a distinctive
虚元
blue
星
type
主
of
心中不
harness.
安，
Remember, the
特来
dog is
安抚
trained to
我。
wait if there are
七
vehicles
星主心中不必
nearby.
分门，
A person with
崇光
hearing
为众法而有，
difficulties is and
完全
easy
是
to
念在先尊主的
identify,
情分
so
上。
take extra care if a
七星主
pedestrian
的所作
fails
所
to
为，
look your way
皆
as
为
you
天魔族
approach.
的未来。
Remember, they may not
当
be
年
aware of your
你追随
presence.
叶渊，
They
为
may
我们
have a
天魔族
guide
立下过
dog
汗马
wearing
功
a
劳。
distinctive
就
yellow
算是
or
为了叶
burgundy
渊，
coat.
我
Those
对
who
七
are
星主
deaf and blind may
也是
carry
一
a
直
white
感怀
cane
在
with a
心。
red band or may be using a guide dog with a red and white harness. They may not see or hear instructions or signals. Children take extra care where children might be around, particularly in residential areas and near schools and parks. Drive carefully and slowly past schools, especially during school start and finish times. Be aware that a school crossing patrol may stop you to escort children across the road. Children may be getting on or off a bus showing a school bus sign. Children are impulsive and unpredictable. Therefore, drive slowly in narrow roads where parked cars obscure your view. Look out for parked ice cream vans. Children are more interested in ice cream than they are in traffic, and they may run into the road unexpectedly. Animals are easily frightened by noise and vehicles coming close to them. You should drive slowly and quietly. Don't sound the horn. Keep your engine speed low. Don't rev your engine or accelerate rapidly once you get past them. Always watch out for animals on unfenced roads, as they may step out in front of you. You should always be able to stop safely within the distance you can see to be clear, especially at night when your lights are dim. Give animals as much room as possible. People in charge of animals. If someone in charge of animals signals to you to stop, do so and switch off your engine. Horses, be particularly careful when approaching horses, especially those being ridden by children. As a driver, you should look out for horses being led or ridden on the road. Take extra care and keep your speed down at left-hand bends, especially on narrow country roads. Slow down when you see a horse rider on the road. Be aware that at roundabouts and at junctions where a horse rider is turning right, they may signal right but keep to the left-hand side of the road and the outside lane round the roundabout for safety. As you approach a horse rider from behind, slow down, give them plenty of room and be prepared to stop. Don't sound your horn or rev your engine. Horses can be easily scared by noise and may panic around fast-moving vehicles. Look out for signals given by the riders and either request to slow down or stop. Always pass horses slowly, giving plenty of room. Take special care when meeting what appears to be a riding school group. Many of the riders might be inexperienced. Horses are potential hazards, and you should always take great care when meeting or passing them. Also look out for horse-drawn vehicles and treat them in a similar way to horses being ridden. Section 11. Driving on motorways. This section covers driving on motorways, motorway signs and signals, joining a motorway on the motorway lane, discipline, overtaking, leaving a motorway, weather conditions, stopping on motorways, motorways at night, roadworks. The novice driver driving on motorways. Motorways differed from ordinary roads in that they are designed to help traffic travel faster and in greater safety. This puts greater demands on both driver and vehicle. Motorways are statistically safer than other roads in relation to the number of incidents occurring. However, when they do happen, motorway incidents usually occur at higher speed and involve more vehicles. As a result, injuries are usually more serious, often with greater loss of life. Because traffic travels faster, conditions change more rapidly. You need to be alert and have total concentration. Before you drive on a motorway, car drivers must hold a full driving license. You should have a thorough knowledge of all rules within the highway code, but particularly those dealing with motorways. You need to know and understand motorway warning signs and signals. Concentration. You need to be fit and alert to drive anywhere, but particularly on motorways. Never use the motorway if you feel tired or unwell. Research has found that fatigue accounts for 15 to 20% of incidents on monotonous roads, especially motorways. These tend to result in more serious injury than the average collision because of the high speed of the impact. There are often no braking beforehand. If your journey seems monotonous and you feel drowsy, keep a window open until you reach a service area. Plan plenty of rest stops, especially at night. parking is forbidden except at service
我父亲
areas.
修炼你的神秘魔
If you
功而
need
死。
rest, you'll sometimes have to travel a long distance before an exit or a service area. Remember it an offense to stop on the hard shoulder, an exit or a slip
必须感
road,
恩师傅的重
except
生
in
之
an
恩，
emergency.
师傅的养育者。
Stop at a service
如今
area if you need
我
a
已经帮
rest.
师傅养好了病情
Your
符，
vehicle you must only
请师
drive
傅
a
从我体内
vehicle
拨
that
出
is allowed on a motorway and make sure your
我跟
vehicle
师
is
傅的恩
safe
宠
and in good working order.
良
The
情。
following types of vehicle must be used on the motorway: motorcycles under 50cc, certain slow-moving vehicles with oversized loads except with special permission, invalid carriages less than 254 kilogram laden weight, agricultural vehicles. Also, motorways must not be used by pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders or holders of provisional car and motorcycle licenses. Before you use the motorway, high speeds and long distances increase the risk of mechanical failure. You should carry out the following checks on your vehicle. Tires: they must be in good condition and inflated to the correct pressure. Follow the guidance given in the vehicle handbook, which may give different pressures to be used when the vehicle is loaded. Brakes: check they can stop you safely. Steering: check it in good order. Instruments and warning lights: make sure they are working correctly. Mirrors: make sure they are clean and correctly positioned.
你
Windscreen
们
and
说，
windows:
莫萧
make
哥哥
sure
把自己
they
关在
are
那个结界
clean.
里，在干什么
Top
呢？
up the reservoir
少
for the
主，
windscreen
现在少长们干什么
washers
都不重
and the
要，
rear window
最重要的
washer.
是
If your
他为什么要
vehicle
把自己
has
关
one,
起来啊？
lights and
少长们
indicators:
好
make
像很
sure
伤
they
心的
are
样子。
working correctly. For
也不知
safety,
道发生了什么，
convenience, and
他
good
为什么伤
vehicle
心啊
care, you should
少长们
also
若一直
check
这
the
样，
following items.
若是被掌门发现了，
Fuel:
你还
make
真不
sure
愧是
you
铁
have
律门
enough
出来的。
fuel to avoid running
谢少
out
主，
between
我跟怎么
service
说着玩
areas.
呢？
Oil: high speeds may mean your engine uses oil faster. Running out can be dangerous and costly. Water: higher speeds can mean a warmer engine, especially in traffic tailbacks in hot weather. Make sure your load is secure. Check that everything carried on your vehicle or trailer is safe and secure. If anything should fall from your vehicle or from another, stop on the hard shoulder and use the emergency telephone to inform the authorities. Never try to retrieve it yourself. Motorway signs and signals: leading to the motorway direction signs from ordinary roads to the motorway have white lettering and figures on a blue panel, often bordered in white.
我选择的路，
These signs may
又何时好
stand
走吧？
alone or be included in
蜀
other
山人命
larger
天行教为
signs
魔
of
强，
various
皆是
colors.
因为父亲与崇
On
光
the
合作。
motorway you may
又
find
修
the
炼了神秘
following
武功，
types of
而
signs
现
on the
在
motorway:
此功
advanced
法不知道教
direction
主还有没有
signs,
修行。
countdown
我
marker
们这次回
signs
去
giving
一定要查
information
清楚，
about service
让
area
天行教
signs
重归
with a
正道。
brown background.
少昊星主，尊
These
主请你过
indicate
去。
tourist attractions which can be reached
走吧。
by leaving at the next exit. All these signs are very
放心吧。
much larger than those on ordinary roads because you need to be able to see them from a distance. This is a
请
good
师傅成全。
reminder that you must leave more
当然
room
不是，
for all maneuvers
我
on
现在
motorways.
只是想做回真正的
Each
风力士。
junction has an identifying number
我现在
which
是崇光的弟
corresponds
子
with current
少昊
road
宫星
maps.
主，而我要
This
做的
is to help you
是
plan
天行
your
教
route
少
and
主
know
风力
where
士。
you need to leave the motorway. Speed limit signs that display a speed limit within a red ring indicate mandatory maximum speed limits. You must obey these signs. If you don't, you risk prosecution. Black and white rectangular signs recommend maximum speed limits which you must observe. Signals warn of dangers ahead, such as incidents, fog, icy roads, delays, standing traffic. Flashing amber lights: look out for flashing amber lights and signs, either on the central reservation or overhead. These warn you of lane closures, roadworks, other hazards. They might also show a temporary maximum advisory speed limit. You should slow down to the speed limit. Be ready to slow down even further to pass the obstacle or lane. To look out for signs giving further advice. Don't speed up until you see the sign ending a temporary restriction or there are no more flashing amber lights. Red lights: some signs have flashing red lights as well. A red light, it may be a red X, warns you that you must must not go beyond the red light in that lane. You should start to slow down in good time, be ready to change lanes. If the red light flashes on a slip road, you must not enter it. If a red light flashes on the central reservation or at the side of the road, you must not go beyond the signal in any lane. You can get onto a motorway where a main road becomes a motorway. This is indicated by a specially worded sign by joining at any entry point. A slip road leads onto the motorway. At an entry point where a slip road leads to the motorway, adjust your speed to that of the traffic already on the motorway before joining
师傅
it.
他同意让我们回天
Give
信桥，
priority to traffic already on the motorway.
去吧。
Join where there is a suitable gap in the left-hand lane. Use the MSM or PSL routine. A quick sideways glance might be necessary to verify the position of other vehicles. Try to avoid stopping at the end of the slip road unless queuing to join other slow-moving traffic. At some slip roads there no need to join by merging because the joining lane may continue as a dedicated lane. Signs and road markings normally indicate this arrangement.
我想，
Do indicate your intention to
如果
join
我
the
真的把你
motorway.
忘
Make
了，
sure you can be seen and assess the speed of the traffic
此时
on the
还能剩
motorway
下什
before you try to join. Don't force your way into the traffic stream. Drive
我的家就
along
在
the hard shoulder. Once you east join the motorway, keep in the left-hand lane
把你
until
留在
you
心里，
had time to judge and adjust
是
to
我
the
此时唯
speed
一
of
的
the
慰藉。
traffic already on the motorway.
我怎
In a
能假装
very
过
few
去？
cases, the lane merges from the right. Take extra care when joining or meeting traffic at these locations. Joining a motorway, you can get onto a motorway where a main road becomes a motorway. This is indicated by a specially worded sign by joining at any entry point. A slip road leads onto the motorway. At an entry point where a slip road leads to the motorway, adjust your speed to that of the traffic already on the motorway before joining it. Give priority to traffic already on the motorway. Join where there is a suitable gap in the left-hand lane. Use the MSM or PSL routine. A quick sideways glance might be necessary to verify the position of other vehicles. Try to avoid stopping at the end of the slip road unless queuing to join other slow-moving traffic. At some slip roads there no need to join by merging because the joining lane may continue as a dedicated lane. Signs and road markings normally indicate this arrangement. Do indicate your intention to join the motorway. Make sure you can be seen and assess the speed of the traffic on the motorway before you try to join. Don't force your way into the traffic stream. Drive along the hard shoulder. Once you east join the motorway, keep in the left-hand lane until you had time to judge and adjust to the speed of the traffic already on the motorway. In a very few cases, the lane merges from the right. Take extra care when joining or meeting traffic at these locations. On the motorway, seeing and being seen, make sure you start out with clean mirrors, windscreen, windows and lights. Use your washers, wipers and demisters whenever necessary to ensure you can see clearly. You need to use your mirrors frequently and much earlier than on normal roads. Because of the higher speeds on motorways, lately even more
这样
important,
你就不能让病情
always
复合
try to
体，
avoid staying where you might be
你
in
若让
another
病情
vehicle
复合
blind
体，
spot.
你自
This
己
is
就会种下
especially
忘情果，
important when the other vehicle is a large vehicle.
我们就
A
会
good
忘了彼此。
indication is if you can see the driver mirror. The driver probably won't be able to
就
see
当你
you.
从未认识过我父
Effective
亲，
observation. Keep your eyes
就当
moving
你从
between
未
the
从
road
马身
ahead
上救
and
下
your
过
mirrors, so that you always know what's happening all around you.
我们的缘。
Continually reassess the movement of the vehicles directly ahead in the near and far distance alongside you behind you. At high speeds, situations change rapidly. Effective observation helps you prepare for any sudden developments. For example, an increase in the number of vehicles ahead could mean that traffic is slowing down and bunching.
缘尽于
A
此，
flashing breakdown light will warn you to slow down until you are sure of what's happening. If you see serious congestion ahead, you can use your hazard warning lights briefly to alert drivers behind you. This can reduce the risk of rear-end collisions, especially in bad weather. Being seen on a motorway because of the higher speeds, your vehicle must be seen much earlier on a motorway than on an ordinary road. Poor daylight. In poor daylight, you should use your headlights. Fog. In fog, where visibility drops below 100 meters 328 feet, you may find it helpful to use fog lights in addition to your headlights. You must switch your fog lights off when visibility improves. This is the law. They are misleading and can dazzle other drivers if left on. They may also make your brake lights less conspicuous. Headlight flashing. The level of noise is higher on a motorway, particularly in wet weather, and other road users may not be able to hear your horn. If you think a warning is necessary, flash your headlights instead. Watch out for any such warnings intended for you. Driving and braking. At motorway speeds, braking should normally be unhurried progressive. If you slow down gradually without putting your foot on the brake, it allows traffic to move more freely. If you constantly touching the brake pedal and causing your brake lights to show, it encourages those behind to do the same, causing braking and accelerating, so hindering smooth flow of traffic. Following traffic at the correct distance will enable you to adjust your speed without having to constantly brake and accelerate heavily. This will aid the smooth flow of traffic. It will be driving on a motorway that you may find it most useful to use cruise control if it fitted. This will help you to maintain a constant speed and may help you save fuel. Defensive driving. Anticipate problems. Take avoiding action before they develop. Slow down on good time. Keep your distance from the vehicle ahead. Take particular care when overtaking lorries, as some have poor visibility to their right. Never brake suddenly. Defensive driving will reduce the likelihood of having to do so. Remember, leave plenty of space between yourself and the vehicle ahead for controlled braking. Always check in your mirrors before you brake. Keeping your distance. The faster the traffic, the more time and space you need for every driving action. You should always give yourself greater margins than on ordinary roads. Make sure there is enough space between you and the vehicle ahead. Traffic normally travels faster because there are usually no ordinary junctions, sharp bends, roundabouts, steep hills, traffic lights. Slow-moving vehicles are generally forbidden. Some motorway links, where motorway regulations also apply, have roundabouts and sharp bends. How big a gap? Leave a gap of at least 1 meter or yard for each mph of your speed. A useful method of judging this is to use the 2-second rule. This rule is reinforced on some motorways where there are chevrons painted on the carriageway. Keep at least 2 chevrons between you and the vehicle in front. Bad weather. Leave at least double the space if the road is wet. In icy conditions, you will need up to 10 times the stopping distance that you do for dry conditions. Tailgating. This is a very dangerous practice, especially on motorways, where it often the cause of serious incidents. Lane discipline. Lane discipline is vitally important on motorways. You should normally drive in the left-hand lane. 2-lane motorways. On a 2-lane motorway, the correct position for normal driving is in the left-hand lane. The right-hand offside lane is for overtaking only. Once you are overtaken, you should return to the left-hand lane as soon as it's safe to do so. If not the fast lane. Large goods vehicles are permitted to use either lane. Motorways with 3 or more lanes. Because of the volume of traffic on 3-lane motorways, many are being widened to 4 or more lanes in each direction. keep to the left-hand lane unless there are a great many slower vehicles ahead. It's possible to stay in the center or outer lanes while you are overtaking a number of slower moving vehicles, but don't stay in these lanes longer than you have to if you are delaying traffic behind you. Drivers of large goods vehicles, buses, coaches or any vehicle towing a trailer are unallowed to use the extreme right-hand lane of a motorway with more than 2 lanes, unless one or more lanes are temporarily closed. Don't stay in an overtaking lane longer than it takes you to move out, overtake and move in again safely. Make sure you don't block traffic that not allowed to use the outer lane. Changing lanes. Don't change lanes unnecessarily. You should keep your vehicle steady in the center of the lane, not wander into another lane. MSM routine. Always use the MSM routine well before you intend to change lanes. At higher speeds, you must start the routine much earlier. Motorway interchanges where motorways merge or separate, you might be required to change lanes, sometimes more than once. Pay attention to the overhead direction signs and move into the correct lane in good time. Where the hatch markings indicate splitter islands, stay in your lane. Assess conditions well ahead and watch for other drivers changing lane. Changes in traffic conditions. Traffic conditions can vary as much on a motorway as on an ordinary road. There can be rush hour traffic near cities, heavy traffic near roadworks and constantly busy sections in other places. These differences will be more noticeable on 2-lane motorways. Defensive driving. React to changes well in advance. Don't wait until you are forced to react. Overtaking. Leave a safe distance between you and the vehicle you intend to overtake. Use the appropriate parts of the MSM or PSL routine. For example, mirror check behind to verify the speed, course and position of traffic behind you. Position. You should be able to move out smoothly to the right without making any sudden movements. Speed. Make sure you are going fast enough or can accelerate quickly enough to overtake without blocking any vehicle coming up behind. Look ahead and use your mirror to check if there anything preventing you from overtaking safely. For example, a lane closure ahead or traffic coming up much faster from behind in the right-hand lane. Try to anticipate whether the vehicle ahead will move out to overtake. A quick sideways glance into the blind area might sometimes be necessary before you change lanes. Remember LADA. Look, assess well ahead, decide on rush. Act only when you are sure it's safe. Mirrors. You must use your mirrors regularly and sensibly. Remember that vehicles coming up in the right-hand lane are likely to be moving faster than you are. Watch out particularly for motorcyclists as they are more difficult to see. Watch for vehicles returning to the lane you intend to use. Signal. You must signal well before you start to move out. This gives drivers behind you plenty of time to anticipate what you intend to do and could influence any maneuvers they are planning. Pulling out. Check your mirrors again and take a quick sideways glance into the blind spot before pulling out smoothly into an overtaking lane. Overtake as quickly and safely as possible. Moving back into the left past the vehicle and signal, if necessary, before moving back into the left as soon as you are sure it's safe to do so. Don't cut in too soon in front of the vehicle you are just passed. Look well ahead for any vehicles about to move out into the lane into which you intend to move. Allow plenty of room. Finally, make sure your indicator signal cancels properly. Overtaking on the left. Never overtake on the left, unless the traffic is moving in queues and the queue on your right is moving more slowly than the queue you are in. On busy motorways, if you come up behind traffic moving more slowly than you are when you are overtaking, Be patient and don't intimidate the driver ahead by repeatedly flashing your headlights and driving dangerously close behind. Wait until the vehicle ahead can move safely to the left, then proceed. Defensive driving. Let
巨人
faster
星主不
traffic
好生待
pass
在
you.
药灵宫，
If other
怎么来这儿
drivers
了？
are breaking the speed
我是来
limit,
探望急
don't
星主
add
的。
to the danger by
探
trying to
我？
enforce the legal speed
怎
limit.
么？
Don't move to a
我
lane
和
on
虚
the
人
left
星
to
主共闯
overtake.
酒店密室，
Never use the hard
崇
shoulder
光
to
却只将
overtake
我
unless
关进了魔
directed to
域。
do so by traffic
虚
signs
人
at
星主心
roadworks,
中不
by
安，
police officers
特
or
来安
highways
抚吗？
agency traffic
急星主
officers
心中
in
不必愤怒。
uniform. Leaving
崇
a
光为重罚
motorway,
于我，
unless you eat
完全
going
是
to
念在
the
先
end of the
尊主的情
motorway,
分上。
you will leave by moving left
急星
from
主
the
的所
left
作
head
所为，
lane into the slip
皆为
road.
天魔族的未来。
Position yourself in the
当
left
你
head lane in
比
plenty
追
of
随夜
time.
渊，为我们
Plan
天
well
魔族立
ahead,
下过汗马功劳。
particularly on
就算
motorways
是为了
with
夜
3
渊，
or 4 lanes.
我对急星主
Road signs.
也是一
Use
直
the
感怀
road
在心的。
signs and markers to help you time your exit and use your mirrors and indicators appropriately. You will
在
have
星落
plenty
心
of
中，
time to observe the signs and markers
一
so
直视
there's no
星主
need
为
to
尊后
rush.
相待。
1 mile before the exit A
星我只
junction
希望
sign
尊
with
后
road numbers, unless
能
there
重拾
are
当年辅
exits
佐先
very
尊主的
close
信心。
together. Half a mile
重
before
振
the
天魔
exit
将，
A sign with the names of places accessible
绝
from
不
that
能让
exit.
尊主之位一直让崇光霸
Countdown
占着。
markers. These are positioned at
先尊主曾有
270
言语，
meters,
魔尊之
300
位
yards,
有崇光带着。
180 meters, 200 yards, and
只要我找
90
回我和
meters,
叶渊的孩
100
子，
yards before the
他
start
崇
of
光
the slip road,
必然该
where
交
a
还
lane
天魔
splits
将。
off from the motorway as a
虚人星
dedicated
主是有什么
lane.
消息了吗？
Countdown markers aren't provided.
急星主，
To leave the motorway, use your
只管放宽
mirrors and
心，
signal
在
in
伪机
good
械试试。
time. Remember
实际
to
成熟
use
时，
the MSM or
我
PSL
一定会
routine.
亲自接你出
Get
去的。
into the left head lane early, unless you are already in it. On a motorway with 3 or 4 lanes, this could mean changing lanes more than once. You must follow the MSM
师兄，
or
时
PSL
辰到了。
routine for each change of lane.
我得给你
Remember,
实战了。
use your mirrors
师兄，
and signal left in
目
good
前
time
你
to
身
move
子里面的
into
毒
the
气
left
并没
head
有根
lane.
除，所以你才会
Don't
体弱
cut
无力。
straight
你要
across
知
into
道
the，slip
我必
road,
须得以
move to
掌
the
门师
left
兄为主。
more than one
至于
lane
少
at a
掌门那
time,
边他有
cut
神医看
across at
护
the，last
暂时是
moment,
用不上我这个炼
especially
丹
from
老
the
道的。
second lane of a 3 or 4 lane motorway. The hard shoulder
少掌门
is
醒了
not
吗？
an exit
没
road,
有。
and you must
子
avoid
硕，
queuing on
少
it.
掌门不会还有别的伤你没看出
Occasionally,
来吧？
where motorways merge,
不应该
there
啊。
may be an exit
我
just
去看看。
before the one you intend to take. In these cases, or where there are service areas near to exits, look well ahead for the advance warning signs.
少掌
If you
门，
miss your exit, carry on to the next one. End of motorway. There will be end of motorway signs at all exits.
不知道啊
These mean that
少
the
掌门一
road
直
you
在屋
e
里都没
join
声响，
may have different
是吧，子墨？
rules. Remember
少
to
掌门
watch for any
不会又去
signs
素云山了
telling you
吧？
what these are,
自从凤梨雪
particularly
出现，
speed limits,
他冲动的时
a
候还
dual
少吗？
carriageway, two-way traffic, a clear way, a motorway link road, part-time traffic lights. Remember, because of the change in traffic conditions, you need to watch for pedestrians, cyclists and other road users who are prohibited on motorways. Speed when leaving a motorway. After driving at motorway speeds for some time, your judgment of
做得
speed
不
will
错，
almost
那我
certainly
也
be
想领
affected.
你一个这个吧。
40 or 45 mph, 60 or 72 kmh will seem more like 20 mph, 32 kmh. Stay aware of your speed. Adjust your driving to suit the new conditions. Check your speedometer. It will give you the accurate speed. Remember, even if you don't have to reduce your speed because the road you are joining is a dual carriageway, drivers of some other vehicles have to conform to a lower speed limit. Be aware, therefore, that they may reduce their speed. Reduce speed at first for the sake of safety. Reduce your speed until you be accustomed to the change of conditions. It could take you time to adjust. Motorways, slip roads and link roads often have sharp curves which should be taken at much lower speeds. Look ahead for traffic queuing at a roundabout or traffic signals. Weather conditions, wet weather, visibility can be made worse because at higher speeds, vehicles, especially large ones, throw up more spray. So use your headlights to help other drivers see you. Don't use rear fog lights unless visibility is less than 100 meters 328 feet. Always reduce your speed when conditions are poor. Driving is safer at lower speeds. Adjust your speed to suit the conditions and leave larger separation distances, at least double the normal gap. Ice or frost. The presence of ice or frost can seriously affect your handling of the vehicle. Try to anticipate the road surface conditions. If your steering feels light, it's an indication that there may be frost or ice. A very gentle touch on your brakes to see their response could help you judge the road surface conditions. Allow up to 10 times the distance for braking. Cross winds. Wind is another motorway hazard.
师傅，
Wind can affect your steering.
我已经知道，
If it coming from the left
我的
on
杀
an
父仇人不
exposed
是莫小
stretch of motorway, be especially careful. A sudden gust as you
是。
pass a large vehicle, or come out from
我
under
父
the
亲修
shelter
炼
of
你
a
的神
bridge
秘
or
魔功而死。
embankment, can send you swerving to the right. In strong wind, drivers of high-sided vehicles or those towing caravans are likely to experience difficulties.
李雪感恩师傅的
Motorcyclists
重
are
生者，
also often
师傅的养
seriously
育者。
affected by strong
如今，
cross winds.
我已经帮师傅量好
Allow
了
for
病
this
情
when
符，
overtaking these
请师
vehicles.
傅从我体内拨出。
Fog. Driving on the motorway when the
我跟师傅
weather
的恩
is
宠
foggy can be particularly
两
hazardous.
清了。
If there's fog on the motorway, you must be able to stop well within the distance you can see to be clear. Use dipped
我只想
headlights. Check your mirrors and slow down. Fog affects both visibility and judgment of speed and distance. Check your speedometer and leave plenty of space between your vehicle and the vehicle ahead. Fog can drift quickly and is often patchy. If a motorway warning sign shows fog, be prepared. Reduce speed in good time. Unfortunately, multiple pileups are all too common in foggy conditions. They don't just happen. They are caused by drivers who are traveling too fast, driving too close to the vehicle in front, assuming there's nothing in the fog ahead, ignoring the obvious. If there's fog, switch on your fog lights. If visibility drops below 100 meters 328 feet, be prepared to leave the motorway. Be on the alert for incidents ahead. Watch out for emergency
你们说，
vehicles
莫
coming
萧
up
哥哥把自己
behind,
关在那个结界
possibly
里，
on the
在
hard
干什么
shoulder.
呢？少主
Remember,
现在少长
don't
们干什
aim
么
onto
都
the
不重
lights
要，
of the
最
vehicle
重要的
ahead.
是，他为什么
You'll
要把
be
自己
too
关起来
close
啊
to？ brake if it stops
少长
suddenly.
们好像很伤心的样
Stopping
子。
on motorways, you must only stop
也不
on
知
the
道发生了
motorway
什
if
么，
red lights
他为什
or
么伤
other
心啊？
signs or
少长们说
signals
一直
tell
这
you to
样，
do so. You
说是被
ask
掌
to
门发
stop
现
by
了
the，
你还
police,
真不愧是铁律
highways
门出来的。
agency, traffic
谢少
officers
主，
or
我
vehicle
跟怎
and
么说着玩呢？
operator services agency officers. It an emergency. It will prevent an incident. You must stop to pick up or set down anyone on any part of a motorway, including a slip road. The hard shoulder. Use the hard shoulder only in an emergency. Slowing down and stopping if you have to slow down or stop on the carriageway as a result of traffic congestion. Switch on your hazard warning lights to warn traffic behind you of the obstruction ahead. Once you are sure that you've been seen, switch them off. Breakdowns and incidents. Information about how to deal with breakdowns and incidents on a motorway can be found in section 16. Parking service areas are the
我
only
选择的路
parking places
又何
provided
是好
on
走过？
motorway routes.
蜀山
To
认定
reach
天
the
行教为魔
services,
巧，
follow
皆是
the
因为父
same
亲与崇光
procedure
合
as
作，
for a motorway
又修炼了
exit.
神秘魔功。
Once you
而现
ease
在，
off the
此
motorway,
功法不知道教
slow
主还有
down
没有
and
学
be
习
aware
到。
that a low
我们这
speed
次
will
回去
feel very
一定要查
different
清楚，
after motorway
让天行
driving.
教重归正道。
Watch out for
善化
sharp
宗主，
turns
尊
into
主，请你
car
过去。
parking areas. Other drivers could fail to reduce their speeds efficiently.
放心
Once you
吧，
ease stopped in the car park, keep children and animals under control. When you leave your vehicle,
请师傅成
remember
全。
to lock it.
当然不是，
Don't leave
我
valuables,
现在
cameras,
只是想
etc.
做回真
on
正的凤
you.
梨雪。
Be a
不，
careful
我现在是
pedestrian.
崇光的弟子，
To
少昊
rejoin
宫
the
新主，
motorway,
而我要
follow
做
the
的
same
是
procedure
天行
as
教
when
少主
joining
凤
the
梨雪。
motorway at any entrance. Motorways at Night Section 13 deals in general with driving at night, and much of it applies to motorway driving. Use your headlights. Always use your headlights, even on motorways which are lit. Use dipped beam if you are likely to dazzle drivers ahead or oncoming drivers, particularly on a left-hand curve. If you are dazzled, you may have to slow down, but don't brake too hard. There might be a vehicle behind you. Judging speed. It's harder to judge speed and distance both on a motorway and at night. If you change lanes to overtake, or to leave the motorway, use your indicators earlier and give yourself even more time. Reflective studs. These could help you determine the road layout. Their positions are as follows: red between front shoulder and carriageway, white between lane amber between edge of carriageway and central reservation, green between carriageway and slip road exits and entrances, fluorescent green or yellow at control flow systems and roadworks. Roadworks incidents can often happen at roadworks when drivers fail to observe simple rules of safety. Obey all signs, including speed limit signs. Approaching roadworks. Reduce speed in good time when warned by advance warning signs, gantry signs or flashing signals. Don't leave everything to the last minute, as this can greatly increase the chance of mistakes and incidents. Get into the lane indicated for use by your vehicle in good time. Where lanes are restricted, merge and turn. When you drop your speed, it may seem as if you are traveling more slowly than you really are. It's important to observe the speed limit and not just slow down to the speed that feels safe to you. Look out for road workers who are placing or removing signs. They might need to cross the carriageway, especially when temporary barriers and cones are being erected or dismantled. Traveling through roadworks. Obey all speed limits. They've been imposed for a reason. Roadworks are complicated areas and you will need more time to spot hazards, for your own safety and the safety of road workers. If all drivers observe the speed limits, it helps to keep traffic moving and not bunching up. This is good for journey times and the
如果
environment.
我真的把你忘了，
Keep the correct separation distance from the vehicle
此
ahead.
生还能剩下什
You'll
么？
need time to brake if the vehicle in front stops suddenly. Avoid
我的
sharp
家就在
braking and sudden steering movements. Don't change lanes when signs tell you to
把你
stay
留
in
在
your
心里，
lane. Don't let
是
your
我此生唯
attention
一的慰
wander.
藉。
Road workers can appear in
怎么将你
unexpected
过去？
places and can be difficult to spot in cluttered areas. Exiting roadworks. Stay within the speed limits even when you are leaving the cone area. There may be road workers' vehicles leaving the roadworks at this point. Even if you see the road worker, remember that they may not have seen you.
不能忘，
Don't speed up until you are clear of the roadworks.
不能忘。
Remember, people may be working at roadworks sites and their safety is at risk if you don't follow the advice above. Control flow systems. These are temporary systems where traffic traveling in opposite directions shares the same carriageway. They allow traffic to keep moving during repairs or alterations on the other carriageway. The lanes are often narrower than normal lanes. Red and white marker posts separate traffic traveling in opposite directions, and fluorescent or reflective bright green or yellow studs often replace normal ones. Control flow systems may also be found on other roads carrying fast-moving traffic. Watch out for lane change signs. Vehicles broken down ahead. There are often no hard shoulder vehicles braking ahead. Keep your distance. Mobile roadworks. Minor maintenance work may sometimes be carried out without the need for major lane closures. Slow-moving or stationary works vehicles, with a large arrow on the back of the vehicle, are used to divert traffic to the right or left as appropriate. There are no cones or other delineators when these vehicles are being used. The novice driver driving on motorways places greater demands on the driver's skill, observation, anticipation, planning and concentration. It's important that you get proper guidance before you attempt to drive on your own on a motorway. If you recently passed your test, you should take further professional instruction before driving on a motorway.
这样
The
你就
Pass
不能让
Plus
病情
training
复合
scheme
体。
aims to improve your driving
你
skills
若
and
让
make
病
you
情
a
复合
safer
体，
driver, and it
你自己
includes
就
a
会种
section
下忘
on
情。
motorway driving.
到时候
You can get details of the
我们就会
Pass
忘了
Plus
彼此。
scheme by calling 011593366504 or
就当你
visiting
从未认识过我父
gov.uk.
亲，
If you
就当
recently
你从未
passed
从
your
盲山
test,
上救下
haven't
过
driven for a while, or you're driving HAS and included heavy, fast-moving traffic, your decision-making skills might not be up to the standard needed. You should ask advice from a professional instructor who can give you valid, safe instruction. Use every chance to observe and learn as a passenger. Select fairly quiet sections of motorway to practice on. Get used to driving at 60, 70 mph, 96, 112 km/h and keeping up with the flow of the traffic. Remember, don't drive on a motorway until you are fully prepared. The next move you make always has to be the right one. Bear in mind that the vehicles on either side and behind you could weigh over 30 tons and be traveling at 50, 60 mph, 80 to 96 km or even faster. Section 12 All-weather driving. This section covers your vehicle, ensuring a clear view. Wet roads, crosswinds, fog, snow and ice, bright sunshine and hot weather. Your vehicle, whatever the weather, make sure your vehicle and equipment are in good condition and regularly checked and serviced. In bad weather, the condition of your vehicle is even more important, especially your tires and brakes. Different weather conditions can lead to a variety of different hazards, both from season to season and from region to region. Tires. Check tire condition and pressures frequently. Make sure that the tires have a good tread, that the walls are undamaged and that they are inflated to the correct pressure. Also check your tires for uneven wear of the tread, either across or around the tire, which could be due to a mechanical defect. Have your vehicle checked, any fault put right and a new tire fitted if necessary. Good tires are especially important in snow, on icy roads and in heavy rain. Be prepared.
师兄，
Don't wait until the bad weather shows up the
慢点。
deficiency. It might be too late, and your life could depend on a few millimeters of
那我
rubber
告诉
which
你，
should have been there.
你可千万别告诉爹
Brakes.
和掌
Keep
门
your
师傅
brakes
啊！
in top condition. Stopping
其
takes
实
much longer on wet,
其实
slippery
莫
roads,
萧哥哥
even with
是又上
perfect
苏黎
brakes.
山救李雪去了。
Ensuring a clear
没有
view.
和
The
他毫无
biggest
情
single
谊，
danger to any
是我和
driver
营
is
员一
being
起请了
unable
师
to
傅
see
救，
properly.
给陆师兄
You
演了
won't
场
be able
戏
to。make the right
哥，你可
decisions
千万别
if you
说出
can
去啊！
see the road
这次
clearly.
莫萧哥哥太可
Always
怜
keep
了，
your
没有救回李
windscreen,
雪。
mirrors
他
and
万年聚会
windows
的消沉
clean
了
and
3日才
clear.
重振精神的。
Wipers and washers. Make sure your wiper blades are effective. Make sure washers are working and keep the reservoir filled. Use an additive, as it helps to prevent freezing in winter to clear dead insects and smears off the windscreen in summer. Misting up of the mirror and glass inside the car affects your ability to see. Even on a summer day, a sudden shower can make the glass mist up inside. Keep a dry cloth handy and clean all inside glass. Wipe the windows dry before you set out. Use your demisters. If your car has a heated windscreen, use it early. Also, use your heated rear window to maintain your rear vision. Open your windows to clear mist, if necessary. If your car is fitted with air conditioning, this can assist with clearing windows. Read your vehicle handbook and follow the maker's suggestions for effective heating and ventilation. Many anti-mist and anti-frost accessories are available, including liquid for keeping glass clear, de-icers, prepared cloths, electrically heated glass. Dry air works best, is by far the cheapest and is usually in plentiful supply once the engine has warmed up. Wait until the windscreen has cleared completely before pulling away. However, when you start from cold, you won't be able to create warm air, so use a dry cloth or a chamois leather. If you have a passenger, ask once rain. Before setting out, wait until your demister and heater are working well enough to keep the whole of the windscreen and rear window clear. Take care not to damage wiper blades, which may have frozen onto the windscreen or rear window. Never use boiling water to clear the windscreen. You could break the glass. Use water that barely lukewarm or even coldness is still warmer than ice and will start the defrosting process. Rain. Use dipped headlights and poor visibility such as rain, drizzle, mist, or very poor light so that other drivers can see you. Rain can drastically reduce your view through the windscreen and windows and in the outside driving mirrors. The cleaner the glass, the sooner the wipers can clear the outside of the screen. Always keep the washer bottle topped up. Keep your speed down in very wet weather. Some windscreen wipers aren't efficient enough to deal with very heavy rain. In dirty weather conditions, clean your windscreen, windows, indicators and lights as often as necessary. Remember, whatever the weather, don't drive unless you can see properly all around. Wet roads. Stopping distance. Wet roads reduce tire grip, so slow down. Give yourself plenty of time and room for slowing down and stopping. Keep well back from other vehicles. On a wet road, you should allow at least double the braking distance for a dry road. After a spell of dry weather, rain on the road can make the surface even more slippery. Take extra care, especially when cornering. Be aware that different road surfaces might affect the grip of your tires. Remember, the less tread on your tires, the greater the increase in braking distance. Consider others. Pedestrians and cyclists can easily get drenched by passing vehicles. Look well ahead and show consideration by slowing down or giving them more room when it's safe to do so. Also give cyclists room to pull out to avoid large puddles. Aquaplaning. A great danger when driving at speed in very wet weather is the buildup of water between the tire and the road surface. As a result, your vehicle actually slides forward on a thin film of water as your tires lose contact with the road surface. This is called aquaplaning. Even good tires can grip in this situation. A clear indication that UE aquaplaning can be that the steering suddenly feels very light. When this happens, slow down by easing off the accelerator. Never brake or try to change direction, because when you aquaplaning, you no control at all over steering or braking. The higher your speed on a wet road, the more likely you are to aquaplane. You must keep your speed down and watch for water pooling on the road surface. Even at lower speeds, if the front and rear tires on one side of the vehicle hit a patch of deeper water, the vehicle may swerve because of the additional resistance on that side. Spray. Another reason for keeping your speed down on wet roads is the amount of water thrown up by other vehicles. Overtaking or being overtaken by heavy vehicles on a motorway can be an unnerving experience. If necessary, slow down to increase the distance between you and the large vehicle, remembering to look in your mirrors before you do so. Sometimes wipers can keep the windscreen clear even when working at full speed. This results in the driver being temporarily blinded to conditions ahead. You may need to slow down. If water sprays up under the bonnet, it can stop the engine or affect the electronic controls. Dealing with floods. When you have to pass through a flood, take your time. Stop and assess how deep the water is. Don't just drive into it. Some roads that are likely to flood have depth gauges. Check the depth on these. Deep water. If the water seems too deep for your vehicle, turn back and go around the flood by another road. It might take a little longer, but better than finding yourself stranded. If the water is too deep, it could flood the exhaust, causing the engine to stop, find its way into the air intake on some vehicles, causing serious engine damage. Shallow water. If the water isn't too deep, drive on slowly but be sure to keep to the shallowest part.
尊主10年前救下你，
Remember,
不过是
because
想
of the
让子母
camber
冰
of the
清复合
road,
体。
the water
也
is
正是因为
probably
如此，
deepest near
才要
the
引你
curb
大
and
婚。
shallowest at the crown.
届时，尊主就会
Driving
获得
through
无上
flood
神
water,
力，
drive in
功法
first
大
gear
增。
as slowly as possible but keep the engine speed high and steady by slipping the clutch. If the engine speed is too low, you might stall. If you go too fast, you could create a bow wave. Water will flood the engine and it could cut out. Try to strike a balance. Engines and water. Some types of diesel engine will tolerate a certain amount of water, but many modern fuel systems are electronically controlled and are, therefore,
续
affected
原
by
新主
water.
不好生待在药
All
灵
petrol
宫，
engines can be
怎么来这儿
seriously
啊？
affected by even small
是来探望
amounts
基
of
星主
water
的。
being splashed
探
onto
我？
the electrical components.
什么？
These can include engine
我和续原
management
新主
systems,
共闯左殿
coil,
密室，
distributor, leads,
崇
and so
光却
on.
只将我关进了
Crossing
魔
a ford,
域。
the depth of water at a
续
ford
原新
varies
主
with the
心中不
weather
安
and is usually greater
特
in
来安
winter.
抚吗？
There may be a
基星主
depth
心中不必
gauge
愤
in
怒。
the area.
崇
If
光
the
为众
water
法而用，
isn't too deep
完
for
全
your
是念在
vehicle,
先尊主的
cross
情分上。
using the same technique as you would
基
for
星
a
主的所
flood.
作所为，皆
Remember
为
to
天魔
test
族
your
的未来。
brakes after you cross.
当年
There might be
你
a
追随夜
notice
月，
reminding you to
为
do
我们天
so.
魔族立下过汗马功
Don't
劳。
try to
就算
displace
是
the
为了夜
water
月，
by charging at the
我
flood
对
or
基星主
ford. You
也
could
是一
lose
直感怀
control.
在心的。
Your vehicle will probably stall. You could end up blocking the road. Test your brakes. Water can
在星落
reduce
心
the
中，
effectiveness of your brakes, so
一直
test
是
your
星
brakes
主为尊
whenever
后
you
相
be
待。
passed through water on the road.
星落
When
只
you
希
be
望尊
driven
后
safely through,
能
check your
重拾
mirrors
当年
first
辅佐
and
先
then
尊主
test
的
your
心血。
brakes. If they don't
重
work
振天魔
properly,
将，
it will help to drive them out if you apply light
绝
pressure
不能
to
让
the
尊主
brake
之位
pedal
一直
while
让崇光
driving
霸占着。
along slowly.
先尊
Don't
主曾
drive
语
at normal speed
魔尊之
until
位
you be sure
有
that
崇
you're
光带
working
着。
properly.
只要我找
Crosswinds.
回我
Some
和爷爷的孩
vehicles
子，
can become unstable
他
and
崇光
strong crosswinds or
必然
side
该交还
winds
天魔教。
because of their large surface area
续原
and
新主是有什么
comparatively
消息了
low
吗？
weight. This can happen
基星主
particularly on exposed stretches
只
of
管放
roads
宽
such
心，
as
在委屈些
motorways,
时日，
viaducts, and
待
bridges.
时机成熟时，
The effect can vary from
我
a
一定会
slight pull
亲
on the
自接你
steering
出
wheel
去。
to a distinct wander, possibly into the path of another vehicle. In very bad cases, the whole vehicle can be lifted bodily off the road with very serious results.
师兄，
Cyclists and
时辰到了。
motorcyclists in gusty conditions, watch
我得给
for
你施针了。
cyclists or
师
motorcyclists
兄，
being blown
目前你
sideways
身
and
子里面的
veering
毒
into
气
your
并没有
path.
根除，所以你才
Allow
会体弱
extra
无力。
room when
你要知道
overtaking.
我必须得以掌门师
High-sided
兄为主。
vehicles, drivers
至于
of
少掌门那边，
high-sided
他有神医看
vehicles,
护，
or
暂时
those
是用不
towing
上我这个炼丹
caravans,
老道的。
trailers or horse boxes, particularly empty ones, should pay special
少掌门醒
attention
了
to
吗？
forecasts
没有。
of strong winds.
基
Avoid
苏，
well-known
少
trouble
掌门不会
spots
还有
and
别的
high
伤你没看出
bridges.
来吧？
Drivers of
不
these
应该啊。
vehicles should be constantly alert for the effects of wind near bridges and embankments, even on normal journeys in reasonable conditions. If there is severe weather warning, consider if your journey is really necessary. Other drivers should bear this in mind when about to overtake, or when being overtaken by, these
不知
particular
道，
types of
少掌门一直
vehicle.
在屋里都没声响，
Fog
是吧，
is
子墨？
one of the most dangerous weather
少掌门
conditions.
不会又去素
An
玉山了
incident
吧？
involving one
自从
vehicle
凤梨
can
雪出现，
quickly involve
他冲动的
many
时候还少
others,
吗？
especially if they are driving too close to one another. Motorway pileups in fog have sometimes involved dozens of vehicles. All too often there are loss of life or serious injury that could easily have been prevented. Observe the obvious DOES and need a sign to tell you it's foggy if you can only see a short distance ahead.
做得不错，
Avoid
那我
driving
也
in fog.
想领你一
Take
个这个吧。
alternative transport or
兔子吃
postpone your journey, if at all possible. If you must drive, give yourself time to prepare. Remember, if the fog is thick and you can see the rear lights of the vehicle ahead, then you may be too close to stop in an emergency. Check all lights, clean your windscreen, and so on. Allow more time for the journey. Use of lights. Correctly adjusted fog lights can be a valuable aid when driving in fog. In daylight you must use your dipped headlights when visibility is seriously reduced. They'll be seen from a much greater distance than side lights. They won't dazzle other drivers or pedestrians in the daytime. You could also consider using dipped headlights, or at least side lights, in relatively light fog. Remember that, even if you think you can see far enough ahead, your own vehicle might not be clearly visible to others until you be too close. If in any doubt, always try to maximize your visibility in the interests of safety. Use fog lights if your vehicle is fitted with them. At dusk use dipped beams at dusk and other times when visibility is poor.
木萧哥哥，
At night in darkness you might need to depend entirely on fog lights, or alternate between fog lights and dipped beams through stretches of thick and thin fog. High-intensity rear fog lights. If your vehicle has high-intensity rear fog lights, use them in fog only when visibility is seriously reduced. Normally this means when you can see for more than 100 meters 328 feet. Remember, you must switch fog lights off when visibility improves it. The law. Using them at other times, such as in the rain, can dazzle drivers behind you. Adjust your lights. Change your lighting with the conditions. For example, when you're EQing in traffic and the driver behind has already seen you, it can be helpful to switch off your rear fog lights temporarily to avoid dazzling them.
是你，
Driving in fog, poor visibility is
我父亲
frustrating
修
and a
炼你的神
strain
秘
on
魔
the
功而
eyes.
死。
Your ability to anticipate is dangerously restricted. It also much more difficult to judge distances and speed in fog when outlines become confusing.
李雪感恩师傅
You
的
can
重生
easily
之
become
师傅养育
disoriented,
着
especially on an
如今
unfamiliar road.
我已经帮师傅
In
养
the
好了病情
interests of safety, you must
请师
slow
傅从我
down,
体内
check
拨
the
出吧。
speedometer from
这样，
time to time, be able
我
to
跟师
stop
傅的
well
恩仇
within the distance you can see. To be
两
clear,
清。
use your windscreen wipers to keep the outside of the screen clear. Use your demister to keep the inside of the screen clear. Use
我
your
只想
heated windscreen if your vehicle has one.
做我自己。
Fog itself DOES and claim lives, but the standard of driving in fog results in death and destruction which could have been avoided. To give yourself plenty of time and space to deal with whatever is ahead. Decide what a safe speed for the conditions and stick to it. Don't let other drivers push you into driving faster. Watch out for emergency vehicles. There could well be an incident ahead. Don't follow the vehicle in front too closely. Try to keep up with the vehicle ahead. You will get a false impression that the fog isn't too bad if you hang on to the lights of the vehicle ahead, because it will display some of the fog. Use main beam when you in fog, as the fog reflects the light and can dazzle you, reducing your visibility even further. It can also dazzle other drivers. Fog patches.
你
The
们说，
density
莫
of
萧哥哥
fog
把自己关
varies.
在那个结界里，在干什
Sometimes
么
the
呢？
fog is patchy.
少主，现在
One
少长们干什
moment
么
it
都不
can
重
be
要，
fairly
最
clear.
重要的
The
是
next
他为什么要把
extremely
自己关
dense.
起来啊？
Avoid the
少长们
temptation
好
to
像很
speed
伤
up
心的样
between
子
the。patches. Following
也不知道
another
发生
vehicle,
了什么。
slow down
他
and
为什么
leave
伤
plenty
心
of
啊？
room for
少长们若
stopping.
一直这样，
There may be
若是被
something
掌门
ahead
发现
which you can
你还真
possibly
不愧是
see
铁律
until
门
you
出来
be
的。
too close to it.
谢少主，我
If the
跟子木说着
vehicle
玩
ahead
呢。
has to stop suddenly, you must leave enough time to react and brake. You may not see or recognize that the vehicle ahead is braking or has stopped as soon as you would in clear weather. You need to be able to brake safely, so remember the road surface is often slippery in fog. Overtaking in fog can be particularly dangerous. You could well find that visibility ahead is much worse than you thought, and you won't be able to see oncoming traffic soon enough. Junctions. Dealing with junctions in fog needs particular care, especially when turning right. You should open your windows and switch off your radio or CD player so you can hear any approaching
我选
traffic.
择的路
Start indicating
又何
as
时好
early
走过？
as you can make the
蜀
greatest
山认定
possible
天行
use
较为
of
魔
your
强，
lights.
皆是因为父
If
亲
you
与崇
keep
光
your
合作
foot。on the brake
又修
pedal
炼了
while
神
you
秘魔功。
stopped,
而
Your
现
brake
在
lights will
此
give
功法不知道
drivers
教主还有
behind
没有
an
修行。
extra warning.
我们
Use
这
the
次回
horn
去
if you
一
feel
定
it
要查
will
清
help,
楚，
and
让
listen
天
for
行教
other
重归正道。
vehicles.
少号星
Don't
主，
turn or
尊主请你
emerge
过
until
去。
you absolutely sure it's safe.
走吧。
Road markings dipped headlights will peek out reflective studs, but it's not so easy to recognize other road markings when driving in fog. Remember,
请师傅成全。
motorcyclists can be much
当
more
然不是。
difficult to see in
我现
fog
在
as they
只
have
是想
only
做回
one
真正的凤梨
headlight
雪。
and tail light.
不，我现
Try
在
to
是崇
keep
光
a
的弟子，
central position
少号
between
公星
lane
主，
lines
而
or
我要做的
studs.
是天行
Don't
教
mix
少主
up
凤梨
lane
雪。
lines and center lines. Driving too close to the center could mean you be dangerously near someone coming the other way who might be doing the same thing. Driving on the center line as a means of finding your way is extremely dangerous. Snow and ice, is your journey really necessary? In winter, especially if the weather does and look good, check the local weather forecast before setting out. If snow or ice is forecast, don't drive unless your journey is essential. Before setting off, if you consider it necessary to travel, it's useful to carry the following in case you get stuck or your vehicle breaks down, along with an emergency food, only clothing, boots, or ice scraper, torch, first aid kit, spade or shovel, junk leaves, blanket, old sacks. You should also clear all snow and ice from all of your windows so that you can see clearly all around. Ensure all lights are clean and free from snow so they can be seen by other road users. Make sure the mirrors are clear and the windows are domestic thoroughly so that you have the best visibility possible. Clear snow from the bonnet and roof so that it does and fly off and cause a danger to other road users such as motorcyclists or cyclists. Starting off on snow, if you experience wheel spin when you ease starting off in deep snow, don't race the engine because the wheels will dig in further. Try to move the car slightly backwards and then forwards out of the rut. Use the highest gear you can. In these conditions, it's worthwhile carrying a spade and some old sacks. These can be useful to help get you going when you become stuck in snow. Snow chains are available which can be fitted over existing wheels and tires to help avoid getting stuck and to reduce the danger of skidding.
去吧。
Driving in snow, when falling snow reduces visibility, use your dipped headlights as you would in heavy rain or fog. Falling or freshly fallen snow need not cause too much difficulty, providing you remember to increase the gap between you and the vehicle in front, remembering to look in your mirror before slowing down. Test your brakes, very gently, from time to time, but be sure to look in your mirrors before braking. Snow can pack behind the front wheels or around brake linkages under the car and so affect steering and braking. Be prepared to clear the windscreen by hand.
此生还能剩下
Your
什么？
wipers, even with the aid of the heater, may not be able to sweep the snow
我的家
clear.
就在那。
Snow might collect and pack around your lights and indicators. Drive with
把你留
care,
在心里
even if the roads have been
是
treated.
我此生唯一的慰藉。
Conditions can change over very short distances.
将你
Try
过去
to find out about weather and traffic conditions ahead by listening to travel bulletins on the radio and noting any information on the variable message signs. In areas that are subject to prolonged periods of snow, it may be an advantage to fit snow chains attachments which fit over existing wheels and tires. Mud and snow M&S tires with a tread pattern designed for these conditions. Snow will cover up road markings. Take care when you can see which road has priority. Driving in icy conditions overnight, freezing usually results in an icy surface, especially on less used roads. Look for signs of frost on verges, etc. It's even more dangerous when the roads are just beginning to freeze or thaw. The combination of water and ice adds up to an extremely slippery surface. Rain freezing on roads as it falls. Black ice is an invisible danger. As with the grappling, your steering will feel especially light. When driving on ice, you need to keep your speed down. Treat every controlled brakes, accelerator, steering, clutch and gears very delicately. If it's very cold, treat all wet-looking surfaces as though they're frozen because they probably are. If the road looks wet but there's no sound from the tires, expect ice. Braking on snow and ice, all but the most gentle braking will lock your wheels on packed snow and ice. If your front wheels lock, you can steer. If you can steer, you can keep out of trouble. For vehicles without ABS brakes, in slippery conditions, repeatedly applying and releasing the brakes will slow the vehicle down and enable you to keep control. Using this method will allow some degree of steering control. Get into a lower gear earlier than normal. Allow your speed to fall and use the brake pedal gently and early to keep your speed well
这样
under
你就不能
control.
让冰清复合体。
Braking distances on ice can easily be 10 times normal
你自己就会
distances.
种下忘情果。
Downhill braking calls for careful speed control well before reaching the actual hill, as well as while you eat on it. By selecting a low gear, the engine compression will help to hold the vehicle back and reduce the overall speed. Anti-lock brakes ABS may reduce the risk of vehicle instability when braking on snow and ice. However, they can compensate for poor judgment or excessive speed. They won't help your tires stay in contact with the road surface in ice or snow. Cornering on ice and snow, time your driving and adjust your speed so that you don't have to use your brakes at all on a bend. Approach a corner at a steady speed, using as high a gear as you reasonably can. Be gentle with the accelerator. Don't use the clutch unless you absolutely have to. Steer smoothly, sudden movements must be avoided. Take just as much care coming out of a turn. Braking on an icy or snow-covered bend is extremely dangerous. The centrifugal force will continue to pull you outwards and the wheels won't grip very well. This could cause your vehicle to spin. Climbing hills on ice and snow, speed must be kept down on icy and slippery roads. But this can bring with it other problems. For example, when going uphill you might lose momentum. Trying to regain speed and keep going could cause severe wheel spin and loss of control. If you have to stop, it could be difficult to start again. Leave a good gap between you and the vehicle in front. If it stops, you will at least have a chance to keep going while it restarts, or even pass it altogether. To reduce the chances of wheel spin, use the highest gear you reasonably can. Don't rush a hill thinking you will change down on the way up. Before reaching the hill, get into a gear that will take you all the way up. Changing gear is an easy on an icy slope. It takes very delicate footwork to avoid wheel spin and loss of speed. Other vehicles on snow and ice. If a vehicle heading towards you is obviously out of control, try to make maximum use of engine braking if there's time. If you must use the brake pedal, be as gentle as possible. Avoid braking and steering at the same time to get out of the way. Both are dangerous in icy conditions. Constantly assess what's ahead. Be prepared and look for escape routes. Bright sunshine and hot weather. Be prepared before you begin a long journey. Make sure you eat prepared for the weather. Tire pressure should be checked and adjusted when they cold. Don't check the pressure when you've been driving for a while because tires will be warm and the reading will be inaccurate. Coolant before you start your journey. Check the level of coolant in the system. Clear windscreen. There are generally more flies and insects about in hot weather, and your windscreen needs to be kept clean. Keep the windscreen as clear as possible of water and grease marks. This helps to cut down glare. Check the level in the washer reservoir and top up if necessary. Using an additive may help to keep the windscreen clean. Driving glare. One of the main problems when driving in sunny conditions is glare. This can seriously reduce your ability to see. Reduce speed and take extra care. If the roads are wet, reflected glare can increase the problem. Drive slowly and carefully if you being dazzled by bright sunshine. Watch out particularly for pedestrians and cyclists, and make sure you can stop quickly if necessary. Constant sun in your eyes can be exhausting on a long journey and may well affect your concentration. Even if you don't feel the need for them, the correct sunglasses can reduce the glare and keep your eyesight effective for longer. This is especially important if you be driving abroad, where conditions are hotter and the sunlight brighter than you may be used to. Low-angle sun glare can be worse in the winter when the sun is low in the sky. Wear sunglasses and/or use your visor to cut off as much glare as possible. Avoid looking directly into the sun. Make sure you use adequate ventilation inside the car. Air conditioning helps if you have. Take plenty of breaks and refreshment on a long trip. If you feel sleepy, stop and rest where it's safe. Never stop on the hard shoulder of a motorway when you feel tired. Use the service areas or get off the motorway. Listen to travel information and try to avoid known traffic hold-ups. Overheated engines in long traffic queues are the most frequent causes of breakdowns in these conditions. Road surface is soft tarmac during long periods of hot weather. Many tarmac road surfaces become extremely soft. Take care when braking and cornering. Oil and water can make the hot surface of the road slippery and dangerous, particularly if there is a sudden rain shower after a long dry spell. Take extra care. Watch your speed and keep your distance. Loose chippings. Many highway authorities replace the granite chipping road surfaces during the summer. Always observe the special warning speed limits and keep well back from the vehicle in front. Flying stone chips can cause not only expensive damage to your vehicle, but also serious injury to pedestrians and other road users. Section 13 Driving at night. This section covers your vehicle lights. Driving in the dark, built-up areas, overtaking or following at night, parking at night, meeting other vehicles. Your vehicle lights in the dark. Your vehicle lights are the most important source of information both for you and for other road users. They also tell other drivers your movements. Use them with care and consideration. Always keep your headlights clean. Use your headlights at night, dipped or full beam, as appropriate. Use dipped headlights at any time when the light is poor, even during the day, as this will make you more visible to others. You should check all your lights before and during a long journey. Fix any lighting fault immediately, for your own safety and the safety of others. Carry spare bulbs where applicable. Remember that extra weight at the rear of your vehicle could cause your headlights to dazzle other road users. Some models have headlight adjusters to deal with this. Your vehicle lights in the dark. Your vehicle lights are the most important source of information both for you and for other road users. They also tell other drivers your movements. Use them with care and consideration. Always keep your headlights clean. Use your headlights at night, dipped or full beam, as appropriate. Use dipped headlights at any time when the light is poor, even during the day, as this will make you more visible to others. You should check all your lights before and during a long journey. Fix any lighting fault immediately, for your own safety and the safety of others. Carry spare bulbs where applicable. Remember that extra weight at the rear of your vehicle could cause your headlights to dazzle other road users. Some models have headlight adjusters to deal with this. Auxiliary driving lights. Auxiliary driving lights are main beam headlights and may be used to improve the view of the road ahead. However, They must only be used in conjunction with the obligatory main beam headlights, and they
你的
must
父亲
all
奉行
switch
天当年
off
为了
at the
救
same
你，
time.
献出了一支血鱼
Only
冰清
one
符，
pair of dipped beam
获得了尊主的
headlights
信
may
任。
be fitted to a vehicle.
可他竟然狡猾地
Front
隐瞒了
fog
冰清
lights
符本
must
是子
not
母
be
一双
used
的
to
事实，
improve the view of
只
the
将母
road
冰清
ahead,
符给了尊
except
主，
in
而
seriously
此冰
reduced
清符
visibility.
是在你的体内。
Junctions at night brake lights can dazzle. Don't keep your foot on the brake pedal if you are waiting at a junction or queuing in traffic, except in fog use the parking brake. However, switch off your indicator light only if it dazzling the driver behind and
这是什么
if
呀？
you do switch it off,
最
make
好
sure
吃
you
的糖
switch it
果
on
呀！
again before you move off. Driving in the
那
dark
给我
you'll
吃吧。
find you very much more limited in dark conditions. You can see as far as you can in daylight, so less information is available. Problems vary widely with the type of road and amount of traffic. Speed at night you need to be more alert and aware that you can safely drive as fast in the dark as you can in the daylight. This includes driving at dusk or dawn, even in good weather. Never drive so fast that you can stop well within the distance you can see to be clear. That is, within the range of your lights.
尊
To
主10
enable
年
you
前
to
救下
see
你，
the greatest
不过是
distance,
想让子母
you
冰
should
清符合
normally
体。
use main
也
beam
正是因为如
headlights
此，
on unlit roads
才要与你
unless
大
you
婚。
be following another
届
vehicle
时
you be
尊
meeting
主就会获得
oncoming
无上神
traffic.
力，攻伐
On lit
大
roads
增。
you should normally use dipped headlights. If you can stop safely within the range of your lights, you are going too fast. Note fluorescent material shows up well in daylight or at dusk, but is of little use in the dark. Only reflective material shows up well in headlights. Avoid dazzling others if you meet any other road user, including cyclists and pedestrians. Dip your headlights in good time to avoid dazzling them. At dusk
居
you
然
may
新主
find
不好
it
生
best
待
to
在药
put your
人宫，
headlights on at dusk,
怎么来这儿
just
了？
before lighting up
我
time.
是来探望吉星主
At
的。
this time in the
探
evening
我？
many shades of vehicle
怎么？
paintwork such as black, blues
我
and
和虚
grays
元
and
星主共
surprisingly
床组
white
殿
and
密
silver
室，
as well, seem to
崇光
blend
却
in
只
with the
将我
failing
关进
light.
了魔域。
Colors,
虚元
particularly
星
the
主
more
心中
neutral
不安，
ones, become less
特
easy
来
to
安抚
distinguish
吗？
than you would expect
吉星
in
主
the
心中不必
half-light
愤
of
怒。
dusk. The
崇光为众
situation
白日
is
我，
often made worse
完全
by
是
the
念在
fact
先
that
尊主
some
的情分
vehicles
上。
will already be using lights and
吉星主的
someone.
所作所为，
Ultimately,
皆为天魔
it
族
can
的未
mean
来。
that some unlit vehicles can
当
be
年
almost
你追
invisible
随夜
until
月，
you are very
为我们
close
天
to
魔族立
them.
下过汗马功劳。
Don't be
就
afraid
算是
to
为
be
了
the
夜月，
first driver to switch
我对
on
吉
it
星
better
主
to see and be
也是一
seen.
直感怀在心
At
的。
dawn the opposite applies. Don't switch off your headlights until you are sure it's safe.
在星落
Make sure
心
you
中，
can see and be seen. If
一
you
直
are
视星主
driving a
为尊后
dark
相
colored
待。
car you should switch on earlier, switch off
星落
later.
只希望尊后，
When you drive with your headlights
重拾
on,
当年辅
other
佐先尊主
drivers
的
can
信
see
心，
you earlier, tell which way you
重
are
振
heading.
天魔将，
This is often difficult in the half-light
绝
without
不能让
lights.
尊主之位一直
Your
让崇
eyes
光
in
霸
the
占着
dark,。you should have your eyesight
先尊
checked
主曾有言
regularly.
语，魔尊
Ask
之位，
yourself, am
有
I
崇光
really
带
see
着。
as well as I would like?
只要我找回我
If
和
you
叶
can
渊的孩
see
子，
so well in the dark,
他崇光
it might be your eyes
必然
that
该
are
交
to
还天
blame.
魔教了。
Driving in the dark may
虚
be
元星主是有
highlighting
什
the
么消
need
息了
for
吗？
an eyesight check.
吉星主
How far can you see?
只管
Test
放宽心，
yourself in a
在为机
suitable
械事实，
place. Pick
但实
an
际成
object
熟时，
within the range of your lights
我
and
一
see
定
if
会
you
亲
can
自
stop
接
by
你
the
出去
time
的。
you reach it. You will be surprised how difficult this is with dipped lights on an unlit road, and shows that you should take a good look before you dip your lights. Lighter colored objects are
师兄，
easier to see at
时
night.
辰到了，
Adjusting to darkness give your
我得跟
eyes
你
a
实战
minute
了。
or two to adjust to
师
the
兄，
darkness,
目前你
particularly
身
when
子
you
里面的
be
毒气
coming
并
out
没有
of a
根除，
brightly lit
所以你
area
才会
or
体弱无
building.
力。你要知
You
道，
can
我必
always
须对
use
一
the
长为
time
师
to
兄为
clean
主。
your lights,
至于少长们
mirrors,
那边，他有神医看
windscreen,
护，暂时是
etc.
用不上我这个炼丹老
Remember
道的。
this when you leave a motorway service area after a rest or refueling stop.
少长们醒了吗？
A clean
没有。
windscreen cuts down
子苏，
dazzle.
少长们不会还有
Don't
别
wear
的伤，你
tinted
没看出来
glasses
吧
or？ sunglasses. Spray the
不应该
windscreen
啊。
or windows with
我去看
tears.
看。
Built up areas. The phrase built up area refers to areas such as town centers and residential streets. They also have regularly spaced street lighting. Unless signs show otherwise, This would normally mean that there are 30 mph 48 km/h speed limit in 4C rules 113 and 124, as well as the speed limits table on page 40 of the Highway Code.
自从凤梨雪出现，
Always use
他
dipped
冲动的时候还
headlights
少吗？
or dim dip if fitted, in built-up areas at night. It helps others to see you. In areas where street lights cause patches of shadow, watch out for pedestrians, especially those in dark clothes, who can be difficult to see. Remember to be on the alert for pedestrians. Approach pedestrian crossings at a speed at which you can stop safely if
做得不错，
necessary.
那我
Watch
也
for
想
cyclists
领
and
你这个吧。
joggers. Noise at
兔子
night.
是吧？
Keep all noise to a minimum. Don't rev your engine. Close your car doors quietly. Remember that neighbors and children may be asleep. Take extra care setting and disarming the anti-theft alarm on your vehicle. Using the horn at night. You must not use your horn between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. in a built-up area except to avoid danger from a moving vehicle. If you need to warn other road users of your presence at night, flash your headlights. Overtaking or following at night. You will need to take extra care before attempting to overtake at night. It's more difficult because you can see less. Only overtake if you can see that the road ahead will remain clear until after you finish the maneuver. Don't overtake if there is a chance you east approaching a road junction, a bend or hidden dip in the road, the brow of a bridge or hill, except on a dual carriageway at pedestrian crossing. Road markings indicating double white lines ahead, or if they're likely to be a vehicle overtaking or turning right. Any other potential hazard. Stay clear and dip. Make sure you don't get too close to the vehicle ahead, and always dip your lights so you don't dazzle the driver. Your light beam should fall short of the rear of the vehicle in front. Remember your separation distance. On a dual carriageway or motorway where it's possible to overtake, don't use full beam in the face of oncoming drivers. If you being overtaken, dip your lights as soon as the vehicle passes you, to avoid causing glare in the mirrors of the overtaking vehicle. Parking at night. Cars and light goods vehicles 15-25 kilograms or less, laden, invalid carriages and motorcycles can park without lights on roads with a speed limit of 30 mph 48 km/h or less. They must comply with any parking restrictions and not park within 10 meters 32 feet of a junction.
我的杀父仇人
They
不是莫
must
萧，
also be parked parallel to, and close to, the side of the road or in a
是你。
designated parking place and facing in the
我
direction
父
of the
亲修炼你
traffic
的神秘
flow.
魔功而死。
If you have to park on any other road, you should never leave your vehicle without side or parking lights unless a sign indicates that lights are required. It would be better to get it off the road altogether. Leave your vehicle standing on the right-hand side of the road, except in a one-way street. Always switch your headlights off when you stop, even for a
我
short
跟师
while.
傅的恩宠，
It can often to leave them on when the vehicle is parked. The fixed glare can be very dazzling, especially if, for any reason, the vehicle is on the off side of the road facing oncoming traffic.
做我自己。
Leaving lights on can also use up the battery. Beating other vehicles and other vehicle lights can tell you in which direction they be heading and can give you an idea of their speed. Oncoming lights should raise a number of questions in your mind, such as how far away is the vehicle and how fast is it moving? Should I slow down while we pass each other? How soon should I dip my lights? How far ahead can I see before I dip? Before I dip, is there anything on my side of the road that I might endanger? That might endanger me? Examples included a stationary vehicle, a cyclist, a pedestrian, or an unlit builder skip. When your headlights are on full beam, dip early enough to avoid dazzling oncoming drivers, but not too early. Check the left-hand verge before you dip.
你们说，
If you
莫萧哥哥把自
dazzle
己关
if
在
the
那个结界里，
headlights of
在干什么
oncoming
呢？
vehicles dazzle you,
少主，
slow
现在少长
down
们干
and,
什么都不
if
重要，
necessary,
最重要的
stop.
是，
他为什么要把自己
Don
关
looked
起来？
directly at oncoming
少长
headlights.
们好像很伤心的
Don
样子。
retaliate by leaving your lights on
也
full
不知道
beam
发生
and
了什么。
dazzling the
他为什
oncoming
么伤心
driver.
啊？少长们
On
若
a
一直这
left-hand
样，
bend it
若是
earlier.
被掌门发现了，
Your
你还真
headlights
不愧
will
是铁
cut
律门
straight
出来的。
across the eyes of
谢少
anyone
主，
coming
我跟子
towards
木说着
you.
玩呢。
On a right-hand bend this might not happen, or it won't happen so soon. Section 14 Basic Maintenance. This section covers fuel, oils and coolant, steering and suspension, brakes, tires, electrical systems. Basic fault finding. Fuel. Don't let the fuel in your tank run too low. This can cause running problems and even damage the engine. Fill up before you reach that stage. Some vehicles have a warning light which shows when the fuel is getting low. Fuel cans. If you carry reserve fuel in a can, make sure it of an approved type for carrying fuel. It is illegal and dangerous to carry petrol in a container not intended for that purpose. Motorway driving.
我
Make
选择
sure
的
you
路
have plenty of fuel
又何时
before
好走过？
driving on a motorway.
蜀山认定天行教
Driving
练
at
我巧，
higher speeds
皆是因为
tends
父
to
亲与
use
崇光
more
合作，
fuel and there can
又修炼了
sometimes
神
be
秘武
quite a
功。
distance
而
between
现在，
service
此
areas.
功法不知道教众还有没有
Petrol
修行的？
engines choose the
我们这
right
次回
grade
去
of
一定要
petrol.
查清楚。
Using the
让天
wrong
行教
grade
重归
could
正道。
damage your engine.
少号星主，尊主
Leaded
请你过
fuel
去。
must be used in vehicles
走吧。
fitted with a catalytic converter. Even one tankful can
放心吧。
permanently damage the system. Diesel engines. Diesel fuel is environmentally friendly, provided the engine
请
is
师傅成
tuned
全。
correctly.
当然
Take
不是。
care to avoid
我现
spilling
在
diesel fuel
只是想
when
做回真正的凤
refueling,
梨雪。
since it will cause an
不，
extremely
我现在是
slippery
崇光的弟
surface.
子，少昊宫
Warning:
星主，
take care
而
never
我
to
要做
put
的
petrol
是
into a
天行教
diesel
少主凤
vehicle
梨雪。
or diesel fuel into a petrol engine vehicle. Look carefully at the pump you are going to use. Oils and coolant. Engine oil is necessary to lubricate your engine. You need to keep the oil at the level recommended by the vehicle manufacturer. Check regularly and top up the oil when necessary, especially before a long journey. Ideally, you should check the oil level every time you fill up with fuel. How to check the oil level? The dipstick will tell you the amount of oil in the engine. See the vehicle handbook. You should check the oil while the engine is cold for a more accurate result. You will need a clean, dry cloth to wipe the dipstick. Ensure the vehicle is on a level area and not on a slope. Look for the dipstick on the engine block of your vehicle. Take particular care if your vehicle is fitted with automatic transmission. There may be an additional dipstick for transmission oil level checks. Consult the vehicle handbook. Oil changes. Observe the manufacturer recommendations. If you make a lot of short journeys, change the oil at more frequent intervals, especially in dusty conditions. Remember to have the oil filter changed at the same time. Warning: oil is toxic and can cause skin problems. Use protective gloves or a barrier cream and always wash oil off your hands immediately. Keep containers storing oil out of reach of children. Oil use. The amount of oil an engine will use depends on the type of engine, the amount of oil, how you drive. Don't run the engine when the oil level is below the minimum mark. Add so much oil that the level rises above the maximum mark. You will create
师傅他
excess
同意让
pressure
我回
that
天
could
行教。
damage the engine seals and gaskets, and cause
去吧。
oil leaks. Moving internal parts can hit the oil surface in an overfull engine and may do serious or even terminal damage. Oil warning light symbol on vehicle dashboard. If the oil pressure warning light on your instrument panel comes on when you are driving, stop as soon as you can and check the oil level. The oil in your engine has to perform several tasks at high pressures and temperatures up to 300 degrees Celsius. It helps to resist wear on the moving surfaces, combat the corrosive acids formed as the hydrocarbons in the fuels are burnt in the engine, keep the engine
此生还
cool.
能剩下什么？
It also has to withstand gradual contamination from both fuel and
我
dirt.
的家就在。
Make sure you always use the lubricants recommended in the vehicle handbook.
把你留在心
Lubricating
里，
oils gearbox.
是我
Most
此生唯一
vehicles
的
have
慰
a
藉。
separate lubricating oil supply
我
for the
怎能将你
gearbox.
剥去？
This oil is especially formulated for use in the gearbox, and you should always follow the instructions in the vehicle handbook. It's not necessary to drain the gearbox in most cases, but the level should be checked at service intervals. Lubricating oils final drive rear axle. Front-wheel drive vehicles may not have a separate supply for the final drive and gearbox, but most have a common filler or level plug. The specified gear oil should be used to top up. With rear-wheel drive vehicles there are filler or level hole at the rear of the differential on the rear axle which can be more easily reached when the vehicle is raised, but remember to keep the vehicle level. It is important that the correct type extreme pressure EP oil specified in the vehicle handbook is used. You may have to squeeze the top-up oil in via a plastic bottle and tube. Lubricating oils final drive or rear axle front-wheel drive vehicles may not have a separate supply for the final drive and gearbox, but most have a common filler level plug. The specified gear oil should be used to top up. With rear-wheel drive vehicles there are filler or level hole at the rear of the differential on the rear axle which can be more easily reached when the vehicle is raised, but remember to keep the vehicle level. It is important that the correct type extreme pressure EP oil specified in the vehicle handbook is used. You may have to squeeze the top-up oil in via a plastic bottle and tube. Coolant vehicles today use a mixture of water and antifreeze to make up the coolant. This helps to keep most engines comparatively cool and it kept in the radiator all the year round. The antifreeze contains a corrosion inhibitor which reduces rust and oxidation in alloy engines and prolongs the life of the system.
因为
In cold weather, maintain the recommended strength of antifreeze. Have it checked at least annually late summer or
你
early
自己就
autumn
会
is
种下忘
best.
情谷。
You should check the coolant level frequently,
我们就会忘了
particularly
彼此。
before a long trip, topping up with coolant as necessary. Look for the
就当
high-low
你从未
level
认识过
markings
我
on the
父亲。
header tank, where one is
就
fitted.
当你从未从
The
马身
need
上
to
救
top
下
up
过
often might indicate a leak or other fault in the cooling
我们
system.
的缘。
Have it checked by your garage or dealer. It's a good idea always to carry a supply of coolant with you. Warning: never remove a radiator or header tank cap when the engine is hot.
我无
Never
法
add cold water to an overheated engine, let it cool for a while first. Don't overfill or the system will blow the excess out as soon as it warms up. Steering and suspension. Steering. If you feel or hear any knocking or rattling noises from the steering or suspension, you should seek advice. Excessive movement or play in the steering wheel may indicate wear in the steering mechanism. You should seek qualified advice without delay. Power-assisted steering. When the ignition is on and or the engine is running, movement of the steering wheel will cause hydraulic pressure or electrical energy to assist the driver and make the steering easier. If the steering needs a lot of effort becomes heavy, the power assistance system may not be working properly. Before starting a journey, 2 simple checks can be made. Gentle pressure on the steering wheel, maintained while the ignition switch is moved to N or the engine is started, should result in a slight but noticeable movement as the system begins to operate. Alternatively, turning the steering wheel just after moving off will give an immediate indication that the power assistance is functioning. Check the level of fluid in the pump reservoir regularly when the engine is switched off. The level should be between the minimum and maximum marks. Never run the engine without oil in the pump reservoir. You could severely damage the pump or cause it to seize up completely. Suspension. Check the condition of shock absorbers by examining them for signs of fluid leaks and by bouncing the vehicle. It should continue to bounce unduly when
好吧
tested.
那我告诉你，
If in doubt,
你可
seek
千万别告诉敌人
qualified
和掌门师伯
assistance.
啊！
Worn shock absorbers make a vehicle difficult to control and can increase your stopping distance. Brakes are one of the most important elements in driving safety. Foot brake. Note any variations in braking efficiency. If the brakes feel spongy or slack, get them checked by a qualified mechanic. They too important to be ignored. Testing your brakes. Test the brakes every day as you set out. Choose a safe spot on the road. If you hear any strange noises, or if the vehicle pulls to one side, consult your garage immediately. Check the brake fluid level regularly, but don't overfill. Look for the high-low markings on the reservoir. Make sure the brake fluid reservoir is kept topped up. Consult the vehicle handbook. Parking brake. Check for excessive wear on the parking brake in the following way. When applying the brake, ensure that there no excessive travel of the brake lever and that the lever locks securely. The parking brake must prevent the vehicle from moving. Adjust the parking brake setting if the amount of travel is above the limit specified in the vehicle handbook. The vehicle can roll on a gradient when the parking brake is fully set. Regular servicing will help to make sure your brakes are safe. Follow the manufacturer recommendation on service intervals. Unless you be a skilled amateur mechanic, leave brake checking, adjustment and replacement of brake pads and shoes to your garage. If you be in any doubt about your vehicle ability to brake safely, don't use it. Get it checked immediately. Warning lights. Most vehicles are equipped with a warning signal to indicate certain faults within the braking system. If the red warning signal shows, consult your vehicle handbook or obtain guidance from a competent mechanic. Driving a vehicle with a brake defect could be dangerous and may cause ticket offers. Anti-lock braking systems. If a vehicle has anti-lock brakes, there will also be a warning light for that system to indicate a fault. If this light comes on, check the brakes. Check immediately. Consult your vehicle handbook or your garage before driving the vehicle. Only if it's safe, drive carefully to the nearest garage. On a motorway, if you have any reason to suspect that your brakes are defective when you be driving on a motorway, leave at the next exit and drive carefully to a garage. On a motorway, if you have any reason to suspect that your brakes are defective when you be driving on a motorway, leave at the next exit and drive carefully to a garage. Tires. Your tires are your only contact with the road. The area of contact is as small as the sole of a shoe for each tire. Tires won't grip properly and safely unless they be in good condition and correctly inflated. They can easily become damaged. Make sure you check wear and tear and replace them when necessary. The penalties for using faulty tires or tires worn beyond the minimum legal tread depth are very severe. They may include a fixed fine of up to £2,500, discretionary disqualification and driving license endorsement for every faulty tire. The condition of your tires. Check that the walls of the tires are free from cuts and bulges. Check that all your tires have a good depth of tread right across and all around them. The legal requirement for cars, vans, trailers and caravans is and less than 1.6 mm tread depth across the central 3/4 of the breadth of the tire and around the entire outer circumference. However, it recommended that you replace your tires before this legal limit is reached. Have the wheel alignment and wheel balance, suspension and braking system checked regularly. If there is fault, get it put right as soon as you can, otherwise the wear on the tires will be excessive or uneven. If you see that parts of the tread are wearing before others, seek advice. This can indicate a tire, brake, steering or suspension fault. Don't let grease and oil stay on your tires. Remove anything stones, glass, etc. caught in the treads. These can work their way in and cause damage.
难道是担心了
Tire
魔宫在天
pressure
心
you
桥上
can
散
gas
播？
pressures just by
见
looking
过
at a
少号新
tire,
主，
except when it's
尊主命我
obviously
将他亲自
flat.
监制的华服送来，
Check your tires
请少号新主
regularly at
示意。
least once a week.
我们
Use a
请少号
reliable
新主现
gauge
在
and
示
follow
意。
the vehicle handbook
仆
for
人
the
已经被你们
correct
打成什么
tire
样了？
pressure.
他要休息。
Check your
他现在
tires
这
and
样，
adjust
不是
the
被你连
pressure
累的。
when they e-cold.
尊主念他
Don't
忠心，
forget
已
the
经留了
spare
他一
tire
命，
and remember to
为
refit
防他
the
随你
valve
私逃下
caps.
山，
The
才迫不得
handbook
已
will
绑在这少
also
号
tell
公
you
主。
if you need different
新
pressures
主不
for
思自
different
省，
conditions.
难道还要怪罪尊主不成？
Generally, the pressure should be higher for a heavily loaded vehicle or if you east intending to drive at high speed for a long distance, example motorway journeys.
你
Tubeless
既然已经
tires
跟莫
when
萧
you
走
e
了，
replacing a
为什么又
tubeless
回来？
tire, fit a
这跟
new
你有
valve
关
to
系
the
吗？
wheel.
你还真以为自己是
Remember,
尊后
it's so
啊？
dangerous
你
to
可知尊
use
主
a
为何
car
要
with
娶
a
你？
tire not properly inflated
这
at
跟
an
你有什么关
offense.
系？
Puncture
不要以为
should
尊主
only
真
be
的喜欢
repaired
你，
if the damaged
他费
tire
尽心
can
力
be
娶你，不
vulcanized.
过
A
是因为你体内
specialist
有一
taught
颗血
weld
与冰清
process
符。
to meet legal requirements. You should run in new
原来你
tires
还
at
不知道
reasonable
啊！
speeds for the
您
first
的父亲奉
100
行天
miles,
当年为了救你，
160
献
km
出了一支
because
血
they
与冰
don't
清
grip the
符，
road surface
获得了
quite
尊
so
主的信
well
任。
when they e new and shiny.
可他竟然狡猾地隐
How
瞒了
to
冰清
save
符
wear
本
and
是子
tear
母一
on
双的
tires.
事情，
Check tire
只将母冰
pressures
清符给了
frequently.
尊主，而子
Avoid
冰清
driving
符
over
是在你的
potholes
体
and broken road surfaces. If you can avoid them, slow down. Don't drive over curbs or scrape the wheels along them when maneuvering. You will damage the wall of the tire and this could cause a blowout later.
爹，
Hitting the
看
curb
我
can
玩吧。
also affect the tracking of
这
the
是什么
front
呀？
wheels.
最
If there
好
are
吃的
any
糖果
signs
呀！
of uneven front tire wear, have the steering checked.
那给我吃吧。
Think and plan ahead. Avoid high speeds, fast cornering and heavy braking, all of which increase tire wear. Electrical systems battery. Most modern batteries are maintenance-free and sealed for life. The terminals should be secure, clean and greased. If the battery is fitted with a filler cap or caps, check the level of the fluid. The plates in each cell should be covered. Top up with distilled water if necessary, but avoid overfilling. Lights. Check the operation of the front and rear lights, brake lights
尊
and
主10年前救下
indicators,
你，
including
不过是想
hazard
让子母
lights,
冰清符合
each
体。
time you use
也
the
正是因为
vehicle.
如此，才要
Make
与你
use
大
of
婚。
reflections in
届
windows
时
and，garage
尊主就会
doors,
获得无
or
上神
ask
力，
someone to
功
help
法
you.
大增。
It a good idea to carry a selection of spare bulbs, if applicable. Your vehicle handbook should give the bulb replacement procedure, if relevant. Headlights must be properly adjusted to avoid dazzling other road users. Enable the driver to see the road ahead adequately. All lights must be clean and in good working order. Show a steady light. Indicators must be clearly visible and in good working order. Must flash between once and twice per second.
续缘新主不好生
Windscreen
待在药
washers
灵
and
宫，
wipers. Check the
怎么来这儿
windscreen washer mechanism and
我
the
是来探
washer
望基金主的。
reservoirs.
探
Make
我？
sure there enough liquid.
怎么？
The washer can be
我
very
和续缘
important
新
in
主
wet,
共床坐
muddy
殿密室，
conditions. If you
崇光
carry
却
a
只
supply
将
of
我关
water,
进了魔
you
域。
can use a sponge to wash
续缘
away
新
any
主
heavy
心中
dirt
不安，
wherever you happen to be.
特来安抚
Check
吗？
the wipers.
基星主心中不必愤
Replace
懑，
worn or damaged
崇光为重
blades.
罚于我，
If your
完全
vehicle
是念
is
在
fitted
先
with
尊主的
headlight
情分上，
washers, the same attention
基
should
星
be
主的所
paid
作
to
所为，
these.
皆为
The
天魔
horn.
族的未
Check the
来。
horn is working properly
Daniel.
and sounding
你
clearly.
追随夜愿，
Take care
为
not
我
to
们天魔
alarm
族
or
立下过
annoy
汗马功
others
劳。
when doing so.
就算是为了夜愿，
Basic fault finding
我
for
对基星主
detailed advice.
也是一
Consult
直
the
感怀
vehicle
在心的。
handbook, a workshop maintenance manual or a qualified mechanic. The tables on pages 368 to 369 give only a
一直是
brief
新
guide
主
to
为尊
simple
后
fault
想到。
finding and remedies. If you have
新恶
any
只希望
doubts
尊
about
后
the roadworthiness of the
能
vehicle,
重拾当年辅
obtain
佐先尊主
specialist
的信心，
assistance without delay.
重
Don't
振天
ignore
魔
the
教，
warning signs. Remember,
绝
prevention
不能
is
让
better
尊主
and
之位一直
cheaper
让
than
崇光
cure.
霸占着。
Having your vehicle
先尊主
serviced
曾有
according to the maintenance
魔尊之
schedule
位
helps the
有
engine
崇
work
光带
more
着。
efficiently.
只
This
要我
will
找回
save
我和叶
fuel
渊的孩
and
子，
reduce the effect on
他
the
崇光
environment by cutting
必然
emissions.
该交还天魔教
If。you notice any fault,
续缘
consult
新
your
主是有什么
garage.
消息了吗？
Some minor faults can
记
be
清楚
easily identified and corrected,
是官方
but
关
with
系
the more
在为
complex
机械师
engine management and
但实
electronic
际成熟
systems
时
in modern motor
我
vehicles,
一定会
anything
亲
beyond
自
a
接你
simple
出去
repair is better left to qualified mechanics. Especially when the vehicle warranty might be affected. Maintenance check all levels and systems as recommended. Changing
师兄，
filters and spark
时辰到了。
plugs at the recommended intervals will help keep
我
your
得跟你
vehicle
实战了。
reliable and prolong
师
its
兄，
life.
目前
Air
我
filter
身子里面的
replace
毒
the
气
air
并没有
filter
根
at
除，
the intervals
所以你才会体
recommended
弱无
by
力。
the
你要
manufacturer,
知道，
or
我必
sooner
须得
if
以
the
掌门师
vehicle
兄为
is
主。
used in
至于少掌
exceptionally
门那边，
dusty
他有神医看
conditions.
护，暂时是用不上我
Overhead
这个炼丹老
camshaft
道的。
engines on this design of engine is vital to replace the camshaft drive
少掌门
belt
醒了
at
吗？
the recommended
没有。
intervals.
子苏，
Serious
少掌
damage
门不
can
会还
be
有别的
caused
伤
to
你没
the
看出来
engine
吧
if？ the belt breaks. Section
应该
15
啊。
breakdowns. This section
我去看看。
covers breakdowns on motorways, on dual carriageways, punctures and blowouts. Breakdowns, you can reduce the chances of breaking down with preventive maintenance and
少掌门。
regular vehicle checks. However, no matter how careful you are, your vehicle can still break down. A puncture or engine
不
problem
知
is
道啊，
always
少掌门
possible.
一直在屋里都没声响，
Knowing how to
是吧，
deal
子
with
墨？
such a situation efficiently
少
and
掌门
safely is
不会又
essential
去
for
苏玉
every
山了。
driver.
自从凤
Many
梨水出现，
breakdowns are the
他冲动的
result
时候
of
还少吗？
neglect, failing to make routine checks, inadequate preventive maintenance, abuse of the vehicle. Don't drive on ignoring unusual noises or symptoms, or if you are concerned that the problem might be serious. Be prepared to carry a toolkit in your vehicle. The following items are useful to keep for emergency use: a warning triangle or other permitted warning device.
做得不错，
See
那我
overly
也
spare bulbs
想
and
领你一个这
fuses,
个
a
吧。
torch, vinyl tape, wire,
兔子
jump
吃的。
leads, a tow rope, pliers, a plastic container, and water. If you do break down, it's useful to wear high visibility clothing so that you can be seen by other road users. Consider carrying a fluorescent and reflective waistcoat, fluorescent so it can be seen in daylight and reflective so it can be seen at night. National breakdown or motoring organizations: by joining a national organization or taking out breakdown insurance, you'll save a great deal of time and money if you break down. Most services include an option to take your vehicle and passengers either to your destination or to your home. The annual fee is usually less than the cost of a single motorway breakdown call-out. Warning devices, permitted warning devices: there are various warning devices that you can buy to place on the road to warn other drivers when you are broken down. Don't use any of these warning devices on a motorway as an excuse to leave your car in a dangerous position. Advanced warning triangles: advanced warning triangles fold flat and don't take up much space in the car. You should carry one and use it to warn other road users if your car is obstructing the highway or is in a dangerous position as a result of a breakdown or a road traffic incident. Where to position the triangle: you should place the triangle on the road, well back from the car. On a straight, level road, put the triangle 45 meters 147 feet from your vehicle. On a winding or hilly road, put the triangle where drivers will see it before they have to deal with any bend or hump in the road. On a very narrow road, put the triangle on the near side verge or footpath. Always use your hazard warning lights as well as a warning triangle, especially at night. Other warning devices: these include traffic cones, flat traffic delineators which resemble a flattened cone, and traffic pyramids. At least 4 of any of these should be placed in a line behind your vehicle to guide traffic past. A flashing amber light may be used with any of these warning devices, but may not be used on its own. Alternatively, a flexible yellow sheet displaying a red triangle can be placed on the vehicle as long as it DOES and obscure the number plate, lights or reflectors. When you break down, as a general rule, brake as gently as possible and pull over as far to the left as possible to keep your vehicle away from approaching traffic. If the breakdown
2气
affects your control of the car, try to keep in a straight line by holding the steering wheel firmly. Avoid braking severely. Steer gently onto the side of the road as you lose speed.
坐卧
If
气气，
possible, get your car off the road and use your hazard warning lights to warn others. Keep your side lights on if it's dark or visibility is poor. Wear high visibility clothing to help other road users see you. If you need to get out of your car, don't stand behind your vehicle where you might obscure the lights. Use a warning device, particularly if you broken down near a bend or over the brow of a hill. Don't use one if you broken down on a motorway. Keep children and animals under control and away from the road. Always take great care when you placing or retrieving a warning device. Contact the police if your vehicle is causing an obstruction, and a breakdown service if you unable to rectify the fault yourself. Don't ask for help from passing strangers. Accept help from strangers. Leave your vehicle for any longer than you really have to.
你们说，莫
Drivers
肖哥哥把自
traveling
己关在
alone,
那
you
个结
might
界里，
feel
在干
vulnerable
什么
if
呢？
you traveling
少主，
alone and you
现在
break
少长能
down,
干什么都不
especially
重
on
要
an
最重
isolated
要的是
stretch of road,
他为什么
a
要把自
dual
己关起来啊？
carriageway or a motorway.
少长们好
You
像很
should
伤心
spend
的
as
样
little
子。
time as possible away from your
也不知道
vehicle.
发生了什么。
When you
他为什么
telephone
伤心
for
啊？
assistance,
少长们
make
说一
it
直飞
clear
呀
to the operator
说
that
是被长
you
们发现了，
traveling
你还
alone.
真不愧是铁律门出来
Priority
的。
will often be
谢
given
少
in
主
these，
我跟
cases.
子木说着玩呢。
Moving your vehicle. If your vehicle can be repaired where it has broken down, it will need to be moved. There are 3 options being recovered by a breakdown organization to which you belong. The best option, calling out a local garage, probably the most costly, being towed by a friend, the most dangerous. In no circumstances should an inexperienced driver consider this. If you being towed, remember that the braking won't be as effective and the steering will feel heavier if the engine is running. Breakdowns on motorways. If you can reach the next exit or service area, steer your vehicle onto the hard shoulder as safely as possible, and as far to the left as you can, away from traffic.
我选择
When
的
you
路
stop at a good
又
idea,
何时好
tilt
走
your
过？
wheels, turn to the left
蜀山
so
认定
that
天
if
行
you
教为
be
魔
hit
巧，
from behind,
皆是因为父
your
亲与崇
vehicle
光合作，
is and pushed
又
onto
修
the
炼了
main
神秘武功。
carriageway.
而现在
When you stop,
此
once
功
you
法不知道教主
stop
还有没有
switch
修
on
行
your hazard
我
lights
们这
to
次回
warn
去
other
一定要查
drivers
清
that
楚，
you broken
让天
down.
行教
Make
重
sure
归
your
正道。
side lights are
上号
on in
星
poor
主，尊主
visibility
请你
or
过
at
去。
night. Don't open the offside doors.
走
Warn
吧。
your passengers of the dangers of passing vehicles. Keep
放
animals
心吧。
inside with your passengers. Leave the vehicle by the near side door away from the traffic. Lock all
请师傅
doors
成全。
except the front
当
passenger
然不是。
door. Ask your
我现
passengers
在
to wait near
只
the
是想做回
vehicle,
真正的
but
凤
on
仪
the
学。
embankment away
不，
from the
我
hard
现在是
shoulder
崇光的弟子，
telephone. The
少号
emergency
公星主，
services let them
而我要
know if
做
you
的
a
是天
vulnerable
行教少主
motorist
凤仪
such
学。
as disabled, older, traveling alone or with young children. If possible, use a roadside emergency telephone, which will pinpoint your position, rather than a mobile phone. Never attempt even simple repairs on the motorway. Place any kind of warning device on the carriageway or hard shoulder. Disabled drivers, if you have any kind of mobility difficulty, you should stay in your vehicle and keep your seat belt fastened. Switch on your hazard warning lights, display a L pennant or use a mobile phone, if you have one in your vehicle, and be prepared to advise the emergency services of your location. Using the emergency telephone, the telephone connects you to a highways agency control center, which will put you through to a breakdown service. Always face the traffic when you speak on the telephone. You only ask for the number of the telephone, which gives your precise location, details of your vehicle and your membership details. If you belong to one of the motoring organizations, details of the fault. If you be a vulnerable motorist such as a woman traveling alone, make this clear to the operator. You will also be told approximately how long you will have to wait. Mobile phones. If you are unable to use an emergency telephone, use a mobile phone if you have one in your vehicle. However, before you call, make sure that you can provide precise details of your location. Marker posts on the side of the hard shoulder identify your location, and you should provide these details when you call. waiting for the emergency services, wait on the deck near your vehicle, so you can see the emergency services arriving. Don't wait in your vehicle unless another vehicle pulls up near you, and you feel at risk. Many motorway deaths are caused by vehicles driving into people on the hard shoulder. When you are on the hard shoulder, you are much more likely to be injured by motorway traffic than suffer a personal attack. If anyone approaches, get into the vehicle, lock all the doors, lower the windows slightly, speak through a small gap. Then ask for identity and tell them that the police or control center have been told and the emergency services are coming. A highways agency traffic officer or a person claiming to be from the emergency services should have an identity card, your details, your name and information about the breakdown. Leave your vehicle again as soon as you feel the danger has passed. If you can get your vehicle onto the hard shoulder, switch on your hazard warning lights and leave your vehicle only when you can safely get clear of the carriageway. To rejoin the motorway, use the hard shoulder to build up speed before joining the other traffic when it's safe to do so. Don't try to move out from behind another vehicle or force your way into the stream of traffic. Remember to switch off your hazard warning lights before moving on. On dual carriageways, some dual carriageways are similar to motorways. They have a hard shoulder emergency telephones at regular intervals. Most dual carriageways don't have a wide hard shoulder. If you break down on one of these, get your car safely away from the road if you can onto the grass verge or lay-by if there is one. Don't stop on unprotected lay-bys on dual carriageways if at all possible. Unprotected lay-bys are those where there are no curb in between the main carriageway and the lay-by. Many fatal incidents involving stopped vehicles on dual carriageways occur at these lay-bys. Try to find a protected lay-by if at all possible. You will be much safer there. If you have to stop on the grass verge, take care as long grass could ignite from the heat of a catalytic converter. You should also use your hazard warning lights and warning triangle or other warning device to warn others. Move your passengers to a safe position off the carriageway, well away from the vehicle. Go to the nearest telephone and arrange assistance. Keep animals safely in the car. Punctures and blowouts. If your car suddenly becomes unstable or you begin to notice steering problems, you might have a puncture or a blowout burst tire. Try not to panic. Take your foot off the accelerator. Don't brake suddenly. Try to keep a straight course by holding the steering wheel firmly. Stop gradually at the side of the road. Get the vehicle away from the traffic onto the hard shoulder if you east on a motorway. If you have to move the vehicle, do so very slowly to avoid further damage to the tire or wheel rim. Get the vehicle to a place of safety before attempting to change the wheel. If you can get off the road altogether, use your warning triangle or any other permitted warning device to warn other drivers, particularly if you east near a bend. Never use one on a motorway. If necessary, wait for assistance. On a motorway, never attempt to change a tire yourself. Always use the emergency telephones to call for assistance. If you do have to change a wheel and can do so safely, remember to secure the vehicle when changing any wheel by applying the parking brake and using chocks if available. Work on a level surface or tighten the wheel nuts or studs after changing a wheel. Section 16 Incidents, Accidents and Emergencies. This section covers the scene of an incident, first aid on the road, fire and electric shock tunnels. The scene of an incident, as we seen in earlier sections, you can reduce the chances of being involved in an incident by driving defensively. Unfortunately, road traffic incidents are always possible, even with the greatest care. You might also come upon the scene of an incident. It could be that you are the first to arrive and the safety of others, both the existing casualties and other road users, might be in your hands. Knowledge and preparation can save lives. If you be involved in an incident, you must stop. If you be the first or among the first to arrive at the scene of an incident, remember further collisions can, and do, happen. Fire is a major hazard. Both the victims and helpers are in danger. What to do? Warn other traffic. Do this by switching on hazard warning lights or other lights displaying an advance warning triangle unless you east on a motorway, using any other means to warn other drivers. Put out cigarettes or other fire hazards. Switch off your engine and warn others to do the same. Call the emergency services if necessary. Calling emergency services give full details of the location and casualties. On a motorway, this could mean going to the nearest emergency telephone. Mobile phones. It can be very tempting to reach immediately for your mobile phone to call the emergency services. Before you do, make sure you be able to tell them exactly where you are. This is particularly important on a motorway where imprecise details can cause great problems for the emergency services. Location details are given on marker posts located on the hard shoulder. Always check these before you make your call. Dealing with those involved, move uninjured people away from the vehicles involved to a place of safety. On a motorway, this should be away from the carriageway, hard shoulder or central reservation. Don't move casualties trapped in vehicles unless they leave in danger. Be prepared to give first aid as described later in this section. Don't remove a motorcyclist helmet unless it's essential to do so. For example, if they be having breathing difficulties. When an ambulance arrives, give the crew as many facts as you can but not assumptions, diagnoses, etc. Dangerous goods. If the incident involves a vehicle containing dangerous goods, switch off your engine and don't smoke. Keep well away from the vehicle. Call the emergency services and give the police or fire brigade as much information as possible about the labels and other markings. Don't use a mobile phone close to a vehicle carrying flammable loads. Beware of dangerous liquids, dust or vapors, no matter how small a concentration, or however minor the effects on you may seem. Full details of hazard warning plates, such as the one shown below, are given in the Highway Code. Passing the scene of an incident. If you be not one of the first to arrive at the scene of an incident and enough people have already stopped to give assistance, you should drive past carefully and not be distracted by the incident. If the incident is on the other side of a dual carriageway or motorway, don't slow down to look. You may cause another collision on your side of the roadway, at the very least, additional and unnecessary traffic congestion. Always give way to emergency and incident support vehicles. Watch out for their flashing lights and listen for their warning sirens. Depending on the type of vehicle, the flashing lights used could be red, blue, amber or green. See rules 106, 107 and 219 in the Highway Code. Police cones or vehicles. If these are obstructing the road, don't drive around them, you should stop. They mean that the road ahead is closed or blocked for an unspecified time. If you be involved in a road traffic incident, you must stop. If there are injuries, either call an ambulance and the police yourself or ask someone else to do it. Ask them to return to you when they made the call to confirm that they made it. You should give whatever help you can. People who seem to be unhurt may be suffering from shock, and may in fact be unaware of their injuries. Ask yourself if you be hurt too. If in doubt, get a checkup at the hospital. You must call the police if anyone hurt. If you be damaged someone else's property but can find them to tell them. If you hit a domestic or farm animal, try to find the owner to report any injuries. For any incident involving injury to any person or animal, damage to any vehicle or property, give your name and address, the name and address of the vehicle owner and the registration number of the vehicle to anyone having reasonable grounds for requiring them. If this is impossible at the time of the incident, you must report the incident to the police as soon as possible and in any case within 24 hours. In Northern Ireland you must do this immediately. If there has been an injury, you must also give insurance details to the police. If you can produce the insurance documents when you report the incident, you have up to 7 days to produce them at a police station of your choice. Witnesses note any witnesses and try to make sure they don't leave before you get their names and addresses. Make a note of the numbers of any vehicles whose occupants might have witnessed the incident. You will need to exchange details and obtain the other driver name, address and phone number, the make and registration numbers of the other vehicles involved, insurance details. Find out the vehicle owner details too, if different. Information, gather as much information as you can, such as vehicle damage or injuries of which you are aware, number of people present in the vehicles, weather conditions, road conditions, details of other vehicles. Record all information, the color, condition, whether the lights were on, and whether they were showing any indicator signals, which was said by you and other people, identification numbers of police involved, any other possible factor in the incident. Take photographs if you have a camera or mobile phone with camera or video facility. It can be useful to take pictures at the scene. Try to record the conditions, vehicle damage and number of passengers present. In gathering information, don't place yourself in any danger. Draw a map, show the situation before and after the incident, and give distances between vehicles from road signs or junctions away from the curb. Note skid marks, where any witnesses were situated, street names, car speeds and directions. Statements: if the police ask you for a statement, you don't have to make one straight away. It could be better to wait a while, even if you don't appear to be suffering from shock. Write your statement later. Take care with the wording and keep a copy. Fraud. The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department (IFED) is a dedicated police investigation unit based at the City of London Police. They investigating insurance fraud and arresting suspected insurance fraudsters across the UK. IFED targets all kinds of insurance fraud, from organized gangs operating crash for cash rings, through to individuals making fraudulent claims on personal injury and motor vehicle policies. Therefore, it is important to record as many details about the incident as you can, in order to prevent fraudulent insurance and personal injury claims. First aid on the road. The following information may be of general assistance, but they're no substitute for proper training. Any first aid given at the scene of an incident should be looked on only as a temporary measure until the emergency services arrive. If you haven't had any first aid training, the following points could be helpful. 1. Deal with danger. Further collisions and fire are the main dangers following a crash. Approach any vehicle involved with care. Switch off all engines and, if possible, warn other traffic. Stop anyone from smoking. 2. Get help. Try to get the assistance of bystanders. Get someone to call the appropriate emergency services on 999 or 112 as soon as possible. They'll need to know the exact location of the incident and the number of vehicles involved. Try to give information about the condition of any casualties. If anyone is having difficulty breathing, is bleeding heavily or DOES, and respond when spoken to. 3. Help those involved. DONOT move casualties still in vehicles unless they're the threat of further danger. Do NOT remove a motorcyclist helmet unless it's essential. Remember, the casualty may be suffering from shock. Do NOT give them anything to eat or drink. DO try to make them warm and as comfortable as you can. Protect
急
them
行主的
from
所作
rain
所
or
为，
snow, but
皆为
avoid
天魔族的未来。
unnecessary movement.
当年
Dio give
追
reassurance
随夜月，
confidently and try
为我们
not
天
to
魔族
leave
立
them
下过汗
alone
马
or
功
let
劳。
them wander
就算是
into
为
the
了夜
path
月，
of other traffic.
我对急行主
4.
也是一
Provide
直感怀
emergency
在心
care.
的。
Remember the letters DRABC. D danger, check that you E not in danger. Our response
在
try
星
to
落
get
信
a
中，
response by asking questions and
一
gently
直视
shaking
星主
their
为尊后
shoulders.
相待。
A airway if the person
星
ISN
落只希
talking
望
and
尊
the
后
airway may be blocked.
能
Then
重拾当
place
年
one
辅佐
hand
先
under
尊
the
主的
chin
信
and
息，
lift the chin up and forward.
重振天
If they
魔
E
将，
still having difficulty with breathing, then gently
绝
tilt
不
the
能让
head
尊主
back.
之位一直让崇
The
光霸占
breathing
着。
normal breathing should be
先尊主曾有
established.
一命，
Once the
尊之位
airway is open,
有崇光
check
带着。
breathing for up to 10 seconds.
只要我找回我和叶渊的
See
孩子，
compressions if they have no
他崇光
signs of life and they're no
必然该
pulse.
交还天魔
Then
将。
chest compressions should be
轩辕星
administered.
主是有什么消息了吗？
Place 2 hands in the center of the chest
急行
and
主
press down hard and fast 5
事关放
centimeter
宽
at
心
a rate of
在为机
100
械事
minute. You
但
may
时机成
only
熟时，
need one hand for a child
我
and
一
show
定会
them
亲
press
自
down
接你
as
出去
hard.
的。
For infants, use 2 fingers in the middle of the chest when delivering compressions and don't press down too far. Unconscious and breathing don't move a casualty unless they're further
师兄，
danger.
时辰到了，
Movement could add to spinal or neck injury.
我得给你施针了。
If breathing stops,
师兄，
treat as
目前
recommended
你身
under
子里面的毒气并
DRABC
没有根
above.
除，所以你才
Don't
会体弱
attempt
无
to
力。
remove a
你要知道，
motorcyclist
我必
helmet
须得以
unless
掌门
it's
师兄为
essential.
主。
For
至
example,
于少掌门
if
那
the
边他有神医
casualty
看
IS
护，
and
暂时
breathing
是用不
normally
上我这个
otherwise
炼丹老
serious
道的。
injury could result. If an adult or child is unconscious and
少掌门醒了
breathing,
吗？
place them
没有。
on their side in the
继
recovery
速，
position
少
as
掌门不
shown
会还有别的
below.
伤，你没看出来吧？
Place the arm nearest you
不应
straight
该
out.
啊。
Move
我去
the
看看。
other arm, palm upwards, against the casualty cheek. With your other hand, grasp the far leg just above the knee and pull it up, keeping the foot flat on the ground. Pull the knee towards you, keeping the casualty hand pressed against their cheek, and position the leg at a right
不
angle.
知道啊，少掌门
Make
一直
sure
在
that
屋里
the
都没声响，
casualty airway
是吧，子
remains
木？
open and that you monitor their
少掌门
condition until
不
medical
会又去
help
苏玉山了吗？
arrives.
自从
Bleeding
凤梨血
first,
出现，
check
他
for
冲动的时候
anything
还
that
少吗？
may be in the wound, such as glass. Taking care not to press on the object, build up padding on either side of the object. If there's nothing embedded, apply firm pressure over the wound to stem the flow of blood. As soon as practical, fasten a pad to the wound with a bandage or length of cloth. Use the cleanest material
做的不
available.
错，那我
If
也
a limb is
想领
bleeding
你一个
but
这个
not
吧。
broken, raise it above the level of the heart to reduce the flow of blood. Any restriction of blood circulation for more than a short time could cause long-term injuries. It's vital to obtain skilled medical help as soon as possible. Make sure someone dials 999 or 112. Dealing with shock. The effects of shock may not be immediately obvious. Warning signs to look for include rapid pulse, pale gray skin, sweating, rapid, shallow breathing. Prompt treatment can help to deal with shock. Don't give the casualty anything to eat or drink. Reassure the casualty confidently and keep checking on them. Keep casualties warm and make them as comfortable as you can. Talk firmly and quietly to anyone who is hysterical. Don't let anyone suffering from shock wander into the path of other traffic. Try not to leave any casualty alone. Don't move the casualty unless it's necessary. If a casualty does need to be moved for their own safety, take care to avoid making their injuries worse. Burns, check the casualty for shock, and if possible, try to cool the burn for at least 10 minutes with plenty of clean, cold water or other non-toxic liquid. Don't try to remove anything that's sticking to the burn. Be prepared, always carry a first aid kit. You might never need it, but it could save a life. Learn first aid. You can get first aid training from a qualified organization such as St. John Ambulance and Brigade, St. Andrew First Aid, British Red Cross Society or any suitable qualifying body. Fire and electric shock fire. Carrying a suitable fire extinguisher in your vehicle may help you to put out a small fire. If you suspect a fire in the engine compartment, pull up as safely and as quickly as possible. Get all passengers out safely. Summon assistance or get someone to dial 999 or 112. Do not open the bonnet. You may be able to direct any available fire extinguisher through the small gap available when the release catch is operated. If the fire appears to be large, do not try to tackle it. Get well clear of the vehicle and leave it to the fire service. Do not take any risks. Remember, fire can spread through a vehicle with alarming speed. If you notice a strong smell of petrol, don't ignore it. Investigate. Electric shock. Some incidents involve a vehicle hitting overhead cables or electrical supplies to traffic bollards, traffic lights or street lights. Check before trying to get someone out of a vehicle in such cases. Don't touch any person who obviously in contact with live electricity unless you can use some non-conducting item, such as a piece of dry wood, plastic or similar. Anything wet shouldn't be used. UMUSTN. Try to give first aid until contact has been broken. A person can also be electrocuted simply by being too close to a high voltage overhead cable. Contact the provider. Their telephone number may be shown on a nearby pole. Then follow their advice. Tunnels. If you break down or are involved in a road traffic incident in a tunnel, switch on your hazard warning lights. Switch off the engine. Leave your vehicle. Give first aid to any injured people. If you will call for help from an emergency point. If your vehicle is on fire and you can drive it out of the tunnel, do so. If not, pull over to the side and switch off the engine. Leave the vehicle immediately. Put out the fire using the vehicle extinguisher or the one available in the tunnel. Move without delay to an emergency exit. If you can put out the fire, call for help from the nearest emergency point. If the vehicle in front is on fire, switch on your hazard warning lights, then follow the above procedure, giving first aid to the injured if possible. Section 17 Eco-Safe Driving in the Environment. This section covers what you can do. Eco-safe driving. Choosing a vehicle maintenance. Alternatives to driving. What you can do. Transport is an essential part of modern life, but we can ignore its environmental consequences. Local, regional and global. There are increasing public concern for the protection of our environment, with the result that many motor manufacturers are devoting more time, effort and resources to the development of environmentally friendly vehicles. But you, as a driver, can also help. If you follow the principles of eco-safe driving set out in the following pages, you will become a more environmentally friendly driver and your journeys will be more comfortable. You could considerably reduce your fuel bills. You could reduce those emissions that cause damage to the atmosphere. More importantly, you will become a safer driver as you develop your planning, perception and anticipation skills to a high level. Try to drive in an eco-safe manner at all times, whether you be driving for business or pleasure. Fuel, like all forms of power, costs money as well as having an impact on the environment. Minimizing the fuel or power you use is always important, both for the planet and for your pocket. However, although it's good to save fuel, UMUSTN compromise the safety of yourself or other road users when attempting to do so. Road safety is more important than saving fuel. At all times you should be prepared to adapt to changing conditions, and it may be that you have to sacrifice fuel saving for safety. The effects of pollution. Air pollution contributes to health problems for many people. In densely populated areas, traffic is the biggest source of air pollution. Road transport accounts for a significant proportion of all emissions, and how we drive can make a surprising difference to local air quality. The particular problem with emissions from vehicles is that they at ground level. People with conditions like respiratory problems, heart or vascular disease are particularly exposed. your vehicles account for most of the movement of people and goods. In addition, pollution also causes changes to communities and the landscape, including damage to vegetation, deterioration and weakening of buildings and bridges, the depletion of natural resources, disruption of wildlife. Fuel combustion produces carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas. Transport accounts for about 1/5 of the carbon dioxide we produce in this country. Nitric oxides from traffic. These add nitrogen to the atmosphere, causing damage and disturbance to the ecosystem. Catalytic converters in good working order reduce these emissions. Information about air pollution is available on Air Pollution Recorded Helpline. Free phone 0800556677. The internet at the following sites: ukair.defra.gov.uk and defra.gov.uk/environment quality air/air quality/ what you can do to help the car has become a central feature in our lives, but it's still possible to drive in a manner more beneficial to the environment by taking a little care and thought with regard to how and when we drive. We give some suggestions on the following pages about what you can do to help. Eco-safe driving. Become an eco-safe driver and drive more efficiently. Eco-safe driving is a recognized and proven style of driving that contributes to road safety while also reducing fuel consumption and emissions. One of the main factors in increasing road safety is the emphasis on planning ahead so that you be prepared in advance for potential hazards. By increasing your hazard perception and planning skills, you can make maximum use of your vehicle momentum, engine braking and engine torque. By doing this, you can reduce damage to the environment. Hazard awareness and planning. You should be constantly scanning all around as you drive. Check into the far distance, mid-ground and foreground. Also check behind and to the sides by frequent use of your mirrors. Early recognition of potential hazards is important, but just looking isn't enough. You need to act correctly on what you seen. This will mean you be able to anticipate problems and take appropriate action in good time to ensure you are traveling at the correct speed when dealing with a hazard. By doing this, you will avoid late braking, harsh acceleration. Both of these actions lead to higher fuel consumption. Keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front, as this will help you to plan your driving. Don't always use the brake when the vehicle in front of you slows down. By just taking your foot off the accelerator, your vehicle will then slow down and fuel consumption will be reduced. However, you may wish to use your brakes to advise vehicles behind you that you be slowing down. If you plan early for hazards, you will avoid causing other road users to budge. Traffic will flow more smoothly. You will use less fuel. Starting up. If your car is fitted with a choke and you need to use it to start the engine when it's cold, push it in as soon as the engine will run smoothly without it. Driving away. Avoid over-revving your engine when you start your vehicle and try to pull away smoothly. Don't leave your engine running unnecessarily. If you are stationary and are likely to be so for more than a few minutes, you should switch off your engine to reduce emissions and noise pollution. Choosing your speed. Always drive sensibly. Keep within the speed limit. Exceeding a speed limit by only a few miles per hour will mean that you use more fuel, but, more importantly, you are breaking the law and increasing the risk of serious injury if you are involved in a collision. Remember that there may be a slight variance between displayed speed and actual speed because of the plus or minus 5% tolerances permitted in the accuracy of speedometers under the law. Slow down. Vehicles traveling at 70 mph 112 km/h use up to 30% more fuel to cover the same distance as those traveling at 50 mph 80 km/h. However, don't travel so slowly that you inconvenience other road users. Cruise control when appropriate. Use cruise control if it fitted. Using cruise control keeps a steady setting on the accelerator, so not varying the intake of
我
fuel.
无法恨
It can also help to maintain your speed within the
更无
speed
法
limit.
爱你。
Cruise control shouldn't be used in heavy traffic or when driving on wet or slippery roads. Remember, when cruise control is activated, your feet may not be in their usual position in relation to the foot controls. The accelerator. Try to use the accelerator smoothly and progressively. When appropriate, take your foot off the accelerator and allow the momentum of the car to take you forward. Taking your foot off the accelerator when going downhill can save a considerable amount of fuel without any loss of control over the vehicle. Wherever possible, avoid rapid acceleration or heavy braking as this leads to greater fuel consumption and more pollution. Driving smoothly can reduce fuel consumption by about 15% as well as reducing wear and tear on your vehicle. Selecting gears. It's not always necessary to change up or down through each gear. It's possible to miss out intermediate gears. This is known as block gear changing. It helps to reduce the amount of time you accelerating, and as this is when fuel consumption is at its highest, it will help you to save fuel. As soon as conditions allow, use the highest gear possible without making the engine struggle. Check fuel consumption. Check your fuel consumption regularly. To make sure you are getting the most from your car, simply record the amount of fuel you put on your car against miles traveled.
师兄，
This will help you to
白药夫。
check whether you are using fuel efficiently. If you haven't changed your method of driving,
那我
or
告
the
诉你，
conditions in which you
你
are
可千万别告诉
driving,
爹和
an
掌门师
increase
傅啊。
in the average consumption can mean you need to have your
其实
car serviced.
其实
Eco-safe
莫萧哥
car
哥
drivers
是我
are
上苏云山
constantly
救李
aware
雪
of
去
how
了，
much fuel their
没有回
vehicles
桃花坞
use.
求医，
If your
是我和
car
凌
is
云
fitted with
一
the
起
trip
请的师傅
computer,
救，
it can help
给
you
陆
check
师
your
兄演了
fuel
场戏。
consumption.
哥，你可千万别
Engine
说出去啊！
braking with your foot
这
fully
次
off the
莫萧哥哥太
accelerator,
可
the
怜了，
engine needs
没有
very
救回
little
李雪，
fuel,
他半
so
年救
take
回的消沉
advantage
了
of
3日才
engine
重振精
braking
神的。
wherever possible. Engine power. Modern cars are designed to deliver power even when engine revs are quite low. You will find that you can make use of the higher gears at low speeds. Route planning. Plan your route and avoid known holdups and roadworks. Always know where you are going. You will use a lot of fuel by getting lost. Plan your journey beforehand. Use a map. Check a route planner on the internet. Program your satellite navigation system, if you have one. Try to use uncongested routes. Continuous research has resulted in new methods of helping the environment by easing traffic flow. If you are likely to be making a prolonged stop, for more than, say, 2 minutes at a level crossing or roadworks, you may consider it best to stop the engine. Minimize drag. Avoid carrying unnecessary weight. Save fuel by not carrying unnecessary weight in your car. If your car roof rack is removable, take it off when it's not in use to reduce wind resistance. The drag on a roof box can increase the fuel consumption by more than 15%. If air conditioning is fitted, use it only when you need to run air conditioning continuously. May increase fuel consumption by about 15%. The alternative to air conditioning may be to open your windows, but this will increase drag and, consequently, fuel consumption when you are driving. Parking. Always try to reverse into a parking space so that you can drive out of the car. Whenever the engine is cold, uses a lot of fuel. When you park in a garage or car park and intend to stay for a long time, reverse the car into the space or garage while the engine is warm and drive out forwards when it's cold. A cold start in really cold weather could put additional wear on the engine. Choosing a vehicle. When choosing a vehicle, try to bear in mind economy and emissions. There are advantages and disadvantages to all types of fuel. To help you make an informed choice and understand the effect each has on the environment, some of the differences are explained below. Petrol engines. The modern petrol engine has been designed to operate more efficiently to meet increasingly stringent emission standards. Key factors in this improvement in reducing exhaust pollution are fuel injection, electronic engine management systems, redesigned exhaust systems. Ever stricter controls on exhaust emissions require catalytic converters to be fitted to the exhaust system of all new petrol engine vehicles. Catalytic converters. These are exhaust treatment systems which remove up to 75% of carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide and hydrocarbons. The converter is a honeycomb-shaped filter with a total surface area about equal to a football pitch. This surface is coated with precious metals such as platinum, palladium and rhodium. These speed up a chemical reaction in the exhaust gases as the engine heats up. The oxygen content of the exhaust is monitored and a sensor triggers controls to adjust the air-L mixture. The converter only deals with toxic and polluting gases. Carbon dioxide is still produced. Leaded petrol can be used in vehicles fitted with a catalytic converter. Even one tankful can permanently damage the system. If you over-accelerate or exceed 3000 RPM, the catalytic converter can clean up emissions completely and will release some that are contaminated. Make sure therefore that you don't drive in such a way that this will occur. Diesel engines. These engines are very fuel efficient and produce less carbon dioxide, a global warming gas, than any other road transport fuel. Compared with petrol engine cars, they also emit less carbon monoxide and fewer hydrocarbons. They do, however, produce more emissions of oxides of nitrogen, NOx, and particulates that are bad for local air quality. Newer vehicles have to meet strict new emission standards aimed at reducing these pollutants, and all diesel vehicles can now use ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel to reduce exhaust pollution. New fuels alternatives to the standard petrol and diesel fuels are becoming available. City diesel and city petrol. These fuels are now available at most filling stations. They even formulated so that the sulfur content is very low. Petrol engines. The modern petrol engine has been designed to operate more efficiently to meet increasingly stringent emission standards. Key factors in this improvement in reducing exhaust pollution are fuel injection, electronic engine management systems, redesigned exhaust systems. Ever stricter controls on exhaust emissions require catalytic converters to be fitted to the exhaust system of all new petrol engine vehicles. Catalytic converters. These are exhaust treatment systems which remove up to 75% of carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide and hydrocarbons. The converter is a honeycomb-shaped filter with a total surface area about equal to a football pitch. This surface is coated with precious metals such as platinum, palladium and rhodium. These speed up a chemical reaction in the exhaust gases as the engine heats up. The oxygen content of the exhaust is monitored and a sensor triggers controls to adjust the air-L mixture. The converter only deals with toxic and polluting gases. Carbon dioxide is still produced. Leaded petrol can be used in vehicles fitted with a catalytic converter. Even one tankful can permanently damage the system. If you over-accelerate or exceed 3000 RPM, the catalytic converter can clean up emissions completely and will release some that are contaminated. Make sure therefore that you don't drive in such a way that this will occur. Diesel engines. These engines are very fuel efficient and produce less carbon dioxide, a global warming gas, than any other road transport fuel. Compared with petrol engine cars, they also emit less carbon monoxide and fewer hydrocarbons. They do, however, produce
正是
more
因为如
emissions
此
of
才要与你
oxides
大
of
婚。
nitrogen NOx
届
and
时
particulates
尊
that
主
are
就会获
bad
得
for
无上
local
神
air
功
quality.
法大增。
Newer vehicles have to meet strict new emission standards aimed at reducing these pollutants, and all diesel vehicles can now use ultra-low sulfur diesel fuel to reduce exhaust pollution. New fuels alternatives to the standard petrol and diesel fuels are becoming available. City diesel and city petrol, these fuels are now available at most filling stations. They even formulated so that the sulfur content is very low. Sulfur is the main cause of
居然
particulates
新
and
主不好
exhaust
生待在药
emissions,
灵宫，
and it also produces
怎么来这儿
acid
啊？
gases.
我是
The
来探
lower
望急行主
sulfur
的。
content in these
看
fuels
我
helps to reduce this source of
怎么？
pollution.
我
Liquefied
和屈原
petroleum
新主
gas
共尝做
vehicles
点密
powered
室，
by LPG are now
崇光却
commercially
只将我
available
关
and the
进了
number
魔
of
域。
fuel stations is
屈原
increasing
新主
steadily.
心中不安，
This fuel is
特来
cheaper to
安
use
抚
than
吗？
petrol or diesel
急行
and
主
the
心中不必
emissions
愤怒。
cause less air
崇光
pollution.
为重罚于我，
However,
完全是念在
LPG
先
does
尊主的
produce
情分
more
上。
carbon dioxide per mile
急行主的
traveled
所
than
作所为，
diesel.
皆为
Choosing
天
a
魔族的
car
未来，
trying to choose a vehicle with
当
low
年
fuel consumption
你追
and
随夜月，
emissions.
为我们
The
天魔族立
Vehicle
下过汗马功劳，
Certification Agency
就算是为了
produces a
夜月，
guide to the fuel consumption
我对
of
急
new
行主
vehicles.
也是一直
This
感怀在心
information
的。
can also be found on gov.uk. Other points to bear in mind: cars with automatic transmission use
在星
about
落心中，
10% more fuel than similar models
一
with
直是
manual
新主为
transmission.
尊后想
Consider
派。
using ultra-low sulfur petrol, which
星
is
落只希望
available
做
at
好，
most filling stations. If you
能
own a
重拾当
diesel
年辅
car
佐
or
先尊
van,
主的信
use
心，
ultra-low sulfured fuel,
重振
such
天
as
魔
city
教，
diesel, as it reduces harmful emissions
绝
of
不能让尊主
particulates.
之位一直让崇光霸
Vehicle
占着。
maintenance: keeping your vehicle
先
well
尊主曾有言
maintained is important to
魔尊之
ensure
位
maximum
有
economy
崇
and
光带
least
着。
damage to the environment.
只要我找回我
You
和叶
should
渊的
make
孩
sure
子，
that your vehicle is
他崇
serviced
光
and maintained
必
regularly.
然该交还天魔教。
Servicing: have your vehicle serviced as
屈原新主是有什么
recommended
消
by
息
the
了吗？
manufacturer. The cost of
急行主，
a service may well be less than the
使
cost
馆
of
放宽
running
心
a badly
在伪机械试
maintained
试，
vehicle.
待时
For
机成熟
example,
时，
even slight brake
我一
drag
定
can
会亲
increase
自
the
接你
fuel
出去的。
consumption. Make sure your garage includes an emissions check in the service. Tires: make sure that your tires are properly inflated. Incorrect tire pressure results in
师
shorter
兄，
tire life,
时
may
辰到了，
create a danger as it can affect stability
我得
and
跟你施
braking
针了。
capacity, can
师
increase
兄，
fuel consumption
目
and
前你
emissions
身
in
子
the
里面的毒
case of
气并没有根除，
underinflation.
所以你才会体
When
弱无力。
replacing
你要知
tires,
道，我必
consider
须得以
buying
掌门师兄为主。
energy-saving types which
至于
have
少掌
reduced
门那边，他
rolling
有神医看护，
resistance.
暂时是用不
These
上我这个
increase
炼丹老道
fuel
的。
efficiency and also improve your grip on the road. Engines use
少
good
掌门醒了吗？
quality engine
没有。
oil. If you use synthetic
自说，
engine oils
少掌门不
rather
会还有
than the
别的伤你
cheaper
没看出来
mineral
吧？
oil, you can save
不应
fuel.
该啊。
Make sure the
我去看看。
engine is tuned correctly. Badly tuned cars and vans use more fuel, emit more exhaust fumes. The mode tests now included a strict exhaust emission
少掌门。
test to ensure that cars are properly tuned. This means they operate more efficiently and cause less air pollution.
不知道啊
Recycling: if you do
少掌门
own
一直在屋里都没
maintenance,
声响，
make sure
是
that
吧，
you
子墨？
send oil, old batteries
少
and
掌门
used tires to
不
a
会又去
garage
素玉
or a
山了吧？
local authority site
自
for
从凤梨雪出
recycling
现，
or safe
他冲动的时候还
disposal.
少吗？
Don't pour oil down the drain. It's illegal and could lead to prosecution, harmful to the environment. Alternatives to driving: try to help lessen pollution by using your car only when it's necessary. You should avoid using your car for very short journeys, especially when the engine is cold. Walk or cycle for short journeys. Use public transport
做
when
的
you
不错
can.
那我也
Light
想领
rapid
你一个这个
transit
吧。
LRT systems,
兔子吃
trams or metros are being introduced in some cities and large towns to provide more efficient public transport, which is also environmentally friendly as it uses electric power. Consider car sharing if there are no suitable public transport. Consider sharing with a colleague or friend who making the same journey, for example, to work or on the school run. Avoid using your car when air pollution is high, if at all possible. As well as the environmental effects of driving, consider also the relative costs, safety and traveling times of various forms of transport. cost when considering the costs of driving. Remember that it isn't just the cost of fuel that you need to take into account. You also need to consider insurance, depreciation, and road tax. Safety traveling by car or motorcycle incurs the highest road traffic incident risk of all forms of transport. Air, rail and water modes of transport incur the lowest risk, and buses and coaches have a similar incident risk to rail and water travel. Traveling times. Remember that it's sometimes difficult to estimate the time for a journey by car because of delays that can be caused by congestion, incidents and roadworks. These factors should always be taken into account, especially if it's necessary to travel at busy times. Section 18 Avoiding dealing with congestion. This section covers journey planning while driving, active traffic management, highways agency, traffic officers, urban congestion, journey planning. The growth in car ownership and the associated increase in traffic has caused a level of congestion which can lead to frustration and longer journey times. This can affect both urban areas and higher speed roads and motorways. If possible, try to plan your journey to avoid busy times of day and congested routes. Time of day. Much congestion is caused by work and school-related travel. This causes delays in the early morning and late afternoon and early evening. If you don't have to travel at these times, try to avoid them. Thus, if possible, try to plan your journey to avoid busy times of day and congested routes. Time of day. Much congestion is caused by work and school-related travel. This causes delays in the early morning and late afternoon and early evening. If you don't have to travel at these times, try to avoid them, thus allowing you to have an easier and more pleasant journey and one that less likely to be delayed, easing the congestion caused by traffic that governed by work and school schedules. Try to arrange appointments so that you avoid these times. Plan your route. Make sure you know where you're going by planning your route beforehand. If possible, plan alternatives in case you find your original route blocked. This is particularly important if you traveling alone on an unknown route. If you have a satellite navigation system, enter the destination before you start your journey. This will plan your route for you. Otherwise, plan your route before leaving by looking at a map. You may need to look at different scale maps depending on how far and where you traveling, consulting a motoring organization or using one of the route planners available on the internet, printing out or writing down the route, using place names and road numbers to avoid problems if a certain place isn't adequately signed. Try to avoid congested routes. Before you set out, plan your journey by visiting gov.uk or check the Highways Agency smartphone apps for live traffic updates. These can give you updated information about where there is or is likely to be congestion. It's useful to build in additional time for your journey. This will allow you to take into account any congestion, incidents, or roadworks of which you may not have been aware when planning your journey. Leave plenty of time, especially if you connecting with other forms of transport such as a plane or train. Concern about reaching your destination in time can lead to frustration and the increased tendency to take risks which could lead to an incident. While driving, delays and diversions, carry a map with you so that you can check your position or identify an alternative route if you get held up or diverted. If you using a satellite navigation system, always stop in a safe place if you need to reprogram the system. Don't be distracted from making your own judgment about the safety of any maneuvers before you turn. Make sure it's permissible to do so by looking at any road signs. Mobile phones. A mobile phone can be useful in case of delays or breakdowns. However, remember that it's illegal to use one while driving, and this includes while you waiting in a queue of traffic. If you have a passenger, get them to make the call. When you traveling alone and you need to call, Find a safe place to stop first. If you east on a motorway, you must leave the motorway before using your phone. Hazard perception: looking well ahead to see what the traffic in front of you is doing will enable you to plan your driving. If you see the traffic ahead slowing down, ease off the accelerator and gradually slow down rather than leaving it late and having to brake harshly. Plan your driving and slow down early. If you do this, the traffic situation ahead will often have cleared by the time you get there. Constant speed: when you can see well ahead and the road conditions are good, you should drive at a steady cruising speed. This is the time to use cruise control if it fits into your vehicle. Whether or not you have cruise control, choose a speed which is within the speed limit and one which you and your vehicle can handle safely. Make sure you also keep a safe distance from the vehicle in front. Remember to increase the gap on wet or icy roads. In foggy conditions, you will have to slow down to the distance you can see to be clear. At busy times, some stretches of motorway have variable speed limits shown above the lanes. The maximum speed limits shown on these signs are mandatory and appear on the gantries above the lanes to which they apply. These speed limits are in place to enable traffic to proceed at a constant speed, as this has been shown to reduce bunching. Keeping traffic at a constant speed over a longer distance has been shown to ease congestion. Your overall journey time normally improves by keeping to the constant speed, even though at times it may appear that you could have traveled faster for shorter periods. Lane discipline: you should drive in the left-hand lane of a dual carriageway or motorway if the road ahead is clear. If you are overtaking a number of slower-moving vehicles, it may be safer to remain in the center or outer lanes until the maneuver is completed rather than continually changing lanes. Return to the left-hand lane once you are overtaken all the vehicles, or if you are delaying traffic behind you. Don't stay in the middle lane. Remember that some vehicles are prohibited from using the right-hand lane, so if you remain in the middle lane they won't be able to get past you. If you stay in the middle lane an unnecessarily long time, you effectively turn a 3-lane motorway into a 2-lane motorway. You must normally drive on the hard shoulder, but at roadworks and certain places where signs direct, the hard shoulder may become the left-hand lane. Using sign information: look well ahead for signals or signs, especially on a motorway. Signals situated on the central reservation apply to all lanes. On very busy stretches, there may be overhead gantries with messages about congestion ahead and a separate sign for each lane. The messages may also give an alternative route, which you should use if at all possible. If you are not sure whether to use the alternative route, for example, whether you can reach your destination if you use the route suggested, take the next exit, pull over at the first available safe area, lay-by or service area, and look at a map. On a motorway, once you get past an exit and encounter congestion, there may not be another chance to leave and you could be stuck in slow-moving or stationary traffic for some time. Take the opportunity to leave the motorway when it arises. You can always rejoin the motorway if you feel that the best course of action once you've had time to consider the options. If you need to change lanes to leave the motorway, do so in good time. At some junctions a lane may lead directly off the motorway. Only get in that lane if you wish to go in the direction indicated on the overhead signs. Motorway signals can be used to warn you of a danger ahead. For example, there may be an incident, fog, or a spillage, which you be unable to see. Amber flashing lights warn of a hazard ahead. The signal may show a temporary maximum speed limit lanes that are closed, a message such as fog or queue. Adjust your speed and look out for the danger. Don't increase your speed until you pass a signal that is flashing or one that gives the all clear sign and you are sure it's safe to increase your speed. Active Traffic Management. Active Traffic Management (ATM) is a project to try to reduce congestion and make journey times more reliable. ATM, also known as Managed Motorways, features benefits including closed-circuit television monitoring, CCTV, high-visibility driver information signs, lighting to provide a safer driving environment at night, and in poor light, new emergency roadside telephones for use in an emergency or breakdown, emergency refuge areas for vehicles to use in an emergency or breakdown, use of the hard shoulder as an additional running lane under controlled conditions to manage traffic in peak congestion times or during an incident. Highways Agency Traffic Officer patrols monitoring the motorway gantries. The new gantries have been built about 500 meters apart. They feature a large message signboard and signal above each of the lanes and the hard shoulder. Emergency refuge areas. These are 100 meters long, wider than the hard shoulder, and are located about every 500 meters. They are designed to be used in cases of emergency or breakdown. Features include sensors to alert the control center that a vehicle has entered, CCTV enabling the control center to monitor the vehicles and send assistance as necessary, new generation emergency roadside telephones containing additional multilingual and hard of hearing support, and the ability to pinpoint your location additional space away from the main carriageway. Driving in actively managed areas. As with driving on any motorway, you must obey the signs displayed on the overhead gantries. In addition to the normal signals that are used on any motorway, there will also be a single red X without flashing beacons, which is applicable to the hard shoulder only. When you see this sign, don't use this lane, except in an emergency or breakdown. There are 3 driving scenarios: normal motorway driving conditions, active traffic management without hard shoulder running, active traffic management with hard shoulder running. Normal motorway conditions: when there is no congestion or incident, normal motorway rules apply. These are no speed limits shown on signs. National speed limits apply. Hard shoulder for emergency and breakdown use only. Use emergency refuge areas in an emergency for added safety and increased distance from the carriageway. Use emergency roadside telephone for assistance. Actively managed mode: if there is congestion or an incident, ATM will manage the traffic to ease congestion. This means that all speed limit signs are set and must be obeyed. Driver information signs will provide information for road users. A red X over the hard shoulder means this lane must be used, except in an emergency or breakdown. Use emergency refuge areas in an emergency or breakdown for added safety and increased distance from the carriageway. Use an emergency roadside telephone for assistance. Controlling the traffic across all lanes with the right speed for the traffic conditions enables traffic to flow more smoothly and reduces congestion. The system sets the same speed across the carriageway, which reduces the need for drivers to change lanes. Hard shoulder running mode: in the case of severe congestion or an incident in one of the normal running lanes, the hard shoulder may be opened between junctions that have a high volume of traffic. Don't stop on the hard shoulder except in an emergency or if you are unable to reach an emergency refuge. You should use the hard shoulder as a running lane between junctions when the signal above the hard shoulder is displaying a speed limit and not a red cross or a blank signal, and you are intending to leave the motorway at the next junction, or you are joining the main carriageway from the previous junction. Highways Agency traffic officers working in partnership with the police. Highways Agency traffic officers are extra eyes and ears on most motorways and some A-class roads in England only. They are a highly trained and highly visible service patrolling the motorway to help keep traffic moving and make your journey as safe and reliable as possible. Traffic officers wear a full uniform, including a high-visibility orange and yellow jacket, and drive a high-visibility vehicle with yellow and black required markings. Every traffic officer has a unique identification number and photographic identity card. They normally patrol in pairs. The vehicles contain a variety of equipment for use on the motorway, including temporary road signs, lights, cones, debris removal tools and a first aid kit. Road traffic officers help broken down motorists to arrange recovery, offer safety advice to motorists, clear debris from the carriageway, undertake high visibility patrol, support the police and emergency services during incidents, provide mobile or temporary road closures, manage diversion routes caused by an incident. If you have an emergency or breakdown on the motorway, the best action to take is to use an emergency roadside telephone. Emergency roadside telephones are answered by Highways Agency Control Center operators located in a regional control center. Control center operators are able to monitor any stranded motorists on closed-circuit television screens and dispatch the nearest available traffic officer patrol to assist. Powers of traffic officers. Unlike the police, traffic officers don't have any enforcement powers. However, they are able to stop and direct anyone traveling on the motorway. It can often not to comply with the directions given by a traffic officer. Refer to the Highway Code, Rules 107 and 108. Extent of Scheme 7 regional control centers, managed by the Highways Agency, are able to dispatch traffic officers to any motorway in England. Urban congestion. Congestion in urban areas leads to longer journey times, frustration, pollution through standing and slow-moving traffic. London suffers the worst traffic congestion in the UK and amongst the worst in Europe. It has been estimated that drivers in central London used to spend 50% of their time in queues. London lost between £2 million and £4 million every week in terms of wasted time caused by congestion. Various measures have been introduced to try to reduce and alleviate the congestion and make traffic flow more freely. Red routes and congestion charging are two of the schemes initiated in the London area. These are also being introduced into other congested towns and cities. Red routes. Red routes keep traffic moving and reduce the pollution that comes from vehicle emissions. Stopping and parking is allowed only within marked boxes. Overnight and on Sundays, most controls are relaxed to allow unrestricted stopping. There are a fixed penalty for an offense and illegally parked vehicles may be towed away. There are 5 main types of red route markings. Double red lines stopping is allowed at any time, for any reason. They are normally placed at road junctions or where parking or loading would be dangerous or cause serious congestion. Single red lines parking, loading or picking up passengers is allowed during the day, generally 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Stopping is allowed outside these hours and on Sundays. Red boxes indicate parking or loading is permitted during the day at off-peak times, normally 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Some allow loading and some allow parking. The rules in each case are clearly shown on the sign. White boxes indicate that parking or loading may be allowed at any time, restrictions being clearly shown on the sign. Red route clearaway. There are no road markings but clearaway signs indicate that stopping is allowed at any time apart from unmarked labias. Congestion charging. Congestion charging is a way of ensuring that those using valuable and congested road space make a financial contribution. It encourages the use of other modes of transport and is also intended to ensure that journey times are quicker and more reliable for those who have to use the roads. The London scheme requires drivers to pay if they wish to drive in central London during the scheme hours of operation. Extent of zone traffic signs make it very clear when you be approaching, entering and leaving the charging zone. Advanced information is provided on the main approach roads. These signs advise how far ahead the zone starts, the hours of operation, and some give the amount of the charge. As you approach the charging zone, directional signs indicate which routes take you into the
Yeah,
charging
陪我
zone
玩
and
吧。
which you can take if you wish
这是
to
什么呀？
avoid it. As you
最
enter
好
and
吃的
exit
糖
the
果。
zone, signs indicate the boundary of the zone.
那给我
The
吃吧。
sign on entry also gives hours of operation. Paying and exemptions, you can pay the congestion charge in advance or on the day of travel before, during or after your journey daily, weekly, monthly or even for the whole year. To find out more about how to pay and where you can pay, visit cclondon.com or call 08459001234. At midnight, images of all of the vehicles that have been in the charging zone are checked against the vehicle registration numbers of vehicles which have paid their congestion
尊主
charge
10
for
年前
that
就在
day.
理，不
The
过是想让子
computer
母并
keeps
亲
the
复合体。
registration
也
numbers
正
of
是因为如
vehicles
此，
that should have
才要
paid
与
but
你大婚。
haven't done so.
届时，
Penalty
尊主就
charge
会获得无
notice is
上审理
issued to the
公
registered
法
keeper
大
of
增
the。vehicle. Not all drivers have to pay the charge. Some of those who are exempt are disabled people who hold a blue badge, drivers of electrically powered or alternative fuel vehicles, riders of two-wheelers. Residents living within the zone obtain a reduced rate but are unexempt. Some people may be able to claim reimbursement. For example, NHS staff, firefighters and patients too ill to travel to an appointment on public transport.
续缘新主不好生待在药灵宫，
This is only
怎么来
part
这
of
儿
the
啊？
London transport
我是来
strategy.
探望吉星主的。
There are also a
看我？
wide range of other measures
怎么？
designed to make public
我和
transport
续缘
easier,
新主共
cheaper,
床组电力
faster
时，
and more reliable.
崇光却只
If
将
it
我
is
关进了魔
necessary
域。
to make your journey by
续
car,
缘
you
新
might
主
want
心
to
中不
consider
安，
alternative forms of
特来安
transport.
抚吗？
For London,
吉星主
the
心中不必愤
Transport for London TFL
崇光
Journey
为众反而
Planner
语
TFL.gov.uk
主的
can help
情
you
分
discover the quickest and
吉
easiest
星主的
routes
所
for
作
your
所为
journey using
皆
public
为天魔族
transport.
的未来。
Alternatively, you
当
can
年
call
你追
TFL
随夜
Travel
月
Information
为我们
Call
天魔族
Center
立
on
下过汗马功劳，就算是为了夜月，
08432221234 Section
我对吉星
19
主
Towing a trailer. This
也是
section
一直感
covers
怀在
towing
心。
regulations, safety, driving techniques, towing regulations. Most of the skills and precautions involved in
在
towing a
星落心
caravan
中，
are the same as those needed for towing
一
a
直视
trailer.
新主为尊后
You
相
must
待。
have a full Category B car driving
星落只希
license
望
before
尊后
towing any size trailer
能
or
重拾当年
caravan.
辅佐先尊主的信
Throughout the
心。
section, reference is made to the
重振天
maximum
魔将，
authorized mass MAM of vehicles and
绝
trailers.
不能让尊主之
This
位一直
should,
让崇
in
光
all
霸占着。
cases, be taken to
先
mean
尊
the
主曾有
permissible
言，
maximum
魔
weight,
尊之
also
位
known as the
有崇
gross
光带
vehicle
着。
weight. You may
只要我
not
找
be
回我和
planning
叶
to
渊的孩
drive
子，
a vehicle or a
他崇
vehicle
光
towing a trailer
必
at
然该
these
交还天
maximum
魔教
weights, but these are key
续缘
factors
新
that
主是有什么
determine
消息了吗？
driver licensing requirements.
吉星主，
If you passed your test before
只管
1st
放
of
宽心，
January
在本机械时日，
1917, you e
但实
generally
际成
allowed
熟
to
时，
drive a vehicle and trailer
我一定会
combination
亲
up to
自接你出去。
8.25 tons. If you passed your test on or after 1st of January 1997, you may tow a trailer behind a Category B vehicle without taking a further test as long as
师
the
兄，
trailer
时辰到了，
DOES and exceeds 750
我得
kilograms.
给你施针了。
If the trailer
师
you
兄，
wish to tow
目
exceeds
前你身子里面的
750
毒气并没有
kilograms,
根
you
除，
may tow it
所以你才
behind
会
a
体弱无力。
Category B
你要知
vehicle,
道，我必须
provided
得
that
以
the
长为师
vehicle
兄
and
为主。
trailer
至于
combination
少长的面对太有
DOES
神
and
医看护，
exceed
暂时是用
3.5
不上我
tons
这个
in
炼
the
丹老道的。
MAM of the trailer DOES and exceed the laden weight of the towing vehicle.
少长们醒了吗？
If you wish to
没有。
drive a Category
激
B
素，
vehicle
少
towing
长
a
们不会还
trailer
有别
which
的伤你没看
exceeds
出来
that
吧？
listed above, you will
不
have
应
to
该啊。
pass a practical
我去看
Category
看。
BE test. If you wish to drive a vehicle with AM exceeding 3.5 tons, for example a motorhome or recreational vehicle, you will
少
need
长
to
们，
pass a Category C or C1 test. Category B Pulse E-test details of the test and the minimum test vehicle and
不知
trailer
道
may
啊，
be found
少长
in
们
the
一直在屋
official
里都没声
DSA
响，
Guide to
是吧，子
Learning to
墨？
Drive.
嗯，
More
少长们，
detailed
不会
information
又去宿
about
玉山了
towing
吧？
trailers can be found
自
on
从凤梨水出
DVLA
现，
FOC
他
Chief
冲动的时候还少吗？
INF30 requirements for towing trailers in Great Britain. This also includes information about towing while driving a larger vehicle. DVLA fog kits are available free of charge from 030079068801. Note a Category B vehicle is a four-wheel vehicle with AM not exceeding 3.5 tons, which has not more than 8 passenger seats in addition to that of the driver. Useful information on towing can also be found on the National Trailer and Towing Association Ltd website ntta.co.uk. From 2013, new European requirements will come into force that change towing regulations. New car and light van drivers wanting to tow trailers will be able to tow a slightly larger trailer on a normal car driving license Category B if they take a further test. There will also be a restriction on the overall size of the vehicle or trailer combination that can be driven on a Category B license entitlement car or light van plus trailer. The combination the vehicle handbook or the manufacturer agent will normally have information on the maximum permissible trailer mass that can be towed by your vehicle, the maximum nose weight that should be applied to the tow ball. You shouldn't exceed either limit. There are separate and also legal limits on the laden weight of unbracked trailers. Make sure that you know what the limits are for your vehicle. As a general rule, even if the vehicle manufacturer limits are higher, you may be safer if the weight of the loaded trailer or caravan doesn't exceed 85% of the curbside empty weight of the towing vehicle. This applies particularly if you need not experienced at towing. Remember that the overall length of the combination is generally double that of the normal family car. Mirrors you will need to fit exterior towing mirrors so that you have a clear view along both sides of the caravan or trailer. Stabilizer. A good stabilizer fitted to the tow bar can make the combination safer to handle, but it won't relieve you of the responsibility of loading the combination correctly. Neither will it cure instability caused by a poor towing vehicle or trailer combination. The stabilizer will give you added security in crosswinds, especially when large goods vehicles overtake you on the motorway. Riding in the caravan. Don't allow anyone to ride in the caravan when it being towed. If you stop for a break, always lower the jockey wheel and corner steadies of the caravan before entering or letting anyone in. Don't forget to raise them fully before you move off. Safety weight distribution. The overall stability of both the caravan and the towing vehicle depends on correct weight distribution. For example, heavy items should be loaded as low as possible in the caravan or trailer so that they aim mainly over the axles. Bulkier, lighter items, such as bedding or clothing, should be distributed to give a suitable nose weight at the towing coupling. The nose weight should never exceed the vehicle manufacturer recommendations. If in doubt, the nose weight may be measured by using an inexpensive gauge available from caravan accessory stockists. Remember, the more weight you carry, the more fuel you use. Safety checks. Any load must be carried so that it doesn't endanger other road users. It must be securely stowed within the size and weight limits for the vehicle. The load needs to be secure so that it can move or fall from the vehicle when cornering or braking. Before starting a journey, check that the caravan or trailer is loaded correctly, with the right nose weight on the tow bar is correctly hitched up, with the breakaway cable or secondary coupling properly connected and the coupling head fully engaged and locked, lights and indicators are connected and working correctly. Jockey wheel and assembly is fully retracted and in the stowed position. Braking system is working correctly. Windows, roof light and door are closed. Tire pressures are correct. In addition, check the caravan or trailer tires for tread depth, damage and cracking of the side walls.
少掌门若一直这样，若是被掌门发现了，你还真不愧是铁律门出来的。谢少主，我跟子木说着玩呢。
Remember, the tire regulations also cover the tires on your caravan or trailer. A caravan that has to be left standing for long periods should be raised on supports that take the weight off the tires. This will help prolong tire life. Check that your caravan or trailer is fitted with tires of the specified rating. See the vehicle handbook. Check that you secured and turned off all fuel supplies, such as liquid gas cylinders. Driving techniques. If you haven't towed a caravan before, seek advice from one of the large caravanning organizations. You should also consider attending one of their courses, which cover safety aspects such as loading, maneuvering, and driving techniques. You can find detailed guidance on all aspects of towing in the booklet, The Caravan Towing Guide, which you can obtain from National Caravan Council Ltd, Catherine House, Victoria Road, Aldershot, Hanson GU111SS, telephone 012523182551, fax phone 012523222596, email info@ncc.org.uk, nationalcaravan.co.uk. Maneuvering. Experience of towing is desirable but not essential. Drivers without experience need to take great care, particularly when maneuvering. Don't be afraid to practice reversing in a quiet car park until you mastered the technique. Maneuvering experience of towing is desirable but not essential. Drivers without experience need to take great care, particularly when maneuvering. Don't be afraid to practice reversing in a quiet car park until you mastered the technique. On the road, always be aware of the increased weight, length and width of the combined vehicles. You will soon adjust to the different techniques involved in towing, so long as you remember not to vary any maneuvers and to plan well ahead. You should allow more time and brake earlier when slowing down or stopping. Give yourself 3 times the normal distance and time to overtake safely. Take account of the extra length, particularly when turning or emerging at junctions. Snaking. Never attempt to avoid swerving when aiming by increasing speed, steering sharply, zigzagging, or braking hard. The safe technique is to ease off the accelerator slowly. Allow a certain amount of twitch in the steering. Reduce speed until the snagging has stopped. High-side vehicles. You need to take extra care when passing or being passed by high-sided vehicles. Allow as much space as possible to avoid the effects of turbulence or buffeting. Speed limits. Some speed limits are lower than normal when you towing. Unless road signs tell you otherwise, you must exceed 30 mph 48 km/h in built-up areas, 50 mph 80 km/h on single carriageways, 60 mph 96 km/h on dual carriageways or motorways. Reduce speed in high winds or crosswinds when going downhill and poor visibility. Motorway driving. Caravans or trailers must be towed in the outside lane of a motorway having more than 2 lanes, unless other lanes are closed. Remember, check your mirrors frequently. If you holding up a queue of traffic, you should be prepared to pull in where it's safe to let other faster traffic pass. Section 20 Vehicle Security. This section covers security measures. Parking security measures. Theft of vehicles, especially cars, has risen to unacceptable levels. In some urban areas, it has become an epidemic. The thieves vary from opportunists to professionals who often work in gangs who target specific models for which they already have a buyer, sometimes in another country. Even more common are thefts from private cars. Again, the thieves vary from opportunists who snatch valuables from unlocked cars to professionals who comb whole areas and steal car radios from poorly secured vehicles. Having your vehicle stolen or broken into is at best an inconvenience and at worst very distressing. While determined thieves would probably be able to steal or get into any vehicle, they are usually too busy with the poorly secured ones. If your vehicle is secured, and preferably alarmed and immobilized, they may well leave it alone. This section deals very briefly with the precautions you can take to secure your vehicle. Taking a vehicle without the owner's consent, or with the intention of driving it recklessly, is a criminal offense. Such actions sometimes end in death, often for other, innocent road users. To make it more difficult for the would-be thief, particularly the opportunist, you can fit an anti-theft device alarm or immobilize or use a visible security device to lock steering wheel, parking brake, etc. Have the vehicle registration number etched on all windows. Vehicle watch. Join a vehicle watch scheme, if there's one in your area. This scheme reduces the risk of having your car stolen by displaying high-visibility stickers on the front and rear windscreens of your vehicle. There are two types of stickers vehicle watch by displaying these inviting the police to stop your vehicle if they see it in use between midnight and 5:00 a.m. 25+ by displaying these also inviting them to stop your vehicle at any time of day if it being driven by anyone apparently under 25 years of age. Stickers and additional information about the scheme can be obtained from the crime prevention officer at your local police station. Parking. Avoid leaving your vehicle unattended in poorly lit areas, which are known to be a high risk. Whenever possible, use attended and secure car parks at night. Park in an area that will be well lit. If you have a garage, use it. When you leave your vehicle, lock it, remove the key, engage the steering lock, set the alarm or anti-theft device. If you have one, close all windows completely, but don't leave pets in a vehicle with the windows completely closed. Either remove all valuables or lock them out of sight. Never leave the vehicle documents inside. Car parks. Using parking facilities that have won the Park Mark Safer Parking Award means that you be parking in an area that has been vetted by the police. They make sure that the site has measures in place to create a safe environment. These facilities are run by responsible operators who are concerned with your safety and the safety of your vehicle, and who have done the best they can to reduce crime and the fear of crime on their site. To find out where your nearest Parkmark awarded site, visit saferparking.co.uk or parkmark.co.uk. Section 21 European Driving. This section covers traveling to Europe, planning your journey, driving in Europe, traveling to Europe, taking your car abroad, or hiring one in the country you are visiting, gives you freedom and mobility. You can plan your holiday around your interests or business commitments. Travel at your own pace. Stop when and where you like. Visit places of interest on the way. Discover the more remote places. Carry extra equipment such as camping or sports gear, canoes, surfboards, etc. This section summarizes what you need to do to prepare for driving in Europe. An extensive motorway network runs through most of Europe, and there are regular ferry links from many UK ports. You have more opportunity to choose routes that take you closer to your European destination. The Channel Tunnel provides yet another link to continental Europe. Planning your journey. If you are planning to take your car abroad, the major motoring organizations can help you to organize and plan the details of your trip. They can save you time and money. Set up medical, travel and vehicle insurance. Provide equipment for minor repairs and breakdowns. Help you organize the correct documents for your car, trailer or caravan. You can often make your trip much easier by using their facilities and experience. Your route. Once you know which country you are going to visit, you can begin to plan your route. If you have a satellite navigation system, it can now be used in most European countries. Also, the motoring organizations can simplify this for you with computerized route guides, summaries of motoring regulations, details of tolls, etc. They'll recommend routes from continental ports or airports to specific destinations. using
哥，你可千万
motorways
别说
for
出去啊！
speed and
这
convenience
次
or
我
scenic
小哥哥
routes
太
for
可怜
pleasure.
了，没有救回历
Your
史，
vehicle
他万
before
念
you
俱灰的
travel
消沉了
abroad.
3日才重
Have
振
your
精神
car
的。
thoroughly checked and serviced. Checks to make include the spare tire, make sure it's in good condition, your toolkit and jack, make sure all items are complete and in working order. Also make sure you have your spare car keys. Lights. Your lights will need to be altered for driving on the right. Deflectors are required in most countries. These prevent your dipped beam from dazzling drivers approaching on the left. Yellow tinted headlights are no longer required in most countries. Always carry a set of replacement bulbs if appropriate. Your mirrors. Check your mirrors. You must have clear all-round vision. You will need to have exterior rear view mirrors, especially on the left, for driving on the right-hand side of the road. If you be towing a caravan or trailer, make sure you can see clearly behind down both sides. Seat belts. Check seat belts and child restraints, including booster seats. Make sure the fittings are secure and the belts and restraints are functioning correctly. Emergency equipment. In many countries, emergency equipment must be carried. Check with motoring organizations to find out what's required in the countries you will be visiting. This equipment may include emergency repair kit, spares kit, emergency windscreen, emergency warning triangle, fire extinguisher, snow chains. In some countries you may be required to carry skis, or anything else you carry on your roof, in a purpose-made box, securely fixed to your roof rack. Precautions against breakdowns. Breakdowns abroad can be especially time-consuming and boring without the help of one of the motoring organizations for breakdown services. The best prevention is to have your car thoroughly serviced before you leave and to make regular checks en route. Make sure you be prepared for minor breakdowns. You must have all the necessary documents before leaving. Again, the motoring organizations will be able to tell you what required for each country. Documents. Insurance. Third-party motor vehicle insurance is compulsory in most countries. It's strongly recommended that you contact your insurer to make sure you are adequately covered. Most insurance policies issued in the UK automatically provide third-party cover in EC countries as well as in some others. They don't provide comprehensive cover unless you arrange this with your insurer, which may charge an extra premium. Make sure you have the appropriate insurance certificate with you. Certain countries require a bail bond as a security in the event of an incident. Consult your insurer. Your driving license. You must carry your national driving license when motoring abroad. Even if you need an international driving permit (IDP), take your national license too. If you want to drive a hired or borrowed vehicle in the country you are visiting, ask about minimum age requirements in case they apply to you. In Italy, you must carry a translation with your license. You can get this free of charge from the major motoring organizations. If you have a pink or pink and green EC type UK license, this translation is required. International driving permit. Many non-EC countries still require an IDP. To qualify for one, you must be 18 or over. To apply you will need your driving license, a passport-sized photograph, a fee. The motoring organizations can issue your IDP. Note: 17-year-olds aren't allowed to drive in most European countries. Vehicle registration certificate. You must carry the original vehicle registration certificate with you. If you don't have your vehicle registration certificate, apply to a vehicle registration office for a temporary certificate of registration V379. Apply through your local post office well in advance of your journey.
难道是
If you
担心了
plan
我
to
公在
hire,
平行桥中散
borrow
步？
or lease a vehicle,
见
you
过少号
must
星主，
ensure you have all the
尊主
relevant
命我将他亲
documents.
自监制的华服送
Blue
来，
badges,
请
if
少
you
号
hold
星
a
主示
blue
意。
badge, you should take it with you.
我们走。
请少号
Many
星主现在
European
示意。
countries recognize and allow
会员已经被
special
你们打成什
parking
么样
for
了？
any
还要
vehicle
休息。
displaying these
他现在这
badges.
样，不是被你连累的吗？
Passport/visa, all
尊主念他
persons
忠心，
traveling
已经
must
留了
hold
他一
an
命，
up-to-date passport,
为防他随你
valid
私逃
for
下
all
山，
countries through
才
which
迫
they
不得已
intend to
绑在这少号
travel.
宫中。
Carry your
星主不思
passports
自
at
省
all， times.
难道还要怪罪尊主不
Keep
成？
a separate note of the number, date and place of issue of each passport, in case they be stolen or lost. Travelers need a visa for some European countries.
你既然已经跟莫
Check
萧走
well
了，
in advance with
为
the
什么又回来？
embassies or
这
consulates
跟你有关系吗？
concerned.
你还
This
真以为
is
自己是尊后
particularly
啊？
important if
你
you
可知
hold a
尊主为何
UK
要娶你？
passport not issued in this country,
这
or
跟
the
你有什么关系？
passport of any other
你不要以
country.
为尊主真的喜欢
Medical
你，
expenses
他费尽心力
insurance,
娶
you
你，
is
不过
strongly
是因为你
advised
体
to
内有一
take
颗
out
血鱼冰清符。
comprehensive medical insurance cover for any trip abroad.
原来你
Most
还不知
medical
道啊！
treatment can be
你的
obtained
父亲
free
奉
of
行天
charge
当年
or
为
at
了救
reduced
你，
cost from the
献出了一支
healthcare
血鱼冰
schemes
清
of
符，
countries with
获
whom
得
the
了尊主
UK
的信
has
任。
reciprocal healthcare
可他竟然
arrangements.
狡猾地隐瞒了冰清符
However,
本是子母
you
一双的
shouldn't
事
rely
实，
on these
只将母
arrangements
冰清符
alone.
给了尊主，
European
而此
health
冰清符
insurance
是
card
在你的体内。
EHIC. This is issued free of charge and can be used to cover medical treatment due to either an incident or illness within the European Economic Area. The quickest and easiest way to get an EHIC is to apply online at ehic.org.uk. For more information,
这是什么
visit
呀？
nhs.uk/healthcareabroad. You can also apply by phone on 08456062030 or pick up an EHIC form from a post office. Driving in Europe, it's strongly recommended that you check up-to-date advice to ensure that you comply with different local or rules new legislation when riding/driving abroad. Visit www.fco.gov.uk/en/travel-and-living-advice/by/country for this information. Regulations: alcohol and driving. Don't drink alcohol and drive.
尊
The
主10年
laws
前
and
救下你，
penalties
不
abroad
过是
are
想让子
often
母冰
more
清符
severe
合
than
体。
those in the
也正是因
UK.
为如此，才要与你
Passengers
大
never
婚。
take more passengers
届
than
时
your vehicle，is
尊主
built
就
to
会获得
carry.
无上神力，
Make sure
攻
you
法
use your
大增。
seat belts and that everyone is secure before setting out on any journey. Speed limits: there are speed limits in all countries, but they vary from country to country. A list of the speed limits can be obtained from the motoring organizations. Make sure you know the limits for those countries you will be traveling through. Obey all speed limits. Many countries have severe on-the-spot fines for offenders, while others prosecute, and that could prove to be expensive.
续缘星主不好
Tunnels:
生待
be
在妖
aware
灵
that some
宫，
tunnels in Europe
怎么
can
来
be
这儿了？
several miles in length.
我是来探望吉星主的。
Plates: you need to display an identification plate if you
怎么？
be towing a caravan or
我
trailer.
和
A
续缘星主
nationality
共
plate
常
of
走
the
电密
approved
室，
size and design at the
崇
rear
光
of
却
your
只将
vehicle
我
or
关进了
caravan
魔
or
域。
trailer.
续缘星
Emergency
主心中
equipment:
不安，
advance warning triangle.
特
The
来
use of
安
a
抚
warning
吗？
triangle is
吉星主心
compulsory
中
in
不必
most
愤怒。
countries for all vehicles
崇
with
光为
more
重
than
罚
two
于我，
wheels.
完全是念在
Hazard
先尊
warning
主的
lights
情
should
分上。
be used instead of a triangle,
吉星主的
but to
所作所为，
complement it.
皆为天
Some
魔族的未
countries
来。
require two advance
当
warning
年
triangles.
你追随夜月，
Spare bulbs:
为我
some
们天魔族
countries
立下过汗马
require
功
you
劳。
to carry a
就算
spare
是为了
set
夜
of
月，
bulbs in your vehicle.
我对吉星主
Fire extinguisher:
也是
a
一直感
fire
怀在心的。
extinguisher is compulsory in some countries and strongly recommended. First aid kit: make sure your vehicle
在
carries
星
a
落心
first
中，
aid kit. A compulsory
一直
in
视
some
星主为
countries
尊
and
后相
strongly
待。
recommended in many others.
星落只希望
Checklist:
尊
as
后
part of your planning,
能
make a
重拾当年
checklist
辅
of
佐先尊
equipment,
主的信心，
documents and other items.
重振
If
天
you
魔
be
将。
traveling through several countries, check
绝
against
不能
each
让尊
item
主之
whether
位一
it's
直让崇光
compulsory
霸
or
占着。
strongly recommended.
先尊主曾有遗言，
Security: don't leave
魔尊之位
handbags, wallets
崇
or
光带着。
other attractive items within
只要我
or
找回
view
我和叶
inside
渊的
the
孩子，
vehicle, even when you
他
be
崇光
inside too.
必然该交
Never
还
leave
天魔教。
valuables in an unattended parked
续缘星
vehicle
主是有什么
overnight.
消息了吗？
Loss of possessions,
吉星主
passports, tickets, cash
使
and
馆放宽
credit
心，
cards can
在
be
伪期间逝日。
distressing and inconvenient
但
when
实
you
际
be
成熟时，
abroad. When driving, it can take you time to
出去。
adjust to driving on the right, especially if you eat in a right-hand drive car. Mistakes can lead to incidents. Remember, higher vehicles will normally be left-hand drive.
师兄，
These may
时
feel
辰到了，
unfamiliar at first. Make sure you
我得给你施
understand the
针了。
controls before you
师兄，
drive.
目前
Get
你
into
身
the
子里面
habit
的
of
毒气
using
并没有
all your
根除，
mirrors before
所以你才
making
会体
any
弱无力。
maneuver.
你要知道，
This
我
is
必须得以掌门
particularly
师兄为
important
主。
before
至于
deciding
少长的
to
那边，他有
overtake.
神医看护，暂时
Remember
是用
to
不上我
check
这
the
个炼
left
丹老道的。
exterior mirror. Don't attempt to overtake until you get used to driving
少
on
掌
the
门醒了
right.
吗？
没有，
Don't let your
子
attention
苏，
wander.
少掌门不会还
It
有
can
别的
be
伤你没看
dangerous
出来
to
吧？
forget where you are,
不应
even
该
for
啊
a moment.
我去看看。
Each time you set out, remember that you eat in a foreign country where you must drive on the right. Take special care after a rest when you have to drive on the road again.
少掌门，
Avoid driving for long periods and don't allow fatigue to set in. Motorway tolls, find out about these. Include them in
不
your
知道
budget
啊
and make
少掌
sure
门一
that
直
you
在屋里
carry
都没声
change
响，
to use if
是
you
吧，
need
子
to
墨？
travel on any toll
少掌
roads.
门不会又
After
去苏
your
玉山了
trip,
吧？
don't forget to
自
adjust
从
to
凤梨水出
driving
现
on the left
他冲
again
动的时候
as
还少
soon
吗？
as you return. Take extra care at roundabouts. Be aware of the changed priority. Each time you move away, remember on which side of the road traffic will be approaching. Make sure that you know the rules of the road. For example, in some countries you can turn right, with caution, at an amber filter light. Section 22
做得不错。
automatics
那
and
我也
four-wheel
想
drive.
你
This
的这个
section
吧。
covers automatics.
兔子吃
Four-wheel drive
饭。
automatics. Vehicles with automatic transmission have always been a great help to drivers with physical disabilities, because they're less work for the feet and hands to do. They become increasingly popular with all drivers, not least because of the easier control and convenience they offer, particularly in congested urban conditions. This section deals with the extra knowledge and skill required when driving vehicles with automatic transmission and four-wheel drive. Vehicles with automatic transmission have no clutch pedal. The transmission senses and selects the gear according to the road speed and load on the engine. This not only makes the physical job of driving much easier, but it also allows you more time to concentrate on what's happening on the road. Automatic transmission usually changes to a higher gear as the road speed increases and to a lower gear as it falls. It will also change down to a lower gear going uphill as the load on the engine increases. There are times, for example, when going down a steep hill when you need to keep in a low gear, even if the speed is constant and the engine load is light.
木萧
The
哥哥，
system often tries to change to a higher gear in these situations. However, the driver is usually able to override the transmission by using the gear selector to remain in a suitable lower gear. The gear selector. Virtually all automatics have a gear selector. A typical gear selector layout includes P-Park. This mechanically locks the transmission and should only be selected when the vehicle is stationary, or reverse and neutral. This is the same as neutral on a manual gearbox. D drive for driving forward, 2 second gear, 1 first gear. Some automatics with 4 forward gears have third gear as an additional position that comes between D drive and 2 second gear. These numbered gear positions enable you to prevent the transmission
我的
selecting a
杀父
higher
仇人不
gear.
是莫萧了。
This is particularly useful in heavy traffic when maneuvering, when going down a steep hill. There might be minor
我父亲修炼
variations
你的
of the
神秘魔功
selector
而死。
positions between different manufacturers. With any automatic, it's essential to study the vehicle handbook to understand the features of your particular model. Kickdown.
林雪感
This
恩
is
师
a
傅的重
device
生
that
之
provides
师
quick
傅的养育者。
acceleration when you need
如
it.
今
For
我已经帮
example,
师傅
to
养好了病情
overtake.
符，
Sharply
请
pressing
师
the
傅从我体内拨
accelerator
出吧。
pedal right
这
down
样
causes a quick
我跟
change
师傅
down
的
to
恩
the
宠
next lower gear. To
两清。
return to the higher gear, ease the pressure off the accelerator pedal. The importance of the parking brake. Fully applying the parking brake whenever your vehicle is stationary is even more important on an automatic. If the selector lever is in any position other than P or N, It will move off under power if the accelerator is pressed accidentally or on purpose, unless the brakes are on. If the choke manual or automatic is in use, an even lighter accelerator pressure can move the vehicle away. Creep happens if the takeover, or slow running of the engine, creates enough power to move the vehicle. The brakes are necessary to prevent it moving. Always check your vehicle for a tendency to creep excessively. Do this on a level, not uphill. Never rely on creep to hold the vehicle on a hill even though it does and move. The vehicle could roll back without warning if the engine stopped for any reason. The safe rule is apply the parking brake fully whenever you pull up.
你们说，莫萧哥哥把自己关在那个结界里，在干什么呢？少主，现在少长们干什么都不重要，最重要的是他为什么要把自己关起来？
Although most automatics have a
少长们好
cutout
像很
switch
伤
to
心的样
prevent
子。
starting in gear, always check that the
也不知道发生
selector
了
is
什
in the
么，
P park
他
or
为什么
in
伤心
neutral
啊？
position
少长
and
们
the
若一直这
parking
样，
brake is fully
若是被掌
applied.
门发现了，
For
你还真
normal
不愧是铁
forward
律门出
driving,
来的。
move the selector
谢
lever
少
to the
主，
D
我刚
drive
怎么说着玩
position.
呢？
The transmission will then change gear as necessary if there enough pressure on the accelerator. Alternatively, selecting one of the numbered gears will give the same flexibility as a manual gearbox. Controlled use of the accelerator is essential when driving an automatic as it has such a direct effect when the selector is in any position other than P park or N neutral. Avoid heavy acceleration. It can cause the vehicle to surge forward or backwards out of control. Delay upward gear changes, waste fuel and pollute the atmosphere. Control when carrying out maneuvers at low speeds. Use hardly any accelerator and only light braking. One foot on
我
each
选择的
pedal
路
is often
又
convenient
何时
and
好走过？
safer. When
蜀山认定
driving,
天行教
it's
为魔
safer
巧，
to use the
皆是
right
因为父
foot
亲与
only
崇
for
光合
both
作，
accelerator
又
and
修炼
brake
了神力魔
pedals,
功。
just
而
as you
现在，
do in vehicles
此
with
功
a
法不知道
manual
教主还有没有修
gearbox.
行的？我们
This
这次回
develops
去一定要查
anticipation
清楚。
by encouraging
让
the
天行
early
教重归
release
正
of
道。
the accelerator
上号信
pedal
主，
and
尊
early
主请你
and
过去。
progressive braking. It cuts
走吧。
out the instability and wear and tear brought about by braking against
放心吧。
acceleration. The need to learn a different method if you change from an automatic to a manual or vice versa.
请师傅
Points
成
to
全。
remember: apart from
当
avoiding
然
the
不是。
danger of
我现
excessive
在
creep, you should
只是想
also
做回
make
真正的
sure
凤
the
梨雪。
takeover is and
不
set too
我现在是
fast.
崇光的弟子，
This
少
can
昊
make
恭
your
行
road
主，
speed
而
more
我要做
difficult
的
to control
是
and you
天行
could,
教少主
for
凤梨雪。
example, find yourself approaching a junction much too fast. Avoid overconfidence and driving too fast for the road and traffic conditions. Be aware of the reduced effect of engine braking on automatics. Use the gear selector to hold a lower gear if necessary. Control your speed as you approach a corner. Automatics sometimes change up as you approach a corner due to reduced pressure on the accelerator. To avoid this, slow down before you reach the corner, then accelerate gently as you turn. Four-wheel drive 4x4s is an arrangement where both axles of a vehicle are driven. The system may be permanently connected, or drive to the second axle may be selected by the driver to suit the conditions. Four-wheel drive has become much more widely available. There are three basic groups: the original type, the sport type, the saloon. The four-wheel drive vehicle was originally a military vehicle for use on rough terrain. It was built to work in all weather conditions and on difficult surfaces. Vehicles of similar design and layout are now commonly used by farmers, contractors and public service authorities. The center of gravity tends to be higher and the wheelbase shorter than those of ordinary vehicles. You don't need any extra skill to drive this type of four-wheel drive vehicle on the public road. However, you should be aware when driving these vehicles on public roads that some 4x4s have very large blind spots which can easily obscure a group of pedestrians, a motorcyclist or even a small car. Driving off-road, always keep to safe driving principles. Remember to take into account the nature of the terrain. Be wary on
师傅他
hilly
同意让我
terrain
们回
and
天行
soft
教。
surfaces. Don't overstep your mark. even if your vehicle feels strong enough to handle any difficult contour or surface conditions. Take corners at a steady speed. Remember that all the wheels are generally locked into the transmission system and revolve at different speeds. This could affect the stability of the vehicle if driven recklessly. Don't expect the vehicle to do more than it's capable of. Look out for rocks that could either damage the underside of your vehicle or suddenly deflect the steering, causing loss of control. Whatever type of vehicle you drive, if you take part in off-road activities, remember to avoid damaging walls, fences, paths, grassland, etc. Take care not to harm livestock or wildlife. Respect the countryside in general. Drive in a responsible manner at all times. Defensive driving when traveling diagonally downhill. Always look for an escape route straight down the slope in case the vehicle strikes any object or if there is danger of overturning. Saloon cars with four-wheel drive. A few saloon cars are now fitted with four-wheel drive. This can be an optional extra when buying a new vehicle, part of the overall design so that sensors in the vehicle drive system automatically engage four-wheel drive. Benefits. The main benefit of four-wheel drive in a saloon car is improved traction under all weather or road conditions. Limitations. Saloon cars with four-wheel drive can deal with some off-road conditions. However, because of low ground clearance they deal with very soft surfaces. Special off-road vehicles have higher ground clearance and, usually, off-road tires. The same applies to snow. A four-wheel drive saloon will deal very well with snow up to a certain depth, but not with very deep snow. Section 23 Driving Taxis. This section covers first steps to becoming a taxi driver. Passenger care. Professional driving taxis. Passengers with special needs. First steps to becoming a taxi driver. Professional hackney carriage and private hire drivers have a responsibility to ensure that their fare-paying passengers have a safe, comfortable and enjoyable journey. As professional drivers, taxi drivers have a special responsibility to set an example to others by driving with courtesy and consideration. Many taxi drivers will have years of driving experience under their belt and be able to demonstrate a good standard of driving. The principles of good practice are set out throughout this book. Study them to check that you haven't developed particular driving habits that may not be conducive to good driving practice. Throughout this section, hackney carriage drivers and private hire drivers will be referred to as taxi drivers and are paying passengers as passengers. If you wish to become a taxi driver, you should contact your local authority to inquire about licensing arrangements in your area for both yourself as a prospective driver and your vehicle. Regulations differ from one local authority to another, whether you intend to drive a hackney carriage or private hire vehicle. The main differences between hackney carriages and private hire vehicles are shown below. A hackney carriage can be hailed on the street, driven by any authorized license holder when carrying a passenger. A private hire vehicle can be hailed on the street. The badging and licensing requirements for both hackney carriages and private hire are renewable and lie with the licensing authorities. Regulations. Although regulations differ between local authorities, they all require a medical check which includes an eyesight test, criminal records bureau check, current driving license. Even if you have penalty points on your license, you may still be able to apply. Check with the licensing authority fee for the issue of the license. Many authorities require a driving test of some description. In some areas these are carried out by DSA driving examiners conducting special tests for taxi drivers. Medical check. Consult your doctor first if you have any doubts about your fitness. You may be refused a license if you suffered from certain conditions including epilepsy, diabetes or don't meet the more stringent eyesight requirements. A full list can be found on the report form. you'll need to send a medical report to your taxi licensing authority. The medical examination is free under National Health Service rules. Your doctor is entitled to charge the current fee for this examination, which will be your responsibility. You'll have to submit this form within a specified time of completing it for it to be valid. For more information on driving taxis, go to www.gov.uk. Passenger care. Caring for your passengers is an important part of taxi driving. As the driver, you are responsible for the safety and comfort of your passengers as they get into and out of your vehicle as well as during the journey. Your job is to convey your passengers to their destination safely, comfortably, efficiently in a courteous manner. It includes the care of your passengers as you pick them up and drop them off at their destination in a safe and convenient place. Remember, you are the representative of the licensing authority, and how well you perform your role reflects on the authority. Ask yourself the following: do your passengers feel safe and comfortable during the journey? Are they getting a smooth ride? If they aren't, you may need to adjust your driving style to enable them to have a pleasant journey. Do they need assistance in getting in or out of your vehicle? Be aware of passengers with special needs, particularly when they are getting into or out of the vehicle. To help your passengers, you should look directly at them when you speak to them. It can help you to communicate effectively. Make sure they are comfortably seated before you move away. In the event of a breakdown, show consideration towards your passengers' safety and the completion of their journey. Passenger seat belts. Passengers must wear seat belts where they are fitted. Adult passengers are responsible for their own actions. You are responsible for ensuring that children under 14 wear their seat belts. The only exception is where there are fixed partitions separating the front and the rear of the taxi, in which case you are not responsible. It's unreasonable to expect the right child seat or booster to be available in a taxi unless a parent or carer has brought it with them. There's therefore a qualified exception which says that if child restraints aren't available in a licensed taxi or licensed private hire vehicle, a child under 3 years old may travel unrestrained but in the rear only. This is the only exemption for a child under 3 years old. A child aged 3 years and above must use an adult belt in the rear seat only. Any child under 135 cm approximately 4.5 inches in the front seat of any vehicle and must use the seat belts or child restraints available. Dealing with lost property. If you find property in the vehicle after the passenger has left, you should normally hand it into the police station as soon as possible. Some licensing authorities run their own lost property section. If this is so, you should hand it in there, again, as soon as possible. Check with your licensing authority for the regulations in your area. Professional driving. Professional drivers adopt a positive approach to driving. This means looking after your passengers, yourself and your vehicle, planning well ahead, taking account of road and traffic conditions, prioritizing good observation, keeping in control, anticipating events. It's essential that your vehicle is under control at all times. You must drive it with skill and plan ahead so that your vehicle is always traveling at the correct speed and ready for your next maneuver. You need to develop your awareness so that you know what's going on around you at all times. This can be achieved through planning well ahead. Anticipating experience will soon tell you what other road users are probably going to do next. Being in control. Always plan your actions. You must show that your standards are high at all times by driving responsibly, carefully, considerately, courteously. Consider the environment. You may often have to wait for a fare. If you have to wait more than a few minutes, turn off your engine to reduce emissions and noise pollution. As a professional driver, you have a responsibility to use your vehicle in a manner which is sympathetic to the environment. Use your skills to set an example to other road users. Seatbelts. It's always safer to wear a seatbelt when driving. However, taxi drivers are required by law to wear a seatbelt at all times. Drivers of Hackney carriages don't need to wear a seatbelt when they are on duty, but private hire drivers are only exempt when carrying a fare-paying passenger. Communication and in-car equipment don't allow the use of any such equipment to distract you from driving carefully and safely. It's illegal to use a handheld mobile phone or other similar device when driving. Never use a handheld microphone when driving. Find a safe place to stop before using such equipment. If your taxi is fitted with a communications radio or telephone, you should only use it while driving if it fitted with a hands-free microphone. However, even using hands-free equipment is likely to distract your attention from the road. It's far safer not to use any such equipment or to try to tune the radio while driving. Tiredness and distractions. As a professional driver, you may be driving for long hours. Even though your hours aren't restricted like those of a bus or coach driver, you should be aware that being on the road for a long time can be very tiring. You have a duty to yourself as well as your passengers not to drive when you get tired. It recommended that normally you should take a break of at least 15 minutes after every 2 hours of driving. As a professional driver, you must make sure that you be always fit and able to concentrate for the whole of your shift. If you know that you will have a long journey at the end of the day, such as an airport run, plan your day and your rest period so that you can accommodate this journey. Remember, if you be carrying passengers, you can stop in the middle of a journey to take a nap. There are particular problems associated with driving for long periods at night, and the smallest lapses of concentration can lead to loss of control. Factors causing fatigue include time of day. Natural alertness is at a minimum between midnight and 6 a.m. Lack of sleep. Continual glare from oncoming headlights. This is very tiring on the eyes and can lead to general tiredness. Limited lighting. Street lights, pedal cycles causing strain on the eyes when reading signs, looking for premises or seeing other vehicles. Remember, tiredness can kill. Be aware of distractions from your passengers when you eat driving. Your passengers may be talking among themselves, so make sure you eat not distracted by their discussions. Your passengers may try to engage you in conversation, especially if they are not familiar with the area and are trying to obtain local information. Be polite, but make sure that you eat not distracted and that you can concentrate on your driving at all times. Driving taxis. All the advice about driving found in the rest of the book is relevant to you as a taxi driver. However, there are certain aspects of driving that you will have to carry out more frequently when driving taxis than you would when driving a private car. These are stopping on the side of the road, turning in the road. Stopping at the roadside. All drivers have to stop at the side of the road. But as a taxi driver, you have to think of your passengers at all times and ensure that, when you stop, your passengers are able to get in or out of your vehicle safely and conveniently. Make sure that you pull up within a reasonable distance of the curb, in a position that's safe, legal and convenient. You apply the handbrake and put the gear into neutral before your passenger opens the door. Your passengers can open the door fully and that their entry or exit is blocked by trees or street furniture, lampposts, waste bins, signs, etc. You'll be there to help if your passenger needs assistance with loading or unloading luggage, or they are not able to get in or out without assistance. All your passengers are comfortably seated before moving away. Turning your vehicle around. As a taxi driver, you are likely to have to turn your vehicle around more frequently than most other drivers. For example, if you just dropped off a passenger and receive a call on your radio to pick up a fare in the opposite direction, You should assess the situation and decide on the safest and most appropriate way to make the turn. You could consider making a U-turn within the width of the road using the mouth of a junction on the left or right in which to swing around, turning in the road using forward and reverse gears, reversing into a side road on your left or right. Never drive into a side road with the intention of reversing out into the main road, and don't use private driveways to make your turn. Make sure that you don't mount the curb when you turning around, as this could damage your vehicle. Passengers with special needs, as a professional driver, you should always be there to give assistance when it needed, especially when your passenger has special needs. Whatever vehicle you drive, be ready to give assistance when an older passenger, or one who has limited mobility, is getting into or out of your vehicle. Some vehicles, especially black cabs, are fitted with special equipment to allow easy access for those who may otherwise find it difficult. If you have this equipment, make full use of it to improve your passenger comfort. Special fittings can include an intermediate step, a swivel seat, or ramp, and wheelchair fittings. Intermediate step, it can be difficult for people with limited mobility to get into or out of some vehicles, including black cabs. This can be because of the position of the seats and the greater distance between the floor of the vehicle and the street or pavement. Assess your passenger needs, and if you think it might help, offer to provide the additional step for them as they get into or out of the taxi. Use the following procedure. Remove the steps from the stowage compartment. Ensure the door is fully open and secured. Fit the step and ensure it's securely fixed before your passenger steps onto it. Once they ease safely in, close the door and stow the step. Swivel seat. A person with limited mobility might also find the swivel seat helpful. Often this will need to be used in conjunction with the intermediate step. As they get into your vehicle, you should ensure the door is fully opened and secured. Pull down the seat and swing it outwards until it locks. Help the person onto the seat if necessary. Swivel the seat back into the traveling position until it locked off, or to help secure the seat belt before closing the door. Reverse the procedure once the journey is completed. Ramp and wheelchair fittings. If you have the facility to carry wheelchairs, you must ensure that you are able to correctly load and secure the wheelchair so that the passenger can be transported safely, and then reverse the process at the end of the journey. To load the wheelchair user, you should prepare for your passenger. Fit the wheelchair restraint and make space available for the wheelchair. Ensure the door is fully opened and secured. Pull out the ramp and add an extension if necessary. Push the wheelchair user into the vehicle and stow the ramp. If you need to let go of the wheelchair to stow the ramp, make sure you apply the wheelchair brakes. Position the wheelchair so that it can be secured using the equipment provided by the vehicle manufacturer. Ensure that all straps and belts that secure the wheelchair and its user are fastened according to the manufacturer instructions. Close the door. To unload the wheelchair at the end of the journey, you should open the door fully and secure it. Release the restraining straps and belts. Pull out the ramp and fit the extension if it needed. If you need to move the wheelchair to do this, make sure you apply the brakes before letting go of the wheelchair. Wheel out the wheelchair. Walk backwards for the safety of your passenger and so that you can retain full control. Remove the ramp and stow any equipment in the appropriate place. Close the door. Section 24. Further information. This section covers reviewing your driving organizations, providing advanced driving tests, mobility centers, recognizing basic faults index, reviewing your driving. At the outset, it was explained that this book is essential for every motorist, regardless of experience. Having read this book and put it into practice, are you satisfied with your standard of driving? If you are, should you be? It's an essential role of every safe and responsible driver to review and adjust their behavior over their lifetime. However skilled and experienced you become, You and those around you won't remain as safe as you can reasonably be unless you keep up to date with changes and actively
我父亲
review
修
your
炼你的神秘魔功
competencies.
而死。
As we progress through a lifetime of driving, there will be changes in circumstances. The context in which we approach driving alters,
理
challenges
学感恩
change
师
in
傅的
ways
重生者，
individuals do
师傅的
too.
养育者。
For example,
如今，
we likely
我
to
已经帮师傅
experience
养好了
changes
运
to
气
the
符。
law and to the rules of the
请
road
师
to
傅从我体内
vehicle and
播出吧。
related technologies in our personal
我跟师傅的
circumstances
恩
and the
宠。
reasons why we drive in our health
良心。
and physical condition in our attitudes and behaviors. Safe and responsible drivers aim to maintain their driving competencies by reviewing their driving and continuously seeking to improve. A conscious effort to learn from experience, avoid complacency and prevent the development of bad habits is necessary, as is the need to develop and maintain appropriate attitudes and behaviors. The competent driver needs a sense of responsibility, concentration on the job of driving, good anticipation, patience and confidence, courtesy and consideration. While experience tends to make you a safer and more responsible driver, you should also review your driving regularly. A wide range of opportunities and initiatives exist to support drivers who want to review and to assess their driving, develop their competence and respond to changing circumstances. For example, newly qualified drivers should seek to further develop their competence by completing the Pass Plus scheme and practicing with
你
or
们说，
without an
莫萧哥哥把自己
accompanying
关在那个
driver.
结
A
界里，
periodic
在干什
session
么
with
呢？
an approved driving
少主，
instructor
现在少长
API
们干
should
什么都
become
不
the
重要，
norm for all
最重要的
drivers.
是，他为什么
This
要把自己关
enables
起来？
them to refresh their knowledge,
少长们好像很
understanding
伤
and
心的样子。
skills, keep up to date with changes
也
to
不知道发
rules
生了
of
什
the
么，
road,
他为什
legal
么伤心啊？
requirements and
少长们若
maintenance
一直这样，
requirements.
若是被掌
This
门
may
发现
need
了，
to be
你还
focused
真不
on
愧是铁律
specific
门出来的。
elements if our driving
谢少主，我
requirements
跟子木
change.
说着玩呢。
For those who find the context of their driving has changed, it is important to review and assess their skills and knowledge in the new environment. Additional learning and or training, or other support, may be necessary. Driving with young children. Those who drive with young children in the vehicle may face increased distractions while driving. Preparation and planning become increasingly important. It's sensible to devise and review strategies for coping with unforeseen circumstances and situations. Driving for work. Those required to drive for work, or to drive a van regularly, face a significant change to the circumstances, challenges and pressures they face
我
while
选择的路
driving.
又何时好
Conflicting
走过？
commitments, legal
蜀山认定天
obligations
行
and the
较为魔巧，
potential impact
皆
of
是因为父
stress
亲与
and
重
or
光合作，
fatigue all need
又
to
修
be
炼了神秘
considered.
魔功。
All
而现在，
drivers, all
此功法不知道
drivers
教主
need
还有
to
没
be
有修
alert
行
to
的。
changes
我
in
们
their
这次回
physical
去
or
一
mental
定要查
condition.
清楚，让
Ill
天行
health
教
or
重归正
relevant
道。
age-related
少号星
changes
主，
can have a
尊主请你过
significant
去。
impact on driving and should be considered and addressed. So make sure your aim is safe
放心吧。
driving for life. Recognizing basic faults. Vehicle pulls to one side when braking. Incorrect
请师
adjustments.
傅成
See
全。
qualified assistance
当然
warning
不是，
light shows
我
unaware
现在
impacts or
只是
shoe
想做回
system
真正的
fault.
凤梨
Low
学。
brake fluid
不，
level. Brake
我现
light
在是重光
failed.
的
See
弟子，
qualified
少号宫
assistance
星主，
check level
而我要做
replace
的
bulb brakes
是天行教
inefficient
少主
on
凤
good
梨学。
road surfaces. Possible component failure. Brakes require adjusting. See qualified assistance. Parking brake one whole vehicle cable adjustment or replacement needed. See qualified assistance. Lights light DOES and come on. Bulb failure. Fuse failure. Check and replace. Check and replace. Indicator flashing irregularly. Possible bulb failure. Relay failure. Check and replace main or dip beam knot. Lead part failure of unit. Check and replace tires or steering. Steering heavy or erratic puncture. Power assisted steering or power steering. Unit change. Wheel and repair or replace tire. See qualified assistance. Vibration in steering at specific speeds. Front wheel balance. Check for loss of balance. Weight or bulge in tire. See qualified assistance or change tire. Engine misfiring. Run fuel or electrical. All difficult. Smart plugs. Examine connection. Seek assistance. Examine and replace if necessary. Fails to store or fuel damp in electrical circuits. Check gauge use. Anti-damp spray starter. DOESM. operate battery discharged cloud change battery jump start push start starter or solenoid click starter motor jammed rock vehicle backwards and forwards in gear with ignition off turn queer end on starter with a spanner squealing noise from engine area fan belt or alternator belt slipping adjust or replace overheating fan belt snapped or hose leaking fuse blown on electric cooling fan replace belt or hose tape hose for temporary repair replace fuse. A list of terms: ABS anti-lock braking system, acceleration on bends, eco-safe driving and skidding, accelerator accidents, active traffic management, ATM ADIs, approved driving instructors, advanced stop lines, advanced warning triangles, advanced driving techniques, age airbags, air conditioning, air filters, air pollution, alcohol, alternatives to driving, animals, anti-dazzle mirrors, anti-freeze, anti-lock braking system, ABS anticipation, approved driving instructor, ADI aquaplaning, arm signals, ATM active traffic management, attitude of drivers, automatic number plate recognition, ANPR cameras, automatic transmission, vehicles, accelerator, anticipation braking, cornering, creep, engine braking, fuel consumption, gears, electric kickdown, maneuvering, parking brake, parking on hills, takeover, auxiliary driving lights, awareness on the road, axle, lubricant, banking on roads, battery bends, acceleration, braking, junctions, negotiating, positioning, speed, steering, biting point, blind people, blind spots, blue badge scheme, European driving, parking blocks, junction markings, brake fade, brake lights, brakes, maintenance, servicing, testing, warning lights, braking, automatic transmission on bends, emergency engine braking on ice, motorways, progressive rules and speeding on snow and steering, braking, distance breakdowns, disabled drivers on dual carriageways, emergency equipment, European driving in fog, insurance for motorways, national organizations, recovery warning devices, brakes from driving, built up areas, bus lanes, buses, calmness while driving, camber, car parks, car radios, car sharing, car tax, caravans, catalytic converters, certificate of insurance, child seat restraints, children, chippings, choke, choosing a vehicle, city diesel, city petrol, clear view, ensuring a clearways, climbing lane, clutch, coaches, coasting, cockpit, drill, comfort while driving, comprehensive insurance, concentration while driving, confidence in driving, congestion, congestion charging, congestion warning systems, consideration while driving, constant speed control, flow systems on motorways, controlled parking zones, controls, foot hand, other switches, conversation while driving, fluent cornering, country roads, courtesy while driving, corner lanes, crossroads, crosswinds, cruise control, cruising, speed, cycle lane, cycle racks, cyclists, D-plates, dazzle, deaf people, defensive driving, animals, bends, blind people, blind spots, braking, buses, children, coaches, country roads, crossroads, cyclists, deaf people, disabled people, emergency stopping, hazards, horses, junctions, large vehicles, mirrors, motorcyclists, motorways, moving off, night driving, observation, obstructions, off-road driving, older people, overtaking, pedestrian crossings, pedestrians, powered vehicles for disabled people, reverse parking, roundabouts, separation, distance signaling, tailgating, weather conditions, demisters, destination marks, diesel engines, direction indicators, disabled drivers, breakdowns, modifications to vehicles, powered vehicles, disabled people, dogs, double white lines, drag, drinking alcohol, driver record, driving close to home, driving instructors, trainee license holders, driving lessons, driving license changes to European driving, full new residents in the UK, provisional visitors to the UK, driving position, drugs, dual carriageways, breakdowns, junctions, mirrors, night driving, overtaking, warning signals, dual circuit braking, eco-safe driving, electrical system, electronic stability control, emergency equipment, emergency stopping, emergency telephones on motorways, emergency vehicles emerging at junctions, engine braking, engine oil, engine power, engines, overhead camshaft starting, tuning and water environment, which you can do, equestrian crossings, equipment in vehicles, SC electronic stability control European driving advance warning triangles blue badge scheme breakdowns bulbs documents driving license emergency equipment European health insurance card EHIC fire extinguishers first aid kit insurance international driving permit IDP journey planning lights medical expenses insurance mirrors motorway tolls nationality plates passports plates regulations seat belt security of vehicles spare bulbs speed limits vehicle checks vehicle registration certificate visas exhaust emissions eyesight fatigue fault finding in vehicles final drive lubricant fire extinguishers first aid fitness to drive floods fluorescent and reflective clothing fog lights food foot controls foot brake Ford's four-wheel drive vehicles fraud frost fuel consumption fuel economy gas pedal gear lever gear positions gearbox lubricant gears changing block down up descending hills missing out overtaking selection getting started way lines way signs glare acne carriages hand controls handbrake hanging objects hard shoulder hatch markings hazard warning lights hazards approaching awareness country roads and mirrors night driving perception of weather conditions head restraint adjustment headlights dipped motorways parking rain signaling headphones health high occupancy vehicle lanes highway code highways agency traffic officers hills ascending automatic transmission descending ice junctions moving off obstructions overtaking parking separation distance snow in towns home zones horn night driving signaling horses ice braking on cornering on hills ignition switch incidents independent driving indicators instrument panel instruments insurance incidents certificates cost cover European driving for medical expenses penalties for uninsured drivers policy document types of international driving permit IDP journey planning junctions approaching automatic transmission on Benz dual carriageways emerging fog hatch markings on hills lanes at night routine turning types of unmarked zone of vision kick down L plates lane arrows lane discipline lane dividers lanes at junctions learner drivers supervision of left hand drive vehicles level crossings light rapid transport LRT systems lights European driving night driving liquefied petroleum gas LPG loading vehicles London transport strategy LPG liquefied petroleum gas LRTS light rapid transport systems maintenance of vehicles maneuvering automatic transmission caravans maps medical expenses insurance medication many roundabouts mirrors adjustment anti-dazzle blind spots convex electric European driving extended arm flat and hazards motorways towing use of mirror signal maneuver MSM routine listing of mobile phones at incidents motorway breakdowns mobility centers modifications to vehicles mode test motorcyclists motorways blind spots brakes braking breakdowns disabled drivers mobile phones waiting caravans climbing lanes control flow systems controlled motorways crawler lanes emergency telephones end of fatigue fog hard shoulder headlights interchanges joining lane discipline learner drivers leaving loading vehicles mirrors mobile roadworks night driving novice drivers observation overtaking parking permitted vehicles reflective studs rejoining roadworks separation distance service area signals speed limits speed on leaving stopping tailgating slowing traffic conditions traffic signs variable speed limits vehicle checks vehicles joining morning signals weather conditions moving off at an angle down to up MSM mirror signal maneuver routine light and snow M&S tire changing vehicles nationality plates new drivers new residents community night driving novice drivers observation obstructions off-road driving oil on the road older drivers older one-way straight to the road overhead camshaft engines oversteer overtaking dual carriageways fog on those large vehicles on the left motorways night driving pedestrian crossing steps for three-lane roads parking automatic transmission vehicles blue badge scheme car parks concessions fog fuel economy headlights on hills motorways at night pedestrian crossings reverse on the road markings security of vehicles traffic signs parking brake automatic transmission vehicles pass plus scheme patience while driving pedestrian crossings, pedestrians, pelican crossings, petrol engines, photo card licenses, plan tuition, planning your journey, pollution, power assisted steering or power steering, private hire vehicles, progressive braking, provisional license, public transport, puffin crossings, punctures and blowouts, quiet lanes, radios in vehicles, railway telephones, rain, rear axle, lubricant, recycling, red routes, reflective clothing, reflective studs, regular journeys, relaxation while driving, responsibility of drivers, reversing, road humps, road markings, road narrowings, road positioning, road safety, road signs, road surfaces, roadworks on motorways, roadworthiness of vehicles, roof boxes, roof racks, roundabouts, route planning, rush hour driving, safe light navigation systems, school seat adjustment, seat belts adjustment, European driving, reversing, taxis, secured car parks, security of vehicles, separation, distance hills, motorways, night driving, service areas on motorways, servicing of vehicle, side lights, side limits, signaling signs, silencers, single broken lines, skidding, avoiding skids, slipping the clutch, smoking while driving, snow chains, soft top vehicles, SOR North statutory off-road notification, speed limits, busy areas, caravans, European driving, motorways, signs, 20 mph zones, variable speed reduction lines, spray stabilizers for towing, staggered junctions, starters, starting the engine, statutory of road notification, SOR and steering on, bends and braking mechanism and skidding, steering column adjustment, steering lock, steering wheel, stop line, stop sign, stopping in an emergency, arm signals, fog, motorways, taxis, wet roads, stopping distance, sunglasses, sunshine, suspension switches, T-junctions, tailgating, tax discs, taxis, communications, equipment, distractions, fatigue, hackney carriages, intermediate steps, lost property, medical checks, microphones, mobile phones, passenger care, passengers with special needs, private hire vehicles, professional driving, ramps, regulations, seat belt stopping, swivel seats, turning around, wheelchair fittings, TFL journey planner, theft, hiking distance, third party, fire and theft insurance, third party insurance, tiredness tolerance while driving, token crossings, tourist signs, towing, traffic comments, traffic lights, traffic reports, traffic signals, traffic signs, directions, diversion routes, giveaway signs, information signs, mandatory motorways, orders, parking, primary routes, prohibitory purpose of road markings, speed limit, stop signs, tourist signs, waiting restrictions, warnings, trams, LRT, south tubeless tires, tunnel, turning around, turning at junctions, 2020 mph zones, 2-second rule, tires, checks, condition, energy saving, mud and snow, M&S pressure, puncture repair, running and tubeless wear and tear, U-turns, ultra-low sulfur, petrol understeer, unloading vehicles, urban clearways, urban congestion, vehicle checks, vehicle condition, vehicle excise duty, vehicle licensing, vehicle management systems, vehicle modifications, vehicle registration certificate, V5C vehicle test certificate, vehicle watch, vision while driving, visitors to the UK, vulnerable road users, waiting restrictions, warning devices for breakdowns, warning lights, warning signals, warning triangles, weather conditions, wheel spin in snow, wine windows or windscreens, heated snow stickers, washers or wipers, words on the road, wide junctions, young drivers, zebra crossings, zone of vision at a junction,